Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
0-2.
Hit deep to left field. Ball game. Christian Walker walks it off, and the Astros win it and take 3 out of 4 from the Seattle Mariners.
That's the one Christian Walker wanted. Let him have it. Enjoy the moment, Christian.
There you go. There you go, Christian Walker. Hey, 3 out of 4.
Walker.
3 out of 4 over the Mariners this weekend. We'll take it as we are in. The store is open on Monday morning here. How you doing, Seth?
I'm good. I'm glad Christian Walker finally sobered up by that 9th inning because he looked drunk as a first baseman early in the game. And ends up having a good series. Ended up with a 850-plus OPS in this series and batted well over 300. So this is more the Christian Walker we need to see. Yeah. And yesterday was fun because the Astros did what they do best. Twice in a row, they left an inning with the bases loaded and no runs scored.
Yep.
It was
infuriating.
That was a really tense. It would be a tense game if the Astros weren't so bad at hitting with the bases loaded, except because we've seen this over and over and over again. By the time Christian Walker got up there, I'm not going to lie to you, Sean, I had zero confidence. My confidence has been shattered. The only salvation we would have was that the bases at least weren't loaded.
Right.
And ultimately, that was the key to the game. Was that the bases were not loaded.
Just had one guy on. That was it. Altuve gets on. Yeah, that's it. You have one guy on. You don't have the bases loaded. It's all good. I was, just watching the game yesterday, really watching this weekend and watching this team. And, look, Joe Espada is going to go down with the ship on Christian Walker, either batting cleanup or 5th in the order. Like this, everybody wanting Christian Walker to get bumped down to like 8th in the order. I get it. He's been at best their 8th or 9th best hitter in the lineup this year.
Yeah.
It's sometimes,
and including the other guy. I mean, the cleanup spot has just been atrocious for the Astros.
But it's been
runners.
That's been mostly him.
It's been 75%. Christian Walker.
Yeah. And so they're 28 and 25 on the season, which in some ways is like I don't want to say miraculous, but they've overcome a lot just to be a game and a half back in what is, I think, once again a pretty mediocre division. But that's fine. This is the format you play. You win the division, you're in the postseason. They got 3 wild card spots too they can get. Sometimes I just watching the game and watching this team this weekend. Sometimes it's as simple when your cleanup hitter is better than being your 9th best hitter on your team. You're going to win some baseball games. Like he comes up with a lot of situations where he can drive in runs, and he's not been successful doing, by and large, has not been successful doing so this year. Yesterday, in a big spot, he was, and he had a good weekend. And guess what? Lo and behold, the Astros have a good weekend.
Yes.
So
when they've got runners,
simple.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
He's one of the biggest X factors, obviously, on whether the Astros can be a genuinely contending team or not. And we've just seen so little of it that it's hard. It's hard when it's a guy you don't know.
And
it's like obviously he's very hard on himself. Yeah. But there's no room in my heart for sympathy right now. I don't know you, Christian Walker.
No. And he's going to play like this is. I know that last year by the middle of the season they'd sent Jose Abreu down to rookie camp in Florida to try to find his swing, never found it, cut him, whatever. That ain't happening. Christian Walker still at least has some redeeming baseball qualities to him. Yesterday at the end of the game was one of them. Defensively, he's a very good defensive first baseman. Like Christian Walker ain't going anywhere. So it was great to see that yesterday.
The young left fielder too, Jose Altuve, showing some promise. It was a Friday. He had that nice throw home.
Yeah. They lost the game.
Where they sent Raleigh, notoriously a slow baseball player, from third because Altuve was fielding the ball in left field.
Yeah.
Altuve said, "No, sir."
Yeah.
No, sir, and he gunned him down at home. I wish he had done the little. I wish he had done the
shooters.
little. Yeah. Little Bo Jackson deal there.
Somewhere Goodell throws a flag on it. So that was the only game they lost this weekend. 3 out of 4. So 10-7 on this stretch. If it feels weird not having any Astros baseball today, it's because you've had baseball for 17 straight days.
You came out of a stretch of 17 straight games. You would lose. How many pitchers did they lose in that stretch?
2. Wisniewski, I think Wisniewski, one each game. Yeah. Wisniewski and Blanco. I think Wisniewski was during this stretch here.
Wisniewski might have entered injured, and it was kind of, we didn't know exactly what it was, but whatever. Officially, it happened during this stretch.
Yeah.
So,
he got put on the IL. He got put on the IL during this stretch for sure.
Yeah. Well, no, and at the beginning of the series, they didn't know exactly how Wisniewski was going to be used, or at the beginning of the stretch. But regardless, I think you come out of it with those injuries to your pitchers, and with the offense showing a lot more life. They're not the golden era Astros yet, but over the last month and over the last 30 days, they've been a lot better than they had been. Over the past few weeks, in the month of May, they're doing really well. And I'd love to think that May is just an arbitrary designation, but for whatever reason last year, various people just turned into pumpkins when they hit June.
Yeah, you're talking.
It's a big stretch here, Sean.
Yeah. Offensively, it's been good. I mean, they're in the upper third in some really important numbers, and I think most importantly, they went 10-7 during that stretch where they are. You go 10-7 during a stretch. So May 6th was the last time Wisniewski pitched in a game, and you're right. That was on a Tuesday. They had that Thursday off, and then May 9th is when this stretch began. So you're right. They came in. I think his elbow soreness, his injury was announced, and he was obviously put on IL during this stretch. And then Blanco you lose during this stretch, and you just keep your fingers crossed. I get weirdly excited now for these minor league spot starts. Like Colton Gordon and Brandon Walker Walter are battling for permanent spots right now in this rotation. I mean, that's
and you see the upside in them.
Well,
and with Spencer Arrighetti probably not back until July, right? Is that what Chandler said?
Yes.
Said?
Hang on, I've got it right here. I thought I did. The Dana Brown said he did a hit on 790. He does a hit on there every week, and he said that somewhere in July. For Spencer Arrighetti, yeah.
Luis Garcia was thrown off a mound in the bullpen at one point this weekend, so he's back on whatever schedule he's on.
That would be great if you get back Luis Garcia. If you get Luis Garcia back and he's 80-85% of what he was before he hurt his elbow. That's a huge boost right there. I'm just not counting on any of these Tommy. You know how I feel about these Tommy John guys. I'm waiting for the Grim Reaper around the corner.
Javier, at the very least, I know it's just as taxing on the arm for a reliever, but at least with Javier, they've used him so flexibly in the past as a reliever or as a starter that he might be if those, let's say theoretically those two guys were ready around the same time, Javier might be the easiest to kind of slip in there. Especially when you get into the playoff type scenario.
Yeah, or maybe you're doing an opener thing with some of these guys to piece it together. Javier comes in, he's going to give you 2 or 3 innings out of the chute, and then you've got Gusto ready, or you've got maybe Luis Garcia maybe Luis Garcia is an opener, and Javier comes in, they kind of tag team the thing. I don't know, man. Joe Espada's going to have a lot on his plate as you head into June, just with all the moving parts going on, and I mean we haven't mentioned the big thing is that they've gone through this stretch, they've improved offensively. And the record's gotten a whole lot better with no Yordan Alvarez. And we don't know when this is – I don't know why people keep showing videos of Yordan running the bases.
That's not what's holding him back.
No. I could give 2 flips about him running the bases. How's his hand?
Is there some kind of award for courage we can give for the man with the mysterious hand issue is running the bases?
Is there some connection between the 2 injuries? Sometimes you injure something and it affects something else. Like, is his hand injury somehow affecting his ability to run? And this should get me excited. Stop posting videos of him running the bases. I don't care. I want to know how his hand is. So we've got no real end in sight on that one, other than Joe Espada just keeps sort of paying typical Espada optimistic lip service to it, which is, he's doing good. Yeah, he's getting better.
Well, we thought we might see him this series, so maybe this next one is the sweet spot.
Maybe, we'll see. This now begins a stretch as we just finished up the 17 games in a row. the stretch that begins now is one where over the next 20, 25 games, it ain't all that difficult, man, compared to what they've been playing. Like the Astros, the schedule eases up a little bit here. I'm looking at it right here. They got the A's for a couple of games. They got the Rays for 4 games here over the weekend. So they still have 6 more home games in this home stretch. Then you go to Pittsburgh. I haven't kind of mapped out the days yet to see if they catch Paul Skeens. If you don't catch Paul Skeens, going to Pittsburgh is no big deal at all.
Right? Yeah. And I'll tell you one thing, Sean. Paredes in that minor league ballpark versus the Rays' old team, like that was fun.
Yeah.
But in Minute Maid Park, same pitchers, that could be a hell of a Paredes show.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm not going to do it. No, I'm not going to do a parade. I'm not going to do a parade pun.
Don't.
Yeah, especially on Memorial Day.
No, man.
Not going to do it. Nope.
Respect our vets.
For America right there.
Yes, respect America. At Cleveland after that. Then the White Sox. Minnesota comes here. I mean, Cleveland and Minnesota are playoff teams right now if the season ended today. At least they were a couple days ago. So those are decent teams. Then they're at the A's in their minor league ballpark for 4 games. Then they're at the Angels for 3 games. Like that's all the way up to June 22nd. I mean, I just rattled off 7 or 8 teams, and 2 of them are in the playoffs right now. Mm-hmm. You know, if the season ended today, and they're wild card teams. They're not even division leaders. So this. You get Jordan back here. Some of these younger guys start to figure things out. You get it. You know, Lance starts to improve a little bit. This is a fun stretch right here.
No, Sean, we buried the lead too.
What?
I mean, Altuve basically. We were wondering. We took Altuve out of the circle of trust on Wednesday, and he has responded full force.
Do we need to do an emergency circle of trust to get Altuve back in? We've never done one before. Okay.
Too early in the season. Okay. You look like an amateur. You just start pulling that crap.
Just spitballing it. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think Jake Myers, it might have really been the prod that
he's still hitting.
Kept him going the way he is.
Yeah.
Myers is going to be a big one for you next week.
Yes.
Because we're still not past the point last year where everything kind of fell apart for him.
Yeah.
His numbers are still about the same as they were last year.
I'll be gone for the first few days of June. I'll get back on June 4th. So at what point in the circle, at what point do we do the next circle of trust, do you think? I'm going to need more than 3 days worth of June to trust Jake. Just we want to do it like the following Monday? We want to give him like a week or something like that?
Unless they go on a huge tear or something.
Okay,
or
we'll play it by ear.
Devastating collapse, whichever it might be.
Yeah, we'll play it by ear. Ocho's up early with us here. He says, Sean, there's no such thing as an easy opponent with this offense. That's fair. They play a lot of games. But empirically, Ocho, these are far less difficult teams in a long stretch than what they've been playing. They've had one of the harder schedules in baseball so far. 28-25, a game and a half out. Given everything that's gone on with this team, I'll take it right now, especially where they were a year ago at this time. All right, we're off and running here. We're in live today, man. We're in live on Memorial Day. Big thanks to all the troops. Certainly thoughts and prayers to everybody who has made the biggest sacrifice to let us do stuff like this every day, and the families of them as well. So we are in today for you. If you're up with us, send us a text. Let us know you're up with us here on this Monday Memorial Day holiday. All right, up next, we got thank you, Seth. We got a bit of a mystery solved by Jonathan Alexander. We talked quite a bit last week about the trade that the Texans tried to execute with the Patriots to move up to 38. We were speculating as to who they might have been trying to get. Jonathan Alexander had a report this weekend, and he reported exactly who they were targeting with that trade. We will get to that coming up next. But first, the Men's Tea Clinic. They are not open today.
By West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Indeed, yes. Big thanks for sure. Hey, Sean and Seth, Gary and Schulenberg with you on this early Memorial Day morning. Thanks for going live today. You're welcome. If you're up with us, text us, 713-572-4610. We appreciate you getting up with us today. We got a lot to get to on the show, 713-572-4610. So we talked, Seth, about this trade or potential trade last week. If you missed it, the New England Patriots are doing their own version of kind of what the Texans did with Iron Sharpens Iron, like an internal documentary that gives you just this immersive experience of the hire of Mike Vrabel, the draft process, signing free agents, the war room on draft day. And it was quite clear in their documentary that there were a couple teams trying to trade up to the 38th overall pick in the draft. That was the Patriots' second-round pick. And one of those teams was the Houston Texans. And you could tell just from the conversation, it was the Texans and the Bears that were trying to move up to 38. The Bears were at 39. They were trying to move up one spot. The Texans were trying to move up 20 spots from 58 to 38, and they were offering a couple of third-round picks, one this year and one next year, to do that. Ultimately, the deal didn't come together. We were speculating last week as to who the Texans might have been targeting with that pick, or with that trade, I should say, because the Patriots ended up taking Trevion Henderson, the running back out of Ohio State. Very good player. Jonathan Alexander pulled the curtain back on this, Seth. You and I, it was kind of a fun segment because we were just sort of speculating about what if they were trying to trade up to get Trevion Henderson? What would that have looked like? We know
all the guys that were there that were no longer there. Yeah, how much in the 10 spots between the Patriots pick there, and then when the Texans ultimately drafted Ursery, who were the potential guys that maybe they were targeting?
Yeah. They ultimately traded a third-round pick to move up 10 spots to 48 from 58 to take Ariante Ursery. Jonathan Alexander pulled the curtain back in his article. He had a long article about Ursery this week, and it's really good. Just it tells his whole background and his story into football, and it's very compelling. He said this, Seth, the Texans, who brought Ursery in for a top 30 visit during the draft process, liked him so much, they actually tried to trade up from 58 to 38 with the New England Patriots to get him. Two sources with knowledge of the Texans draft process told the Chronicle. As a projected late first round, early second round pick. The Texans front office thought there was a chance someone could take him early in the second round. So they had already moved back from the first into the early second, taking Jaden Higgins at 34.
Yeah.
Then when 38 is sitting there, they're on the phone with the Patriots trying to move up to get Ursary. Sometimes the best trades are the ones you don't make. They only ended up having to give up one third-round pick to move up 10 spots to get him several minutes later.
So they save a third-round pick, and you could look at this as either the optimist or the pessimist. The optimist would say, hey, they got the guy they wanted anyway, and it didn't end up costing as much as they would have spent. But you could also immediately say, what the hell were they even thinking? What were the hell they even thinking trying to get up to 38 to get a guy that was going to be there at 48?
Yeah, it's a guessing game, man.
I know, yeah, it's a complete. I tend to be more on the optimist side of things when I very much give teams excuses because it is all such a crapshoot in so many ways that there's no guarantee that he would have been there 10 spots later. So that worked out. It does make me feel better in that, okay, this is a guy they felt really good about. Maybe they have a higher assessment on him than a lot of other teams, but that's where we get to watch over the next couple years.
Yeah.
Maybe this year, hopefully. We'll see. Ursary, Rookie of the Year. There you go.
That would be sweet.
That washes away everything that happened with Kenyon Green. Those were some trade day. You wonder, okay, what might have been if the trade if a trade had or had not worked out.
Yeah.
If a few years ago, if they didn't have a good offer to move back, would they have taken Kenyon Green or Kyle Hamilton?
Right.
With that selection, I don't know.
Yeah, tough to think about. I think the other thing with this trade is that the pick they ended up trading to the Raiders, because Raiders had 48. That's who they traded with to move up to get Ursary.
Yeah.
The third-round pick they actually gave up to move up there was one that was in the 90s somewhere. It wasn't the 79th overall pick that they were going to give up in this draft with the Patriots trade. The Patriots trade, they would have been moving up 20 spots. They would have been giving up 79 and a third next year. The 79th pick was the pick they used to get Jalen Noel, who has been, again, he hasn't played a single snap in the NFL yet, so I'm not going to get too out over my skis over this, but he has been widely lauded as the best pick they had in this draft. In terms of where they got him and what his talent level is, there's sort of a Tank Dell feel to it, where this guy, he's the measurables aren't there, but we know the talent is there, and he definitely fills a role, and he can play on special teams too, for returning punts and stuff like that. I'm not going to say Jalen Noel wouldn't have been on the team if they'd made that deal with the Patriots. Maybe they moved back up. They still would have had another couple third-round picks to play with there, to come up and potentially get him. But they have him now, for sure. That was the pick. You would have given up the pick that you used to get Jalen Noel. If you were going to still try to get Jalen Noel on this team, you would have had some work to do. You would have needed two to tango to get him on this team.
Yeah, and I guess theoretically, the other interesting part of it would have been, let's say if it wasn't actually Ursary they were going after, Luther Burden III was still there. He went, he ended up going 39th.
Yeah.
I they ended up taking Jalen Noel in this draft, even after having drafted your first selection, a wide receiver.
Yep.
Would they have been as bold as that? I don't think they would have for Burden.
Two receivers within 5 picks of each other early in the second round would have been a big move. That would have been exciting.
Aggressively, yeah.
That would have been super exciting because the most interesting thing about that, Seth, other than just massive moves to get wide receivers, obviously the message that would have been sent was, man, they are trying to put C.J. Stroud in a real position to succeed. And I think the picks that they ended up making send that message anyways. That would have been a really forceful message of that. The other interesting thing about that would have been that Luther Burden III reportedly comes with a little extra, his inner circle. And so that would have been... It would have been interesting to see, we probably would have asked Nick Caserio about it on this show. He probably would have gotten asked about it in the press conference. He's the one whose girlfriend was his manager. Yeah.
Yeah, that part of it. I don't mind as much hearing that the mother is the manager or something. I mean, that's worked out pretty damn well for Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
But the girlfriend part of it, that scares the hell out of me.
I need to know how long they've been dating.
Right. Yeah, is this a Jennifer Hudson type situation?
Yeah. Jordan Hudson. Jordan.
Her too. She hasn't escaped my scrutiny, Sean. Jennifer Hudson.
You
watch it. You head on a swivel, Jennifer Hudson. I'm doing some digging.
You dragged Jennifer into it a couple times last week, And the text page was really funny because they're like, Jennifer Hudson would make this Belichick thing super interesting.
It would be. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
You need to talk this into existence.
I
Jennifer
think she's
Hudson.
married. So I don't want to look. He's no Belichick. Maybe
Belichick?
Okay, he allegedly was a home wrecker back when he was with the Giants, but that's neither here nor there.
She's allegedly married. Belichick. Okay.
Just looking for an edge, Just looking.
This is This Ursery story is good by Jonathan Alexander. Basketball kid who the football coach at his high school kind of stumbled upon in the weight room.
He was a 6'2", 220-pound freshman who's just sitting on a bench in the weight room, and the football coach walks through. The rule for the football players is no sitting down during the workout. So he's like, "What the hell's your deal?" That's not how he said it. That's how I envision it. And I don't know. Ariante Ursery, he's 6'6". Would he have had a future in basketball? I think it would have been it involved a lot of battling with a buffet. So I think he probably made the right choice.
He got good advice, man. He got good advice to go into football, obviously. So good article. Go out of your way to find it. Jonathan does a nice job there. So yeah, they were definitely, according to two sources, looking to move up to get Ariante Ursery. Kamari Lassiter. Little video that dropped yesterday. This is just stuff you do on Memorial Day. Like this video dropped of Kamari Lassiter, and it got me excited about training camp and excited about this defense. This was Kamari Lassiter doing a little sit-down with the Texans social media team, talking about the Texans D-line in the win over the Chargers in the playoffs.
Man, we got a D-line full of savages. Interior, edge rushers, they are just straight savages, just hungry, just ready to go.
Here comes Will, the Terminator, with a sack on Herbert.
When Will got to the quarterback, that was lit. When Nico got to the quarterback, that was super lit. As he hit his celebration, he was like, He was like masked up, going crazy, and I'm like, oh, yeah. When Rio got a sack.
Backfield again, Mario gets back there. They blast Herbert for another sack. Back to back.
He started doing his little got on bait dance. That was lit too. Playing with a D-line like that just makes my life so much easier and fun just because I know I'm not going to have to cover for too long. It's like working hand and foot. Like, man, it's just fun.
Hand and foot. Never heard that before. Hand and glove, I've heard. Hand and foot, never heard before. But I'll take it.
Yeah, and I think that, for one thing, I'm impressed that he remembered all the individual sacks.
Yes.
I've told you, Sean, good cornerbacks they're kind of like pitchers and how pitchers can remember a sequence of pitches so well. Like so many cornerbacks can just go back through an entire game. And they don't have to go. They don't have to act like Sean McVay, like you're some pretty little show pony or something, and let the masses know how brilliant you are. Okay?
Party tricks, yes.
Yeah. So I like that. I like that he remembers their celebration.
In watching that, the one thing that jumped out at me, I'm like, oh yeah, the one guy that when we talk about this defensive line and all the guys they brought back, all the guys that are here already. I always forget that Danico Autry is on this team. I don't know what it is. I'm guessing the blind spot comes from he missed so much of last year with the suspensions. Yeah. He was banged up a little bit. He didn't play to the level that I think they wanted him to play for what they're paying him until that game against the Chargers. And I forget who their right guard was, but he murdered that poor kid a couple of times in that game. I'd forgotten about Danico Autry, man. Danico Autry, X factor for me.
Well, no, and I guess that's the one room where they have a lot of guys who are impactful players, but who are also well into their 30s. Mm-hmm. They have a bunch of old men in that room.
Yep.
And I think at some point, whether it's Derek Barnett or Danico Autry or whomever else, you're just going to have some injuries along the way.
Yeah.
Which is fine because they rotate so much.
Yep.
Derek Barnett got some love in what was that list?
It was NFL.com. It was NFL.com had the most underappreciated players.
Yeah.
For each team. They had one, it was one of these things, they do one for each team. And Derek Barnett, and maybe this is a sign that he's underappreciated. These articles, I like to, just my own little exercise, Seth, I write down like 3 or 4 names before I page down to the Texans to see if I can guess, at least get it in the group. I didn't have Derek Barnett on my list that I had jotted down, so maybe he is underappreciated.
You were the epitome. Remember, we accidentally left him out of the circle of trust after he had a
Dude, I forgot about
for a touchdown.
That. Yes. I did.
And then he did it later again, he did it again later in the season.
He did.
And we remembered to put him in the circle of trust. But yeah, I think that's great evidence that he's underappreciated by virtue of us having forgot him when he made one of the best plays all season. We left him out of the circle of trust.
Yeah. I had completely forgotten about that. Yeah, no, circle of swarm. Circle of swarm.
Yeah, circle of swarm.
Circle of swarm.
Circle of swarm is more short-sighted than the circle of trust. I was reflecting on this weekend, Sean. It was one of my many meditations as I was up in the woods.
What'd you learn?
With circle of swarm, it's almost a big part of it is almost an award for the previous week's game.
Yeah.
It's almost like getting a star on your helmet. Circle of trust with the Astros, that's more about what the word means. Like, okay, it's not just what you've done lately, it's do I trust that this is going to continue?
Yeah. And we had listeners kind of conflating the two last week with the circle of trust. They're like, hey, man.
That's true. Yeah.
Myers is batting .306 this month. Yeah, I know. It's trust. Do I trust that he's going to keep doing that? You're right.
Not enough people carry around our embossed book of the Circle of Trust and Circle of Swarm rules.
Yeah.
Which you can get on my Shopify for $35.
Right. Go and buy it. Go and buy it. Yeah.
0.1% of proceeds go to a very good cause.
Just trust us.
Don't ask which cause.
Just
trust.
A good cause. Just trust us on that. You can get it in PDF form or hard copy. Whichever.
It's pop-up also.
Pop-up, yep.
Just watch out on page 3. Scary monster jumps out. It's Jose Abreu.
I used to love pop-up books.
Pop-up books are good until when they try to get too cute with them, where you have the little moving parts and everything.
Yeah.
Those last about 3 months with any given toddler
3 months,
before it's all torn up and everything.
Well, you lived with some gentle toddlers, man. 3 months.
You get there's masking tape and scotch tape holding some of the things
100%,
together.
100%. So there you go. Yeah, Derek Barnett, underappreciated. It is confirmed. He was underappreciated by me, confirmed by NFL.com. He is underappreciated.
He's so underappreciated that there are articles written about how he is unappreciated. Just like the offensive lineman last week. Like, dude, finally we get an award for never wanting recognition. We're so special because we never look for recognition, but finally we have an award to recognize the fact that we don't want recognition. Go die, you fat bastard.
I knew you were going to kill Andrew Whitworth for that. I read that. Andrew Whitworth, for those who missed it, the NFL is going to be awarding the top offensive lineman the Protector of the Year award next year, which is fine. Yeah. That's great. Deion Dawkins and Andrew Whitworth. Deion Dawkins, current lineman for the Bills. Andrew Whitworth, retired lineman for a couple of teams. Were both the catalysts of this award, and they were taking the biggest victory lap for two people who came up with an award. Deion Dawkins said that they made history by coming up with this award.
They did. It's like I think they ended the Vietnam War too. That's they were like baby boomers in their ability to really laud themselves for making all these drastic changes and what have you.
Made history.
We fought the man and we shut it down.
Andrew Whitworth.
Once we started getting drafted, for sure, that's when we got into it.
For the guys who don't ever ask for any credit, we came up with an award.
Yeah.
All right. Payne, good for them, though. Good for them. Payne and Pendergast. With you on a Memorial Day Monday. If you're up with us, text us, 713-572-4610. Mr. Optimistic is up with us today. Thank you, Mr. Optimistic, for being up with us. Good morning, guys. Appreciate you doing the show this morning. I listen every day. We appreciate you as well. Texter 0303 on the text page. Astros, 3 out of 4 over the weekend. We'll hit that in headlines. We'll touch on the NBA playoffs as well. And we've got Acknowledge Me coming up at 7:20 as well on the show today. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast.
D'Amico.
New York.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
0-2.
Hit deep to left field. Ball game. Christian Walker walks it off, and the Astros win it and take 3 out of 4 from the Seattle Mariners.
That's the one Christian Walker wanted. Let him have it. Enjoy the moment, Christian.
I feel like every single one, certainly of Isaac Paredes' home runs, it feels this way, and certainly that home run by Christian Walker to walk it off against the Mariners yesterday. Astros win 5-3. That was bottom of the ninth. After leaving the bases loaded a couple of innings before. The Astros left guys on base all day yesterday. The first 4 innings, they had a runner on second, if not first and second, each of the first 3 or 4 innings in that game. They were leaving guys on base left and right, but they got it at the right time. Christian Walker, after Altuve gets on to start the 9th inning, Christian Walker hits the walk-off home run. That walk-off, Seth, was a classic. This is why they traded for Paredes. This is why they signed Walker swing. Both of those guys have extreme pull tendencies.
Yeah. And
they've both hit, like Paredes especially. Walker, I haven't kept track of his 5 or 6 home runs as closely. But that one was like 3 rows into the Crawford boxes. That was exactly like his tailor-made swing and pull for that ballpark yesterday.
And he does have a little bit of the stat nerd excuses of he's had a little bit of bad luck. His expected slugging is in the high 400s. He's been hitting the ball harder on average than he has in the past in his career. So a little bit of it's bad luck, but obviously the strikeouts have been the strikeouts.
He either hits the ball hard or he doesn't hit the ball at all.
Right, yeah. I mean, you just can't ignore some of it. And there was some bad he had some really bad and out, like poorly timed strikeouts. Mm-hmm. Yesterday, it was in one of the innings they loaded the bases. He had that he real hard hit that the shortstop just couldn't handle at second base, and he ends up getting on base for what could have been a fielder's choice, or a double play. That part of it is promising, and I'd be very, very surprised, as I've said all along, if he ends. It would be a huge shock if he finished the season batting less than 200. There's more of this in him, obviously.
Yeah. He's one. We're starting to get a little deep in the season to where he's probably not going to get, into the 260s or 270s or anything like that. But if he's, to me, it's just if he comes up, I don't care what the batting average is or even the OPS. I mean, I care about the OPS because that's a bigger indicator. He's got to come up bigger in these situations with guys getting on base. The Astros have been getting a ton of guys on base.
And they're just stranding them.
Yeah.
And he's doing nothing for them.
Yeah.
Just leaving them out there, twiddling their fingers.
Yep. So
damn it.
So go figure. When your cleanup hitter is batting like he belongs in the cleanup spot, your team has a little bit of success. That's cool.
Cam Smith in the month of May, hitting 322 with an OPS of 801.
Yeah, man.
He is an above-average baseball player.
He had a big double yesterday. They're coming up with, by and large, through this stretch here, they went 10-7 over these 17 consecutive games, which is fine. Like, you extrapolate that out over a 162-game season, that's like a 95-win baseball team. You take that. With no rest, you had no rest, and you had 2 of your starting pitchers lost due to elbow injuries during that 17 games. I mean, they were piecing it together. I think you got to give – Espada made some strange decisions with the pitching staff during this stretch here. I think pitching Hunter Brown when he did so that unavailable for this series was an interesting decision. I think in this particular series, Espada got fortunate yesterday that the bullpen was able to kind of hold it down on the back end because he pitched Hader on Friday. He brought Hader in with them down by 2 runs. Abreu had coughed up the lead on Friday, and the Astros are trailing 5-3. And I'm assuming he brought in Hader because Hader, he does this sometimes. He hasn't pitched in a few days, so you're trying to keep him sharp. But because he did that, he came in the next day and saved the 2-1 game on Saturday that Fromber pitched. But he was unavailable yesterday, and you're in a dogfight. You're in a tie game in the 9th inning. But I'm leading up to actually giving Espada a compliment, which is it's not easy to juggle a pitching staff during 17 straight games, period.
When you've got multiple starters going 4 innings, especially.
It's hard to do when everybody's healthy.
Yeah.
He's doing it with losing 2/5 of his starting rotation to likely to Tommy John surgery here in the middle of this. So I give him a little credit for that. You know, in fact, Ben, I don't have him on. Can I acknowledge him for this right now? Joe Espada? Acknowledge Joe Espada right there. There you go, Joe. Here's Joe Espada talking about Christian Walker.
Yeah, it feels good for sure. It's nice to execute.
Wait, hang on. That's Christian Walker. No. You have the right one, Ben. It's not Espada. This is Christian Walker after the game talking about his walk-off. My bad.
Yeah, it feels good for sure. It's nice to execute in a big moment. It's nice to come through for the guys. This lineup's been picking each other up all year, so I feel like you're earning your keep a little bit, winning a big series at home. Good crowd today. The whole thing was enjoyable for sure.
That was a laser. Were you kind of looking for that pitch, or how did you just kind of approach that at bat?
Yeah, he's his motion, his leg kick, his arm swing. It was all real quick. Threw 2 4 seams pretty much right by me there, and I just wanted to make sure I did everything I could to get my foot in the ground and be ready to get on another fastball. Not really cheating or guessing, but. No reason to go spin there based on how the first 2 look. So shortened my leg kick down a little bit, just stuck my toe in the dirt and tried to get a good swing off.
I love that. I love that bit of analysis.
That's exactly that bit of that veteran at the plate approach, just understanding that he's probably going to get a fastball and let's be ready for it.
Yeah.
It sounds so much better after a walk-off compared to, say, a strikeout.
A strikeout in that situation, yeah. So good job, Christian Walker. Good job, Stros. Off today, well-earned day off today here on Memorial Day for the Astros. They're back at it with the A's at home. They've got 2 against the A's, 4 against the Rays this week, starting on Tuesday. All right, NBA playoffs. Both 2-1 now. Western Conference Finals Saturday. None of those games have been close. The series is close. It's 2-1. Oklahoma City. The Timberwolves won by 40. I think 42. 143-101, I think, was the final score. I just know they won by more than 40 points on Saturday. So they're now down 2-1. They're back at it tonight. Last night's game, Seth, between the Knicks and the Pacers, this is the more interesting of the 2 series to me, just because of the vitriol and the Knicks are involved. And
I was done after the first half.
Yeah.
I thought, okay, the Pacers. I was done before the end of the first half.
Yeah.
They were up by 20 plus for a good chunk. Like, all right, good. I'm just gonna finish up, go to bed, and trust that the Knicks will be in a world of pain in the morning.
And hoping that they'd be in a world of pain, because I wanted them to get swept so bad. As you can tell, if you're just waking up and you didn't know the final score, if you did what Seth did and just shut it down at halftime of that game, the Knicks won that game. They came back in the second half. They were down. They outscored the Pacers 36-20 in the fourth quarter. They were down 10 going into the fourth. As Seth mentioned, they were down 20 in the second quarter. This has been a wild playoff for big comebacks, whether it's comebacks towards the end of games like the Pacers have had 3 different times. The Knicks have now come back from down 20. That's at least 3 that I can remember. They had 2 against the Celtics in games 1 and 2 of that series. And I think the interesting thing is they've been doing it on the road. They did it against the Celtics in Boston for a couple of games, and they do it against the Pacers last night. So now we got a series on our hands now in this one.
We got a series on our hands. Yep. Could end up being like the 2019 World Series where no home team ends up winning a game.
That would be
fun.
That
would still favor the Pacers in that. Since we both want the Knicks fan base mostly to just have to wallow in all this misery.
Yes.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting. Rick Carlisle gave kind of an old school excuse, or I guess just it feels like a generalization that a sports host might say or something. But Carlisle basically sounded like, man, things were getting kind of crazy and intense and in that home environment, and we just lost our focus.
Yeah.
Not his words exactly, but you got to handle that kind of pandemonium. And, they were they were asking, why weren't you attacking Brunson more, this, that, the other. I think that you're up by 20, and if you just keep your head and play your basketball.
Just play your game.
That's what you're planning on doing. Brunson will present his own opportunities if we can just actually shoot the damn ball.
Yep, absolutely. So, we got a series on our hands now. 106-100, the Knicks win that game. Yeah, Charles Barkley buried them at halftime because they're down 13, the Knicks are, and he's like, they're going to have to play up-tempo, and they don't play up-tempo really well. I don't know if that's actually factual analysis by Charles or if it's just him observing what he's seen in the series so far. But there were a lot of people. I saw tweets I saw tweets from people about this game, and I had to look at the timestamp to make sure I was right. There were people tweeting like, man, Knicks down 0-3. Didn't see that coming, stuff like that. I'm like, this is after the game I'm seeing these tweets.
Yeah, you're a little confused.
I'm like, hang on a second. I thought I saw the final score that they won that game, and I'm looking at the timestamp. I'm like, no, these were people that were, when they were down 20 in the second quarter, they're like, series over, game over. Credit the Knicks, man. They came back in this one. All right, so those are your headlines from a Memorial Day weekend. Let's circle back to the Astros. We'll dig back into this weekend against the Mariners. In retrospect, I think it's going to be looked back at as a huge series for this team. And did the Astros dodge a bullet in the offseason? Did they dodge a bullet in the offseason? We will get to that coming up next.
This Memorial Day. WILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. This Memorial Day, we remembered those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you on a Memorial Day Monday. Appreciate you. A lot of people weighing in that are up with us this morning. We appreciate you guys tuning in. We got a ton to get to on the show today still. 713-572-4610 if you want to get in on the text page and check in with us. Excited about the Astros this morning for sure. We just talked about Christian Walker's walk-off home run. We've not mentioned Colton Gordon did what we've asked these young pitchers to do each time out, Seth. You know, we're trying not to get too greedy with it. Give us the 4 or 5 and change innings, and don't let the game unravel on the team. And he kept the Mariners in the windshield. You know what I mean? Like you could still see him and gave him an opportunity to win that game. Put him in a position where you get a big Cam Smith double, another rookie, getting a big double late in the game to tie it, and then it gives you an opportunity in the ninth inning to win it with Christian Walker yesterday.
Yeah, and then and Dubin coming in for 1 2/3
He's
innings.
been awesome.
That's
your guy, man. That's your New York guy right there.
He's from, near Brandy's hometown.
Yeah.
He was a guy. He's like so many guys on this Astros team, a guy that was lightly regarded when he was in high school or a young man in the Dominican Republic somewhere. That like he just kind of kept getting better. Similar to Gusto, I think. Like Gusto wasn't highly regarded, but he kept playing baseball.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, they pop up on one of the best teams from this past decade.
It's funny. I was on Seattle radio on Friday afternoon. I was on Mark James's show up there in Seattle, and he said, how have the Astros kind of kept this thing going for so long? Like, what's the biggest thing that they've done it's different than everybody else when it comes to just keeping this window open? Because it's not, we get it that they're not what they were at their peak, but this is still a playoff contender. It's still a team. I think it's still a team that by the end of the year, you don't want to play in a short series if Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown are both healthy. You know, that's two guys who can easily go win 3 or 4 games for you in a 7-game series. And I told them about the Jeff Luhnow Latin America sensation. You know, that whole phenomenon of going down there, finding guys who are like 19 years old, which if you do the conversion chart is like being 62 in America.
Yeah.
And he was the host. Mark, was simultaneously mesmerized and angered by the whole thing. Like, how did the Astros, like, you know, it was one of those things, like now everybody's probably doing it, you know?
No, well, it's the same with Luhnow and aggressively signing Cuban players when a lot of major league teams were just kind of dicey on exactly how to scout guys and how to project them, because the way the Cuban Baseball League works is so much different than Major League Baseball, that they were very aggressive, and we became Havana West, you know, because they just did a better job of finding untapped resources.
Yep.
But you're exactly right.
Yeah.
Those competitive advantages never last long because teams catch on to it.
Yep.
And, you know, NBA all of a sudden like, whoa, these Eastern Europeans can actually play some basketball. You know, you're not going to be the only team that has the Eastern Europeans locked down forever.
Yep. Yeah, so Colton Gordon yesterday gives you 5 innings, 7 hits, 3 earned runs, didn't walk anybody, and 4 strikeouts. And, man, it was so frustrating early in the game. Everything was with 2 outs. You know, in the first inning, he had 2 outs, and I think it was Garver. He had down 0-2. He had 2 guys on base. But, just if you can get a punch-out pitch here and get out of the inning, and he gives up a double to left center, you know, and then in the second or third inning, gives up another run, again with 2 outs. Like, man, I'm watching, especially in that first inning, I'm like, that's one of the big differences between these guys that come up from the minor leagues and the guys who've been doing it for 8 years is they've got a finishing move here, you know. Yeah. And Colton Gordon didn't have a finishing move. He just throws a meatball up there on 0-2. Like, bury one in the dirt and make him chase it on 0-2. But I'm all leading up to giving credit. I will sign up for 5 innings blindly. 5 innings and 3 earned runs with these Sugarland guys they're bringing up every time. I will sign up for that every single time.
No, it's fun. And look, one of the big differences in the game yesterday was the Mariners kind of fell apart in the field in the innings. Yeah. They just a lot lot of just errant throws or bobbled balls and what have you. And like that, those little things on the margins where the Astros have gotten really good with the fielding, those are the kinds of things that you have to be the ultimately scrappy team.
Yep.
Until you get peak Jordan back, especially, and unless Christian Walker starts hitting like he belongs as a cleanup hitter, like those things have to sustain you, and then hopefully that offense is out there. Obviously, we've seen it in the last few weeks.
Yep.
They just got to keep rolling with that.
Yeah, Ocho's asking on the text page, Sean, can you explain to me why Josh Hader wasn't available given their off day today? Because he would have pitched 3 days in a row. They just I think that's just one of those like rules they have. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
like it's just
they
a
put him out
non-starter.
Right, and they put him out on Friday maybe because he hadn't gone in a couple of days. They want to keep him sharp.
Yeah.
And Abreu, you know what? Abreu did a good job on Saturday because Abreu got worked by Rodriguez on Friday.
Yeah.
Gets out there in a similar situation on Saturday and ends up throwing the first couple of sinkers he's thrown all season long. So he really, he was digging into just exactly that situation with that batter in that moment.
Yeah, their bullpen as a whole, like again, it's with this bullpen, it's probably the rule with any of the pitchers, but you expect more out of guys like Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown. But as far as the guys now that they're piecing this thing together with, and I would throw Lance McCullers for now into this category as well. I mean, Lance hasn't thrown 5 innings yet since his comeback started. So getting 5 innings out of Lance, that would unto itself be a benchmark. And I'm assuming if he made it 5 innings, it would mean that he pitched fairly well. But especially with the way the bullpen's pitching right now, if you can get 5 innings, 3 runs out of these guys, the bullpen's not giving up anything. Like I'm looking at the guys yesterday, like Sean Dubin and Caleb Ort were guys that you're not really counting on heavily coming into the season. Dubin hasn't given up a run yet, and Ort has a 2.08 ERA, and Brian King comes in and finishes it off. And Brian King has sort of become what Taylor Scott was last year, but a lefty version of it, and I think a better version of it. Taylor Scott, you always felt like they're, that the barrels were lurking around the corner with him, that his numbers were a little phony, and here we are a year later, and he got DFA'd. But he's sort of become that unexpected 7th inning guy. Now, he was a 9th inning guy yesterday because Hader was unavailable and Abreu was unavailable. But King has turned into sort of that nice third complement to Abreu and Hader at the back end of that bullpen. This bullpen is nice right now, man.
Yeah, right now they've got the second low. The bullpen has the second lowest ERA in baseball after the San Francisco Giants. So obviously best in the AL, and it's not just the small ERA. It's they've had to do it for extended stretches.
Yep.
They've been a lot of these have felt more like piggyback starts than anything else, and that's just, you shouldn't expect more than that at this point. Other than Lance, if you go to Lance, okay, in his last 8 innings, he's allowed 2 earned runs.
Yeah.
So that's very, very good.
That's progress.
Now that's with a lot of traffic, and maybe the expected ERA would be a little bit higher. He's got to get more efficient, but he's just never been a really efficient pitcher to begin with.
Yeah.
But he's as long as he can keep making this steady progress from start to start, it's exciting. But I don't think even he knows exactly what he is as a pitcher right now.
No.
He's got to feel it all out.
No, but I think your point is valid about the improvement. Like that, I do feel like, okay, with him, I don't feel like there's another doesn't get out of the first inning because he's getting shellacked start, especially with some of the teams they've got coming up on the schedule here. There's no killers on there. So yeah, I'm optimistic about Lance. But right now, like in terms of just expectations right now, like the only pitchers I have expectations that they're going to get beyond the 5th inning right now are the 2 aces, are Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. And I think coming into the season, I would have said, well, Eric Eddy's a guy who can get that for you. He did it multiple times last year. Renel Blanco has been that guy. Hayden Wisniewski can be that guy for you. And you're missing all 3 of those guys right now. So, and yet 10-7 in that 17-game stretch without a day off. So they get a day off today.
Cam Smith, the Friday night Jose Altuve throw to home was so there are two plays in that game. One, Cam Smith missed the relay on a throw home.
Yep.
So that was him showing his youth. But then later on, Altuve catches a fly ball in left field, and the third base coach says, "Oh, Altuve, weak arm," sends Raleigh. Not a fast guy
He's
at
like
all.
one of the slowest guys in baseball. Yeah.
Yeah. Altuve, made a good throw home, it was a one bouncer to Yiner, and yet I was more insulted than I was jubilant.
Yes, it was disrespectful.
Yeah, it was disrespectful. It was very disrespectful
to Jose Altuve.
They were almost like, it's one thing to just force the issue, but I feel like there's almost no other left fielder that they would have sent him home on.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Like I can't think of one. Paredes text message. Paredes makes me not miss Bregman. Okay. Now let's talk about this.
Oh yeah.
Let's talk about this. Did the Astros dodge a bullet this offseason? We know that.
No, well, wait a second now, because if you're going to bring up Alex Bregman's injury, when has Alex ever been injured before? Oh yeah, every single time he slumps, it's always rooted in some injury. Yeah, there's always an explanation for it.
Well, and he's not slumping this year. That's what hurts the Red Sox really bad. He's having an MVP caliber season. If you missed it this weekend, Alex Bregman suffered a quad injury that Alex Cora. Well, Bregman himself called. We'll hear from Bregman right here. Bregman himself called it similar to the quad injury that he suffered in 2021, where he missed 2.5 months of the 2021 season from June to August. Here's Alex Bregman after suffering a quad injury this weekend.
Pretty severe right quad strain, and pretty similar to 21.
Did it surprise you? Because yesterday you thought it wasn't that way.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it surprised me a lot. But it is what it is, and now try and take it day by day and crush rehab.
All right, so that was Bregman. Got to go crush rehab. He went on to talk for about another 2 minutes, and apparently he was hopeful when he first strained it. It wasn't too bad, and then he had trouble sleeping that night. He woke up the next day, and it's like, oh, okay, seen this movie before.
Probably all black, and his whole leg was black after that.
Yeah. So back in 2021, just for some context here, back in 2021, Bregman went out with the quad injury on June 16th. Didn't come back till August 25th. I think what's notable about that, Seth, is that when he got injured, he had an OPS of 787. He finished the season that year with an OPS of 777. So he didn't come back and have one of his classic Bregman Septembers, late season. I remember that one pretty vividly. That was the year they went on to play the Braves in the World Series, and if I recall, Bregman was not good in the postseason that year. So we'll see. I mean, the Red Sox are paying him $40 million a year. I think the big thing too is if he's missing a couple months with a quad injury, does he opt out of his deal at the end of the year? That had been all the talk the first month of the season was, well, he's opting out. He's leading all third basemen in home runs. He's got he's going to be
a free agent again.
Yeah. He's got a 3-year deal where he can opt out after each season if he wants to. If he misses 2 years, I'm guessing he's opting back in for another $40 million next year.
Yeah. This is where it was a really well negotiated contract by Bregman and his agent.
Yes.
It was he controls everything. This is exactly what that contract is good for. If you get an injury like this, nope, it's guaranteed. I'm a Red Sox for life. Yes. You're going to get a Red Sox tattoo and everything.
Look, a couple of things. One, if he were to opt out after this season, there's at least one article I saw that listed the Astros as one of the potential suitors. I don't know that Bregman would come back here. I don't know that the Astros would be willing to pay up and give the length of a deal Bregman might be seeking if he's opting out. Number two, oh, shoot. I forgot where I was going with this. Bregman and the opt-out.
Something about Paredes?
Well, let's talk about Paredes. I don't think it was, but I think I think that's worth. I know where we were going. It does involve Paredes to a degree. Do you feel like the Astros dodged a bullet? They did make an offer to him even after they'd made the Paredes trade that was reported
to
Bregman. 6 years, $156 million. Do you feel like, with no opt-outs or anything like that, do you feel like if Bregman had said yes to that, what would we be saying if he strained a quad as an Astro and they just signed that deal?
I would, oh boy. It would suck. We just went over all the guys that the Astros are paying right now who are injured.
Yeah.
And it was very painful, especially when it would feel, the criticism would end up being that, okay, Crane got overly sentimental, but you and I, or at least I was at the time, once they were still in on Bregman after they had already got Paredes, I felt like, no, dude, no, the door is closed.
Me too.
Like, Bregman had a chance to resign here. That's it. You got to move on. You can't keep. So I wouldn't have been hypocritical. I would have said, yeah, you got too far out of your over your skis because of sentimentality.
I know. I would have.
Especially, it really helps that Paredes has been playing the way he's playing.
Paredes has been great. Now, this I'll say this, and you know, I get overly into things like making the All-Star team and awards and things like that. I like stuff like that. With Bregman going out, Paredes has a hell of a shot if he keeps playing like this to make the All-Star team. He was an All-Star last year. He's got a chance to make it again this year. I mean, the Astros are starting to get a few guys that at least you can have conversations about like that. Paredes has been great. Hit a few more home runs over the weekend.
He is, it's got
what's his May looking like?
Well, I'm not looking on the season. He's fourth in OPS in all of Major League Baseball. Let me check the AL. So he's
really,
yeah.
Are you sure?
Third in OPS amongst in the AL behind Bregman and Ramirez.
Among third basemen.
Among third basemen.
Got you. Okay, got you. That makes sense. Behind Ramirez, like he's got a shot, man, and he's playing a good third base.
And that's with him coming on as his numbers are ascending at this point. Bregman obviously is going to be left in the dust.
Yes, yeah. Bregman.
Well, I mean, his OPS will remain the same, but he won't qualify.
Right. So that's man. So Paredes, that part of the trade, Cam Smith. Okay, so if Hayden Wisniewski goes out with Tommy John surgery, but Cam Smith has the solid rookie year and Paredes is an all-star, then the Kyle Tucker trade is a success, right? Like, you don't have to get all three of those guys to have that
Smith, and Cam Smith, month of May, has been an above-average baseball player.
Yeah.
And you've got 6 years of control with him. So, and defensively, he's making great strides. I mean, we talked earlier, he still makes some guy who's never played the position before mistakes, like missing the cutoff man on Friday. But, man, he makes so many plus plays in the outfield. Yeah. And he's obviously got the right attitude for everything. He just looks like a baseball player.
Yeah.
If Paredes keeps playing like this, then I'll feel really good about that trade.
I will too. I will too. And Kyle Tucker's kind of he's backslid a little bit. I mean, he's still in the MVP conversation over there because the Cubs are doing really well, and his overall numbers are still good. He's cooled off since the tear that he started off on to begin the year. That just wasn't sustainable. He was red hot at the beginning of the year. But yeah, man, if Paredes is in the All-Star conversation, and if Cam Smith at the end of the year is in the Rookie of the Year conversation, I mean, Hayden Wisniewski could retire and go open up a lemonade stand or a trinket stand on the side of the road somewhere, and that trade is a success. If you get two guys, and Paredes, you still got under team control for a couple more years. I mean, you mentioned Cam Smith, 6 years. You still got Paredes. I don't know if Paredes has hit. Maybe this might be his first year of arbitration. You still have a couple years left with him too.
Oh yeah,
Paredes.
Yeah.
So yeah.
And then the big one with Kyle Tucker, for me, it's really all about whether or not the Cubs, if they don't do well in the playoffs, and then they also don't retain him.
Him is big.
I have a lot of receipts from Cub fans who have come after me.
Oh, really?
They're just rock solid confidence that they're going to win the World Series and they're going to retain Kyle Tucker. They think their team's somehow going to pony up $10 million. It's going to be a stupid contract.
Yeah.
If Kyle Tucker if he ends up being, if he ends up with an average Kyle Tucker season, he's going to be really, really, really wealthy.
He is. Every article I see about free agency this offseason and Kyle Tucker, he gets his name gets brought up alongside Juan Soto. And not saying he's going to get 15 years, $750 million, but talking about how that ceiling, Kyle Tucker, he's not going to get 15 years, probably going to get 10. He's not going to get 750, but he's probably going to get something with a 5 in front of it. 12 years, $500 million, something like that. Vladimir Guerrero got a $500 million deal, and I think Kyle Tucker's a better player than Vladimir Guerrero Jr. So yeah, it's that's going to be a high ticket contract, man, for sure.
Another thing I'm monitoring closely now that I just stumbled across it, Sean. Right now, eighth in the AL in OPS is Cody Bellinger. 9th is George Springer.
Ooh.
So, yeah.
Springer's still crushing it, huh?
Yeah.
God, yeah.
He's cooled out. Springer was really hot for a while.
But he's still 9th. Ninth overall or just ninth among outfielders?
Ninth amongst outfielders in the AL. Yeah.
That's still pretty good. Last I checked, there's a lot of outfielders in the AL. That's still really, really good. Payne and Pendergast with you. Oh, speaking of Chicago, so you said you kept a bunch of receipts from Cub fans out there that came after you?
I had pointed out once, I just had a graphic that I made a graphic with my editing skills, but just showing that, hey, so far at whatever point in the season it was, Cam Smith's been playing better than Kyle Tucker in the outfield, which isn't a huge surprise to people who have been paying attention to Kyle Tucker the last couple of years. He's not a good defender. He's a lazy defender.
He's a lazy.
And that's not me saying it in hindsight. We noticed it. It was just he wasn't nearly as good as he had been 3 years ago when he won a Gold Glove.
Won a Gold Glove. Yeah, he won a Gold Glove. Been lazy. Sorry, Tucker, you've been lazy. And Cam Smith's been good. He's been, for a guy who's never played the position until this season, he covers a ton of ground out there, man. He gets the balls out there. I was going to say, speaking of Chicago, I'll find this audio. I think I've got it bookmarked. We should play it later. I should have pulled it for Acknowledge Me. Apparently, Ross Tucker pissed off Chicago fans on Friday on 670 The Score. Talking about
he didn't said something less than glowing about Caleb Williams.
He said a few things less than glowing about Caleb Williams. Yeah, so I'll find it during a break, and we'll play it later in the show. But my son alerted me to it. My son James, who lives up in Chicago, he's like, Pops, Ross Tucker got all my Bears friends all angry up here today. He said that if he had to bet that Caleb Williams would not be the starting quarterback for the Bears 3 years from now.
Oh, my gosh.
And you know how they felt about Trubisky back in the day. Imagine how they felt about Caleb Williams. They loved Trubisky back in the day. Yeah.
Some of the biggest hate I've gotten was from, and I did like a really quick video during training camp last year after Caleb Williams' first preseason game. And he threw like 4 passes. And I was just kind of jokingly saying, like, that's it, Rookie of the Year. And he did some impressive things in that game. But then I still get comments from people coming back to me on that, from a lot of Commanders fans especially.
The Jaden Daniels.
Tell me how stupid me and my fellow Bears fans are. Yes, yeah. But then also Bears fans themselves who felt betrayed because they thought I was a Bears fan. And after I took some shots at Caleb Williams, they felt like I betrayed them.
You were some Judas to Bears fans?
Yeah.
That got a lot of hits, though, your Caleb Williams video, huh? Like, just breaking
I think that was the most I got. The biggest hits I've ever had were my one Caleb Williams reaction video, and then I did an educational, what is the hip drop tackle?
Yeah.
The hip drop tackle, man, that was that made me a lot of money, just even off of the Google algorithm, the payments you get from AdSense.
Did it really?
Isn't usually that much, yeah.
Okay. You got to keep doing videos like that, man.
I know. I'm so stupid. My one little 4-minute "What is the hip drop tackle" video. Yeah. I've made like $2,000 off of that.
Yeah, what are you
and
doing?
Yet I've never done another one like it. I was just like, not my wheelhouse.
Okay, so Seth is the artiste that is not going to sacrifice his artistical integrity. No. I am here to do Texans videos and Texans videos only.
I've got like 5 videos that have all done the best like any of my videos have ever done.
Yeah.
But they're not like what I enjoy doing. So I'm like,
Man.
This is why the old school economists were wrong. They always thought that people made rational economic decisions.
Dude.
You remember you were learning that in high school? And that's not true at all.
Yeah.
And then the guy that realized the one economist after a century of economists being a thing said, hey, wait a second. I don't think that people actually do always make rational economic decisions. He won a Nobel Prize for saying something that every damn high school kid was saying when they first took economics.
God.
No, that's not how it works at all. I watch the way my parents operate.
Dude.
They're no better than monkeys. What are you talking about?
If I saw something working like that, I would be hip drop videoing every week. All right, let's do Acknowledge Me. We acknowledge big performances from the weekend around the world of sports, from the previous week. Big performances. And we do it. I'll say a name. Ben Gary, our producer, will hit the Roman Reigns hotkey right there. Let's start with Framber Valdez. We're going to acknowledge Framber because he has been, since his start to the season that was a little shaky, where Seth, he had 4 or 5 really good starts, 3 really bad starts, and he was sitting there with an ERA of around 4.5. He has really straightened things out of late, and he was excellent again on Saturday. He pitched in the 2-1 win over the Mariners. A little wild, not super efficient. 4 walks, uncharacteristic, but came up big when it counted. 1 earned run in 6 innings, 100 pitches. Most importantly, big picture, he's got that ERA down into the low 3s again, and it feels like Hunter Brown's last start notwithstanding. I'm going to write that off to playing in a minor league Tampa Bay ballpark. Hunter Brown will be fine. You've got, in a muddled up AL, and especially a muddled up AL West, those 2 guys healthy and going out and giving you 6, 7, sometimes 8 every time, you're going to win a lot of baseball games. Framber acknowledged.
No, especially, and to give a minor acknowledgement to Hunter Brown. Not that you want to after a bad performance, and yet it was. I'm very careful about blaming atmospheric conditions, Sean, because it feels too much like when Yankees fans were making excuses for Aaron Judge because the roof was either – was it because the roof was closed or open? They were saying, it would have carried otherwise.
I think it was closed because did they open it? I can't remember. Did they open it during the playoffs?
I can't remember
I don't remember. I just remember they were making excuses. You're right.
They were making a lot of excuses, as they were going against a team that had a couple of really – the Astros have a couple of really good lefty pull hitters as well.
There you go. Yeah.
That Hunter Brown, you just wipe it away. Framber's getting back to the point now where, all right, if Framber has a stinker of a performance, I think that's just a normal stinker of a performance.
Yep.
He's settled on in.
Yep. Josh Hader.
Acknowledge me.
13 for 13 in save opportunities this year. Josh Hader has been everything that the Astros thought they were getting 2 off seasons ago when they signed him. He was okay last year, but he wasn't, it was rough at the beginning of the year. He straightened things out, still finished the year with an ERA of nearly 4. This version of Hader is exactly what they thought they were getting when they gave him $95 million a couple years ago.
No, and I think in a lot of ways that just he's been pitching with that dominance that you want to see.
Yeah.
Where even last year it still felt a little bit like an illusion at times. Felt more like good Ryan Presley starts where just don't feel as awesome about it. Where this time he's just doing it authoritatively.
He's been great. So we acknowledge Josh Hader as well. All right, this one. O'Neill Cruz.
Acknowledge me.
The Pittsburgh Pirates outfielder. Why are we acknowledging a Pittsburgh Pirates outfielder? Here's why.
Drive to right field. If it's fair, it's gone. And it is gone. There's a Cruz missile. Wow. That got out of here in no time. A bomb. 122.9 miles an hour.
I was going to say that had to be the hardest ball.
Wow.
There's no doubt that ball had to land 50 feet in the river.
Let's make it 123 for his 11th home run of the season.
A record in the StatCast era, 122.9. This one's for you, Seth. This one is for Stat
I don't
Nerd
like
Seth.
the mile per hour ones.
Well, you're going to get it
until they go to the metric system. It's not nerdy enough for me. I need kilometers per hour, clicks per hour. Damn it.
122.9. I'm telling you, go out of your way to find the video of this home run. It sometimes these exit velos don't match what it looks like out there.
Yeah.
Like yesterday, they said during the Astros broadcast that at some point during the game, like 6 innings in, I texted you, like the hardest hit ball, the only one that was over 100 miles an hour exit velo, like 5-6 innings into the game, was Mauricio Dubon's double play ground ball. Other than that, because you know how much I hate the soft contact. This looked like 150 miles an hour off the bat.
The miles per hour stuff doesn't do much for me. I'd rather just watch the baseball and listen to it and everything, because sometimes it's a little bit of a letdown. But whatever. That one was really, really fast and hard, and it was as close to a line drive out there as you could get.
All right.
Just in terms of the way it feels, Sean.
Yeah.
With Hader, right now he has the lowest. Like his WHIP right now would be the lowest in his entire major league career.
Yeah, he's been excellent.
He's not putting guys on base. He's going out there and he is closing games out.
Even the one that he was dancing with the devil last week, the guy got on because Victor Caratini interfered with the bat. It was catcher's interference. That was the only reason they got a guy on. And they move him over to third, and Hader shut it down then. He's been outstanding. All right, I'm going to skip Channing Crowder here, Ben, real quick. We got to get to this Pablo Torre. I got to acknowledge Pablo Torre. And I am not a big Pablo Torre guy. Pablo Torre, journalist. He's on a lot of these ESPN shows, the debate shows, and he's part of Dan Le Batard's team. And he has a podcast called Pablo Torre Finds Out. Well, boy, did he ever. We know that he had the podcast last week where he talked to a bunch of people, or 2 weeks ago, when he talked to a bunch of people from North Carolina. He was the one that reported that Jordan Hudson had been banned from the football facility. North Carolina denied it, all these things. He went and did a second episode of the podcast because he didn't really dig into the ring cam thing with Belichick very much in the first episode. Yeah. Talked about it a little bit on some of the follow-up interviews he did with people. And real quick, Bill Belichick, 2 years ago, wound up on a ring cam at a house in Massachusetts, shirtless, just stumbling
looking like
around.
He was locked out.
Yeah.
Just kind of looking around like, what the hell do I do? I'm locked out of this house.
The whole thing, yeah. It went viral. Pablo Torre made it his mission to find out where this house was. Mm-hmm. He went on, Pardon My Take, the Barstool podcast, and made an appeal to this guy. I'd never heard of this guy. Have you heard of this Rainbolt, Seth, this GeoGuessr? Have you heard of this guy?
Oh, I know these GeoGuessers. Okay. It's incredible what they're able to do. Yeah, they watch video and figure out exactly where a place on Earth is.
It's incredible. I'd never heard of this before.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I'd never heard of Rainbolt. So Pablo Torre goes on Pardon My Take and makes an appeal and sent an email, actually, to the agent for this Rainbolt, who's he's like the Michael Jordan of GeoGuessers.
What I did before I logged on here is I emailed the manager of that guy, Rainbolt, who's the GeoGuessr guy.
Yeah, he's incredible.
And so I'm hoping if Rainbolt listens to this, please respond to your manager's email. I kind of need you to solve a mystery. Like, where was this?
Oh, my God, Pablo.
This is crazy.
Oh, my God, Pablo.
Are you guys familiar with Rainbolt?
Yes.
It's like the guy who, you can show him a picture of anything, and he's like, it's exactly here.
It's wild. He can be like, you are at the parking lot of old Caldors in Massachusetts. He can pinpoint you on a map. It's crazy.
Okay, he's the GeoGuessing goat.
Yeah, so it's the reason there's two. Pablo played the Pardon My Take clip before leading into that was Katie Nolan and his other co-host talking right there. Rainbolt gets back to him. Mm-hmm. Rainbolt was in Nepal at the time, 18,000 feet in Nepal. It's back to him and says, "Hey, got your email, saw your video. We've gotten asked about this Belichick video so many times, but now we're going to work." He's got 8 of his GeoGuessing colleagues working on it while he's in Nepal.
Oh, he's got a
staff? He's got Pablo Torre
it's
called
kind
it
of disappointing to me that he's got a staff.
He called it, they're like the Avengers of GeoGuessers.
Yeah.
So it turns out, I don't know if it was Rainbolt himself or one of these other GeoGuessers. They were able to find this place, like you said, a picture or a video, and these it's freaky. It's an Airbnb in Winthrop, Massachusetts, right outside of Boston. It's not on the Cape or anything. It looks to be about maybe 10, 15. It's on the water, about 10, 15 minutes outside of Boston. And that's where they were staying. So this was not a house that she owned, that Jordan Hudson owned. There was a second ring video that they played on the podcast, and I'm going to play this. Hopefully it translates. It's another shirtless video of Belichick on the same morning where it looks now he's leaving to go to work, and he's got like a satchel over his shoulder, but he's still shirtless getting into his car. This is what it sounded like on the podcast, them giving the play-by-play of this thing.
Here exclusively for the first time is the other video.
Oh, my God.
Oh! He has a satchel.
Yeah, it's got a little Merce.
Or bag, right?
He is very shirtless.
Let's go into
He has like a leather
it is a
satchel.
key, isn't it?
Okay, so he's still topless. Absolutely yum delish.
Great. A bag with a leather strap that he's clearly not figured out how to tighten because it's looped in a way you definitely wouldn't be choosing. And a hydro flask.
He's holding one of those steel
metal flasks you put water in, then he puts it down by the wheel well.
Yeah. And I would say he looks, and this is sort of normal for our guy Bill, he looks kind of disheveled. Even if you saw another man at that exact same age in the exact same state, Bill has a little bit of disrepair to him.
It's a funny play-by-play. And he's carrying one of those water tumblers that has the handle to it.
Yeah.
So it's pretty
He's into all the, he's got a 24-year-old girlfriend. He's got to have those, whatever they're called, those coolers. That all the girls
Amy's got one. I don't know what they're called. All right, so here are the things you need to know about this. The Pablo Torre went and rented this Airbnb. He confirmed that it was the correct Airbnb because Jordan Hudson left a review in July of 2023 that said, great spot, great host, great views, great value. So now we know.
Great leaking to TMZ shortly thereafter.
Here's how the video leaked, okay?
Yeah.
While Pablo Torre is at the Airbnb, the owners of it are in the unit up above, okay? So this is the ground unit of a 2-story deal. And they came downstairs, and he runs into them, and they recognized him, and they got talking about it. The way the video got out is the owners of the Airbnb, who are big Patriot fans, they weren't totally sure it was Belichick that was staying there. He may have had a hat on or something like that. But once they saw that ring video, they sent it to a couple of their friends, and they're like, hey, is this Belichick? And then it was once it's out there, it's out there. And the way they put it on the podcast was like, their level of custody of this thing was out of control the second they sent it to friends of theirs. So
they sent it to somebody who sent it to somebody else.
And it wound up with TMZ. Yeah. So that's how it
wasn't Jordan Hudson.
It wasn't.
Pablo Torre, I felt, was a little bit reckless for a guy who's trying to show that he's being a serious journalist on this very frivolous topic. I feel like he was a little too loose speculating that it was Jordan Hudson that released the video.
He was, but I give him credit for going and doing the investigation to find out that it wasn't.
Yeah.
You know, he literally went and rented. He did a first-person video walking out of the door like Belichick did.
Everything I've seen about the way Belichick operates when he's in Nantucket for the summer is that he is just like any other semi-retired dude just living the laid-back island life. So he's probably walking around with his shirt off and a lot of times when he's out there in the summer.
That's a good point. Pablo also found Jordan Hudson on one of those massive game day fan cam videos. You know, they do those 360-degree videos of the entire stadium, and you put your seat in, and it zooms right in on you. He found her at a game in Bill Belichick's seats in November of 2021.
Oh,
Belichick was still in his relationship with that what's her name? The ex-girlfriend. Yeah, I forget her. I don't know why I can't remember her name.
Is it Linda Holiday?
Linda. Yes, I think it's Linda Holiday. It's Linda H. I think it's Linda Holiday. So Belichick was at least
that out of my ass.
Belichick. I know, dude. That's Yes. But Pablo found her at a game sitting in Belichick's seats. Confirmed it was her by comparing it to a picture on Jordan Hudson's Facebook page from that same date.
That same day,
the
same outfit and everything? Yeah.
Next to the same two people. Yeah.
This is getting to the point, for one, I feel like we've reached peak 2025 with the fact that he actually found the Airbnb and he went and did the...
With a GeoGuessr.
Yeah, this is like cyber gonzo journalism.
Yeah.
But also that there's a part of me that it's blowing up to the point where it's almost soap opera proportions to where I start worrying that people are going to be assassinated or just I could see various power hungry people in a situation like this digging around on the internet to find out how they off somebody. Yeah.
Okay, I'm glad
there is no limit to how crazy this could get.
I'm glad you said that because there's one thing we didn't get to in Acknowledge Me, and along those lines we can get to it in the next segment. Could this be a person, based on going public with some intel, that Belichick would have whacked over this? All right, we'll have that. We didn't get
How
to
many people has Belichick had whacked in his life, do you think?
Yeah, the over-under is definitely like 3.5, I would say. Yeah, for sure. Are you kidding me with all the gates that he's involved with? He's definitely had somebody that operated a camera for Spygate whacked, for sure.
Yeah, that's a classic. If you think how many times he's been investigated, usually it's like kind of like, okay, how many times have you been pulled over for speeding compared to how many times you've sped?
Thank you. Yeah.
You got to wonder, man, with if this many have seen the light of day, how many have been squashed with an assassin's bullet or Garrett?
Yeah. Sith.
You want I should shoot him, boss? No. Get it. Use the Garrett.
Make it slower. Yeah,
just
slower.
Be sure, and then just put the weapon over at Aaron Hernandez's house.
Slow and more painful. So we'll do that. Off-season superlatives for the AFC as well. What are the Texans most likely of superlative-wise? We'll get to that as well on a Memorial Day show coming up next.
A quarter of the way through baseball season. flag. This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Memorial Day edition of the program. Good to be with you. All right, just to put a bow on the conversation from the previous segment, we just did Acknowledge Me. We gave a very lengthy acknowledgement to Pablo Torre for digging into the soap opera that is Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick and the ring cam video and unearthing the, basically solving the mystery of where that video came from and how it got out on the internet and whatnot. If you want to listen, you can do the rewind feature or listen to the podcast. But Seth brought up the very valid question of, you think at some point with any of these information leaks or when Belichick has lived these various secret lives or had these gates going on in his professional life, that he's had somebody offed, that Belichick has put out a hit on somebody to keep them quiet forever.
They got a safe house for Aaron Hernandez back in the day.
They're
Harvard.
That's
guy's
not even
a
a
big
joke.
enough deal that we got to be sure we run him a safe house. Now that was supposedly to keep him away from his girlfriend or his fiance.
Yeah.
No, it was. I don't think if anything, it became a cauldron of more illicit activity.
Didn't work. It obviously didn't work.
What do you have? I don't know, man. It used to be a time when you could, it was considered admirable to off some of your one of your rivals.
Sure. The 1700s.
Yeah, if I were a Hun or something like that. Yeah. Somewhere, by the way. But we know that Belichick is a student of history.
Right.
I could see Belichick thinking, totally justifying it in his brain. It's like, well, this used to be really common in the 1600s.
So we didn't get to this, but Channing Crowder, of course, is part of the Pivot podcast with Ryan Clark and Fred Taylor. He also, it looks like, has a second podcast called Hochman and Crowder that has a co-host with, and he chats about things on there. And Channing Crowder, I think it's safe to say, among the three Pivot podcast guys, he's kind of the loose cannon, right? Like he's kind of the live wire. The other two are pretty, steady, and Fred Taylor steady, Fred, and Ryan Clark somewhat joyless, I think. And then there's Channing Crowder, who's the humor of the whole thing. He does this podcast. Bill Belichick went on the Pivot podcast with those three during that phase recently, post CBS Sunday Morning interview, where Jordan Hudson was repeatedly interfering in the interview. Yeah. So then Belichick goes on this other mini car wash here with Michael Strahan and at ACC Media Days and on the Pivot podcast, where it's very clear he's trying to distance Jordan Hudson, his girlfriend, from all of his stuff. Like that appears to very much be a goal of all the questioning and everything else, is to create is to erase that image from that CBS Sunday Morning interview and create a new image. Channing Crowder on his podcast just blew the lid off of everything and said, this is what Jordan was like when we did the Pivot podcast with Belichick.
It's weird to know him as Coach Belichick running the entire organization as GM, head coach, talent coordinator, all that stuff, and then to see this tiny little 95-pound girl kind of pretty much telling him what to do.
So she was there?
She was there. She choreographed the open.
Wow.
Yeah, no, she was there and she kind of coordinates it. They had brand managers and all kinds of stuff.
What do you mean she coordinates it? Like, you guys are a successful podcast. You have a pretty decent formula. Like, she coordinated the
Well,
open?
I mean, CBS Sunday Morning's pretty successful show as well, and she seemed to have her paws all over that thing.
That's what I say. She has her paws on the situation.
Okay.
Boy, she's got him on lockdown, man.
Now, he is just. I have to reiterate, Seth. He is describing. He is describing the off-camera part of an interview where one of the clear goals of this set of interviews Belichick is doing is to distance Jordan Hudson from his whole thing. Like, no, she just handles my business.
Yeah.
She handles non-football stuff and all this. And Channing Crowder is just chirping on his podcast about her orchestrating and choreographing.
She just honestly, I don't even worry about him having the wrong girlfriend. I worry about his inability to know what a good PR person is.
Yeah,
because she sounds like the absolute worst. Because we've seen him just we don't deal with it as much, but we see it with the music people, like the music stations on our company and everything.
Yeah.
Like there's some bad PR people that just make their clients even worse off because they're such a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
And she seems like she's like one of those people, but less qualified.
Yeah.
But she's got her tendrils into every little aspect of his life.
So is Channing Crowder going to get whacked over what he just said on his podcast? Right.
I'd get whacked. I think they would be very selective in it. I think Jordan Hudson's probably. She would go after Pablo Torre. I think
she is going after Pablo Torre.
Yeah, I know she is on social media and then quickly deleting it.
Yeah.
I think at some point it's gonna cross her mind.
Yeah.
Look, she's only human. At some point it's natural to think like, oh, what if this person were just out of the picture?
I'm listening to Channing Crowder. I'm like, this is exactly what he didn't want out there.
Yeah.
This is the purpose of doing the interview with you guys.
It sounds like she acted exactly the way she did on that CBS interview.
Right. Like, except that her orchestration was, this is the part where you tell them that I'm not involved in this anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, listen, guys, just so we're clear.
Right.
You're on strict alert. This is going to be all about how I'm not telling you about what it's all going to be about right now.
Dude, it's crazy, man. Between this and Aaron Rodgers, man, we got that coming up later in the show. Danica Patrick going off on Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're the soap opera show on the station.
It's not our fault.
No.
These are the people acting up and acting out. We have to document it.
Thank you, Seth. We have to
gossip about it.
Okay, this is funny. Morning, fellas. Okay, I have to back up. Remember when Todd Callis, it seemed like accidentally revealed that Hayden Wisniewski was out for the year when it hadn't been reported he's out for the year yet on the TV broadcast? Someone, Rich Rose on the text page is asking, morning fellas, do you think Todd Callis was not on the call this weekend because he got suspended for a few days for leaking the Wisniewski Tommy John surgery, LOL?
I think it's likely, impossible, and probable. Yes, 100%.
Okay.
That's my responsible take on it.
There you go.
No, I think it's a long season. It's Memorial Day weekend, and
these guys get planned vacations.
Yeah.
Which I'm not used to. I'm not used to my play-by-play. I'm not used to my broadcast teams getting. I'm not begrudging them. If you can get vacation, get vacation. I just know, like growing up, watching my team growing up, I can't ever remember the play-by-play and color guys ever missing a game during the season.
But if you'd work 162 games a year, drowning in a vat of whiskey and cigar smoke until you die at the microphone.
That's right.
That is your lot in life.
That's what it was in 1979, man. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, man, if you can get it, get it. But no, he's not suspended. It was a planned break, I'm sure. I wonder if anybody said anything to him, though, about that. You know, because that was like I just remember him saying that.
The
I'm like,
Wisniewski thing that he said. Yeah, he said Wisniewski's probably not going to be back this year.
Because
that was as the team was doing their typical kind of like, oh, just discomfort.
Yeah, it had not. The Tommy John surgery had not been reported yet. It wasn't reported until like another week after that. So, it was. I would venture to say not a suspension. All right, superlatives. It's that time of year. You know, it's graduation time of year. Yearbooks coming out and whatnot. Superlatives for the AFC when it comes to the offseason. This is from Bill Barnwell. What superlative did the Texans get from NFL writer Bill Barnwell? We will discuss that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. You can text the show if you're up with us this morning, listening to the show. Let us know. 713-572-4610. Astros have been so up and down this year. This is a text. Played well against good teams, played down to the competition. They can maintain the level of play from this 17-game stretch over the next 2 weeks. I'll feel much more optimistic. That's from Travis. They've got a patch of schedule that's conducive to that coming up.
The craziest thing, we talked earlier about, obviously, if you'd had good production out of your cleanup hitter all season long, mostly Christian Walker, could be a much different story right now. I mean, the other big...
Even slightly below average production from him. He's been abysmal.
The other big what if is just, what if they were just average hitting with the bases loaded? I mean, they're so bad with the bases loaded. They're the worst team in the league with the bases loaded. They entered yesterday as the worst team in the league with the bases loaded, and then they ended two innings with the bases loaded. Right? If you would have been in the 30th percentile, at least, that's a few more wins right there.
Yep, no doubt.
Some more glorious walk-offs and what have you.
Thank you. Yeah. So it's Look, the pitching staff is still, the starting rotation is still going to be heavily a work in progress here as they move forward. But again, they're playing the next 20 or 25 games are not against world beaters. I'm with you. If they maintain this level of play, let's say next 25 games, if they can go 16 and 16-9, 15-10, something like that, easily over these next 25 games for sure.
So Altuve ends up with 8 hits in this series, and we had put him out of the circle of trust right before this series began, and he may very well be out of his slump. The Altuve being back to himself.
You're welcome, Houston.
Yes,
okay.
You're welcome, Houston.
Thanks
You're
for all
welcome,
the flowers.
Jose Altuve.
Yeah.
So Yordan Alvarez is the next one. The things that it's okay to wish for is, okay, can we get normal Yordan and normal Altuve?
Yep.
And that so far it looks good so far with Altuve. It's just a matter of Yordan. Hopefully his hand was the big reason behind that extended slump, the longest slump he's had in his career.
Yeah, and again, this is my request to the internet. I don't need to see any more videos of Yordan running the bases, as if that means squat to me. Hey, here's Yordan coming back from his hand injury, running the base. Unless he's crab walking around the bases, then I'm interested.
If he's doing a bear crawl,
yes,
yeah. Ooh, crab walk, yeah. Bear crawl's safer at least.
Yeah. Either one, any form of getting around the bases that involves using his hands, a handstand, if he wants to handstand his way around the bases, or cartwheel, if he wants to do a series of cartwheels around the bases, then I will take that as something that would indicate he's coming back soon. Until then, I don't give a crap about him running the bases at all.
I saw a video of him doing the pommel horse. I'd be like, okay.
Yeah,
he is ready to go.
They put a pommel horse at each base, and he has to jettison himself over them like a gymnast. Then I'll be like, okay, the hand looks good. But him jogging around the bases, put it this way, if that at all is affecting his hand, like if he's now able to run without pain, then I'm going to be like, okay, well, then it must have been a pretty damn severe hand injury.
That was a milestone that they were looking for. Yeah. I wonder, I am mildly disappointed that last weekend or so, I started thinking, okay, by next weekend, by Memorial Day weekend, surely Yordan will be back out there.
Yeah.
And now I'm just put back into, I don't know, man. Whatever. Whenever he shows, Kyle Tucker mode of, okay, whenever he shows up, he shows up.
I think it's going to be he shows up, and they've already said he's not going to do a rehab stint. Yordan's a guy that doesn't need to get his timing back. He's a guy who picks up a bat and he just starts hitting again. And I'm sure he's doing plenty of swinging the bat in the cage and whatnot, trying to get some semblance of timing back. But I think it's going to be one of those things, Seth, we're going to see a tweet from one of the people that covers the team, Brian McTaggart, Chandler Rome, Matt Kawahara, probably all three of them at the same time. Would have been Mark Berman back in the day. That says Yordan Alvarez is being taken off the IL, and he'll be batting third that night or batting fourth that night in the lineup. I think it's going to be one of those things. As soon as we find out, he's back in the lineup again. Someone makes a good suggestion. If Altuve plays like this outside of the circle of trust, maybe keep him out? Keep
him out. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I don't know. That feels whenever we try to get too clever with it, it feels like it blows up in our face.
Well, that's true. That's also somebody probably doesn't realize how painful it was to leave him out of that circle of trust.
Yeah, it's really, really hard on us.
Yes.
If you want the circle of trust to continue, then you got to make some concessions for the fact that Sean and I are human, damn it.
We have emotions. We cry. We bleed.
Yeah.
Okay?
You can't just keep sending us back out there to the front every damn night.
That's it.
All right? Need some R&R at some point.
We need some load management.
Yeah.
All right, so Bill Barnwell does this piece, this time of year, it's graduation, it's, yearbook signings and things like that. Superlatives for each of the AFC teams. Bill Barnwell, ESPN, and lengthy NFL writer, writes long articles, but they're good. Superlative for the Texans, most likely to apologize with a flurry of gifts.
What the hell's that supposed to mean?
Okay, well, let's see what kind of shade this is. All right, here we go.
What high school did he go to?
The Texans. I know, that's a weird superlative. I feel like Barnwell might have won that at some point. That's why he's putting it in there. The Texans have gotten C.J. Stroud a card, I suppose, but after getting their star, meaning a greeting card, but after getting their star quarterback battered throughout the season before eventually getting injured in last season's divisional round loss to the Chiefs, an apology. Oh, remember that game, Seth, where he's limping around out there against the – I know you remember the playoff game.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten that he was – I had forgotten –
being helped to the sideline.
Yes, I had forgotten that at some point I'm like, man, it doesn't even matter if they win this game. He's going to be gimpy as hell when they go up to Buffalo next week. Barnwell continues, they simply couldn't protect C.J. Stroud. Though quarterbacks have a meaningful influence on their own pressure and sack rate, Stroud was pressured within 2.5 seconds on more than 18% of his dropbacks. The only other starters who were pressured within 2.5 seconds more often were Drake May, Kirk Cousins, and Geno Smith. Barnwell goes on to talk about how they cleaned out the Tunsil, Mason, Green dynamic in there, and they brought in a bunch of new guys. They've got 9 guys now, all of whom you could viably make a case for to be among the 5 starting offensive linemen for this team.
Yeah.
So you bring in a bunch of gifts for CJ.
They brought in, I guess the difference, too, is when you compare it to the strategy of the Bears and the Vikings, who had offensive line issues but were way more aggressive about going out and signing guys. They got named free agents.
Yeah.
The Texans, they shopped in bulk, I think is how Barnwell put it. And they got a lot of guys that are competitive and could be starting on a lot of teams, but they're not necessarily anything that gets you super excited about, oh, yeah, that guy's going to change or transform things.
Yeah.
I think that, and this can blow up, this can go in many different directions, but I do think that the Texans looked at it as more of an issue about the offensive line in total, including Bobby Slowick and his scheming, that there was more to be done than just bring in better players, that you had to tear this thing down to the studs and then start rebuilding. And they're in the infancy of that, and it's going to, like, if it doesn't work out, it's going to be obvious why it didn't, because you didn't do these same aggressive moves. If it does work out, then it's because, they actually fix things systemically. Yeah. And even though they don't have as many individually named players, that as a group they operate a lot better.
Bears actually.
So I applaud the theory and the strategy, but you got to pull it off now too.
Yep, the spirit is there. I get that. The Bears actually signed Tooney to an extension this weekend. He was in his contract year. They gave him 2 more years, I think, at 17, 18
Joe Tooney
million.
Came over from Kansas City.
Kansas City,
Chicago.
yeah. So there's that.
So basically his superlative, most team to end up with a flurry of gifts, is that they're going to go out and spend to get more assets for CJ.
I think his contention here is that these offensive linemen are the gifts that he's getting. I think. That he's and he doesn't mention the receivers they drafted and the running back they drafted and the offensive lineman they drafted and getting Christian Kirk. They've done a lot of things. They have turned over a lot on that side of the ball.
I see. So their surprise for this offseason is that they apologized with a flurry of gifts.
With a flurry of gifts, with a flurry.
But I guess but the gifts were just kind of not as tantalizing in free agency at least.
Yeah,
you got to. I mean, you go out and you draft 2 wide receivers and draft an offensive lineman. that's theoretically helping the offense out. They just got to work out.
They got to. Yep, absolutely. We'll have this audio in the 9 o'clock hour. I forgot to send it to Ben over the weekend. Rob Ninkovich was out there again on either a radio show or a podcast, Seth, just lauding to the moon and back on Cole Popovich again. The Texans offensive line coach. Well, because Ninkovich was in New England when they let Popovich go over, some vaccination COVID stuff in 2020. And Popovich, as Ninkovich, he makes the point. We'll have it later in the show, but he's a student of Dante Scarnecchia, who's considered, one of, if not the greatest offensive line coach of all time.
Yeah. So and he's done that a couple times now. Yeah. Yeah. What was Cole Popovich just? He didn't want to get vaccinated, so he ended up. He coached at high school or the college where he could for a year, whatever. There was like a year where he was out of the league.
Franklin High School. He was at Franklin High School in Franklin, Massachusetts for a year. Then he went to Troy, and then he was with the Texans in 2023, and now he's the offensive. Now he is. This. I don't think this is hyperbole. He's one of the most pivotal guys in that building for this upcoming season. Yeah. I'm not being hyperbolic by saying that. Like Cole Popovich is supremely important.
Right. No, the Nick Caley being able to actually design a run game, and then Cole Popovich being able to coach it. I think just from the way that the team talked about it in measured doses, this offseason, it does sound like there was a disconnect between Bobby Slowick and Chris Strausser. Yeah. And that whose fault it was, how could it have changed? I don't know. But they didn't think Bobby Slowick was the guy to fix it. Yeah. Caley and Popovich have a prior relationship. I'm guessing that that at the very least they're going to have a better working relationship and be on the same page more so than Slowick and Strausser were.
It's funny, along those lines, Nick Shook of NFL.com had an article late last week that he listed the top departures that are going to impact NFL teams. Teams lose a guy, and that's going to have a big impact because he's not there anymore. C.J. Gardner-Johnson was on the list, which is interesting. I'll get to that in a second. I thought it was interesting that Laramie Tunsil was not on this list.
Disrespect?
Nick Shook, I don't know if it's disrespect. I just found it intriguing. As highly criticized as the Texans were, not by everybody, but by, outside of Houston, I don't know if I can think of a Texans move that's been made since I've been covering the team, Seth, for the last however many years, 15, 18 years, whatever it is, that had a greater disparity between how it was viewed in Houston and how it was viewed out of Houston than the Laramie Tunsil trade. And I just find this interesting that Nick Shook is not a Houston guy. He's a national NFL.com guy, and he doesn't have Laramie Tunsil on this list. He's got about 10 guys on here. He's got Dante Fowler is on here.
Yeah.
Carlton Davis, the cornerback, is on here for the Lions. Had a great game against the Texans. Rico Dowdle is on this list, the running back for the Cowboys, a journeyman running back for the Cowboys. Laramie Tunsil is nowhere to be found on this list in terms of his former team missing him.
There's a little bit, I started to hear here and there on podcasts and in articles, people bringing up you do have to think, the guy's a premier pass protector who's been traded twice in his career. Usually teams really do. That's the one last thing they will not relinquish. If you're the Browns, you're not going to let go of Joe Thomas because at least you've got that. And,
especially if you have a star quarterback who's a pocket guy.
The fact that he's been traded twice, I think people have realized, okay, well, there's something gap there. There's a gap between some of his PFF grades and maybe how the team feels about it.
I'm guessing too, people from the team, whether it's Nick Caserio or D'Amico Ryans or maybe other people. I mean, there's this whole network around the league with people that talk to various reporters. I think a lot of that criticism came in the few days after the trade, and I'm guessing there were some private conversations had about hey, here's why we did it. Explained it, and then once you explain it to a few of the big voices out there, and they're telling, it's a viral thing, you get the explanation out there, and that's kind of how it goes. Here's what they said about C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Of course, his former team is the Philadelphia Eagles, and Nick Shook says Gardner-Johnson's not played for the same team in consecutive years since 2020 and 2021. That is worth noting.
And people bring that up too. Yeah. I don't know. There's something going on. Yeah.
Now the Eagles brought him back, so he wasn't toxic enough for them to not. I'm not saying he's toxic at all. It's an interesting. He's got an interesting back of the football card in terms of where the chronology of where he's worked. But he helped the Eagles win a Super Bowl. This is Shook talking now. Last season in his second stint with the team, fresh off a title, Philly traded him to the Texans with budgetary concerns in mind. Moves like that one can help the Eagles remain competitive, but such deals only work if the replacements produce. enter Texas product on Andrew Mukaba, who's a safety they took in the second round. It's going to be asked to step in and fill the void right away. Might be. It will be no easy task, even on a talented defense. Meanwhile, Gardner Johnson will aim to follow up a career-best season with a stellar campaign as a member of the Texans, where he's joining one of the best secondaries in the NFL. I think that's the big thing to note here. Like, C.J. Gardner-Johnson is coming off a hell of a season in Philly.
He is.
He had a great year last year.
Philly's looking at it a little bit, I think, the way the Chiefs do with their defensive backs, is that you look at what Philadelphia did with 2 rookie defensive backs this past year, that they just probably feel really good in their ability to get the absolute most out of guys. They're like the Astros with their pitchers. Like, we'll just develop another one. Okay, yep, this guy did some good things for us, but we'll develop another one.
Yeah. Then they'll get Tommy John surgery, and we'll find more of them after that. Yeah.
Yeah.
This would be like if it was the Astros thing, but all the DBs wound up with ACLs at the end of their stint, ACL surgery. So Tunsil not on there. Diggs isn't on this list either, which isn't surprising because he only played half the season for the Texans last year. But I feel like if he had played the full season at the level he was playing the 8 games he played, I mean, they were 6-2 in the 8 games Stephon Diggs played. He would have been on this list.
Well, no, and CJ took a notable dip specifically when Stephon Diggs went out. You look at his first half of the season, Stephon Diggs played 8 games, and then the last 9 games with CJ without that quick outlet and with that guy that those really tight window throws to, it just made the pass protection issues become that much more of an issue. And it wasn't. Yeah, it was a different offense without Diggs in it.
Who is that this year? Is it Kirk? Who's the quick outlet guy?
I don't know if they're. I mean, I don't. Yes, it needs to be Kirk or Jalen Noel.
Yeah.
I don't know if they can do it at the level of Stephon Diggs,
Right.
but that element was gone once Diggs was out there. And so Christian Kirk, yes, but I don't expect or need him to be as good as Stephon Diggs.
If you could bring back one, and this may be a trickier question now because they went and drafted a bunch of receivers and signed receivers and whatnot. If you could bring back one of Diggs or Tunsil, who would it be?
Diggs.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think Diggs was more of a swarm mindset guy.
Well,
that's
that's definitely the case.
Yeah, I think that he fit the culture of what they want. The culture that they have on defense, Diggs fits into that culture, whereas Laremy Tunsil doesn't. If you had to invite everybody to a defensive swarm party, they're going to choose
Diggs.
They're going to choose Stephon Diggs, right?
Yeah. I think so.
Because these are the athletes themselves. They're not like other people who can be bought off so quickly.
Diggs is more swarmy than Laremy Tunsil. There's no question about that. I'm just thinking about the party element to it. If you have a party with too many, I feel like it's a party. You need at least a few guys that are kind of chill in the whole thing. Like otherwise.
Not in a swarm party. The swarm party is going to get out of control, Sean.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Without
right.
adults present and officials on the field, it's a melee.
It's not just a party.
I'm not
it's a
expecting
party.
people everybody to come out of this party alive, Sean.
Gotcha.
But
It's
you got to be invited.
party.
You got to be invited to the party to not survive.
I got you. That makes sense. I was just looking at your garden variety party. You're making this an actual party where swarm is the theme of this thing. Okay.
Yeah, this is a Netflix series.
Yeah. It won't last long. Not many episodes. Everybody dies. That's the.
No, you parse it out.
Yeah.
Two main characters per season.
Yep.
I believe you're serious about it as a showrunner.
Who wins a swarm party among the Texans? If you had a swarm party and it's basically because it sounds like it's basically Thunderdome.
It's like who's the last man standing?
Yes, who's the last
end of
man
the swarm
standing?
Party? Probably Aziz.
You think?
I think so. Yeah, I think Aziz. I think Aziz has something in him that even after he's had 2 of
homeless
his
at one
limbs
point.
severed, he's still fighting.
I feel like he's a survivor. I think that's a good pick by you right there. I think I was going to say just based purely on the optics, Daniil Hunter. But I get wrapped up in height, weight, speed.
Daniil and Will would both get duped into doing the right thing at some point.
Yeah.
If this is last man standing, at some point you're going to be able to convince Will that hey man, I've got kids and you don't, and Will will say, oh dog, you're right, and I'm sorry, I was being selfish.
This is like a version
Strike
of Survivor.
me with that mace.
This is like a version of Survivor. I kind of like this. Hey, by the way, they're announcing...
Daniil and Will Hunter both. They're ultimately their
nice.
Gentlemanly dispositions would do them in.
Yep. Aziz. I think Kamari Lassiter would do well in that environment.
Oh boy, that's a big wild card right there.
Yeah.
Because Kamari's got more of the crazy eyes.
Yes. Slapped in the head and everything.
Yeah, Aziz, it's more cold and calculating, whereas. So Kamari, I think that he might wear himself out, though.
I feel like this is a power ranking we need to do at some point. This is almost like a version of the Circle of Swarm, but it's Circle of Swarm Deathmatch is what it is.
Yeah. All rules of society break down.
That's right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, Aaron Rodgers gave some clarity on his situation right now. Why is he not signed with a team? He did that on Joe Rogan's podcast. Meanwhile, his ex-girlfriend, Danica Patrick, was on Sage Steele's podcast.
Oh,
dishing,
this is, yeah.
This is good stuff. Dishing on what kind of boyfriend Aaron Rodgers was. Drama coming up next. But first, prize picks. All right, we are deep.
value.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Thank you very, very much, for sure. Text in 713-572-4610 if you're up listening with us, if you're on holiday today, if you got some good stuff planned, let us know. 713-572-4610. Aaron Rodgers, I would say Aaron Rodgers is one of the still kind of dangling storylines here. Offseason, Seth, where is he? Is he going to come back? If so, is it with the Steelers? That would appear to be the case. He provided some clarity. I don't have the audio for this, but we do have some audio related to Aaron Rodgers here in a moment. But he went on Joe Rogan's podcast and revealed that multiple people in his inner circle are dealing with cancer. He hadn't specified about that. He'd said, I think on McAfee, he had said, that he had some people close to him that had been dealing with some things, and that's prevented him, or that's kept him from, going and throwing himself back into football. He didn't say who. He didn't say how many people. He just said multiple people in his inner circle are dealing with cancer right now. So that was that's what he's got going on. Now, Ian O'Connor, who is the author of the biography for Aaron Rodgers, the recent book that was put out on him within the last year or so, thinks that Aaron Rodgers has a wink with the Steelers. That he's got a...
Is that just his suspicion, or does that what that's not a sourced report?
No, I think it's just a suspicion that he has, but he's obviously, he's close to Rodgers to some degree, wrote a
That's
book
what it does feel like, and given the Steelers, relative complacency over the quarterback position, turning down opportunities to go get either multiple different guys through trade or in the draft. If I'm a Steelers fan, I'm guessing a Steelers fan is getting pretty frustrated with it. Man, so what we're doing is we're holding out hope for a guy who hasn't been himself in multiple seasons now, and that now has issues in his personal life that he's putting the team on hold, and I know this sounds callous and cold-hearted, but the way I always look at it is, man, yes, it's great for Aaron Rodgers, the person, that he can focus on the people who are close to him.
Yep.
In terms of just a hungry athlete who might be 28 years old and have issues in his personal life, but he compartmentalizes it and still does the football side of things, there's a big difference between a 40-year-old guy who's still coming off a torn Achilles tendon and hasn't played like himself, and you're just waiting for him to show up.
Yeah.
I don't really care about the details interpersonally. It's like that guy's not in the same spot as I want my quarterback to be going into the offseason.
Totally.
For a new team.
And for a new team. And the plan B for Pittsburgh ain't great. Their quarterback room is Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson and Will Howard, the quarterback from Ohio State. So, it ain't good, man.
This is after several years of just kind of kicking the can down the road at quarterback
all the time.
That it's odd, man. This is that moment where everything that you laud about the Steelers, wow, they're so never have a losing season. It's amazing. You start to wonder, as a Steelers fan, all right, well, what are we really are we trying to be in the hall of slightly above average? Is that what our existence is going to be? Because it sure feels like you're cool with going 500 and being in the playoff conversation.
In the playoff conversation, or actually in the playoffs, but not winning games. They won a playoff game since 2016. 10 years, All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So this is the other Aaron Rodgers thing. This was big this weekend. This crossed over into the non-football world. Danica Patrick, of course, for about 2.5 years, dated Aaron Rodgers. She was on Sage Steele's podcast this past week and was asked, what was the most pain that you've experienced?
What's the most amount of pain you've experienced?
The breakup with Aaron in 2020. Yeah.
Why?
Because It was sudden. It felt like it was my life. So, like, when you live with somebody and, like, it's your whole life, it's your dentist appointment, it's your hairdo, it's your, it's like your clothes, it's your mailing address, it's like everything. And because the nature of the relationship was emotionally abusive, so that wore me down to nothing. Someone that, people could never imagine that I would lack complete any confidence or belief in the simple things about who I am. Like everything was torn to bits, and he leaves a trail of blood. I don't think I'm saying too much, earth-shattering stuff after we've, there's been enough out there.
All right.
Yeah. What's out there?
Trail of blood.
What did she just confirm?
Trail of blood.
Yeah. Boy, that was the trail of blood part. At first, I was wondering, because she kind of said it was an emotionally abusive relationship, and at first I didn't know if she meant that it was like emotional turmoil, it was both of them or whatever. By the end of it, I feel like she left no doubt. She just feels like Aaron Rodgers was a monster to her, emotionally at least.
Yeah. Now Aaron Rodgers,
it honestly does surprise me a little bit. I know he's kind of a weird dude.
Yeah.
But it's not like Danica Patrick is, some young person out trying to get clout on social media.
No. I think it's probably legit.
For her to, I feel like Danica Patrick's she's not one to just go out there and toss around insults because it's good for ratings.
I was just jotting down as she was talking. I was jotting like, all right, what does the trail of blood look like for Aaron Rodgers? Like, who's in the Aaron Rodgers trail of blood?
I can see. Go ahead.
Here's what I jotted down. Here's what I jotted down. You tell me. His family, like he's disassociated himself from his family. I don't know who's at fault there, but I think it's there may be a trail of somebody's blood. Mm-hmm. I think not only the two NFL teams he's been on probably feel that way a little bit. Especially the Jets. The Jets for sure. They moved on. The Packers.
Well, the Packers, though, that was a longer relationship, and it was really just him like really severing ties over the last couple. It was a long, jagged breakup.
Yeah. But I think there's definitely trail of blood with both of those teams, just different types of trail. I'll throw one in here. The Denver Broncos. Remember the Broncos thought they were getting Aaron Rodgers to the extent that they hired Nathaniel Hackett to be their head coach. I think the Broncos are in the trail of blood. I think, who I think is in.
They got desperate for Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Because the Aaron Rodgers plans fell through.
I guess I wrote Devontae Adams' name down only because he got sucked into the vortex of the New York Jets at the end of last year. But he was with the Raiders before that. It's not like that was a great scenario. Although, that wasn't a. But
he's been sucked into the vortex of Aaron Rodgers where maybe he's making decisions based on. Going, it'll be me and him with the Jets, and it'll be awesome. It'll be just like old times.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, remember he popped up behind him on the show, like they had just gotten over on the entire football universe. Like, hey.
He doesn't realize he's being emotionally abused yet. He's still in the thick of it. He's still making excuses for his abuser. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm writing down other, who are the other relationships? What, Olivia Munn, he dated for a little while. There was the other, there was the woman he dated most recently who just didn't like football. She didn't hate football, but she wasn't a big sports fan. I don't remember her name. I think they broke up, though, recently, too.
It's Posh Spice, I think, is what it was.
It was Posh Spice. It wasn't Posh Spice.
That's David Beckham's wife. She's not a football fan either.
No?
She didn't, she didn't like soccer, as they call it.
They're still married, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
Oh, yeah, they're still married.
they're
on some kind of reality show right now.
Are they? Okay, yeah.
I've got nothing, David Beckham doesn't interest me at all.
No, me neither, yeah.
It's probably how people from outside America look at Tom Brady. They're probably kind of like, all right, cool. He's a big deal.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
He's a little boring. Yeah. Here's one more from Danica Patrick. She said that she took the relationship when she probably should have gotten out of it. She took it as a challenge.
I would say all the time, I'm built for hard things. I can handle hard things. And so I just saw it as a hard thing. And I'm like, my nature is to try harder and do more. And I was like, what if I don't do it for the right person? Like, what if I just get a stick up my ass about this and just get too proud and like go like, I'm done. Instead of going, man, just try a little harder. Because, what if you look back and think, man, I wish I would have tried. Like, I never want that in my life. I wish I would have tried. That will never be in my back of my mind. I'm not that. This is probably why I don't have regret. And I don't have shame. Somebody's describing shame being someone not liking who you are, which I told you how much I am myself and how I've done everything that I've wanted to do since I was a kid. So I don't have shame. And I don't have regret because I know that everything leads to the next thing.
Yeah. My advice to kids out there listening to that would be, if you're in a relationship and you're treating it like it's a triathlon, like, I like doing hard things. I like doing things people haven't done before. I would get out of that relationship.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be that way.
No, it doesn't have to be that way.
I can see Aaron Rodgers. Well, think about the way he handled his breakup with the Packers. Remember, like, he would just flat out, he would gaslight. He'd say, like, well, no, they never tried to call me.
Oh,
And they said, no, well, we tried to call him multiple times. He said, well, I don't have good reception.
In
Reception.
Malibu.
And, can you imagine trying to break up with somebody who's like that? Like, say you got a girlfriend and you're like, oh, it's like, I tried to call you last night. And she's like, I didn't see it. No, you didn't. Like, no, I'm positive I did right here. No, it didn't come through. Can I see your phone? I see my phone call. No, that's a fake number. Yeah, like, just no matter what, lie.
The cell phone reception thing in Malibu, where some of the richest people in the world live, who probably need their cell phones at some point.
Yeah,
that was a bad one.
But he wanted even. It's not like he said we couldn't get in touch with each other or anything. He was caught in a lie, and then he just dismissed getting caught in a lie as, I get bad cell service. Yeah.
Apparently, the two of them, Patrick and Rodgers, Danica Patrick and Aaron Rodgers, met at the ESPYs all the way back in 2012. They didn't start dating till 2018. According to the article that I'm looking at, they kept in touch via email.
Yeah, it's romantic.
They
both grew up watching When Harry Met Sally.
I guess,
that's how that generation thinks of romance.
In the age of texting and DMing, you're thinking of
You've Got Mail.
You're thinking of You've Got Mail. Yeah. In the age of texting, the immediacy of texting and DMing, like sending emails and keeping in touch is like putting a note in a bottle and dropping it in the ocean.
I think you can get out more good thoughts in an email. So
I don't disagree with you.
Maybe they're trying to keep it relatively formal. I am a great admirer of yours.
It's unique, is all I'll say. Like you don't see that a lot. There's part of me that does admire it. It's just it's wild in this day and age that that's how they kept in touch via email.
He's gone out with Shailene Woodley.
That's who
Olivia
I couldn't
Munn.
Yep.
Jessica Soar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trail of Blood.
Most recently, model Mallory Edens. So that must be the one that doesn't follow football.
Okay. No, it was the Haley one. It was the first one you said. That was the one that doesn't follow football. That didn't follow football.
Shailene Woodley?
Shailene Woodley. It was her. Yep. She's the one I'm thinking of. Yeah. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Trail of Blood. Aaron Rodgers. Who's in Aaron Rodgers' Trail of Blood? All right. I mentioned the audio. Rob Ninkovich talking about Cole Popovich. Cole Popovich is one of the most important people in the building with the Texans this year. Will this bit of audio get you excited about the changing coaching on the O-line? And we found out who the Texans were targeting when they were trying to move up to 38th in the draft back on day 2 of the draft. We'll let you know who that is. Jonathan Alexander has it. He's got it confirmed from 2 sources, and we've got that for you coming up next.
Call him All D. This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Memorial Day Monday. And yes, big thanks, troops, those who have defended us, given the ultimate sacrifice, their families as well, definitely on a day like today. Thoughts and prayers, no doubt, and a chance to reflect on that. Good to be with all of you on a Monday morning. Appreciate those of you who are up with us here listening today. Here was Rob Ninkovich, former New England Patriot. He was with the Patriots back when Cole Popovich was an assistant coach there. Dante Scarnecchia was the legendary O-line coach in New England at the time, and Cole Popovich was, I guess, sort of his pupil, kind of a coach coaching underneath Dante Scarnecchia. Here's Rob Ninkovich, very complimentary of the Texans' newly promoted offensive line coach.
They had a great assistant coach under Scarnecchia, right? That's Cole Popovich, right? He was the assistant offensive line coach who was here, who in the last 3 years, he left because the whole COVID thing and the mandated. He left. He didn't get vaccinated.
Oh.
Okay. Right? So if you didn't, because it was a league mandated thing, it wasn't just, hey, the Patriots, it was a league thing. All the coaches and staff had to have it. Well, he didn't feel comfortable with it.
Yeah.
So he
smart man
left.
So he left.
He left. So then after he leaves, you bring in somebody else, and you've had some issues at the offensive line. You bring in another guy that used to play here. But maybe you had one of the best coaches right there
who was with Dante for a long time.
Yes. Yeah. And then he had to leave because
So
then
it's not really about the talent you have, because if you can get a good coach like Scarnecchia, who basically got Steve Nail off of a wrestling mat and turned him into a great player.
Well, it's a good balance between having a great coach and understanding how do I get the most out of each player.
All right, so there you go. Rob Ninkovich, very complimentary of Cole Popovich right there.
So the thing that people bring up immediately, and understandably so, when we talk about Cole Popovich is, hey, he was the assistant offensive line coach last year. How's he going to fix things? I just, and I've brought up from personal experience, I've seen situations where there were assistant position coaches who were much better than the actual coach, the assistant coach, and there's only so much you can do. You're not running the show. It's like any other organization, you're not the guy in charge. That you can be really, really good at what you do, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're gonna change everything for the better.
Yep.
And one of those guys at one point, Steve Marshall, was a assistant offensive line coach in 2005 when we were 2-14, and I thought he was a good coach, and there were a lot of other things wrong with the offense that year systemically that kept him from being as good as he could be. But he went on to, he might still be coaching today, coach for another 20 years in the NFL. So you can't hold it against him that he was part of that bad effort last year, because I don't know how much he actually had a say in.
For that example you just brought up of the coach that you experienced, what did you see in him that told you, that he was a good coach? What traits does somebody like that have, especially on a bad team?
I could just see I could see him that he knew what he was talking about on the technique side of things, and I saw him working with guys. And then I think some of it was just in conversation with other offensive linemen, about how the guy knows what he's doing, or he's helped him out and everything.
Yep. That audio, by the way, with Greg Hill's show up on WEEI, our sister station up in Boston. Yeah.
Tell you who thinks a lot of Steve Marshall, the offensive line coach, Sean?
Who?
Deion Sanders, because Steve Marshall's the O-line coach at
Colorado. No kidding. Oh, that's cool. Oh, boy, I wonder what that's like.
It was a talent issue, not a coaching issue last year, damn it, Sean.
Yeah.
It was not. I'll not have you drag Steve Marshall's name through the mud.
No.
Damn you.
I hadn't even thought about the fact that the offensive line was a scapegoat. I'm just talking about coaching for Deion. That's got to be a crazy experience up there doing that. Jonathan Alexander, speaking of the offensive line, Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle did a piece on Ariante Ursary this weekend, the offensive lineman that the Texans drafted out of Minnesota in the second round. Seth and I were playing a little guessing game last week because we had seen the clips from Forged in Foxborough, which is the Patriots' internal documentary about the offseason, which included some immersive war room video where you could hear everything pretty much. Not great audio for the radio. The quality wasn't great, But you could definitely hear that the Bears were trying to trade up with the Patriots to move up to the 38th pick in the draft. And the Texans were trying to move up from 58 to 38 as well. The Patriots were fielding offers for that pick. Ultimately, according to this article from Jonathan, they decided he implies in his article it was the Patriots who opted out of the deal and walked away from it.
Yeah.
It was hard to tell
watching
from the video.
I thought
it was confusing.
It looked to me in watching the video that it might have been Houston that said they were out, but regardless, however it ended up, as Jonathan Alexander reported, and he was the first to report anything like this, that the Texans, if they had traded successfully, would have taken Ariante Ursary, who they would ultimately draft 10 picks later.
Yeah.
So you can look at it both ways. You can look at it as, oh, man, that's the guy they really wanted, and they ended up getting it. Or you could also say, well, yeah, but what the hell were they doing even just trying to trade up to 38 when they could have gotten him at 48?
Yeah.
I tend to excuse that second part because you just flat out never know when a guy's going to be available.
Sure.
I think that Caserio could have drafted or traded up more aggressively at some point. They just waited until they had the right deal in place. So it wasn't like it was come hell or high water, we're going to trade for Ariante Ursary. He bid his time, and he ended up getting an extra third-round pick out of it that they would have traded away if
it only cost them 1 third-round pick, whereas moving up to 38 from 58 would have cost them 2 third-round picks. It would have cost them the exact picks that they used on Jalen Knoll, and then it would have that pick, and then the pick from the 3rd round next year. That's what they used to go get Woody Marks the next day. So, in a way, you're looking at maybe they find a way to get both those guys anyways, but you got to give up more picks to do it or whatever. But we do know that the 79th pick, which was going to be part of that deal to move up to 38, they did end up using on Jalen Knoll, and that next year's 3rd round pick was at least part of what they used to go get Woody Marks. So they were able to. It was they were. I mean, we got to see how these guys work out, but they were pretty fortunate that deal didn't work out.
We're fortunate that deal didn't work out, and you never have a full accounting of the deals that didn't work out. I think the one immediately that a couple people brought up to me when I was kind of because I just saw this while I was on a live stream was, well, yeah, the one that you wish wouldn't have worked out was when they traded back in the Kenyon Green draft.
Yeah.
Who knows? And now, if they had been unable to trade back, would they have taken Kyle Hamilton instead of Kenyon Green?
Yeah.
I don't know. That would have been a better move if that deal hadn't worked out and they selected Kyle Hamilton.
They were 13. They let the Eagles flip-flop with them 15 and 13, and Jordan Davis goes 13. Kyle Hamilton goes 14 to the Ravens, and then Kenyon Green goes to the Texans at 15. Yeah, they were the ones. Because it did feel like Kenyon Green just kind of they like 3 guys right there, and we'll just take whichever one's left over. That's
whichever
what it felt
guy. When Nick talks about bands of players,
Correct.
That feels like, okay, we've got these 3 guys graded equally, and we're still in this band, and that's who we'll take. There's almost no way I can't look at that as just a huge mistake by the organization, whether the deal worked out or whether it didn't. Even having Kenyon Green graded the same as Kyle Hamilton, obviously that was a miss.
No, that was that was a miss, and the misses happen. That's the way it goes.
I feel better about Ariante Ursary, just given that they really like this guy that much. But I kind of feel bad for Ariante Ursary, who has to find out I could have. Hey, don't get me wrong. I appreciate this big load of money I'm about to get.
Yeah,
but it would have been even more money 10 picks earlier.
It's definitely like hundreds of thousands of dollars. That high in the draft, relatively speaking, compared to the day 3 guys, that's a lot of money, man. 10 slots, that's a lot of money. Who was more crazy, Olivia Munn or Aaron Rodgers? A texter asks. I don't know Olivia Munn's. Not only do I not know her reputation, I can only name one thing that I know she was in, and it was The Newsroom, which was one of the most annoying shows of all time. I hated
that show. She was in that show.
She was in
I hated that show.
Did you see Are you being serious right now? Or are you?
No, I'm being serious.
Okay.
I watched 2 episodes of it.
It's
it was
horrible.
One of those, is that Aaron Sorkin?
Yes.
All those Aaron Sorkin shows. Nobody talks the way human beings actually
it's
talk.
Those cute
Everyone's
dialogue.
just walking around giving dramatic speeches all the time.
Thank you. Yes. Or jokes that are back and forth jokes that would obviously have to be scripted to play out that way. They have 7 of them every single show.
That's the worst thing about movies is that the sick burn. A lot of times in a movie, you get somebody ends a conversation with a sick burn.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, it wasn't that sick a burn.
Right.
And in real life, that other person could come back with something immediately.
Yeah. No, dude. Sorkin. I watched the full season of it, and I started realizing by like the 6th or 7th episode, I'm like, nobody talks like this. This is unrealistic. Like, people do not converse like it's rough. Yes, it is rough. So she was in that. So by proxy, she's more crazy than Aaron Rodgers for taking a paycheck to be on a show where she had to listen and be part of that dialogue all the time. She's crazier. That's what I say. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast. Let's circle back to the Astros. The Astros went 10-7 during this 17-game stretch where they didn't have a single day off. They have a day off today. Finally, what did we learn about this team during the 17-game stretch? We will discuss that coming back.
Here in Sports Radio 610. KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here on a sports station. This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
0-2.
Hit deep to left field. Ball game. Christian Walker walks it off, and the Astros win it and take 3 out of 4 from the Seattle Mariners.
That's the one Christian Walker wanted. Let him have it. Enjoy the moment, Christian.
All right, that was Christian Walker walk-off yesterday. Kevin Eschenfelder, Jeff Blum on the call for Space City Home Network. Here was Christian Walker with the media following yesterday's game, talking about, hey, what went down on that walk-off home run?
Yeah, it feels good for sure. It's nice to execute in a big moment. It's nice to come through for the guys. This lineup's been picking each other up all year, so I feel like you're earning your keep a little bit, winning a big series at home. Good crowd today. The whole thing was enjoyable for sure.
That was a laser. Were you kind of looking for that pitch, or how did you just kind of approach that at bat?
Yeah, his motion, his leg kick, his arm swing, it was all real quick. Threw 2 4 seams pretty much right by me there, and I just wanted to make sure I did everything I could to get my foot in the ground and be ready to get on another fastball. Not really cheating or guessing, but no reason to go spin there based on how the first 2 look. So shortened my leg kick down a little bit, just stuck my toe in the dirt and tried to get a good swing off.
There you go. Chess game. Christian Walker won the chess game yesterday. The end of that.
No cheat. Ain't no guessing.
No, man.
Yeah, just good old basemanship.
That's basemanship, yes.
That's what they call it. That's what we used to call it back in the day.
Back on the playground. Yep.
I think the greater story is that we are barreling towards you getting more and more hatred for declining to put Jake Myers in the circle of trust after he continued to ball out in this series, Sean.
Did he ball out in this series? Let me see. He was
made it from first to home on that one play.
He did.
Just like a rocket, like a bat out of hell. That's what I was looking for.
He was 4 for 6. He was batted 250 in this series, but he scored. He did. He scored a run where you needed that Jake Myers speed.
Yeah.
I'm going to need at least a week and change in June before I put him in the circle of trust.
I hope you come back from your stupid vacation and Jake is the player of the month for the month of May.
I do.
That's what I hope.
I do too. I wonder if Paredes has a shot at any sort of hardware here.
For the month of May?
Yeah, like player of the week at least. It feels like he's hit like 5 bombs this week. He's had a very good week. Paredes has.
Well, and Paredes has got the Rays coming up again at home.
Yeah.
With that, the Crawford boxes have become his close and intimate friend. That double that he hit yesterday, just up off the wall, just kissed the Crawford boxes scoreboard. Yeah.
Rosarena comes time to jump there. Yeah, that was.
Paredes is making that thing his own.
He
wields it like a deadly weapon. The Crawford box.
That was part of the calculus of putting him in that trade. Was just how tailor-made his swing is for. So what did we? The Astros go 10-7 in that 17-game stretch. I would have signed up for that before that patch of baseball. When you consider no days off, and look, when we went into this 17-game stretch. All we knew was that Wisniewski had an elbow injury. We didn't know he was getting Tommy John, although we kind of assumed he was. And we had no idea that they were going to lose Ronel Blanco. For what I'm until I hear otherwise, I'm assuming he's out for the year too.
Wisniewski was low key murkier than I think you're remembering it. It was treated at first like it was necessarily we didn't know whether he was going to be a starter or a long relief in his first outing, and then he ends up going down. Yeah, I would have signed up for 10-7 at the beginning of it without knowing that you were going to lose 2 starting pitchers along the way, and that you're going to be playing these AAA guys on a bus tour from Sugar Land to Houston.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%. Given the way the pitching went, that they went 10-7. Very, very good.
10-7, and the series that you ball out and win 3 out of 4 is the one you needed the most. They lost 1 series in this stretch of I think they 10-7, so they played 5 series in this thing. They won the series with the Reds. They won the series with the Royals. They split the series with the Rangers. Okay, so that's a split. You lose the series with the Rays, but in one of those games you blew a late lead. I think it was I forget, it was walked you off. So you lost a late lead there. And then you most importantly, you win the series 3 out of 4 against the Seattle Mariners. I think, to me, Seth, the biggest things that we learned about the Astros during the 17-game stretch, like things that I look at and I go, okay, I feel comfortable about this. Like, this feels real. The bullpen is the best thing going with this team right now. The best thing they have going for them. The reason why they can bring guys up from Sugar Land, and all they need to do is just give you 4 innings and change, 5 innings and change, they give up 3 runs, is because you bring in a bullpen that, by and large, has been a hammer this year. And it doesn't matter who you're bringing in, they're holding it down for the next 4 1/3, 4 even, 5, whatever it is. I think the bullpen, starting with the no-namers they've got coming in the 5th and 6th inning, going all the way to Josh Hader at the back end. You pulled up some of the numbers earlier. These are some of the best numbers Hader's ever put up. And he's been an all-star multiple times now.
Yeah, his whip is the lowest. If he ended the season now, that would be the lowest whip he's had in his career. So he just feels like a dominating closer.
Yeah.
Like he just goes out there and mows people down without a whole lot of drama.
Do you feel confident that this is the bullpen? Dubin. I mean, he's going to give up a run at some point. He's got a 0. Right. He hadn't let any run. Like, he's going to give up a run at some point. But I feel like generally the overall performance, there's going to be hiccups because there always are. But this is a really, really good group.
Yeah, no, and the biggest question is just, all right, how long can you sustain it if you've got multiple starters going 4 1/3 innings in any given series? They've got to stretch Lance McCullers hopefully can be a guy that you can expect to at least get 6 innings out of, and then some of these other young guys as they get more acclimated, you're gonna depend on it, because if and when Luis Garcia and Christian Javier come back, they're not going to be giving you 7 innings right out of the bat, and likewise with Arrighetti, it's going to be a buildup.
Yep. So things we learned about the Astros during the 17-game stretch. Bullpen, best thing going right now. Altuve, not dead yet. Not dead yet. We learned that this
close,
weekend.
Sean.
No, not even close. He was excellent.
He ended up having at least a hit in every one of these games and multiple hits in 3 of the 4.
Home runs, hit for power, hit contact.
He might just be right back into it now.
Kid might be a player, man. Kid might be a player.
And then with Jordan coming back, I guess this would be a really promising series, especially if you figure in that, man, they're still not firing on all cylinders.
Dude, they didn't have Jordan for any of these games.
Right. They didn't have classic Jordan, and they didn't have classic Jordan at all this season so far.
Yep.
So that's the part. I mean, Jordan and Altuve are going to play better over the second 2/3 of the season than the first third. I guess Christian Walker is just still the big guessing game.
Yeah.
Like he's hitting the ball harder than he has on average in his career. His exit velocity and his hard hit rate are above his career norms.
Yeah.
But he's just not competitive enough as often as he needs to. His strikeouts are annoyingly bad. But
really
yesterday
bad.
was good.
Yesterday was good. Yeah. Like that, you can't overstate the Jordan part of it. Like when he's healthy, peak Jordan is one of the 15 best players in baseball. Just hitting, he's a average to maybe slightly below average left fielder when he plays out there, but just DH Jordan is a top 10 player in baseball, and they've not had that guy at all. And in the last month or so, they haven't even had him in the lineup to pose the threat that, just having Jordan in there has a ripple effect on the rest of the line. Even with a 680 OPS, you still got to be mindful of making a mistake to Jordan Alvarez. He can change a game.
Making a mistake too, and then also just having an extra lefty in the lineup that disrupts the pitcher's rhythm. Where the best thing that's come out of Jordan is the way Caratini has been playing, at least. You got to throw somebody out there lefty, and Caratini's really made the most of it.
Yeah, he's had a good little run here for sure. Other things we learned: Cam Smith starting to get it. I would say it's been interesting. The thing he's done his whole life is hit. The one thing he's only done for about 2 months is play right field, and he's been a better right fielder defensively than he's been a hitter offensively. But the offense is starting to come around. During the 17 games that we're talking about here, he played in 14 of them. He started 14 of them. He batted .347 with an .847 OPS. Now, no home runs. He had 4 doubles. Eventually, Cam Smith needs to hit for power. Like, I don't mean like by June. I mean like career-wise. Like they traded for him because they think he can be a 30 home run guy and probably eventually play third base for this team instead of corner outfield. Man might wind up being so good at corner outfield that he stays out there. But he does need to hit, and the 847 OPS is fine. That's good. However you get to that number is cool. Eventually, there needs to be home run power with Cam Smith, but just the mere fact that he's starting to get it, he struck out 14 times in the 14 games, which isn't. It's not great, but it's better than it was during the early part of the year where it felt like he was striking out 3 times a game. You know?
For the last 28 days, he's hitting 300 with an OPS of 765.
Yeah.
He's been an above-average Major League Baseball player. His OPS plus on the season now, I think, is up above 100. It's 108 on the season.
Okay.
He's very, very, very promising right now.
Yep.
And you go back to Kyle Tucker. In his first 30 games that he played in Major League Baseball, it wasn't nearly as well as Cam Smith's been doing.
Yep.
So if he continues playing the way he's been playing for the rest of the season, that's really, really good. And as long as Paredes keeps this up, then the trade in my mind is completely justified.
Yeah, if two of the three turn into real players for you, that's for 1 year of Kyle Tucker, then that's a good trade. Especially if Cam Smith's one of them and you've got him under team control for however many years, 5-6 years. So that's really good. And he's veering towards circle of trust level for me. I like the scrappiness of this team. They won 10 games in this stretch. 5 of them were one-run wins, and then there was another. The one yesterday was one walk-off. The only reason it wasn't a one-run win is because Altuve had gotten on base. So it was a late hit that got you that. They've gotten really good with batting late in games. They get good quality at bats for a team that does not score exceedingly well. Although it's gotten better in the month of May, they're middle of the pack. I think it was Michael Schwab who reported this yesterday that during the month of May they're 9th in OPS in baseball. They're middle of the pack in runs scored. I want to say they were 13th going into yesterday, so they're probably still holding steady right about there. They're going to need to score more runs eventually. I don't think the pitching's going to be at this tippy-top level the whole year. There'll be a little bit of regression, and we don't know what injuries are going to look like either with the pitching moving forward. But I do like situationally how they've been during this stretch.
That's how I excuse them never doing anything with the bases loaded because it's too easy, Sean. It's too simple for this team. They got to make it harder somehow.
They're so bad.
Yesterday, for those of you who are out just enjoying it was a fun game, but they left the bases loaded in the 7th and 8th inning, and it was maddening. Dude. It was absolutely maddening.
Yep. So I think those are the big things. And then Jake, so what have we learned about Jake? Have we learned anything about Jake?
I think that my biggest contention was that this year's production is different than last year's production, where it was really good. Like, he was playing as well. His numbers this time last year were about the same as they are this time this year. That this year you can trace it to him changing his swing, adding a kick step into his swing, all of these things that seem to have made him a fundamentally more sound hitter. I believe in it more this year than I did last year.
I kind of do too. Not enough to put him in the circle of trust, but I kind of do too. He is striking out a lot less. Like, he's putting the ball in play, and he's a little like Pena, that if he puts the ball in play, he does have the speed to do some things. He's stolen, he gets on base. He's stolen some bases this year. Not as many lately as he did the first couple weeks of the season. But he is your everyday center fielder. He literally started and played every single game of this 17-game stretch. They're not messing with center field right now, which I am totally fine with. So I think those are probably the biggest things I think we learned.
The fielding has been. I think there have been some moments like yesterday. The Astros being a better fielding team is really ultimately what kept them in that game and won that game. A lot of now getting the bases loaded ultimately didn't do anything for the Astros, but they came with some errors by the Mariners.
Yeah,
and it just you take it for granted over time that, man, the Astros are just rock solid in so many ways in the field.
Yep.
Now, Christian Walker had a rough go of it early in that game yesterday.
He did. Well,
fielding-wise.
Jeremy Pena almost got Christian Walker killed on a throw to first base later in the game where he kind of bounced it over there. I think it was Pena who threw it over there. But it was Julio Rodriguez was running down first base. Whoever threw it over to Walker, he had to adjust to a bounce and kind of adjust his body to where he's standing on first base, but he's standing in the baseline. And Julio Rodriguez almost plowed him. They kind of a funny little moment there towards the end of the game. All right, Alex Bregman, as long as we're keeping an eye on things. I don't know how many of you are keeping a close eye on Bregman and Tucker. We do, because this is a petty show. We like to see what's going on with the Astros that have left the team. Alex Bregman suffered a quad injury over the weekend, and it's being framed as one that's similar to the one he suffered in 2021 when he was with the Astros. Here was Bregman yesterday after being able to sleep, or maybe not sleep, for a night with the pain in his quad, kind of giving the media the skinny on it.
Pretty severe right quad strain, and pretty similar to 21.
Did it surprise you? Because yesterday you thought it wasn't that way.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it surprised me a lot. But it is what it is, and now try and take it day by day and crush rehab.
Okay, the married with a kid version of Bregman is just so subdued and kind of flatlining.
That's always been. He's always talked like that.
My overall point remains, which is I can never tell if he's angry or sad or how he's feeling about the whole thing. Yeah.
No, that's just very monotone. Yeah. And that sounded like sad Bregman.
Yeah.
But he doesn't get too sad, Sean.
Yeah.
He's a ball player.
Well, he's got to go crush
Don't get
rehab.
Too lows with the lows or highs with the highs.
This is the new challenge for him. Look, I'll point out to Red Sox fans out there that when he had a quad injury before, he missed nearly 2 months. And he didn't come back as a great version of himself either. He's not like Yordan, where Yordan just comes back from these injuries and then all of a sudden he's got a 1,300 OPS for the week. Bregman was a problem in a bad way for the Astros at the end of that 2021 season when he was coming back from that quad injury. And I think one of the reasons why Bregman got so much money, one of his big selling points the last few years, and one of the reasons that I would have been comfortable, even though his offensive numbers have not even come close to what he was back in 2019, like not even close. He's still a great defensive player. He's still a very good hitter, but he's been durable. Go look at the number of games he's played since that quad injury season. Remember, he went into that offseason and he was, come hell or high water, he was going to figure out what was going wrong with his body, and he figured it out. And for the last 3 seasons, he has, other than the gremlins in the elbow last year, he has been healthy all that whole time. And I'm thinking if you're the Red Sox, that's part of the calculus that leads you to give him $40 million a year, where the numbers that he puts up don't justify it. But the leadership and the health are a big selling point. The leadership will still be there. I'm guessing he's still going to be around the team while he's rehabbing this injury. But that's a for a Red Sox for a Red Sox team that struggled this year. They've not been good this year. You know.
Then Rafael Devers is not going to be going back to third base, which the Red Sox fans are trying to figure out what the hell. So Devers, who had been the third baseman, who is displaced to DH and was none too happy about it,
right?
I don't know if he's resisting the move back to third, but the team is flat out going to be
Cora
third.
was asked about this was kind of funny,
yeah,
because Cora was asked about it, and literally his answer was
no.
It was the one word. It was no. He didn't say it like that. He didn't say it like Devers, but no. Yep.
I don't know, Bregman with those stumpy little legs, like he really has some, he puts some effort into it when he runs because his legs are so short. That probably puts a lot of stress on your quad tendons over time.
I would think so.
And then he's getting into his 30s now, and you got to he's got to run it like 150% the RPMs of the average person.
Yep.
Because of his stumpy little legs.
Catch up to him, man. Yeah. I'm guessing, if you had to guess right now, he's going to be out for 2 months. Do you think he opts in to next year at $40 million, or do you think he opts out trying to get a longer-term deal or a bigger deal or whatever?
I think he opts in. I don't think he wants to sit out there and go through the whole rigmarole again.
The only variable to me is there's going to be a work stoppage after next year, and maybe some of these guys want to get their deals locked down before there's a salary cap, or if there is a salary cap, that kind of thing,
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it would depend on what he does in the, when he comes back, what he does in the playoffs. If he comes back, I don't think him having been injured isn't going to be a factor at all. I think with a lot of people look at that as, okay, he's been a durable player in his career, and that was a one-off injury. We're not going to worry about it. I don't think that'll affect his money unless he comes back and he struggles, and then people start to wonder about it.
Yep.
But I mean, it's not like the Red Sox are horrendous. They're still in the playoff mix.
No, they're in the playoff mix. I'm just saying they as a team haven't played to the level Bregman's given them as an individual. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Okay, Ross Tucker, friend of the show, really the genesis of Take-A-Mania, too, if you remember from last week when we had him on. Ross Tucker went on the radio with our sister station up in Chicago, 670 The Score, and, man, did he anger Chicago people talking about their quarterback. Would we get this defensive if someone said these things about C.J. Stroud? We will have that for you. Let you hear the Ross Tucker audio coming up next.
Don't get it. There's one area
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, so we know Ross Tucker is a big part of this show, especially during football season. He joins us on Tuesdays. He joined us last week for a nice little off-season. You guys like Ross Tucker. We know that because we did a focus group up here back in December of last year, and they asked our listeners, what are the things you like most about the station and our shows and things like that? And Ross Tucker graded very high in that exercise. People like him a lot.
Partly because he's not afraid to throw bad takes out or controversial takes.
Yes.
So he's the reason we had Take-A-Mania, because of his original take that you should tell people that a restaurant you like actually sucks, because that way it won't be too crowded for you when you show up.
Yes. Yep.
So, and then he came on our show last week. We felt bad that we hadn't told him yet that we had an entire segment every week basically inspired by him.
Mm-hmm.
And then on that very call, he let us know that he didn't know the difference between a raccoon and a possum.
God, I forgot about that already.
What was it? A raccoon and
a skunk. And a skunk.
A skunk, that's
yeah.
right. Yeah, he didn't know the difference. Raccoon and a possum I might excuse. A raccoon and a skunk, no way.
Nope.
No.
Nope. So it's go find it. We posted the pictures and everything. Ross went on 670 The Score, our sister station, late last week, and I got the skinny from my son who lives in Chicago, like, Pop, Ross Tucker really got my buddies angry up here today when he was on 670 The Score. He had a couple takes about Caleb Williams. So here's the first one. Ross makes a prediction that Caleb Williams, well, take a listen. He makes this prediction about Caleb Williams and his future with the Chicago Bears.
In fairness, he can't control his dad.
Yes.
But he sure as heck can say, hey, Dad, you're not in here. You're not putting me in a good spot.
Right. But
I
Ross,
couldn't tell, to be honest with you, in Seth's article, I couldn't tell a couple of those quotes if they were direct from Caleb to Seth, or it was what Caleb said to his dad, and his dad relayed that to Seth.
And
that's why it's important for him to talk.
That's what's missing,
because
is the context
if it's
of
just
all this.
his dad, it's taken an entirely different way.
Exactly. He needs to talk.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he might end up being what the Bears haven't had in forever, which is a long-time franchise quarterback, top 10 guy. I would just say, I would be discouraged at this point in the process, right? I would say it would be more surprising to me. Like, if I had to bet, okay, is Caleb Williams going to be the Bears' starting quarterback in 3 years? I'd probably bet no if I had to bet yes or no right now.
We'll explore
just based
that.
On
that's
what we've seen so far. I mean, and then it's like the sacks he takes, and that went back to college. I don't know, man. Like, that's hard for quarterbacks to get rid of that. If they have a tendency to take a lot of sacks, that's hard for them to get rid of. So we'll see. Listen, Bears fans are incredible. I hope he's awesome. I hope the Bears are awesome. It'd be fun if the Bears were back in the playoffs, but I'd be lying to you guys if I didn't tell you I had my doubts.
Okay. Won't be the starting. He'd say no to him being the starting quarterback in 3 years.
When you take, part of it is that just statistically, that's how you go with it. Okay, young quarterback has a struggling, faced a lot of challenges his rookie year, doesn't play all that great. Yeah, more times than not, that guy's not going to work out.
Yeah.
I think the big X factor is really just you take this quarterback who's very raw in a lot of respects. Like a lot of quarterbacks who come out of air raid systems are kind of raw when it comes to doing the things you need to do in the NFL. Pat Mahomes was that way, but Pat Mahomes also had a year to sit and learn under Andy Reid while watching a really competent quarterback in Alex Smith go to work. So I think for me, the biggest question really is how good is Ben Johnson as an offensive coordinator? Ben Johnson got way more out of Jared Goff than the Rams thought they were going to get out of Jared Goff, and now he's got to do it with Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
I think that Caleb Williams will play better this year. Like if I had to handicap it, will he be the starting quarterback 3 years from now? I would say yes, just because we've seen guys that show promise but aren't consistent, whether it's Trevor Lawrence or or Tua Tagovailoa or whatever, as long as you show that ceiling at some point, the team's going to stick by
Trevor Lawrence is the template. He's the exact name. When you were the direction you were going just now, I'm like, the Jags not only stuck with Trevor Lawrence, they paid Trevor Lawrence, and that was with a team that has now picked twice in the top 5 with him as their starting quarterback in the draft picking. So number 1 overall picks it's a different deal, you know. I feel like, and if they and Caleb, if you look at Caleb's numbers from last year, he was like,
right. It wasn't like he had a horrendous this is one of the worst busts ever or anything. It obviously wasn't the same level that C.J. Stroud had as rookie.
And they didn't win at that level as a team, and that always hurts too. They lost 10 games in a row at one point. But if you look, if I'm not mistaken, Seth, his interception numbers are very low. I think he only threw 6 picks all year, which is really funny because after week 2, CJ went up to Caleb Williams on the field after the game and told him to keep his head up after all those sacks and turnovers. And CJ wound up being the one throwing a bunch of picks this year. And Caleb actually kind of, without having watched every snap of the Bears game, I'm just literally looking at the numbers right now. But he threw single-digit interceptions. He did get that part under control.
That part of it, the hard part of that is that some of that is tied on to holding the ball too long.
Exactly. That's why I say he got sacked a lot.
For your own sacks too.
Yeah.
So the fewer opportunities to throw interceptions when he could have maybe. But no, he did some promising things.
Yeah.
It's just he needs the right coaching at the very least, and it sounds like, at least according to that book or that article, it sounds like the coaching situation wasn't ideal, but who knows? What Ross was referencing originally in that interview was the fact that the Seth they were talking about, Seth Wickersham, who wrote this article, that had quotes from Caleb Williams' dad, and then it was unclear whether some of the things came from Caleb Williams himself or not. But one of the things that he had said was that, initially he didn't want to go to Chicago. And guys like Ross and a lot of other people interpreted that immediately. Bears fans are going to be really upset about this. What I saw from Bears fans were mostly that if they read the whole article, Caleb Williams didn't want to go to Chicago initially, but changed his mind.
Yeah.
And one of the things he said is he didn't want to nuke the whole city. Basically, he didn't want to do that. I don't know. I felt like as a Bears fan, it'd be kind of the same way Jim Brown in his later years would tell the story about, he didn't want to go to Cleveland when he got drafted. But ultimately, he was really glad he ended up in Cleveland. But people like to take the little snippet and say, Jim Brown says he didn't even want to go to Cleveland.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's not what he was saying.
Would what Ross said right there make you angry if you were a Bears fan? If you were a fan of Caleb Williams? If C.J. Stroud had the same year, his rookie year, that Caleb Williams did, and Ross came on our show and said, I don't think C.J. Stroud is going to be the starter 3 years from now.
If I'm looking at it as objectively as possible, no, of course not. I'd see his logic. Yeah. But being completely honest with you, I'd probably be a little peeved.
Yeah, the emotion. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm.
I got peeved at people that pointed out the harsh reality of Jose Abreu's situation. When I think I got mad at Keith Law for questioning the brilliance of the Astros in signing Jose Abreu. I was like, you don't know what you're talking about, nerd. Keith Law, who the hell are you anyway?
Sure. Power numbers were down, but his OPS was fine. Here's one more from Ross Tucker talking about Caleb Williams' general decision-making in his time in the NFL.
I hate when I come on and I want to call it bad news. I have major concerns about Caleb Williams, like major concerns. It feels to me like more often than not, he does the wrong thing. And this isn't a talent thing, and I don't think I've ever met him, but we can have a discussion, and I've seen all the Bears fans, he was right. Waldron and Eberflus are idiots. He was right. I've seen that. I get that. We can have an argument about whether or not it's an issue that he and his dad were thinking about trying to avoid the Bears. I don't have any problem with that.
Right.
Why would you tell a writer this? Why would you be talking about this with a writer and then not go through with it? I mean, that's my biggest issue. I feel like he either gets really bad advice or his awareness rating on Madden needs to go down 30 points. Because I also thought it was a really, really poor decision for him to not address it this week, because it's going to get addressed, right? People are going to ask him about it the first time they're allowed to ask him about it. So why would you want to drag it on?
Yeah, so there you go. When I hear that, I always bring this back here to CJ, the same way I did with the previous cut. We're pretty fortunate. I can't think of anything. Like, I'm not talking about on-the-field mistakes like sacks he took or interceptions. That's not what that conversation is about right there. That's about handling your business off the field.
Yeah.
PR, do interviews or whatever. I guess, like, the one criticism I would have for C.J. Stroud was maybe he was a little too much out there last year doing the podcast circuit. He didn't say anything that was super, caustic or anything like that, but just the mere, hey, who are the top 5 quarterbacks? He's got himself third after his rookie year. Little things just little things like that. I think the stuff that Caleb Williams is talking, that Ross is talking about with Caleb Williams, is potentially more damaging if it's not handled the right way.
If you're constantly like adding fuel to controversies or whatever, that Seth Wickersham didn't have to have quotes or sources from Caleb Williams' dad or Caleb Williams himself about that topic in such a way that that it just ends up being a controversy. If you look at Caleb Williams last year, it was after he had a 3-game stretch at the beginning of the season, remember, where it was looking really good. He threw 7 touchdowns and 1 interception in the course of 3 straight victories for the Bears. And then, you saw it in the Texans game. A lot of the things they were doing to that offense were just, it was high school stuff.
Yeah.
And I think the league, as it tends to do over the first half of the season, started to get a feel for what they were doing with Caleb Williams. And the fact that he didn't have we could also see in the Texans game, his offensive line was just crap. And so for a rookie with raw NFL skills and not necessarily in an offense that might be helping him out the most, I can make a lot of excuses for him. But it also is like he is also still a rookie quarterback, and most of them don't end up working out where they were after.
It is funny, it is funny. I'm looking at the same game log you are with Caleb. Like that loss to the Commanders on that Hail Mary, like kind of that started their 10-game losing streak. Like that. Yeah. That was like one of those gut punch losses that almost counts like multiple losses, like that was.
Yeah, well, and he threw for 131 yards in that game.
Yeah,
the offense was just a nothing.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment coming up. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop. Chris Partee and Luke Morrow in today for the fellas. So we'll find out what they've got going on. I know they have a question of the day, so we'll get to that with them as well. We finally got the mystery resolved. Where did the Belichick shirtless video come from? This is the mystery everybody's been talking about. This is a 2-year-old video that we now finally know the source of it. We've got the audio. You will not want to miss that. It is coming up next.
This one.
SportsRadio.com.
This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Final segment, and then we'll hand it over to the guys on In the Loop. Chris Partee and Luke Morrow in for Reggie and John today. So the mystery was solved. If you missed it earlier, we played this during Acknowledge Me. We gave Pablo Torre an acknowledgement today for the deep dive work that he's done. Actual travel for resolving this mystery. Where was the shirtless Belichick ring video filmed? How did it get out there? This is a big mystery that's been going around for a while. And I say it tongue-in-cheek. Pablo Torre did say on his podcast, like, there were NFL teams that when they saw that video, like when it popped up and when it became viral, because Belichick was trying to get back into the coaching thing. He said there were NFL teams that, at the very least, had some serious questions when they saw that video. As to kind of where Belichick was with life and stuff like that. Popping up on a ring cam on a. And for those who
thought it was just an innocent, as a guy, just whatever. He's had a good young single guy out, having a good time in the summer, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have a big issue.
At times, it just seemed like a very human thing. It just people speculated and wondered, okay, wait, was he at some woman's house that he wasn't supposed to be at? What's going on here?
That video came out before his relationship with Jordan Hudson became public.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So you're right. Like, we didn't know, like, okay, is he get locked out of his own
video
house?
Was in July of 23, the official breaking up of Bill Belichick and his girlfriend was announced September of 23. With sources close saying that they've been pretty separated for a while now.
Okay, well, maybe.
So I would say from July to September feels like a while at least.
It does. Yeah, it does.
So hot.
So Pablo,
I love thinking about Bill Belichick's love life.
This is good stuff. This is good stuff. Pablo Torre, journalist, frequent panelist on some of the ESPN shows, has a podcast that's part of Dan Lebitard's podcast, the Meadowlark Media. Pablo Torre Finds Out is the name of the podcast. He's already done one episode where he did the deep dive on Belichick and his girlfriend Jordan Hudson and just the whole dynamic at the University of North Carolina, where he reported that according to 11 different sources, she had been banned from the football facility. The school quickly put out a statement saying she's welcome anytime and that she does not have anything to do with the football program.
She was welcome in a non-football capacity. Yeah. I didn't think it was all that big of a rebuttal,
right,
if that's what they were going for.
Yeah. So, but the other big mystery was this ring cam video of Belichick. And so Pablo is his next project. And it's pretty funny. It's about a 45-minute podcast about this thing, and he's pretty tongue-in-cheek about just how he needs a hobby. And this whole, that this is what he's investing his journalistic work in. But as he points out, Belichick is the highest paid, public employee in the state of North Carolina. So where was this ring cam video shot? Pablo Torre went on Pardon My Take, the podcast, after the first Belichick podcast he did, and went on Pardon My Take, and they got talking about the ring cam video, and Pablo Torre puts out an appeal to someone by the name of Rainbolt, who is one of these geo-guessers. So I didn't even know these people existed until I listened to this podcast the other day. So the first part of what you're going to hear is Pablo on Pardon My Take, and then that segues into the latter part of it here where he's back talking on his own podcast about the whole thing with Katie Nolan and another dude.
What I did before I logged on here is I emailed the manager of that guy, Rainbolt, who's the GeoGuessr guy.
Yeah, he's incredible.
And so I'm hoping if Rainbolt listens to this, please respond to your manager's email. I kind of need you to solve a mystery. Like, where was this camera?
Oh, my God, Pablo.
This is crazy.
Oh, my God, Pablo.
Are you guys familiar with Rainbolt?
Yes.
It's like the guy who, you can show him a picture of anything, and he's like, it's exactly here.
It's wild. He can be like, you are at the parking lot of old Caldors in Massachusetts he can pinpoint you on a map. It's crazy.
He's the geo-guessing goat.
Yeah, so there you go.
I don't like that second part of the audio. It just confuses me.
Yeah. That's why I tried to lay it out a little smoother there this time.
I hate that. I hate that whole exchange.
Okay.
There.
Sorry about that.
Never do it again.
Yeah. So So he enlists this Rainbolt guy gets in touch with him and enlists like 8 of his geo-guessing colleagues. They unleash them on this whole thing, and they're able to actually find out where this place is. It's an Airbnb in Winthrop, Massachusetts. The house is on the water right outside Boston. It's a suburb of Boston, basically, and it's on the water. And they played a second ring video of Belichick shirtless. We won't play the audio this time, Ben. With a satchel, shirtless, getting into his car. Pablo Torre went and rented this Airbnb. Like he went and did a video of himself walking through it like Belichick did. It was pretty wild. He runs into the owners of the Airbnb while he's there and was able to find out that the video got out there. It wasn't there was speculation, hey, did Jordan Hudson put this video out and send it to TMZ? Mm-hmm. Did somebody else do it? The owners took the video from Belichick staying there and sent it to a few of their friends and were like, hey, I think this might be Bill Belichick who stayed at our Airbnb here. And once it made it outside of that little inner circle there, once it got to other people, it was custody was
that's when it went. Somebody along the way sold it somewhere.
Yes.
And so the rightful owners of the which yes, the ring, those owners say that they wish they had sold it. I feel like that's not your best practice as an Airbnb owner. I'm sure you're legally covered and everything, but still putting your client's business out there on blast, probably not popular.
Yeah, they said
if I see Jordan, if I'm ever looking for an Airbnb and Jordan Hudson is basically like, well, the owners released a video of my boyfriend.
Yeah.
Long story, he wasn't my boyfriend yet, but still, and it ended up being like a huge thing for me a few years later.
Yeah.
That I had to deal with. Yeah.
Yeah, they said, for those wondering what Seth's talking about, the owners, they did an interview with Pablo Torre for part of this podcast, and they said that they regretted that they didn't profit off of this. So the biggest thing to me, like these geo-guessers, man. Like these, I had no idea these people existed.
Yeah,
that's
I've just
wild.
seen clips of it. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah,
I don't. They can like this. Actually, doesn't seem like very. I'm sure this is pretty easy for a guy like that, the guy that's one of the best geolocators.
Rainbolt,
because they'll just take a picture of a hut somewhere in a jungle. And people figure out by the shadows and all of that, and time of day, etc., exactly where like these really remote areas are.
That's incredible.
Yeah,
picking this thing out. I know that's on a street that has houses.
Sean, you'll watch these people play, and they'll be like, okay, well, I know that those trees only grow in Southeast Asia, and then by the time of the day, like, yeah, it's nuts. It's nuts. This would be easy. It's got streets and buildings that you can zero in on and everything.
Well,
I'm not saying it's easy for me, but probably for them.
He unleashed 8 people on it, too. I feel like that's one of those things they probably found out in like the next 15 minutes.
I bet they did it. He probably gave a bonus to whoever found it first, and somebody found it in like 7 minutes.
Someone said that the GeoGuessr app is really fun.
I just looked into it. It's $2 a month. Nope, not going to do it.
Oh, I just downloaded it. Did I just accidentally
subscribe? No. You gotta log in first.
Okay.
So
Okay.
It's $2.99 a month.
Yeah, I got enough. Dude, I got enough of those already. I get so many emails of things I'm spending $2.99 on. Yeah. I have enough iCloud space for the federal government right now, I think, with all the iCloud $2.99s I get. Here's $2.99 for your next 10 gigs. Yeah, I'm like, okay, I've done this this many times now, where I've got this many different subscriptions for iCloud disk space or whatever.
You can be a pro for $2.49 a month if you pay. That's prorated when you pay the one lump sum.
Okay.
I also don't like it when my entry level is pro. Like, oh, okay, great. Oh, now I'm a pro.
Yeah.
Because I just no, I'd like to have to earn my way up.
It's like being a VP at a bank. Like everybody's a VP at a bank. It feels like.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that's I downloaded it, but I'm not gonna use that. So apparently there's Belichick also, according to Florio. I love that Florio's not getting involved in this. Apparently Belichick changed the name of his boat from 8 Rings. Because he's won 8 rings as a head coach and a defensive coordinator. The name of his boat is 8 Rings, and apparently he's changed it to 1 plus 8 rings. The rumor is they're engaged. The 2 of them. Yeah, the rumor is they're engaged.
So the name of the boat is 1 plus 8 rings?
1 plus 8 rings, yes. Yeah.
Oh, that could mean a million different things, though. That could also be just whatever he plans on winning one trophy plus 8 rings.
Yeah, well, tell that to Florio, man. Florio's on the case.
If she's infiltrated herself,
he's the geoguesser of relationships.
If she's gotten into it that deep that he's already changing the name of his boat after her before she's married, that's in deep, man.
Dude, she's
I don't own a boat, but I feel like if I did, that would be my last stand. No, this is independent, Seth. Never. I control the name of this boat.
What are the things that he's done that are going to be hard to undo? The renaming of the boat. I mean, you can probably just paint over the one, but still, putting her in the book is a big one. Like, that's a big one that she's in the acknowledgments in the book. Like, you can't undo that. Like, the book's out there. The book is the book. And he didn't mention Robert Kraft, but he mentioned the side piece that turned into the girlfriend.
Yeah.
And then I would say also that Dunkin' Donuts commercial. Like, that's never going away. Like, once he's in a she
oddly pops up in a Dunkin' Donuts video that's when nothing other than NFL celebrities. You know, like it was
like Ben Affleck.
NFL celebrities and then actual celebrities.
Yeah.
And then Jordan Hudson for no good reason.
Standing there, and she reportedly kind of muscled her way into that too. You know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then she muscled Hard Knocks off of the camp. The story is that Hard Knocks was like on a Friday they thought that they were good to go and they were going to do UNC.
Yeah.
And by Monday she had sabotaged it all.
Done deal, man.
Because she wanted editorial control over everything.
Yeah.
And ownership in the show, I think.
She wanted ownership of the show. It never specified if she wanted actual fiscal ownership, like shares,
or if she wanted to be named a producer.
Yeah,
or
like figurative ownership. Yeah. The fellas are here. Chris Partee and Luke Morrow in for John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Gentlemen, how are we feeling?
Doing well. Good to be here.
Good.
Greetings on a Memorial Day.
Yes, happy Memorial Day to everybody.
Yeah, man. Yeah. What's happening? Do you have a good weekend?
Weekend was good. Kind of laid back, kind of chill.
Yeah.
Not too much going on.
Stroh's 3 out of 4 from the Mariners.
Of course.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. That was good to see. I'm guessing that comes up on the show today.
Won't take long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm waiting for them to string along more than 2 or 3 in a row. Give us 5 or 6 in a row at some point.
Yeah, what's their max rate? The most they've had is 3, right?
I think they've had 2 3-game winning streaks.
Yeah,
this
they haven't gone past 3.
No.
Okay.
So at some point you think we got to get past that barrier.
Seth and I were talking about it. We'll take 10-7 in that stretch. You lose 2 starting pitchers,
Yeah, that's actually a really good way to think of it in terms of, all right, usually in any given season, you're going to have at least a couple of streaks. Like, okay, where's our streak? If they're genuinely a team to get excited about, give me a streak to get irrationally excited about. Like, oh, they're never going to lose another baseball game. I want to feel like that.
That's what happened. That's what happened about this time, in June of last year started out.
So what is that number for you guys to get irrationally just over elated
6.
about?
Two series sweeps in a row.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying.
2 series sweeps in a row, and some of it may depend on who the opponent is. You know what I mean?
Of course.
Like the fact that they took 3 out of 4. The fact that their best series during this stretch, because they didn't sweep any series, they only lost 1. It was to the Rays.
Yeah.
But that if I could pick one before the 17-game stretch that they're going to win, it would have been the Seattle series. Obviously, that's who you're chasing. It was the most important one.
Yes.
So that was good to see.
And this is their opportunity now.
Yeah.
What the A's, Rays, Pirates.
Some bad teams.
Yeah, this is the chance.
Even the good teams they play aren't great teams. Like the Guardians are all right, and the Twins are all right. But they're no great shakes.
No, which is what I was saying last week when I was in with Ron, and we were talking about the Astros are only 500. But when you look around baseball, most teams are right around 500.
The AL
right
especially.
Everybody's hovering right now.
Yeah, everybody's hovering. Yep. What's the
question of the day?
Question of the day, yeah.
Which Houston athlete, past or present, would you most like to have at the family barbecue today?
Okay.
Yeah.
Other than Seth Payne.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I was a brown noser, I would just...
Right?
So I've said
a notable athlete or something,
yeah.
We can't make it too easy for him.
Okay, that's a good question. Who would be the most... It's obviously...
The first one that popped to my mind was Jose Lima. For a cookout especially.
Yeah.
I feel like Jose Lima would be a blast.
He would be a blast. That's a great one.
Whatever he made in appearance fees back in the day, I'm guessing was totally worth it. He was just going to go and
got your money's worth there.
I tell you, I mean, a quick funny story about Jose. Like Jose Lima was a staple on this station back in the late 90s. He would come in after being out all night and do 4 hours with John and Lance.
Dang.
On this
really?
station. Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes, he would come in. Lance Zierlein played in a softball league back in the late 90s and invited Jose Lima to come play softball with his team, joking, or I think semi-joking. Lima shows up during the season. Lima shows up in his batting practice jersey with Lima 42 on the back of it, and which is funny. The pitchers had a batting practice jersey back then, but I guess he was in the National League, so that he batted. But yeah, he showed up wearing an Astros jersey and played softball with a bunch of beer league softball guys.
Could you ever see something like that happening today?
Never. No, dude. I would
No way.
No, society. And I would not see Jose Lima, R.I.P. I mean, he passed away 15 years. God, it might be 15 years ago to the day. It was late May back in. That's crazy. You bring him up, Seth. It was late May of 2010. I remember it vividly. And what was
May 23rd?
May 23rd was over the weekend.
Friday, right?
Yeah. So it's almost 15 years to the day.
I don't know if it would happen because of social media. Because Steve McNair would go out and play softball at the Sportsplex down there on the south side. He would just show up and he would play shortstop. The story was told to me, he would play shortstop, but he was safe about it. Like he would line up 10 yards deep into the outfield, but it didn't matter because he could just gun everybody. In softball, could gun people out at first. And then I had a guy when I was in Jacksonville. Our center, John, he had his own softball team and played pitcher.
Yeah,
which was especially dumb because in softball you can take one to the face or the hand or something real quick.
Yeah,
but he played an entire league season as a pitcher for his own softball team.
Okay, so that's a good one. I would say any of the Astros that were part of Club Astros back in the day, that was a fun group. Okay. I feel like they would do cookouts really well. I would say Will Anderson for sure. I think Will Anderson is like pizza. You just add him to any situation and it immediately becomes better. I would invite the guys in the H-E-B commercial where they're cooking out, provided they don't sing. I don't need Mauricio Dubon going over the top with "Buy me some brisket and queso too."
So we're going to put stipulations on
Stipulations. You can't sing your H-E-B stuff, but Altuve, Pena, and Dubon, I think, would be a blast to have at the cookout, as long as they don't sing.
Have you ever been in an event where somebody all of a sudden is like, now our daughter will grace all of you with a song that she's going to sing? And the poor girl starts singing, and like midway through, you realize this girl's no good.
I've never been.
And everybody kind of starts milling away.
It's like, why are we doing this?
I've been in this situation twice in my life. And I always feel bad, so I'll stand and just still be paying attention, which I feel like it ends up looking even worse because everybody filters away because it's so bad.
Why do they do that, these parents?
Because it's the same people that get up on American Idol or whatever, where they're delusional about what their children can do.
Hey, you got to pay your dues sometimes, right?
I guess.
They did that in an episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm. And before he was done, he interrupted the performance, trying to clap her off. All right, good job.
Playing the Get Off the Stage music.
Yeah.
Kenny Stabler just came in on the text page. Kenny Stabler would be fun to have in a lot of things. Yes. Vince Wilfork. Yeah, Vince Wilfork.
Okay.
All right, I don't want to steal the thunder from y'all's segment, but these are the names that are starting to come in right now.
I think we get some good ones in. We'll get some good ones.
Pena and his harem would be a lot of fun. He doesn't have a harem anymore. I don't know if he ever did. He's in a committed relationship. He talked about it with Julia Morales on the Bases Loaded show there. Yeah.
Next time you watch the Astros play, tell me if this is the right characterization I have for Pena. I'm just because he's got kind of a unique facial expression at any given time. I think he perpetually looks like a good cop who's stuck in a bad situation and has to make a tough moral decision.
Okay.
He's kind of like in a can't win. Like, do I protect this suspect who I know is innocent, but it's my job to arrest her? But yeah, that's what Pena always looks like.
He's got a permanent look of consternation on his face.
Yes, and he's trying to do the right thing.
Yeah.
It makes me pull for him.
You got Frank Serpico playing shortstop.
Yeah. Well, next Astros game, watch and tell me if that fits.
I'm all over it. Now I'm mad they're not playing tonight. I want to watch it tonight and see if that's the case. Hey, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. I will repeat, Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, happy Memorial Day and antibodies to you, my friend.
Yes, antibodies and happy Memorial Day, and thank you to everybody for whom we celebrate Memorial Day. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes, and everybody gave the ultimate sacrifice, and your families as well. We appreciate you certainly in thinking about you today on Memorial Day. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Luke Morrow and Chris Partee in for Reggie and John, and we got our guy Colin back there pushing the ones and twos. He's in for Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Not only working on Memorial Day, these guys, but also hanging around a little bit longer with us, too. Props to them.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it.
Where do we got to be, you know?
Got to go to the cookout with Vince Wilfork. We'll get all your answers coming up later on Question of the Day. You can always text the show throughout the next 4 hours, 713-572-4610. Good to be here on Memorial Day. And, Chris, good timing as well. The Astros win 3 out of 4 over the weekend for the Mariners. Saw a lot of people calling yesterday's victory the biggest win of the season so far for the Astros with that Christian Walker walk-off.
Yeah.
And so just a big weekend, as we already kind of touched on, to finish up that 17-game trip for Houston, to put the exclamation point and take 3 out of 4. I always call those that's like the driveway games where I'm the youngest of 3 boys, so I would grow up, feel pretty good playing pickup hoops against my friends, and then my older brothers would come out and kind of put me in my place. And I compare that to this weekend where the Mariners are feeling really good in first place, and then they come into Houston, and the Astros, despite throwing some minor league arms, take 3 out of 4, close within a game and a half, and you look at it and say, like, yeah, you know what? Maybe this still is kind of the Astros' division to lose.
If you're an Astros fan right now, you got to be feeling pretty good. I think, 3 games above 500 again, 28 and 25 now.
Mm-hmm.
You got the 3 out of 4 there. And like we just talked about in Crosstalk, they got some games coming up here, some series coming up with teams that they should be able to beat and handle, I don't want to say easily, but, should be able to handle and get some more wins here. But like I talked about, I got to see a bigger sample size, I should say. Three wins in a row a couple different times this year. That's not going to cut it. You can't keep going back and forth like this all year, just hovering around 500. Now, it helps that the division, no one's really running away with it. Even though the Mariners were rolling there, they come in, you smack them around. The Christian Walker, like, I'm looking at his last 5 games here, right? For the year, I think, he's batting .212 overall for the season. But these last 5 games, .333 average, .794 OPS, 1 home run, 4 RBI. It seems like maybe he's, turned a corner here, and he's going to get back on, hopefully get on track moving forward. Now, we're still looking for, even though yesterday he played pretty well, we're still looking for Altuve to get on track, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just more consistently, as we've seen over his career here in Houston. That's what I think every fan is waiting for, that, to watch Altuve get it back on track and start hitting the way we know he can hit.
How much concern do you have for Altuve that can happen, or maybe this is just the new Altuve at this point in his career?
I mean, to say this is the new Altuve would mean, okay, he's basically going off the cliff, right? I mean, he's been – how old is Altuve now?
Was he 35?
Yeah, I mean, he's in that mid-30s range, so to say this is the new Altuve would mean, compared to what we've seen from him in the past, would mean, okay, maybe he's hit the cliff. I'm not ready to concede that just yet. I think, it's just a slow start to the season. I think eventually, again – we're just about to enter June, so we still got a few months left of this season. I think he'll get back on track, but eventually you get to a point to where you say, okay, well, when do we say, no, this is just who he is now, right? Like, when is that, is it late June? Is it mid-July? Are we going to wait all the way until late August? And if he's still not hitting the ball like we know he can hit, then do we finally just concede that, okay, maybe, like you just said, maybe this is the new Altuve?
Let's go back to Christian Walker, because I think that is the big story from yesterday with that walk-off home run. Could this be that earning the stripes moment for Walker, where it's not a fair comparison, but it's almost like a three-point shooter seeing that ball finally go through the net after, missing a few, and they get that they get the mojo back? Could this be that spot for Walker where you get a big walk-off homer yesterday? The guy's obviously been scuffling. Do you expect him to maybe take off a little bit now after that?
That's kind of what it feels like here. I mean, do we want to go to the audio right for Walker?
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, first let's hear the walk. Let's hear how it sounded, the Christian walk-off yesterday to take 3 out of 4 from the Mariners.
0-2.
Hit deep to left field. Astros win it and take 3 out of 4 from the Seattle Mariners.
That's the one Christian Walker wanted. Let him have it. Enjoy the moment, Christian.
On the text line from the 832, I hope that walk-off is the catalyst that Walker needed. You could text the show throughout 713-572-4610. Also, let us know what you think. Was that the biggest win so far this season for the Astros? Because you do feel different splitting 4 games with the Mariners compared to winning 3 out of 4 and doing so when you're not throwing your best arms over the weekend. Yesterday felt like a big win, and it just felt like a big moment for Christian Walker. Here was Walker after the game talking to the media. We know he's been struggling. Chandler Rome had a great article about Christian Walker trying to change all the different superstitions so far this season. Switch lockers, use a mustache, high socks, whatever it is. Gets that homer yesterday. Could this be the takeoff point? Here was Christian yesterday after the win.
Yeah, it feels good for sure. It's nice to execute in a big moment. It's nice to come through for the guys. This lineup's been picking each other up all year, so I feel like you're earning your keep a little bit, winning a big series at home. Good crowd today. The whole thing was enjoyable for sure.
That was a laser. Were you kind of looking for that pitch, or how did you just kind of approach that at bat?
Yeah, his motion, his leg kick, his arm swing, it was all real quick. Threw 2 4 seams pretty much right by me there, and I just wanted to make sure I did everything I could to get my foot in the ground and be ready to get on another fastball. Not really cheating or guessing, but no reason to go spin there based on how the first 2 look. So shortened my leg kick down a little bit, just stuck my toe in the dirt and tried to get a good swing off.
And a good swing he certainly got with that homer, launching it into left field. I think this is the chance for Walker, not only because that home run yesterday, but you had the 4-game series here in Houston over the weekend against Seattle, and now you stay home for the next week with 2 against the A's starting tomorrow, and then Tampa Bay for 4. And when you look at Christian Walker, look, I know this season has not gone well for him whatsoever, certainly compared to expectations. But when you look at the splits, at home he's batting .257, .760 OPS. You'd sign up for that. That's kind of in line with his career. That's a good first baseman. Yeah. On the road, he's batting .165, .489 OPS. That's not even a big leaguer. So here's a chance for him now, spending the next week at home, coming off that home run. Maybe the snowball of momentum starts to build for him.
I mean, when you mention those splits there, it just, kind of reiterates to me how much baseball is a mental game, right? It's so easy to get in your own head when things don't go right, but you just talked about it. He's playing very well at home. On the road, not even, as far as the numbers go, not even big league numbers from the plate. Now, we know he's going to do his thing in the field. He's a former Gold Glover, I think 2-time Gold Glover, or maybe 3. We know he's going to do his thing in the field, but got to get it back on track. Road right now. This next week, like you said, they're still at home. Let's focus on that. I just hope that this is something that he can build off of, and the team in general is going to build off of that 3-game, that 3 out of 4 series win over the Mariners and keep things going with a few teams coming up. Like I said, the A's, the Rays, and then you go to Pittsburgh after that. Some teams that aren't playing very well right now. So I always say this, and this goes for any sport. If you can primarily beat the teams that you're supposed to beat, like the teams that you're better than, you're going to be all right. You're going to be in the mix at least when it comes, crunch time late in the season. You're at least going to be in the mix. Get those wins that you're supposed to get. For the most part, win those in baseball. Win those series that you should win every time, and you'll be all right.
That's the old baseball cliche. Every team's going to win 60. Every team's going to lose 60. And not often do you have 100 win or 100 loss teams. It happens, obviously, every once in a while.
Yeah.
And then your season comes down to those other 42 games that are more of the toss-ups. And to your point, yeah, these are the games coming up this next week that you should win. And then even after Pittsburgh, you go to Cleveland, which is tough, but then after that, you get the White Sox. So these next 2 weeks, you should be able to stack some victories if you are the Astros, which leads me to my next question. Today is Memorial Day.
Yes.
Speaking of baseball cliches, you always say, don't look at the standings until Memorial Day. Maybe even the stats, the player stats. Right? Memorial Day is the first, that tent pole that, okay, we're a third of the season, we're a third of the way through the season now. I'm always that, it's still early kind of guy, but we're heading towards June. It's not that early anymore.
Is it still early? Like, can you still say it's that early?
No, I don't.
It's June, basically.
Right. Once you get to Memorial Day, I think you throw that out the window. All-Star break is about 6 weeks away, right? We're heading towards the midway point. This is when you really have to start to turn it on. So now that we've reached Memorial Day, you look at the Astros, 28-25. Well, game and a half out of first place. They're on pace for 86 wins right now. As we sit here on Memorial Day, Chris, how do you currently feel about these Astros?
I feel good about them. And a big reason for that is they're still keeping their heads above water with all the injuries to the pitching staff.
Yeah.
And we know coming in, the pitching staff is supposed to be one of the, hallmarks of this team. One, something that they can, lean on or tip their cap to say, okay, in tough times, at least we know we got our staff, right? So, especially with the bullpen. So knowing that, I don't feel so bad. And again, no one's running away with this division anytime soon. It just doesn't feel like that's going to happen. This division feels like it's pretty much going to be tight all the way until the end, all the way through September to me. So, no, I don't feel that bad about the Astros right now. I think they're in a good spot.
Yeah, I feel fine. I'm concerned long-term with the pitching issues. If they do lose, they've already lost, Hayden for the rest of the year. If you lose Blanco as well, you're down 2 starting pitchers. The current starting rotation they have right now, I don't think this is sustainable long-term. So that's my concern. How does this catch up to them? And then, when you have the pitchers in the 17-game stretch, I think it was 17 games, starters made it to the 6th inning.
Yeah.
So then you start taxing the bullpen. And the bullpen right now, statistically, is the best in the AL. But it's a long season. And when you require more innings from these guys, that leads to more burnout. So then your strength starts to become not as strong with the bullpen. So that's my concern of this domino effect with all these injuries on the pitching staff. You'll get Arrighetti back at some point, but as I said last week on the drive, it might not be till after the All-Star break at this point. The cash just came off. They have to build him up from a spring training perspective, they said, which might be at least a month, right, to get a starting pitcher ready for midseason form.
Yeah.
So you're down starters. Then that starts to impact the bullpen. That's my concern long-term. But before the season started, I said Astros will win high 80s games, be a wild card team. Right now, they're on pace to win 86 games. And since they're in second place, let's say they're on pace to be a wild card team. It's kind of in line with what I had, right? It's a few games behind.
It's close.
I said 88 wins. They're on pace for 86.
I mean, that's 2 games off. That's not bad.
So my impression of them hasn't changed too much the first 2 months of the season. What would be your biggest concern, though, for the Astros moving forward from what we've seen so far now that we're on Memorial Day?
If the pitching woes continue getting the bats going, like just overall as a team, getting the bats going. They've struggled to hit the ball. Again, I talked about Altuve earlier. Now you got Christian Walker, who seems like he might kind of be beginning to hit a stride, but overall, he struggled this year. If you just look at overall, Christian Walker.
Absolutely.
So outside of, Paredes has played great. Has been pretty good recently, but I mean, other than that, they just have not hit the ball like we're used to them hitting the ball. So that would be my worry if they can't get the pitching woes, the injuries especially, under control and get some guys back here within the next month or two. If those bats don't start popping, it's gonna be a struggle.
Yeah, let's talk about those bats when we come back. You can text the show 713-572-4610. What's your biggest concern for the Astros the rest of the way now that we have reached Memorial Day? How do you feel about these Astros? On pace for 86 wins. It's Memorial Day today. This is when you really start taking stock of the standings and the records in baseball. Where are you at with these Astros after a nice weekend series against the Mariners? Plus, was the Astros' big offseason move sort of like a 90s rom-com? I'll explain that next, too. It's in the loop.
A quarter of the way through baseball season, an unexpected hero has Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Luke Morrow and Chris Partee in for the guys today here on Memorial Day. Appreciate you hanging with us. Hope you're having a great day. And coming up, we'll talk a little barbecuing or cookout.
Yeah.
As many will be doing that today. Of course, as always on Memorial Day, though, remember those whose lives we've lost over the years and allow us to do this, which is what I'm always so grateful. Because we just sit here and get to talk about sports.
And run our mouths.
Absolutely. So thank you to all those who have served, who are serving, who will serve, and certainly thank you to those who tragically sacrificed their lives for our freedoms to allow us to talk sports for a living. And thoughts and prayers out to the families that have lost those in war and service over the years. Yep. Yeah, certainly. Because that's what today is supposed to be about. But with that said, sports, is always the distraction. We're the beer aisle at the grocery store, and so we're happy to hang with you for the next few hours, talk sports, keep you distracted on this Memorial Day. You can text the show throughout 713-572-4610. Was the big move of the offseason for the Astros sort of like a 90s rom-com? I'll get to that in a moment. Because here we are on Memorial Day, and as we said in the opening segment, this is really when you start to take stock of teams in Major League Baseball, the standings, the records, even the players' stats. You wait till Memorial Day, you're a third of the season through, now you take a look. I talked about the pitching. Chris, you brought up the offense before we hit the break last segment, and I did want to touch on that as well because I have concerns with the lineup. Look, Altuve might have just gotten himself out of a slump. You don't have your best hitter in Jordan right now, and who knows when he's going to return. And then Christian Walker has not been himself either. So there's some question marks where if those three guys get back in the lineup, in Jordan's case, get going, this lineup could be good. But my concern would be who's leading the offense right now, because that's Pena and Myers. And when you go back to a year ago on this date, Pena was batting .320. I think people forget, we all get caught up starts of the season where we say, Jake Myers, he's figured it out. Well, remember, on this date last year, Jake Myers was hitting .293. And then Myers hit .194 from today on. Pena hit .237 from today on. So this isn't necessarily new what we're seeing.
Yeah.
But that's my concern when you look at the offense is that the guys leading the offense right now can we count on them the rest of the way? Don't we need Christian Walker to really? Isn't he kind of the linchpin, right? Don't we need Altuve to get going again? Certainly Jordan back. That's my concern for this lineup of who can we truly count on right now?
Well, I mean, right now, I mean, it's tough because you just mentioned Pena and who else did you mention there?
Jake Myers.
Jake Myers, yeah. But then when you bring up that stat of, from this day forward last year on, hitting 194, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's just not going to get it. And, of course, Jordan being out for such a long time here, and it just feels like we haven't got any updates. And when we have gotten updates, it's okay. I think week before last, it was Joe Espada said, a few days, right? And he's still not back.
Yeah.
Right? But isn't this, I guess that's kind of the MO of the Astros as far as injuries go with their players, not full transparency, which I guess they don't necessarily have to tell us anything. But it'd be nice to know when Jordan is on track to get back because, while he wasn't playing, I guess, up to his usual level before he got hurt, at some point he's going to get back on track, right? You need that pop back in the lineup. So it's tough. Like, I'm looking at some stats here, and, as far as, OPS, team average, they're kind of middle of the road right now as a team.
Oh, yeah.
So it's hard to pick out, like, who's going to be that leader as far as offensively when, yeah, we've had some guys play well, recently, but just overall, it's kind of hard to pinpoint one guy that's going to be that leader because we just haven't really seen it except for in short spurts. And in a long MLB season, you need more than, 3-4 games where a guy plays well, but then he goes right back to what he was doing before and, playing either average or well below average. Or you look at it in the case of an Altuve playing well below what we're used to seeing him play offensively. And then one thing I've looked at earlier in the season, recently he played more second base like he's used to playing, but I was wondering, and I asked Sean Bijani about this on Area 45, a week or so ago. Could it be something that, him moving to left field? Again, baseball is mental. Could that be affecting him at the plate? Having to move and play a position he's not used to playing every day, right? And then we see him go back to second base for a few days, and it seems like he kind of gets back on track. But that's not a full-time move back to second base because he's back in left field already. So I just, again, it's hard for me to pinpoint right now who that guy is that's going to be the instantly because we just haven't seen it consistently, really from anyone. I guess you could say Pena. So I mean, that's probably who I'd have to go with right now as far as who's going to lead the wave. But it can't just be one guy.
No,
one guy doesn't bat 20-something times a game. It's got to be more than just one guy hitting the ball consistently.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem. The 9-hole in the Astros lineup has more extra base hits this year than either the 4th spot, the 5th spot, or the 6th spot.
It's hard to win to win consistently like that. You just can't get it done.
No.
The heart of your lineup is supposed to be the meat of the order and supposed to do all the heavy lifting, supposedly, and it's just not happening for the Astros this year.
Yeah, which is why I think almost Christian Walker is the linchpin in all this. You're going to get Jordan back at some point, and you hope he's
at some point. But
yeah,
when at some point?
Yeah,
that's my thing. When is it next week?
Well, somebody did ask Spada yesterday if he'll be able to return for the A's series, which is the next 2 days, or if we could potentially see him in this A's series. And he said something, to paraphrase, he said something like, I don't want to put him in a box. Essentially, like, he doesn't want to put a timeline, say, like, oh, yeah, he'll probably be back this week, and then when he's not back this week. So it's still up in the air. So it's still open-ended.
You know what that tells me? That's a no.
Oh, yeah, I would assume not.
That's coach speak, manager speak. That's what that is.
Yeah.
That's a no to me.
They did the same thing with Kyle Tucker, too, last year, where they didn't want to put, like, a specific time frame.
I get it.
Really, the Texans did it with Christian Harris, too, and then we were just sitting around waiting. And, okay, what about this week? And, they never gave you any specifics. It was always very generic and just kept you waiting, and then, both guys were out way too long. But, yeah, when he does return, whenever that is, you hope he's the Jordan of old. You hope Altuve gets going again, but I think Christian Walker is the the straw that stirs the drink.
Christian Skywalker.
That's right.
Right now, it feels like he is the straw that stirs the drink, for sure.
Say that 5 times fast.
Yeah, no.
So I got a question, though. Where would you put Jordan, though, in that batting order? Because before he went down, Pena was not leading off yet.
True.
Where would you put him? I mean, Altuve's been batting that 3 spot, but like you said, Chris, you need more consistency out of him. So it kind of there's some interesting decisions the spot is going to have to make when Jordan's ready.
I mean, for me, when he gets back, and I understand what they're doing, you want to make sure he's ready health-wise when he gets back. He'll figure the other things out when he gets back on the field. He'll start to hit again at some point. But I think when you bring him back, you got to put him where he's comfortable. You got to put him back in that 3-4 hole somewhere in there. You got to put him where he's most comfortable. Is for me.
Hey, I'd put him clean up. I think that's a pretty good top 4. If you want to put Walker 5, that's fine. Maybe that's not enough support for Jordan. But I think the 3-hole, I was surprised they moved Altuve there. The 3-hole's kind of a graveyard. There's no spot in the batting order that comes to the plate statistically. This is not just me saying this.
Yeah.
Statistically, there's no spot in the batting order that comes to the plate more often than the 3-hole with 2 outs and the base is empty. Because a lot of times you go 1, 2, 3 in the first inning.
Yeah.
So the 3-hole is not where you should put. This has become a new thing in baseball in the last few years, part of the analytical trend, where you put your power hitter or one of your best hitters in the 3-hole because they're coming up with nobody on base.
Yeah.
You want Jordan to be at the plate with a couple guys on so you could hit 3-run homers instead of solo shots. That's how you get Russell Branyan years ago for the Mariners had like 30 homers but 60 RBIs because there was nobody on base.
Yeah.
That should be a 100-plus RBI season.
I mean, would you consider putting Jordan in the 5-hole and leave Christian in the 4-hole so he has that protection?
I don't know. I don't know if I want Christian Walker in the 4-hole.
Decisions.
I mean, if he continues to hit like he has recently, just in this small sample size.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of throwing something against the wall here because they've got to figure something out. They got to get these bats going.
Yeah.
Like, as a team, now the bottom of the order has hit well recently. But, again, it takes a whole tein.
For sure. I always say I'm the Matt Eberflus of clock management, so we might run a little long here.
Man, that's kind of that's a.
I don't think no.
I'm self-aware.
Not Matt Eberflus.
I could do some good things on the radio, I like to think, but I'm not good with the clock. So I know we're probably supposed to go to break now, but I do want to pay off the tease, and then we'll get to question of the day. Because I said that maybe the big move of the offseason for the Astros is like a 90s rom-com. And I would compare it almost to a She's All That, or really any rom-com from the 90s, where everyone's infatuated by like the cheerleader, and then it's like the studious girl who just takes off her glasses and lets her hair down. It's like, oh my goodness, she's the most beautiful. She was here the whole time.
Right in front of us.
Gisele that should be chasing after and not another teen movie. And I think for the Astros, the big move this offseason is similar, where we were all so caught up in Cam Smith. And look, Cam Smith has found his footing, it seems. He's batting like .320 in the month of May. Also only 4 RBIs, 5 extra base hits. We need a little more pop from him, but still, batting average looks good. He's playing a good right field. But Isaac Paredes has been fantastic. He's been, I would say, the MVP of the lineup to this point, more so than Pena or Myers because of his power production. And all the talk offseason was about Cam Smith, number 1 prospect now for the Astros. He's got to be on the opening day lineup.
Yeah, everyone was excited.
For sure. And look, I don't want to be a prisoner of the moment. These guys are going to have long careers, we'd like to believe. But Paredes, they brought him in for a reason. He fits perfectly with this ballpark. And right now his OPS this year, higher than Bregman's career OPS. He was brought in to replace Bregman.
Yeah.
Defensively, his fielding, right there with Bregman statistically this season. It's also better than Kyle Tucker's fielding so far. His OPS this year, just below Kyle Tucker's career. So my point being, offensively, he's played as well, pretty much as well as Kyle Tucker, better than Bregman so far this season statistically for the course of Bregman's career. And defensively, he's been better than Kyle Tucker, almost as good as Bregman statistically. And that was the guy that everyone was looking at as almost kind of like a throw-in. Like you wanted Cam Smith. Paredes would help fill a hole for the next 2 years. You should sign Paredes to some sort of cheaper long-term deal now before he gets more expensive. He might be the blue chip that we look back on that trade a few years from now. Wasn't about Cam Smith, the big prospect. It was Paredes who said, I think, the MVP of the offense right now. So there you go. What did I say? She's all that?
Yeah, she's all that.
Yeah, was that the one from the 90s? Pick any 90s movie.
I mean,
I was thinking Shrek.
Oh, yes, of course. Famed rom-com, Shrek.
That's not considered a rom-com?
I don't know.
I mean, technically.
I mean, I guess it is a love story to an extent, but
yeah,
I don't know.
And it's comedic. Coming up, it's time for the question of the day. You can text the show 713-572-4610. Send in your answers. Which Houston athlete, past or present, would you most like to have at the family cookout today? We'll get to ours and yours next. It's In the Loop.
The Drive with Stoerner.
SportsRadio.com.
This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. In for In the Loop, here's Luke Morrow and Chris Partee.
Yes, sir. Happy to be filling in for the guys here on Memorial Day, and hopefully you're having a great Memorial Day. Maybe having a cookout or a barbecue today, which leads us to our question of the day. Which Houston athlete, past or present, shoot, you could say any athlete really, and outside of Houston too, we'll accept those answers. But which Houston athlete, past or present, would you most like to be able to have at the family cookout today?
Man, this is a good one.
713-572-4610 to text your answers. Chris, who would you most like to have, past or present, at the cookout today?
So I'm going to keep it local to Houston.
Yeah.
Since we are in H-Town, you know,
of course.
Celebrate. We're here in the house with y'all celebrating the holiday. I'm going to go with a Rockets legend, Vernon Maxwell.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going Vernon Maxwell. You know, not just because, you know, he's been, you know, he's finally taken part in the whole podcast game here recently. He has his own podcast. He's been on other people's podcasts like Up in Smoke. And you know, a few others I can't think of right now, but he's been out there telling all his stories, and he has good stories. He's a good storyteller, right? But I'm picking Vernon Maxwell because I feel like he's going to bring the entertainment to the party. I feel like he's the guy that when your drunk uncle gets out of line, he might just smack the taste out of his mouth,
mm-hmm.
but in a very entertaining way, or put him in his place verbally, as he's known to do on, you know, Twitter, social media channels, or in person. So I'm going Vernon Maxwell just because, like I said, I'm going with the entertainment here because I think he would have you on the edge of your seat the whole party for the entirety, you know, of the time that he's in the building. So I'm going with Vernon.
Yeah, Vernon was actually my first thought as well, and he's probably him and Vince Wilfork are the two most popular answers so far.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, continue to text yours in 713-572-4610. Mad Max would be a menace. Like he said, he would smack your uncle and he'd tell your grandmother her potato salad's trash. But
that's Stone Cold right there.
And not blink an eye.
Yeah.
Not blink an eye. Did you say like Stone Cold there?
No, it's just Stone Cold right there.
Okay.
Don't even care.
Don't even care.
That's
why you love Vernon Maxwell, because he just did not care.
I mean, when you say something like this, I'd like to apologize to Jazz fans that were offended by my tweets. If I knew you guys had internet in Utah, I would have never made those tweets.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like he still holding a grudge with. Now they hold the grudge against him. I mean, this grudge with the Jazz fans goes back to the mid and early '90s.
Oh yeah,
we're talking about 30 plus years here. Like you gotta love it. You gotta love the guy.
So that was my thought, and then my other thought too, for kind of the same reasons. Well, same church, different pew, is Charles Barkley.
Oh God.
You know, he wouldn't be as much of a menace, but talk about entertainment. Are you kidding?
I don't know. He might be as much of. I mean, you know, he threw a guy out of a window, right?
Yeah.
He might be as much of a menace, if not more, but in a different way than Vernon Maxwell. Vernon seems like he might fly off the handle a little easier if you say the wrong thing to him,
mm-hmm.
which we've seen with him when he played. But you could also, you know, I guess kind of say the same thing for Barkley, because Barkley got in quite a few fights when he played.
Yeah.
Now,
well, when he played is the key word. I think he's slowed down now. He'll still run his mouth.
He's old now.
Yeah, exactly. He just wants to have a good time. He's going to gamble on some cornhole with you and slug back a few beers. Sure, eat plenty, make fun of everyone. He'd be the life of the party. I'm sure Barkley would be a hoot.
Barkley would be a hoot. I mean, you can't go wrong with either, but yeah, Barkley would definitely, and Barkley's a good one. I'm surprised we didn't get more Barkley on there.
I know. Well, you know, to be fair.
We did say Houston, though, to begin with.
Yeah. He spent, that's what I mean.
Well, that's right. I forgot he was a Rocket for a little while.
Well, that was my point. I think most people kind of block that from their, you don't think, when you think of Barkley, even if you're a Rockets fan, right, you think of the Sixers, and I think of the Suns first.
Well, the Suns was the MVP years.
Yeah.
The MVP
went to the
year,
finals.
but those were his best years as a pro.
Mm-hmm.
I think, 4 years he was, 4 or 5 years. Those were his best years, in my opinion. He was good in Philly, but he hadn't quite reached that the peak yet.
And then when he came to Houston, it was just too late. I mean, he was injured often, and
he started gaining
his career.
He started gaining weight at that point.
Right.
Yeah.
And he was here for parts of 4 seasons. So I think
was it that long?
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't feel like now. I'm looking at Colin. You weren't even born yet, so I don't even know why I'm looking at you.
Hey, tread lightly there, Chris.
What year were you born? I forgot.
2000.
Yeah, you weren't born yet when you were there, but you know the game. I understand. You do know the game.
What month in 2000?
I'll let y'all take a guess.
Was your birthday coming up?
No.
Okay.
You don't want to take a shot in the dark?
I'll say July.
January.
Well,
who's closer?
Luke is. It's
Okay.
November.
Yeah, technically he's closer. Yeah. So you got a few months to go.
I don't know about that. But anyways, so November 2000, yeah, by then Barkley was retired. So you missed his.
He was on TNT by then. He was already on TNT.
See, that's how I first knew Barkley, though, was
Really?
on TNT.
Okay. Well, I guess, if you started watching when you're probably 4 or 5 years old or something. Yeah, of course.
That's always the funny thing. Like, people only know Steve Harvey now as a game show host. Or even Howie Mandel as, like, the host of a game show. And you don't realize, like, they had really big careers as stand-ups.
Yeah, but you know who else is a really good example of that? He's been in a little hot water here recently, but Shannon Sharp.
Yeah, people don't remember that he was a great athlete.
He's one of the greatest tight ends that ever played the game.
Yeah.
But people just know him for his shenanigans and antics on whatever shows he's doing now, among other things that he needs to steer clear of.
Shenanigans.
Yeah, he needs to steer clear of some other things.
Yeah.
His brother was a really good football player, too.
Of course. Sterling wasn't very good on TV.
No, not great on TV, but honestly, had he been able... If Sterling didn't have to retire because of the neck injury, he would have had
better than Shannon.
Yeah, he would have had a better career statistically than Shannon, because if you think back to the mid-'90s, he led the league, I think, 2 or 3 times in receiving when Jerry Rice was in the league dominating. You can't say that about a lot of guys.
And Sterling Sharp is another South Carolina Gamecock, as we were talking earlier.
That's right, yeah.
With Christian Walker before we came on the air.
Yeah.
But getting back onto the question of the day, who would you most like to have at the cookout today? On the text line, 832 says George Foreman, because he's bringing the grill.
Oh, of course.
You're eating the healthier with George Foreman. Of course, rest in peace.
Gotta have the grill. Gotta have the grill.
Yeah, I love the Foreman. Absolutely.
Do you have a Foreman grill? Have you ever had one?
Oh, yeah.
I don't have it anymore.
No.
I had one for a long time.
Mm-hmm. We had one. My family growing up, that's what we would always, not always, we cooked out on the grill, but oftentimes throw the burgers, throw the fish on, and it made you feel better.
Everything.
Getting rid of all the grease and the fats.
Yeah. Have y'all ever turn on your George Foreman grill before y'all go to bed and put some
Michael
bacon
Scott?
on? Yeah.
No, not doing that.
Burn your foot in the morning?
Not.
Hey, but I like that, though. You got to think economically about this. I mean, mine would be Earl Campbell or Nolan Ryan for the free meats we'll be getting. You got to think economically about this stuff.
I'll answer.
Gilbert agreed. He said Earl Campbell because he's bringing the meat.
Bringing the meat.
Multiple Earl Campbells. So right now, if we were to keep a running tally, it'd be Vince Wilfork, Vernon Maxwell, Earl Campbell, George Springer. Few George Springers in there as well.
I love the Nolan Ryan answer, and it's funny because my mom always brings up when he beat up Robin Ventura.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Of course.
Yeah, that's the one story she always remembers about Nolan Ryan. Like all the great he did as a pitcher, but she remembers when he beat up Robin Ventura. So he might punch someone at the cookout too, because he's done it. We've seen it.
Yeah. I mean,
713 says Nolan Ryan. At least I'll know I won't have to worry about buying meat for the barbecue. There you go. 832 Dennis Rodman for entertainment value. Now that's a non-Houston athlete, but still, nonetheless,
he would still be entertaining. I mean, yeah,
he might show up in a dress.
He might show up in a lot of things.
Yeah,
and with a lot of different people.
Multiple George Springers, multiple Earl Campbells. Vernon Maxwell will be fun at the cook-off. Someone says on YouTube, Vince Wilfork, food about to be good plus great vibes. You got to make sure you got a lot of food. All due respect, Vince.
Yeah, it's a big brother right there.
512 says James Harden for the most obvious of reasons. Is that the company he'd bring with him?
Oh, I get that. I understand.
Please explain.
I understand.
Like more of that, Texter, please. I dare you. No, I'm just kidding.
I get it. I mean, I think we all know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Are you alluding to where he has his jersey retired?
Yes, exactly, yes.
Okay.
Yes. He's going to bring some other entertainment. I'm mad. I'm just being honest.
The relatives might be mad at that.
Hey, that's their problem.
main man Ocho said he's inviting Cal Raleigh,
what up, Ocho?
The Mariners catcher, because he's an Iron Man who doesn't subscribe to the gospel of sports science. Ocho's been on this so far, this show. Cal Raleigh, he's played every game at catcher, I guess. And Ocho's railing against this idea, which I agree with. Maybe not for catchers, but just, how baseball players, how often they need days off.
Yeah.
And yet he's catching every game. Somebody on
good knees.
Somebody on YouTube said James Harden will bring the, quote, honey buns.
Yes.
And 713 says Jeff Hornacek, because he was a coach at the Rockets for a while, and I want to meet his daughter. Okay.
All right. I got to look her up.
I don't know if the extended family is coming, too, with this.
Yeah, I think we're just keeping it to the person, right? You can't bring everybody. Well, but we did say Rodman might bring some, other people. So, you never know.
Yeah. You keep texting them in. Which Houston athlete, past or present, would you most like to have at the barbecue today? 713-572-4610. Real quick before we go to break. Do you see it? Is there a big thing? I've had these, or people have had these arguments around me before. I don't see a difference. You see a difference with cookout and barbecue? Because to me, it can always be a cookout. Some people say it's not necessarily a barbecue. Like, you have to actually be barbecuing. If you're just having burgers and dogs on the grill, that's just a cookout. You're not barbecuing.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's kind of one and the same. If there's food there and it's relatively, we'll call it, right? Yeah, to me, it's kind of all the same. But sometimes that can also be, I guess, more cultural, depending as far as or maybe regional, depending where you grew up.
Agreed.
Because I grew up on the West Coast, and it feels like we always called it barbecues for the most part.
Same.
In the South, it feels like it's more of a cookout.
Yep.
Like that's a thing. Not necessarily ethnic, but more cultural, like regional to like where you grew up.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like to me.
No, I agree.
Certain regions call it something different.
Yeah, I think we use both terms interchangeable growing up in the Northeast, but then I've been in the South for over a decade now, and that's where these debates have occurred, where people are like, no, you're not barbecuing, you're just cooking out.
Yeah.
I'm eating. That's what I'm doing.
And some people like to get really into it and are really technical about it. I'm not. But if that's your thing, it's almost like bringing the analytics to the cookout or to the barbecue. You're just really going to dig in deep.
979 said Simone Biles because she probably wouldn't eat much. If that's the reason why you want her there, so be it.
Hey, more food for everybody else.
That's right. Keep texting those in. We'll go around the NFL when we come back. It's in the Loop.
This Memorial Day, we KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The fifth today, Luke Morrow and Chris Partee with you here on this Memorial Day. And we will go around the NFL. You can text the show throughout 713-572-4610 to join the conversation. Keep sending those answers to the question of the day. I always like to use the question of the day throughout the show, not just for the one segment. So send in your answers. Which Houston athlete, past or present, would you most like to have at the family cookout today? But let's go around the NFL because plenty is going on there.
Oh, yeah.
ESPN just put out this article this morning where they looked at the most underrated player at each position. And for quarterback, they said Brock Purdy. I'm putting you on the spot, Chris, but would you say Brock Purdy is the most underrated quarterback currently in the NFL?
Ooh.
He just signed that big contract, too.
He did. Most underrated. I mean, I don't look at him as the most underrated. No. I look at him now. I don't think he's a top 5 quarterback.
No, I agree with that.
Not a top 5, but if I'm going top 10 to 12, I think he falls somewhere in that range, or if not close to it. So I don't think he's the most underrated. And I would have said this even before the contract. Now, the Niners had a rough season in 2024, but there was so much that went into that as far as injuries, just different things going on in San Francisco or in Santa Clara, technically. But no, not the most underrated to the position.
I also wonder if the contract plays into that. Like, when you give him all that money, can you still call a guy underrated? I know it's not about the money. It's more about public perception. But obviously the Niners or the league in general felt like we value him enough. He's good enough. We're going to pay him whatever it is, $50 million.
But isn't money usually part of the public, perception when a guy gets paid?
Mm-hmm.
I think that influences the perception of not just fans, but of, the media, guys like us that are talking about it, writing about it, living it every day. Whether you're actually covering the team directly or not, we still see what's going on the field, right? We may not know what's going on, everything behind the scenes in their building, but we see what's going on the field, and that's, what this really comes down to. So, no, I can't say he's the most underrated, not for me at least. Not for me. Now, I just wonder how sometimes some of these lists like this, are they getting multiple opinions, or is it?
No, this was Aaron Schatz who started Football Outsiders.
Okay, so it's one person's opinion.
Yeah.
So, and I've done articles like that where, I do a list of certain things, and this is my opinion.
Right.
And I've also done it to where, wherever I've been working at the time, I get other people on the staff to vote on these things, and I go about it in that way. So, but when it's just one person, it's like, okay, well, that's more of an opinion than actually different people giving their opinions, but like more of a vote. You know what I mean? You're not getting more than one perspective, I should say.
Yeah, and he's a very analytical guy with Brock Purdy. Because of that contract, I think a lot of people would say Purdy's probably overrated now. Which I guess people then plays into the idea that he could say, no, I think he's underrated. You guys are all calling him overrated. I'm going to flip it on you. He's underrated.
I've seen people call him overrated, too.
Absolutely.
Even before the contract.
Yeah.
You saw that. So, yeah.
What about after the season he had last year, the talks this offseason or lack thereof, could you make the case that not the most overrated, but could you make the case C.J. Stroud, or pardon me, not the most underrated, but could you make the case that C.J. Stroud has now become an underrated quarterback in the NFL? Last year, people were comparing him to Patrick Mahomes heading into last season. Now, I saw Pro Football Focus put out a list where he wasn't even in their top 10 quarterbacks heading into this year.
Just overall?
Yeah. Has he suddenly become underrated because of the down season last year?
Probably. I mean, we're so knee-jerk reaction and prisoner of the moment about everything. even after the first year where you got the comparisons like you just mentioned to Patrick Mahomes, I was like, all right, let's slow down.
Yep.
Personally, I like to see a guy, especially at the quarterback position, give me 2 to 3 years of, consistent play, like well above average, if not good to great. Then, we can kind of start having some comparisons. But, I mean, it's hard to compare a guy after 1 year to a Patrick Mahomes who at the time had already been in the league, 6-7 years, been to multiple Super Bowls and won multiple Super Bowls. It's hard to compare a guy. Now, maybe we're projecting to say, okay, he will guy eventually, but to throw that on a young guy after 1 year, I just thought that was too much. So I'm just not a fan of that. I try not to be prisoner of the moment, but sometimes I get so caught up in the excitement of certain players or a certain team because they're doing well at the time. It's hard not to get caught up in that, especially with social media, because you see, nothing but highlights a lot of times. So it's hard not to get caught up in that, but I try hard not to do that. I really do in analyzing players, teams, coaches, whatever it may be.
As we go around the NFL, Aaron Rodgers continues to make headlines. He was on Joe Rogan's podcast last week, but that's not what we're going to talk about. Instead, I don't even know where this was. I just saw this clip floating around where he's like on a stage in front of a crowd talking. I don't know where this was. I think maybe it was part of a live podcast. But Aaron Rodgers made a comment about, the Chicago doesn't really like me, alluded to maybe seeing them in Week 13 when the Steelers are scheduled to play the Bears. So people are taking this as like a wink, wink. I'm going to be on the Steelers this year. Dan Graziano this morning said, Aaron Rodgers is not really any better than Mason Rudolph. Wow. If you're the Pittsburgh Steelers, who would you rather have as your starting quarterback this year, Chris? Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph?
If you're going for headlines, which is not really the Steelers' MO, you're going with Aaron Rodgers. Now, if you're just talking about strictly play on the field, even though, I was calling Aaron Rodgers wild going back to his final year in Green Bay. If you go back and look at that year, it wasn't the previous 2 MVP years. It wasn't even close. I just because he's Aaron Rodgers, I would probably still go with him over Mason Rudolph. But personally, I don't even know why the Steelers are allowing him to waste their time like this and string it, unless they already have something, a handshake agreement behind the scenes that no one's privy to other than the people involved, obviously the front office and Aaron Rodgers, but he's just stringing them along like we've seen him do before and like we saw Brett Favre do years ago.
Yeah.
He's just stringing them along. So, but, with all that being said, how much has Mason Rudolph really showed us in the NFL? Let's just be honest. He's had a couple good games here and there, but how much has he really shown us?
Well, that's the remarkable thing with the Steelers. As a starter, he's 8-4. This is just like the Mike Tomlin way. With Duck Hodges, he'll get you to the playoffs. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, who the quarterback is.
They win games, and I can't figure it out. I don't understand it. So I would much rather have Rodgers than Mason Rudolph. But then, like I just said, when Mason Rudolph has played for the Steelers, he's gone 8-4. Maybe they could be okay. They're not going to win a Super Bowl, but maybe they could be okay with Rudolph this year.
But to speak to that, they're not going to win it even with Aaron Rodgers.
No, I wouldn't pick them, no.
So, you kind of almost just, it's a toss-up. But I
do not care.
But I really am I'm shocked. I don't get shocked often by many things, especially in sports. But I'm shocked that this franchise is allowing to really string them along, especially a player that has not suited up for them yet. It's not like he's been there like a Ben Roethlisberger or somebody else was. He hasn't played for them yet, and they're just allowing him. So that tells me that they're, at a desperation point, in my opinion. They're desperate. They just are.
Yeah, I said this, I think it was a couple weeks ago now. If I'm the Steelers, I'm just moving on. And I know Rodgers has said he's had personal things. We got more information that came out on that. I think someone close to him is dealing with cancer right now, and so he's trying to be supportive of that person. And I totally understand and I can empathize, but you look around the NFL, there's a lot of guys, I'm sure, that are going through things.
And that was going to be my response.
There's people in this building, I'm sure, that are going through things, right? But you don't
want to make light of it.
You can still do your job. You have to
make a decision.
Yeah.
Even if you ask them for more time before you actually have to come in, but make a decision. That's my thing. everyone is dealing with something, right? I mean, there are probably other players on that Steelers team who are dealing with family issues.
Of course.
Maybe not the same thing, but again, it just goes back to Aaron Rodgers. And again, not to make light of what a family member of his may be going through, not to make light of it, but it's always about him. It just is. It's always about him.
I would need more than a handshake deal too if I'm the Steelers.
Of course.
I would need him to have actually signed like a contract already that nobody knows about or that goes into effect. There's an out clause until something along those lines. Because a handshake deal to me, of course, you could always go back on that. And it's like, man, we wait for you, and now you're going to bail because J.J. McCarthy doesn't look so good, and the Vikings are now interested.
Yeah, and we keep hearing the Vikings.
I don't see it.
I don't either. The Vikings keep popping up, but I feel like the Vikings are set on J.J. McCarthy. You don't draft him in the first round if you're not. You don't waste that pick only to say, oh, well, Aaron Rodgers is available 2 years later. Even though we know he's declined as a quarterback, he's not the great Aaron Rodgers that we once knew, that won 4 MVPs, that led a team to a Super Bowl, went to multiple conference championship games. No, he's not that guy anymore. So I don't see that happening. But yeah, like you said, I'm surprised the Steelers have not moved on. If I were running the Steelers, I would have moved on already.
Yeah, I would too. I'd have a little pride. I mean, you're the Steelers. That's what I think was Cam Hayward. One of their players said, like, we're the Steelers. We shouldn't have to sell ourselves so strong for somebody to want to come play for us.
And that's the thing. We're talking about one of the most popular franchises, that goes back decades for the NFL.
Yeah.
Their fan base, they're one of those fan base. They're one of the original traveling fan bases. We talk about fan bases that travel. They were traveling decades ago to go to other stadiums and fill up other stadiums. This is not something new for the Steelers. This is what they've done. So I'm just surprised that they've actually allowed this to be strong. I mean, we're June. It's going to be June in like 2 days, 3 days, whatever it is. End of the week, whatever it is. It'll be June. And I guarantee you by the end of this week, I'd have a resolution to this issue.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say.
I don't get it.
As we go around the NFL, a couple of quick hitters in the AFC South. Travis Hunter got married over the weekend, Jaguars star rookie. I know there's a lot of scuttlebutt about his now wife and the backstory and all that sort of stuff. Not going to get into that drama. Instead, he spent $500,000 on the wedding this weekend. So my question to you, could you ever justify yourself or anybody spending $500,000 on a wedding?
No.
Why?
I'm with you.
What did he spend it on exactly?
I mean, now you're talking to a man who is divorced now, but I would say when I got married, probably total, like including the ring, maybe $3,000 to $4,000, if that. And most of that was the ring.
Dang, you did good.
Yeah, I know. But here's the thing. My ex-wife, she didn't want a big wedding. So I was like, okay, thank you.
Yes.
I was happy about that.
Yeah.
Because, you see, we're no longer together. So I was happy about that.
Chris Barty, the Billy Bean of wedding planning.
Hey, hey, I'll take it, man. I'll take it.
Yeah.
What'd you say about economic earlier?
You got to think economically.
There we go. That should be a cut right there, man. Cut that up. Cut that up, Colin.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So, no. $500,000 on a wedding? Now,
crazy.
I get it if you have it, okay, but no, still no. Even if I had it, no.
I know. As I always say, I have this conversation all the time. Use that money, go buy your dream house instead. Now you're set up for life, right? Like, put that money elsewhere.
Or when she takes the house.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Instead of spending all that on one day, which is a party really for everyone else.
That's really what it is. You're really flexing for everyone else.
Of course.
That's what it is. But some people are into that. I'm not really into that. I don't really care. I don't care about all that.
No, me either. Right. I would never have a wedding costing, even if I had the money, I could never justify spending that much on one day.
It's just crazy.
Last thing on Around the NFL, the Colts announced the succession plan. Thoughts and prayers out to the Irsay family. I was on the air last week when the story came out, and I always liked Jim Irsay, and so it was really it was stunning when I got the news. I'm sad to see it. Sorry for the organization, the family, everyone that knew Jim. But now moving forward, as we look at it from a football story perspective, his 3 daughters are going to take over the organization. They all have different roles. I don't want to kick the organization when they're down, but when you go back and you look, the organizations like the Lions, the Bears, the Raiders, the Saints, the teams that get handed down because the owner passes away, usually are messes and are not well operated. Where you look at the organizations that have been really successful lately, Patriots, it's just Robert Kraft since he bought the team. Jeffrey Lurie in Philadelphia, right? Like he's the one that bought the team. The one exception is the Chiefs, where Clark Hunt took over for his father, but that was 20 years ago. And it took to getting Patrick Mahomes.
He's been there a long time. But even within that time before Patrick Mahomes, they had some success here and there. Maybe not Super Bowls, but they had seasons where they were good.
Yeah.
They weren't just a miserable mess for 20 years.
Yeah, right. But still, my point being, like, the track record shows.
No, I get what you're saying.
It usually
doesn't usually work out. It doesn't usually work out
when you hand the team down on these kids. All due respect, and these daughters, they just lost their father. So I'm sorry if this comes off as insensitive, but when you look at it from a football perspective, it just usually doesn't work out when it's not the original. When you just get the team handed to you, and maybe you're not as passionate, or you're not as interested, or you're not as invested, or you didn't spend as much time around the organization like the original owner who bought the team for a reason. This is what he wanted. This was his life. He was there every day.
Passion.
Yeah, right, passion.
Yeah,
and it usually doesn't work out as well. So if you're a Texans fan, of course, we don't celebrate anyone's death. I'm sad to see Irsay leave, but when you now try to project the future of the Colts as just a football organization, I don't know if this bodes well for the Colts here long term.
Well, I mean, even before, and it did feel like it really came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like it just popped up, and he was a regular on Twitter or X for a long time. And then all of a sudden you get that news and it's like, okay, this is one of those ones where you say, is this real?
I know.
Like you have to check multiple sources. Like, we get hoaxes all the time. Oh, someone sold this, someone sold that. But no, I
was legitimately shocked when I saw the Schefter tweet. I was like, exactly. Is this a parody account? Is this real?
Like, okay, this is real. If Schefter's tweeting it, it's real.
Yeah, I was surprised. Hey, coming up, does Rob Ninkovich hold the secret to the Texans' success this year? We'll get to that next. It's in the Loop.
Call him all defense amen after his stellar. Texans All Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. In for In the Loop, here's Luke Morrow and Chris Partee.
Happy to be filling in for the fellas today on Memorial Day. Appreciate you hanging with us. Coming up here, does Rob Ninkovich hold the secret to the Texans' success this year? We'll get to that in a moment. All right, question of the day today. I always like to keep it going throughout the show. Which Houston athlete would you like to have, past or present, at the FQ today? And then I asked you, is there a difference between a cookout, barbecue, grilling, so on and so forth? You can always text the show, 713-572-4610, and appreciate the answers on the text line. A barbecue can be a cookout, but a cookout is not always a barbecue. That's what I was trying to get to earlier. Yeah. I agree with that. Cookout is something that's from the 832. Also from the 832, different texter says, cookout is something quick like burgers and hot dogs. Barbecue is something low and slow, potentially tossed in a sauce. I can get
tossed in
behind
the
that.
sauce. I like that.
That makes sense. Cookout and grilling are interchangeable. Barbecue is different from those two, says another text from the 832.
We need to ask our local, our resident barbecue expert, John Lopez.
True.
Yeah, John, where you at?
Yeah, get him on the horn today. Whatever he's doing.
John,
he's probably out fishing right now.
John, I know you're fishing right now, but just this is very important. Yeah. What's the difference between a barbecue and a cookout?
Yeah, we need your take on this.
That's right. Cookout from the 713. Cookout is like hot dogs and burgers. Barbecue is brisket, smoked chicken, ribs, pork shoulder, stuff like that. All makes sense. Just for me growing up, I think it was all used interchangeably. Then you come down to an area that's really about, passionate about their barbecue. And that's where you find the nuance in all those different terms. The Texans. We'll get to Rob Ninkovich in a second about the Texans this year. But, I brought this up a couple weeks ago, actually on this show with John Lopez at the time. And, Chris, you and I haven't worked together since the NFL schedule has been released.
Yeah.
Vegas has the win total at 9.5 for the Texans, actually with the under 9.5 juiced. So that's the favorite, is winning less than 9.5 games in Vegas. Where do you have the Texans this year? If you had to make your prediction here today on Memorial Day, what do you have the Texans' record in 2025?
Well, we went through the schedule, actually. I believe the day it was released, me and Bijani on Area 45 that night. And if I remember correctly, just going through all the games, I don't remember all the games I picked them winning, but I believe I had them winning like 11 games.
Okay, so you put them at 11-6.
Just based on looking at the matchups. Now, obviously, we haven't seen the teams this year, but just going off of, what teams did in the offseason and what the Texans done or may not have done in the offseason, I believe I had them, it was either 10 or it might have been 11. So, that I'm going to stick with that. That's where, that's what I picked. That's where I have them right now. Now, after we get through OTAs, training camps, we'll see what happens. That my opinion may change. I have the right to change my opinion. But
of course,
right now, I believe I had them at 11 wins. So, and from what I hear, most people at the station, most fans, are not picking them to win that many games. I still hear a lot of people saying 10 wins, somewhere right around 10.
Yeah, I think 10 is the most common answer given. I would probably say 10-7. I have not gone through, done the win-loss thing, but it just feels like a 10-win. 10 wins sounds good. As I said, Vegas has it at 9.5, so they have it right there. I asked this to John Lopez, and I'll ask you as well, because like I said, we haven't had a chance to talk about it, you and I, but if the Texans do go 10-7 for the third straight year, while having the star quarterback on that rookie contract here early on, right before having to pay the quarterback, you feel for the Texans, if 3 straight seasons you go 10-7, and just from a record perspective, look, maybe they win a playoff game, lose in the second round, which would be the same season playing out 3 straight years. 10 wins, 1 playoff win, lose second round. How would you feel about that 3-year progression where it seems like from year 1 to year 3, there's just not much growth.
Well, if
that's how it plays out this year.
If they win 10 games again and go out in the second round of the playoffs again, you can't say they aren't consistent.
Yeah, that's right.
Because that'd be 3 straight years winning the division more than likely at 10 wins and 3 years in a row of winning a playoff game. Now, most fans are going to say that's not acceptable, and I get it because where's the growth, where's the progression? Now, not all 10-win seasons are, built the same, because if you look at the first year and you look at the second year, it feels like if you just don't look at the record and you look at, if you don't just look at the standings and say you look at statistics, look at what CJ Stroud did, look at what the offense did in general. From the defense has, pretty much been on par year 1 and 2 as far as CJ Stroud goes. The last 2 years, defense has been there. The defense is really what carried them last year, and without that defense playing so well, they may be an 8-win team, maybe a 7-win team. That defense, I think that's a top 5, top 6 defense. I think they'll be there again this year.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think most fans will look at that and say, well, where's the progression? We keep winning 10 games, and we're talking about the Colts and, the change in ownership, the team being handed down, but we mentioned, I mentioned how the Colts have been looking to find a quarterback since Andrew Luck left right before the 2019 season. But those previous 3 years, they went 11-5 all 3 years. And I believe they made it to an AFC title game at least one of those years. So if you get to the playoffs and you get a deep run, now obviously we have to get through the season first, but you get a deep run, I don't think Texans fans would be mad at that. I wouldn't be mad at that. You win 10 games again, but you get to the AFC Championship game. Let's say you face the Chiefs, whoever it is. To me, that's an improvement.
Yeah,
because you took it a step further.
Yeah,
so,
which is what you have to do this year.
That's what you want. You keep getting to the wild card. You can win the wild card game, but when you get to that divisional round, it's like the wheels just fall off. So this is what everyone wants to see: progression, growth.
Of course.
Now, if they come out and they win only 8 games, then obviously, that's going to be a clear step or 2 back, right? But if we're talking about 10 wins again, it just really depends on how the season pans out, honestly, because not all 10-win seasons are built the same, and we've seen that the past 2 years. They didn't look exactly the same.
Yeah, I think it always comes down to the playoffs. They got to do better in the playoffs this year than the past 2 years. But I think it also all comes down to how far this team goes, comes down to the offensive line. Now, here is Rob Ninkovich on Boston Sports Radio. I think this was 98.5 Sports Hub, I believe. I want to give it. Anyways, here's Ninkovich talking about maybe he knows the secret to success. They were talking about the Patriots, but in the sound clip, maybe he reveals the secret to the Texans' success this year.
They had a great assistant coach under Scarnecchia, right? That's Cole Popovich, right? He was the assistant offensive line coach who was here, who in the last 3 years, he left because the whole COVID thing and the mandated. He left. He didn't get vaccinated.
Oh.
Okay. Right? So if you didn't, because it was a league mandated thing, it wasn't just, hey, the Patriots. It was a league thing. All the coaches and staff had to have it. Well, he didn't feel comfortable with it.
Yeah.
So he
smart man
left.
So he left.
He left. So then after he leaves, you bring in somebody else, and you've had some issues at the offensive line. You bring in another guy that used to play here, but maybe you had one of the best coaches right there, who was with
Dante for a long time.
Yes. Yeah. And then he had to leave because
So then it's not really about the talent you have, because if you can get a good coach like Scarnecchia, who basically got Steve Nail off of a wrestling mat and turned him into a great player.
Well, it's a good balance between having a great coach and understanding how do I get the most out of each player.
Rob Ninkovich talking on Boston Radio about the Patriots, but within that, giving some good praise to Cole Popovich, the new offensive line coach for the Texans, was the assistant last year, elevated to the head offensive line coach this year. Chris, you hear that audio. What do you think? Does that give you more confidence in Popovich, this offensive line, this Texans offense?
Yeah. I mean, get endorsement there. That should make Texans fans feel pretty good. Now, obviously, we got to see what happens. There are still some questions about the offensive line in terms of, the players or who may start. the season on the offensive line and, in certain slots. But to get that endorsement from a guy like Ninkovich, that you got to be happy about that, right? Like, how can you be upset at that? Like, that's got to make you feel good about your new offensive line coach.
Yeah, it sounds good. Now, I think when you dig in a little bit more, Dante Scarnecchia is like the greatest offensive line coach of all time. He was the longtime offensive line coach. He retired after 2019. Cole Popovich was still there in 2020. They did not elevate him to the head offensive line coach. He was still assistant in 2020. Yeah. Then in 2021 was when the NFL came up with that mandate that if you're not vaccinated, you can't be in the league right now. So he went to high school, and then he went to Troy. So that was the next 2 years. Then the Texans hired him. And so my point being, like, he had opportunities after that for Belichick to bring him back to New England. Or Josh McDaniels, who worked with him, I believe that overlaps, where he was the head coach in Las Vegas. And my point being, this was one of my concerns with Nick Caley, too, where they said eventually Caley had to leave New England. He thought he was going to get promoted to offensive coordinator when Bill O'Brien left. And instead they went with Matt Patricia, who does not coach offense.
Yeah, I mean.
And now Caley's the offensive coordinator here at the Texans. So that's my concern, where Belichick, more of a defensive guy, doesn't necessarily know offense, but he had these guys in the building. He had a chance to elevate them to the position. Never did. They had a chance with other Patriot assistants, right? Never got that opportunity. Now they get it here. Kovich would know better than me. He was part of those teams. He was in those practices.
He'd know better than all of us.
But I just, that's just always, that's been a concern of mine all offseason is you had a chance to make Caley the offensive coordinator at the time. You always sang, Belichick, the Patriots always sang praise, but they never gave him that job. Same with Popovich. Like, you could say he's a really good coach. You had a chance to make him your offensive line coach. You didn't in 2020. Then he leaves. You didn't bring him back when he was able to come back to the NFL. He winds up in Houston with the Texans. That's just my question. That they always say, you don't have to listen to the words when you can see the actions. And the actions, to me, just don't line up with some of the high praise.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point you raised there, but I also feel like Bill Belichick is a guy who might hold the fact that he didn't toe the line and take one for the team with the vaccination.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like not being a complete team player, that's something that Belichick might hold against a coach and not bring him back.
Yeah.
Honestly, it could have been for stuff not related to on the field.
That's fair.
That's just kind of how I look at it. That's just kind of how I look at it. But because look at the decision he made with Matt Patricia, a defensive coach.
Yeah.
But he puts him on offense. Had never, as far as I know, had never coached offense, right?
No.
Yeah. I mean, that was mind-boggling for most people.
Yeah.
It just really was.
And I think more of an indictment on Nick Caley at the time. 713 says 10 wins and competitive versus Ravens and Chiefs is acceptable, maybe. I need more than competitive. I need to be on the same level as those teams. 3.
And those are two of the games I did not have them winning.
Yeah, I don't think they do. And I think that's a problem in year 3, that they have not shrunk that gap at all at this point with the top teams in the AFC. Hey, you might ask, what's poppin', as the kids say on this show around here? Well, we'll tell you next. It's in the Loop.
Here at Sports Radio 610, we're taking this time to observe Memorial. biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Luke Morrow and Chris Partee in for the fellas here on Memorial. It's time to see what's poppin'. Alex Bregman put on the IL over the weekend for the Boston Red Sox with, what they call it? Is it a groin issue?
It's a quad.
Oh, quad, which is the same injury he had a couple of years ago that cost him, well, like half the season here in Houston.
That was actually a hamstring.
Oh, that was a hamstring.
Yeah, it was a
hamstring. And this is a quad?
Yeah.
Okay. So a little different.
He's covering the whole middle leg area, upper leg area. There.
Yeah, it's weird because me and Chris were looking at the injury history on FoxSports.com, and there was this injury in 2021 he had, and it literally says legs.
Just legs.
Nothing specific, just legs.
And I'm like, okay, well, there's a lot going on in the legs area.
Yeah.
What part of was it the knee? Was it the thigh? Was it the hamstring?
Just tired legs in general.
All his legs. Both legs.
Don't tell Ocho.
Jacked up.
But he had tired legs during a long season.
Hey, it happens.
But if you're the Astros, if you're an Astros fan, do you feel a little bit better that,
of course,
again, you don't take pride in anyone's injury, but you have Paredes playing well at third, and you have Bregman now with this injury. Who knows how long he's out for? You know, do you feel better about that swap that the Astros made this offseason?
Of course you do, because here's the thing. Now, again, not taking any joy in someone's injury. Some people will, but we're not going to do that. But if you're an Astros fan, it's kind of like, okay, well, we've seen this story before. And Colin's shaking his head, yes, because he's seen it before. He knows this.
Oh, yeah.
He knows this script, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you kind of see it now with Garrett Cole, and you saw it with Correa. I mean, has been much more healthy. He's been doing his thing in Toronto, but it's just something about guys with the injury histories that the Astros don't extend, and people want to know why they don't extend it. And now, I mean,
you see it.
This probably would have never happened. I mean, I would have still been satisfied with him not signing Bregman personally.
Yeah.
But this kind of alludes to that. He has a history, and this is probably why the Astros didn't end up puckering up more money for him.
Yeah, and as you get into your 30s, it's going to be harder to avoid these types of recurring injuries that you've had in the past. And if you have an injury history in your 20s as a pro athlete, trust me, it's usually going to carry over into your 30s if you keep playing. That's just not going to go away.
Red Sox manager Alex Cora compared the injury to a similar quad strain that Bregman suffered in 2021, which cost him over 50 games in a 2-month stretch.
Well, there you go.
So, yeah, that doesn't bode well. And he was putting up MVP type of numbers for the Red Sox. That's a big loss for them.
He was having a nice season.
Yeah. So we'll see how long this keeps him out for, but they put him on the IL over the weekend. Another baseball news, Colin brought it to our attention during the commercial break. Texas A&M in college baseball, started the season?
Number one, and they just had the selection show for the College World Series, and they are not going to be part of the postseason. No, they were not even in the first four. I have to fact check this. I think this is the first time that the preseason number one ranked team did not make it into the NCAA postseason. So rough week, at least for Diamond Sports wise for A&M, because number one softball team in the country, they lost in the regionals to the Liberty Flames.
Wow!
And they became the first number one ranked team going into the postseason to not make it past the regionals for softball. And baseball is you thought that they would make it because they made a good run in the NCC tournament, but they didn't even make the first four out.
Yeah, they finished 30-26, 11-19 in the SEC. Ouch!
Yikes! Well, I mean, there it is. I mean, that's rough to start the season number one and then not make the tournament.
It was almost like Kansas basketball this past year. Started the season number one, and they had a bad year.
Yeah.
Shifting gears here on what's popping to the ice. I have to admit, I didn't even know this was going on. I just saw this headline this morning. But Team USA won its first gold medal at the World Championship this weekend in 92 years. Does that move the needle for you?
Congratulations to us, I guess.
Yeah, America. Yeah.
I mean,
Scorching Eagles.
I'm not a big hockey guy, but I mean, to win a gold medal is serious. That's a big thing, especially if you haven't done it in 92 years.
Yeah,
so yeah. I guess it does move the needle a little bit for me. Yeah.
All right, now I have to
a tick or two
reveal my I don't know, ignorance or stupidity. I see the highlight here. Tage Thompson had the goal score. It has USA against SUI. Who's SUI? Is that Switzerland? Who's SUI?
Wouldn't Switzerland have a W in there?
Right, wouldn't they?
Maybe. I don't know. I could be wrong. SUI, I think Colin's looking that up, but I'm drawing a blank here.
All right, I'm glad I'm not missing something obvious.
No, you were right. It is Switzerland.
Is
it Switzerland?
Okay, there you go.
Okay.
That's at least what the headlines are showing right now.
Well, yeah, hey. We'll go with that. That's what we'll go with.
SUI.
Either way, USA won.
That's right.
That's all that matters.
Ah, America.
Yeah, elsewhere in hockey, allow me to continue to take a victory lap because
more hockey.
We have the Hurricanes and Panthers tonight in the conference finals. Carolina Hurricanes have lost 15 straight games in the conference finals. I love to see it because I grew up in a family that had season tickets to the Hartford Whalers, and then they stole them away, and they became the Carolina Hurricanes. So I'm glad to see the Hurricanes continue to suck in the playoffs.
So you're here for it?
Yeah, I hope they get
You're all
swept.
about it.
I think they're down. I think it's already 3-0. I hope they lose to the Panthers tonight. Good riddance.
Will you watch this clinching game, even parts of it?
No, I won't watch it, but I will.
Okay, you'll check in on it.
Yeah, I'll track the score on my phone. If it's a good game, I'll turn. I do like watching playoff hockey. I don't watch a lot of regular season NHL. Whalers broke my heart. I don't want anything to do with the NHL.
Hey, you know what? I get it. I understand.
Yeah. Do you think Houston gets a hockey team?
I couldn't see it, but I would love it.
I mean, there's just been so much talk about it. It's just hopefully we talk about it one day on What's Poppin'.
That's right. Hey, if it ever happens, I'd become the biggest fan, and then I'd get back into hockey. But they've also talked about a team coming back to us 3 years, and it's never come
and
close.
It has not happened.
No. So I always.
But Houston is a major market.
It's true.
So you never know.
It's true. Moving along on What's Poppin'. NBA playoffs. We had the Knicks last night. A little what's good for the goose is good for the gander, whatever that expression is. They erased a 20-point deficit, beat the Pacers. Now it's a 2-1 series. The Pacers have not won a Game 3 in this NBA postseason yet. But with the Knicks winning last night, do you feel like we're heading towards a long series now in the East, or do you think that was just kind of a one-off? They're still down 2-1 on the road. How do you look at the series now?
Well, the Knicks finally made an adjustment, and Tom Thibodeau finally made the adjustment to play more of his bench last night. He usually goes about 7 deep. In a series like this, at the pace that the Pacers play, it's going to be hard to win a series only playing 7 guys because they're tired. I can see in game 1, you could see that the Knicks were tired, especially late in the game when some of those shots just didn't have the air under them that they should have. You can tell guys didn't have their legs a lot of times, so no. But in the beginning, I picked the Pacers in 6 to start, so I thought it was going to be a longer series.
You sticking with that? You still think it's 6 now?
I'm going to go 5 now.
Ooh,
yeah.
So the Pacers win the next 2.
Just in general, I don't think the Knicks are as good a team as the Pacers. Now, I could be a little biased because Reggie Miller's my favorite player ever, and I grew up a Pacer fan, even though I'm from California. So I'm a little biased.
Now the truth comes out.
Yeah, the truth comes out now. I'm a little biased. I can be honest about that, but I'm going to say 5 now.
So there's actually contributing to What's Poppin'. John Halliburton is now going to be allowed to attend Pacer home games.
I saw a buddy of mine sent me that a little while ago. He's back. He's back.
That is so soft.
He's back. Well, did you see Barkley calling for it? I think after game 1, I believe, or game 2, he was calling for. He's like, I'm going to make a call to the commissioner. Who knows if he actually did that? He's like, we need John Halliburton. He's like, he's served his punishment, paid his dues. He made a mistake. He won't do it again. We hope he doesn't do it again.
Yeah.
Even though I'm rooting for the Pacers, I thought what he did was just, it was too much. Like, why are you?
Of course it was.
Why are you on the court?
Can you familiarize me with what he did? Because I kind of forgot.
So after the Pacers eliminated the Bucks in round 2, he's, everybody's celebrating. He's going wild, but he gets up in Giannis Antetokounmpo's face talking trash.
On the court.
Like he was gonna do something to a man that's 6'11", 265, 70 pounds.
Yeah, you're lucky that Giannis is such a
Giannis is a cool
as
guy.
good of a guy as
Giannis
he is.
is a cool guy.
If that's meta world peace or whatever he's going by these days,
Nah, you don't run up on
things could have gotten real ugly. That could have been an ugly moment for the NBA.
Now, meta world peace might be different, but Ron Artest, you don't run up on that.
I was thinking the exact same
you don't run up
Two
on
different people.
You wasn't running up on Ron Artest. Meta world peace changed his ways. That's why he's meta world peace.
I actually love Meta. I've had him on my radio show numerous times. I've talked to him on and off the air. Great dude. It's really weird. He's kind of what happened with the in Detroit.
Yeah.
But I've always enjoyed my conversations with him.
That season, that 04-05 season when the malice happened, it still haunts me because I felt like that was their best chance for Reggie to win a title.
Sure was.
They were 10-1, I believe, 9-1 when that happened. That game was over. They had a 15-point lead. There was really no reason for any of that to happen.
I watched
and then it just all crumbled from there. So I still kind of shed a tear over that season.
I watched that moment live. You're right. It was a blowout. There was no reason to watch, but I was waiting for sport. It was an ESPN game. I was waiting for SportsCenter to come on.
When we did that.
So, yeah, right.
When we waited for SportsCenter to come on.
I had gotten home. I think it was a Saturday night or a Friday. It was a weekend.
It was like a Friday, I believe.
Yeah.
I remember it. I remember the date to a T, everything.
I had gotten home from being out. I threw on ESPN to catch up on what I missed in the sports world because this was obviously before smartphones.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, this game's a blowout, but there's only, 2 minutes left. SportsCenter's about to come on. And then, that happened. I was like, oh my God, I couldn't believe what I saw.
So I didn't get to watch that game. I was on my way home from work, and I started getting messages from two or three of my friends. Are you watching the game? Are you seeing what's happening? I'm like, no. So I kept getting messages, so I actually pulled over to see what was going on. This is, I don't even think there was really in the advent of smartphones yet. It was still just regular
2004
cell phones. So called one of my buddies and he's telling me, and I'm like, no way. So I get home and then they're showing it everywhere. Right then I knew that half the Pacers team was going to be done for the year because this is the David Stern era. David Stern didn't mess around.
No,
he allows
Mr.
anything.
Halliburton to come back, ridiculous. What sort of punishment is that? Now he can be there to see them win the East. He could be there for the NBA Finals. Big whoop. You missed a couple playoff games in the middle of the playoff run. Soft.
I never thought it would last the whole playoffs for as long as they are going to be in it. I never thought it was going to last for the remainder of their extent in the playoffs.
It was like those Yankee fans that tried to rip the ball out of the glove of who was it, Mookie Betts, whoever in the World Series.
Yeah.
And they didn't even get banned until Major League Baseball had to step in. The Yankees weren't even going to do anything. The Yankees, I think, took away their tickets for the next game. That was it. Oh, big deal. And then Major League Baseball finally came in and said, no, they're no longer allowed in, I think, any stadium, not just Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, soft by the Yankees. Same idea here by the NBA. Ban him for at least the rest of the playoffs. I would have no problem if he can never come back.
Really? Ever?
Yeah, well, who do you think you are? You can't go on the court getting Giannis's face.
I get it.
How many points did you score? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm not a fan of family members anyone getting on the court, but how family members will go online and tweet stuff about players.
Yeah.
I'm just not a fan of that. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Go celebrate with your son.
Yeah,
that they just won instead of going to find Giannis to talk trash like you contributed to the series.
Yeah, it was too much.
And Giannis said afterwards in his press conference, hey, why don't you wait till you win something first before you start talking trash?
He did say that.
Yeah.
He did. Yeah.
I'm paraphrasing, but that was his message.
But he's right.
Yeah. Now we'll see if Pacers might finally. I don't think they will. I don't think anyone from the East can beat the Thunder.
Don't think so?
No.
Real
quick because we have to go. But tonight, Game 4, Thunder Timberwolves. Thunder lead 2-1.
Yeah.
Not so far. Do you think we get an interesting series or just more blowouts in the West?
I think it might get more interesting from here. I still think the Thunder are going to win the series, and they'll probably win it in 5. But I think these remaining games could be closer. The Timberwolves showed some fight. They did. And I think they'll continue to show some fight. I just don't think they're, like you said, they're just not good enough right now.
No, they're not.
To beat the Thunder. The Thunder are so deep. They're so deep.
Yeah.
They are deep.
Yep. They wear these teams down. It'd be interesting if they played the Knicks. It's contrasting styles.
Sweep.
Oh.
That'd be a sweep.
We'll see if we get the opportunity. Hey, speaking of the NBA playoffs, I've brought this question up before on air, but I want to get Chris's opinion as well. What we're seeing right now in the NBA playoffs, does that change how you feel about the Rockets' off-season plan? We'll get to that next in the Loop.
Payne and Pendergast. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. In for In the Loop, here's Luke Morrow and Chris Partee.
Have these NBA playoffs changed how you look at its offseason? Get to that here on In the Loop. Luke Morrow and Chris Partee, happy to be filling in for the guys here on Memorial Day, and hopefully you're having a great day as well as we remember those who sacrificed their lives for our freedoms and to allow us to do this, for example, each and every day. I do want to before we get to the Rockets, I do want to circle back to last hour we were talking about Nick Caley and Cole Popovich and the Patriots, and it's a little bit of a red, maybe not a red flag, maybe an orange or a yellow flag, right?
A
yellow
beige
flag for me, sure.
Say a beige.
Yeah, let's do beige. Pick your color. A caution flag where, when given opportunities to be elevated with the Patriots, they never were. But I do love this text from the 832. This is why I bring it back up. He said, I think Bill Belichick probably didn't want to pick Nick Caley to be his offensive coordinator because he was too afraid to pick a young guy who might steal his girlfriend.
Wow.
Text of the day. Text of the day.
I mean, it's not out of the, ordinary, I guess, to say that could happen, or maybe he thought that could happen. When your girlfriend's, 24? She's 24 now?
Yeah, I think so.
Something like that?
She's been lying about her age.
Oh, has she?
She's 24? Or you said she was lying about her age?
I've heard she's 24, though. Maybe she's not.
She's made herself older.
Oh, how old is she now? 34?
I think she might be 24.
Okay, but she's saying she's older.
Yeah, so all along she's made herself only like a year older.
Okay.
But because the question becomes when they met, I think they say when they met, she was actually only 19.
Oh, okay. I see. I just say that because I'm 24.
You're 24?
Yes, I
Colin trying to shoot his shot. He's trying to shoot his shot.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not. Hey, we not mad at you, dog.
Yeah. Wait a minute. How old is she actually?
Yeah, exactly. He perked up. He's like, she's 24.
Nah, come on, man.
She's 24.
Did you ever add years? You ever add years to your age to make yourself seem older, like she's done?
Add to my age.
Yeah, do you try to pretend like you're older than you are?
No, I add more to my height, actually.
Oh, well, that's common, yeah.
Everybody does.
I'm 5'8". Sometimes I like to tell people I'm
fudge it a little bit.
I'm 5'10", actually.
I mean, hey, if you can make it work,
I'm 5'10" in shoes.
That's right. I'm 6'7". I'm just sitting down right now.
Right?
You're 6'7"?
Yeah, that's what I tell people.
I mean, you're not short though.
No,
you're not short.
I'm probably 6'3".
I mean,
no, I don't lie. No, I've been blessed. I don't have to lie about my height.
You're not short at all. So, I mean, I don't know why you're telling people. I get it, 6'7".
Yeah.
That's it. That's a great height. Yeah. That'll be a great height.
Yeah.
I know who to invite when I go hit the rec sometime. I'll just have Luke post up.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yes, sir. I'll throw some elbows in there.
Throw some bows.
That's right.
All right, Luda. Was that ludicrous?
I'll go. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go Ron Artest.
Oh, man, don't do that.
Would you invite Ron Artest? Didn't Artest? He spent time, right, in Houston?
Yes. You know what? That's enough. I think it was like a year. I don't think it was that long.
He's, by the way, he's currently going by Meta Sandiford Artest. Sandiford is his wife's name. Yeah, he spent a year with the Rockets.
Yeah.
Would you invite Meta World Peace to your cookout?
I was a Ron Artest fan before he even got to the Pacers. I loved him at St. John's. So, yeah. But when I played basketball, I was more of like a defensive guy. Mm-hmm. I could score a little bit, but I wasn't like I was never going to be a star scorer on anybody's team. Now, he could really fill it up, but he was known for lockdown defense. That's what I loved Ron Artest. So yeah, I would definitely have him at the barbecue, the cookout, the grill off, like whatever it is, the chili cook-off, don't matter. Ron Artest has always got an open invite for me.
It'd be interesting, that's for sure.
It'd be interesting, yes.
So I brought this question up with Lopez on this show a couple weeks ago, and then I've heard it recycled on other shows since. No problem. I'll take the credit.
Luke out here starting trends, man. Starting trends.
Be a trendsetter, not a follower.
That's right. But I do want to ask you this question, Chris, because when you and I worked together previously one time around the holidays, we started a movement. You started a movement.
That's right.
De'Aaron Fox. Now, it was a little bit like Heaven's Gate. It was a movement that ultimately went nowhere.
It didn't happen.
But we started a movement, and De'Aaron Fox did not make his way to Houston.
No.
But I do want to ask you.
He got close, though.
Did he?
San Antonio?
Oh, close. Yeah.
Yeah, geographically.
Yeah, okay.
He's close.
Okay, Chris.
Yeah.
I'm tentacle here. Come on, man.
Can I get a win once, please? Can I just have something?
Luka almost played for the Rockets, too.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, but I want to ask you the question of, when you look at these Final Four teams, does it change how you would view what the Rockets need to do? The East, the Knicks, their star is Jalen Brunson, but he's not like that Kevin Durant, Giannis star. And when the Knicks acquired him, he was not viewed the same as he is now. It's kind of an under-the-radar move.
A little bit.
His former agent was running the Knicks. Rick Brunson, his father, played for the Knicks and now is a coach because Jalen. So it was a little bit of, they knew where the bodies were buried, so to speak. The Pacers traded for Tyrese Halliburton, but same idea. Like the thought when they made that move was not, this guy's going to hit a bunch of buzzer beaters in the playoffs and he's going to be our star. And now you look at the Pacers are almost in the finals.
And even more recently, he's been called underrated.
That's
the
right.
most underrated player in the league.
By his peers.
Yeah.
And then the West, they do have stars. Anthony Edwards, who has been far too inconsistent this postseason, and SGA, but those are two guys that were drafted and developed. And I know a lot of Jalen Green fans might try to draw parallels. So my question for you with all this setup is, when you look at these four teams remaining, does it change how you view the Rockets of, oh, you know what? Maybe they don't need to go get a Durant or a Giannis. Maybe they could just develop, or maybe they could get that middle-of-the-road guy like a Brunson who comes in and you turn him into your star, and that's how you can try to be, one of the best teams in the West.
I mean, personally, I'm not a big fan of them going out to get, say, a Kevin Durant. Or, now, I know Giannis is a superstar. He's one of those. I'm a guy, I believe there's, maybe a handful of, actual superstars in the NBA. Like, I don't just throw that term willingly like a lot of people do.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I don't think you can have 15 superstars in the league because, okay, well, if everyone's a superstar, then what does the word really mean anymore?
Yeah, it's not that super anymore.
It's not. It's really not. So, but even with the Giannis, you're going to have to give up so much to get a Giannis, just even in the simple notion of matching contracts, making the money work. Along with, now I get, if the Rockets are still going to be good, I guess the first-round draft picks don't mean as much, but they do have other people's picks like the Suns, and I forget who else it is, but they have multiple Suns picks over the next few years as far as first-round picks. And then they have swaps, and the NBA with all these swaps and these, protected picks and all these things. But I'm not a fan of them going out to get, say, a Durant. Now, if you want to talk about like a mid-level star, like you just mentioned, maybe do something like that. But I don't think they have to go get a Kevin Durant per se.
So you think they could kind of fit that Knicks-Pacers model?
I believe so. I mean, I think you got a good nucleus here. Now, if it comes down to, a case where maybe you have to give up a Jalen Green to make a move to bring in one of those mid-level stars as well, then you got to see who it is and maybe you make that move. But I believe you also have a burgeoning star here in Amin Thompson, who I think is only going to continue to get better and better every year. I mean, he's first team all defense this year, and this is his second year in the league. Top 5 in defensive player of the year voting. Like, that's a guy who's going to be a perennial all defensive guy, in my opinion. He's going to continue. He may not make first team every year, but he's going to at least be on the second team. I would say, he stays healthy the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years. He's going to be in that mix most of those years. And I think eventually, I believe offensively, he also has the game to make a couple all NBA teams. Maybe not first team, but, third team, possibly second team at some point. I think he's a guy that you can make part of your core group of 2 or 3, along with Alperen Sengun and possibly Jalen Green, to make that your big 3 and kind of build around those guys. I believe Amin Thompson is that good.
So you think the pieces are already there?
Yeah, I think some of the pieces are there. Now, you got to get a little more shooting.
For sure.
We don't know what's going to happen with Reed Shepherd. We don't know if they're going to hold on to him or because if you do go out and try to get a star, another team is probably going to ask for a Reed Shepherd in that mix, along with, maybe a Tari Eason and a couple other guys, right? But I think you kind of have that nucleus already in place when it comes to Sengun, Thompson, and, potentially if they keep Jalen Green. Now, I know people are down on Jalen Green right now because of the playoff performance. Game 2, he scored 38, but outside of that, he didn't do much in this postseason. But maybe it's just me. It was his first playoff series. For a lot of young players, they struggle in their first playoff series. It's a team like the Warriors who have that experience, not just going to championships, but winning them and winning multiple within the last decade. Now, next year, if they play the Warriors again, I think they have a really good shot at beating them and getting over that hump. They took them 7 games this year. It took the Warriors 7 games to get rid of this young nucleus. Now, yeah, they have some veterans with Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks and other guys, but Steven Adams, who I think Steven Adams is a free agent and pretty much said goodbye to the fans on Twitter.
Did he say goodbye?
Yeah, it sounded like a goodbye. He's a free agent. I don't know if I don't know if they're going to re-sign him. So that's one spot you're going to need to plug, because when it comes to rebounding, there's not many better than Steven Adams when he's healthy and protecting the rim. They're not many better, even though he's, a little older now. He's still really good at what he does.
Yeah, he's just kind of more of a luxury right now, and I don't know if they could find it, financially to be able to bring him back.
Like, going off of what he said on social media, his post he put up, it didn't sound like he was probably going to be back. Not by his choice, I don't think. I think by the team's choice.
From the 281, they say Amen Thompson's three-point shooting percentage went from 14% his rookie year to 28% last year. If it takes another step like that, he's going to be a major problem. I certainly agree.
Yeah.
Now, I think it's easier to go from 14% to 28% than to go from 28% to 42%.
Definitely.
But I do agree, and I've said this, shooting is the one thing, you might not think it, but shooting is the one thing you can improve during your NBA career. I mean, Magic
drastically.
did it, LeBron did it, like some of the all greats did it.
Jason Kidd did it late in his career.
Yeah.
He was not known for shooting when he came into the league in the mid-'90s. But
it was Asen Kidd, right? Jason without a J.
Exactly. That's what they called him.
Yeah, he didn't have that jumper.
He eventually became now, it was a set shot. He couldn't move with the ball and, just shoot on the pull-up. But that set shot, especially in the corner, he mastered that by the end of his career, last few years of his career.
Yeah, so you can develop that. And that's something he certainly needs to develop, Amen Thompson. He's got to get better than 20% range.
But he's in year 2.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'll get better. He doesn't need to shoot it at 40. If he can get up to 35% from 3, I think you're good. I think he's good there. I don't think he needs to be at 4, because shooting over 40, those are some of the better shooters in the league, like tops in the league, shooting 40, 41, 42, and so on, right? I don't think he needs to get into that range to be a problem, as the texter said.
Yeah, he doesn't need to get there sure.
It'd be great, but I think he has so many other attributes in his skill set.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have to be that 40% three-point shooter. He can do a lot of other things, even offensively.
Yeah, if he could just get closer. But 40% is kind of that average. Like, Dylan Brooks shot 40% from 3 this year. And I don't think anyone would consider Dylan Brooks like a great three-point shooter in the league.
Well, he's not a volume shooter.
40% is kind of that. They've become such great shooters in the league now.
But I think
you got to be over 40.
But even the league average is somewhere around like 36%.
Is it still that low?
Yeah, it's somewhere around 36, maybe 37-ish. It's not average to shoot 40. I don't believe it is. So, but again, if Amen Thompson, if he gets to there, that's a bonus. If he gets to 40, 41%, that's just a bonus, because he can get inside and get to the cup, with the best of them. He has that ability to do that. I mean, what is he, 6'7"? He's long. He's like your quintessential, small forward three guy, wing guy, you should say.
Yeah. 36% was the average this year for 3, 37% last year.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, 36 to 37%. If he could get to 35, 36, you don't think Houston fans would take that?
Oh, of course.
The team would take that.
Absolutely.
That's so that's just a bonus if he gets to 40.
Yeah. The defense is there. He's got to improve the offense. Amen Thompson.
I think he will.
Could be real dangerous.
I think he will.
I compared him to Dwight Howard last week in that regard, where Dwight early was a great defensive player, was incredibly athletic on offense, but just needed to still improve that skill set. Come up with some post moves, come up with a little, baby hook, a little bunny, and
But he never did.
Yeah, that's the problem. He could have been one of the most dominant players of all time, Dwight Howard. Still a Hall of Famer, but he could have been
definitely.
He could have been just like people say about Shaq. You know, if Shaq worked harder, he could have been the greatest center of all time.
And he was still great.
Yeah, but just both had much higher ceilings. Well, certainly more so Dwight. Hey, it's that time to get some things off of our chest. We have to make some confessions when we come back. It's In the Loop.
Texans All Access. The countdown to training camp is officially on. And Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Luke Morrow, Chris Partee in for the guys today. Colin Neal on the steel wheels for Figgy Fig.
Yep.
Working up a mixtape and
Steel Wheels.
That's right.
Never heard of that.
Really?
Yeah. It's a great Rolling Stones album as well.
That's my confession right there.
That's your
There you go.
confession.
Have a good day.
You got it out of the way. Hey,
Perfect.
Good job, Colin.
Yeah, we're in for the fellas, but we still got confessions of our own. My confession to begin is I don't understand why the Astros aren't playing today. And what I mean is, I get why they just played 17 straight, but baseball does such a poor job at this where Memorial Day and July 4th and Mother's Day and Father's Day. I'm trying to think of other days. Maybe even Labor Day. These are days that even Major Baseball should be playing, and we should have games all day long for Major League Baseball. These are the NFL owns Thanksgiving. It's now taking over Christmas, but the NBA always owned Christmas. Major League Baseball, these are your holidays, though. No other sports are going on. People are home from work. They're out in the yard all day, have baseball all day, and yet not all the teams are playing today. They did this last year on July 4th, where they gave teams the day off on July 4th. There should be a home game for the Nationals every July 4th. They always play at 11 a.m. I don't think they had one last year. There should be a home game for the Red Sox, for the Yankees, probably the Dodgers, certainly the Cubs, every July 4th. Memorial Day, too. And today, to have some teams not be playing today, I think it's a missed opportunity by Major League Baseball. I think it's stupid. I think the NFL does a great job with their schedule. I think the NBA does a pretty good job with their schedule. They can't help that their stars rarely play in games.
Not their fault, completely.
And Major League Baseball, I think they do a poor job with this stuff. You should own this day. You should own July 4th. Every team should be playing. You should have games all day. They should be national games. And instead, Astros, not even playing. Today's supposed to be a baseball day. I got my baseball jersey on. We've been talking.
Nice jersey.
Astros, thank you. We've been talking Astros today. This is supposed to be a baseball day. Why the Astros don't have a game today, I don't get the scheduling for Major League Baseball.
So why do you think MLB is not?
I don't know. I have no idea. Weird. They did it last year on July 4th where they gave, I think it was 8 teams had the day off. Why? It's July 4th. That's supposed to be your big day. Like I said, the NFL has Thanksgiving. The NBA always had Christmas. You should have July 4th, and I even throw Memorial Day into that as well. It's a day off. People are out. It's a good day to have baseball on the radio while you're grilling. You have family over. You're checking on the pool, whatever. And the Astros aren't playing today. It's a missed opportunity. I don't get it.
As you chill with Charles Barkley.
These are my confessions.
All right, I guess that means I'm up, right?
Yep.
Colin already did his short confession. That's fine. Luke got some things off his chest there. All right, mine has nothing to do with sports, I think. All right, so I went to the store the other day, and with one specific item that I had to have, along with a couple others that I wanted, but I forgot that item, and this is one of those items. I want you guys to guess what that item was, but this is one of those items where if you don't have it, eventually you will find yourself at home in a compromising position.
Toilet paper?
Yes.
Oh, man.
But I didn't realize it until I was in that.
That's always the worst.
Compromising position.
Man.
And when you're someone who lives by themselves, you kind of got to, figure it out, right? Kind of got to figure it out. So
it's kind of like sports. You got to make adjustments.
Exactly. There were adjustments that had to be made. They were not pretty adjustments at that. And on top of that, what I had to use as a substitution was all the way in the living room, and the blinds were pulled back. So I'm just gonna leave that to your imagination on what I had to do to kind of rectify this put myself in. I can't blame anyone for this, but yeah, that's my confession that I had to I guess, strut through my apartment, pants at ankles, to try to find something to finish the job with.
Man, there you go.
Not a proud moment, but it happened.
It happens to everyone.
It happens.
Yeah.
Eventually, it probably will happen to everyone.
You could just hop in the shower.
You know what? I probably could have done that, but at the time, on the fly, I did not know. I just, now I had Kleenex in the next room.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of to go get. But it just put me in a compromising, and Kleenex isn't always as soft as Charmin.
Oh, absolutely.
So, just one of those things. It happened. Not proud of it, but it happened.
Yeah, that's the worst. I mean, Seinfeld did a whole episode on it with Elaine. It's brutal when you sit down to do your business and then you realize you're fresh out. Not much you can do there.
Not fun. Not fun at all.
These are my confessions.
So I was talking about this with Chris. Sometimes I'm just gonna keep it simple. Sometimes I forget how white my skin is because I have gotten sunburnt twice in the past 2.5 weeks. Bad because
where were you?
Mowing.
Oh, yeah.
So I need to stop wearing just a t-shirt and shorts. I need to wear actual jeans and probably a long sleeve shirt. I mean, the face is covered up. Thankfully, I'm smart enough at least to wear handsome sunglasses. But I just forget about everything else, and it is no
sunscreen. Huh?
It's a pain. Like literally, I stood up the next day, and I was riding lawnmowing I'll do one of the riding lawnmowers because it's a bit. There's a lot of land that we have to that I have to cover for our house. But next day I could not even stand still for more than 10 seconds because it would hurt that bad.
Yeah, that just sounds miserable.
It is miserable.
It just sounds miserable.
Yeah, so that's my confession. I need to wear sunscreen.
Yes, you do.
I need to dress properly. Yeah. I'm an idiot. I'm a dummy.
I ain't gonna call you all that, but you do need to you do need to invest in some sunscreen. It don't cost that much, Colin.
But I do have aloe vera though, that for afterwards.
If you think the better option is to wear jeans and long sleeve shirt in 95-degree weather instead of just using sunscreen,
I'd rather sweat than.
So you're trying to get a workout, like an extra workout.
It is basically a workout.
It is mowing the lawn is a workout.
Why, you got like a wrestling meet this weekend? What do you got to wait for?
He's trying to cut weight.
Throw a garbage bag on. What's going on here?
I have to make cut.
Oh, my goodness.
Then I sit in the sauna afterwards for quote-unquote recovery.
Okay, yeah.
So you just like being uncomfortable, don't you?
Hey,
that's what it sounds like.
What was that the thing that LeBron said it was his favorite quote? Sometimes you got to be uncomfortable in order to thrive in a situation.
LeBron says lots of things.
Yeah, well, it was Giannis saying that.
Oh, you said Giannis. Okay.
It was Giannis saying that, but it was on LeBron's show, and LeBron's like, yeah, that's one of my favorite sayings too.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Of course it is.
Yeah. More question real quick. Why not?
Of course.
Go for it.
My confession.
I don't want to be the wet blanket. I saw a lot of love for Around the Horn last week. I liked Around the Horn when it first came out. Actually, fun anecdote, that show was created at my college, and they always took a lot of pride in that. But I thought it jumped the shark a long time ago. I thought you could have taken that show off the air a decade ago. I did not get all the tributes last week and people shedding tears over this show. I haven't watched Around the Horn. Growing up, part of the interruption Around the Horn, that was appointment TV from 5 to 6 and then SportsCenter at 6. I watched it every weekday. I couldn't tell you the last time I watched Around the Horn. It was, 15 years ago probably. I thought that show has been bad for a while, all due respect. And, I saw a lot of tributes and praise. Good for them. They had a long run. Good people over there, I'm sure. But I don't know. It doesn't affect me whatsoever. I couldn't care less.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while. I know a couple people that have been on there. It's been a while since I watched it regularly. I would catch it every now and then, here and there. But, yeah, like you said, maybe 10, 12 years since I actually watched it regularly. It had been a while. But, I mean, in fairness, it was kind of an institution as far as ESPN goes in that afternoon slot there in between, sports centers and things like that, along with Pardon the Interruption. I was more of a Pardon the Interruption guy, but even that, and that's not on anymore, is it?
It is.
It is still on. Okay.
I haven't watched that in about a decade either.
It's been a while since. I'm not a big ESPN guy anymore. I'm just not.
That's something
in and every now and then.
We work in this medium and field and everything. But yeah, I never, growing up as a kid, I was always into those shows.
Of course.
I couldn't tell you the last time as an adult that I sat down and watched like sports programming that weren't games. I don't watch any of the debate shows. I don't watch Fox Sport. I don't watch any of those shows. One of my brothers loves that stuff. He watches the shows all day. I just can't do it. I don't know.
Well,
it's not interesting to me.
Kind of like you said about Around the Horn. I think the whole debate or embrace debate culture, it jumped the shark a while ago too.
Yeah, that's the problem for me.
Because there became too many of them. It just became that little niche genre of the whole debate show.
Yeah.
It became too much.
And a lot of it's just contrived. You know, like
they are. I mean, they've already given away the secret sauce.
Yeah,
they're very contrived.
Right. It's all. It's not organic.
Most of them don't believe their takes.
No,
you got to take a side.
I've met Skip Bayless before. He's not like the person on TV. I know Lopez just mentioned the other day. You know, he knew Stephen A. when he was a beat writer for the Sixers. You know, like they're playing. They all play kind of a character. Anyways,
it's a gimmick, like wrestling, like pro wrestling.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a gimmick.
Yeah. So Around the Horn, you had a great run. Congrats.
Definitely congrats.
Didn't hit me the same way as it hit a lot of people.
Didn't hit you in the fields, huh?
No, it did not. Hey, OTAs start this week for the Texans in about 48 hours. Which Texan needs to show the most this offseason prior to the start of the regular season? We'll give you ours when we come back. It's In the Loop.
A quarter of the way through baseball season. Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. In for In the Loop, here's Luke Morrow and Chris Partee.
With OTAs beginning later this week, who needs to show the most? This is the Houston Texans. You can always text the show, 713-572-4610. Happy to be filling in for the guys today. You can also always get in touch with the show through the YouTube or Twitch streams as well, and we'll engage with you there. OTAs begin Wednesday. You know, this is always an exciting time, the offseason beginning in earnest as we work our way towards Week 1 and the start of the NFL season. When you look at this Houston Texans roster, the depth chart, the team as it's currently constructed, for you, who do you need to see? Not even because, look, let's be real. There's only so much you can take from OTAs and all these offseason workouts. But who's somebody that you got to see something from, whether it's a physical transformation, whether it's, you know, a different look, like a higher passion or drive out there, or even just improvement on the field. Who's somebody you're looking for that you need to see improvement from these next couple months for the Texans to feel better about not only them, but the team heading into the regular season?
I mean, for me, I could go with a couple different players along the offensive line, but I'm going to go Juice Scruggs.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like not just us or me, just the team wants to see more. You know what I mean? Just in general. Drafted as a second rounder, hasn't quite lived up to the potential just yet. And it's still early in his career. He can definitely turn things around. But if I had to go with him, I'm going with Scruggs right now. Just, you know, I know the team has to see more. And it's tough with offensive linemen because there aren't a lot of discernible, tangible stats you can look at for offensive linemen. Yeah. If you dig into the analytics, you know, there's a few there, but it's not as easy as with, you know, a receiver or a quarterback or a running back. You just have to see them on the field as far as offensive linemen go. You have to see what they're doing. You have to see how they look physically. You have to see that drive, I would say even more so than other positions because there aren't too many stats to point to for offensive linemen, even in comparison to the defensive line. You got all kind of stats for defensive line, but so if I'm going with one player, I'm going with Scruggs right now along that. But again, there are other players on the offensive line that you want to see more from.
Yeah, I'm going to choose one. But to your point, that's always the knock on Pro Football Focus. And a lot of teams, at least they were using, almost every NFL team was using Pro Football Focus. Yeah. I don't know if they still, but that's always been the complaint. I know Bill Belichick, who often comes up throughout the show, has mentioned that before about it's hard, the grades on Pro Football Focus. Like you said, it's hard to, A, grade an offense lineman like that, but also, B, if you don't know the scheme or the play or what the offensive lineman is supposed to be doing on that play, it's also hard to judge from the outside looking in. That's always been the complaint or defense of those in the league when reporters will throw PFF grades about the offensive lineman. Well, you don't really have the whole story, and it's hard to judge. So, but with that said, I stick on because I think that's the most important unit of this team. Kind of like we were talking earlier about Christian Walker. I think he's the linchpin for the Astros lineup this year, whether we like it or not. I think for the Texans, it's the offensive line. They're going to go as far as the line will allow them to. But I'm going to choose a different offensive lineman, and I would say Blake Fisher. I got to see something from Blake because he was a second-round pick in 2024. So this is going into his second year.
Second year.
Yeah, right? Do I have that correct? Yeah, he was drafted 2024. So for Fisher, obviously the big question, like I said, is offensive line. And they made a lot of moves this offseason. And they've opened a lot of possibilities for the group that's still in there, the offensive linemen. But what I think is concerning for Blake Fisher is that I think the larger resources were paid to the tackle positions this offseason. So much so that the one draft pick for the offensive line was also a tackle. And we got this story, I think it just came out over the weekend, about how the Texans were trying to trade up with the Patriots 10 spots to get Ursary. Like, that's how much they liked him.
Yeah.
That they wanted to try to move up. Now, fortunately, he was still available when they did pick, when they were on the clock, because they couldn't work out that trade. But, Blake Fisher had this great opportunity. You move on from Tunsil. There's this opening there, and yet you still go out and you get Cam Robinson and you get Trent Brown and you draft Ursary, and it's all these moves that makes me feel from the outside looking in that this is not a team that is maybe overly confident. If they felt really good about that one tackle position, I don't know if they're making as many moves or if the tackle positions are as in flux as they seem to be. That the confidence isn't there. But I do think, I went over this with Ron last week where we were trying to predict our starting five on the offensive line. I do think as of today, he is slotted to be the starter week 1.
Yeah.
So they're giving him the opportunities, but I don't know if the confidence is fully there, and that's why I want to see something this offseason where I can feel confidently as a fan going into the season, okay, I can feel good. We got Cam Robinson, the veteran, at the left tackle. I can feel good about slotting in Blake Fisher at the right tackle. Now, that means your draft pick is not going to start the year, which seems a little odd, but I would prefer it that way. Fisher's been in the league a little bit longer. He's been in this system. He played in meaningful, big-time games last year.
Mm-hmm.
And for him to be the start, he should have a head start on that position. And, I want to see him out there looking the part these next few months to say, okay, this guy could be our right tackle. We could feel good about it.
Well, I think the other big thing, one thing is depth. You want to have depth along the offensive line. But I think the other thing is competition. Sometimes you bring more guys in to push certain guys that you want to, like the guys you really want to succeed. If they haven't lived up to it yet, you're bringing in more guys sometimes to push them, to see if they have, like you said, do they have that drive? Do they want to get out there and compete like this is their last chance? Because for some, it may be their last opportunity. So you definitely want to see if guys are willing to compete. And a lot of times, that's the most you can ask for. You want a guy that's going to compete. The guy may not have the best physical attributes or physical traits, but will they compete? And sometimes that carries guys sometimes. That guy is willing to compete and just go at it and get out there and go at it. Now, again, like you said, there's only so much you can take from OTAs and training camp. You got to see it when guys get out there on the field. It starts there with OTAs and training camp, but once a guy gets on the field, what are they going to do? How do they produce?
And I see on the text line from the 979, just because the offensive line is different doesn't mean it will be better, is what they said.
That's true.
For sure.
No guarantees.
You hope it doesn't get any worse. I think that's the big excitement. I've said this many times on these airwaves. I like the idea from the Texans of making the changes on the offensive line. I didn't love the plan for replacements. I thought there were some other guys that you could have brought in to try to bolster this offensive line a little bit more. I don't know if they made – I think the first part of the plan was really good. I don't know if they made enough strides, though, in filling out that room to improve the offensive line. But I've also said before that the offensive line is the one position in football, I would say, where it's not necessarily about top-end talent. It's more about gelling and being on the same page.
As a group, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So you could have guys that are kind of C's across the board, but if they work well together and they're in sync, that's how you can develop a good offensive line. And the analogy I've used in the past is like it's like a cooking show where I think it's Chopped, where you take all these crazy ingredients, but these chefs make this great recipe. And it's something similar here. where may not the best names, but you throw them all into the offensive line room, and hopefully you come out with a great recipe where whichever 5 you come up with, they work well together, and that leads to improvement on the offensive line.
And the other thing is, that's you're 100% correct right there as far as the offensive line needing to gel as a complete unit. But then also, as a coaching staff, you got to put your guys in the right position to be successful, right? So the scheme. Do these guys fit the scheme? Now, that goes obviously on the front office because they're bringing in the players in terms of a Caserio in the front office, bringing in the correct players to fit a certain scheme. That's big, too. Guys could be, you could bring in first-round picks, but if they don't fit your scheme necessarily, they may not be that great on your team. They may work somewhere else. It's all about fit.
Yeah.
When you talk about gelling as a unit.
Yeah, I think I always say fit's the most important thing in life for all things. A partner, a job, a city you live in, it's always about fit.
Always.
So absolutely with your offensive line and your 5 guys you go with across the board there on the offensive line. This text also interesting from the 713. I need to see improvement from the head coach.
Ooh.
Instead of being a coordinator that speaks for the team, actually be a head coach for both sides of the ball. That's interesting. Where are you on... Look, the first 2 years have been really good. I heard Ron and Clint talk about this last week. Like, what does D'Amico need to do to go from, what were the examples they were using? Your typical defensive coach and instead becoming like a Mike Tomlin or a Pete Carroll. Where are you on D'Amico?
I like D'Amico as a head coach. I think, obviously, he has areas he can improve on. And I would say even some of the better coaches have areas they can still improve on. No one's perfect.
No.
But like the texter said there, maybe becoming a little more in tune with the offense and what's going on the offensive side, if he's not already. I don't know exactly what's going on in their building. I'm not there. He may be more involved in the offense. I haven't heard that he is, but maybe he's going to get more involved this year with the new coordinator coming in, just to get that person acclimated to the team and, with the scheme and making sure players are getting acclimated there. So, no, that's one step that he can take because like we said earlier, the defense is there. Like, I think that's a top 5 defense already, right? So the defense is there, maybe a little more attention offensively and maybe become a little bit more of a delegator, like a lot of the great head coaches have been. And maybe not. Now, we still got guys like an Andy Reid that likes to call his own plays offensively and has done that for most of his career as a head coach. But if you look back in the day, you had a lot more guys that were, delegating, like a Jimmy Johnson back in the mid-'90s with the Cowboys, didn't necessarily go as heavy one way or the other, even though Jimmy Johnson was a defensive coach coming in. So, man, and I think D'Amico will get there. What is it? What was this, year 3? We're going into year 4 as him as the head coach, right?
Going into 3.
Going into 3. Okay, going into 3. It's still early for him. I don't think anyone coming in would have said, okay, they're going to win 10 games in his first 2 years. Either. I don't think a lot of people had them doing that. No, so it's still a work in progress. The main thing for the Texans is get the offensive line on track. I think that's where everybody is. We've talked about it for months and months and months. Offensive line needs to get on track. I think that's the most important thing for this team.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you. And maybe, as we heard earlier from Rob Ninkovich, maybe Cole Popovich is the secret ingredient. Maybe he's the key to that and the success this year for the Texans. Speaking of the Texans, look, we'll get back to the Astros as well. They had a great weekend. They took 3 out of 4 from the Mariners, coming off probably the biggest win of the season yesterday. But OTAs are beginning this week. When we come back, let's talk about what stands out most on the Texans' schedule this year. It's in the loop.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You know something I see all the time? Astros hit farther hitting.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. In for In the Loop, here's Luke Morrow and Chris Partee.
Happy to be in for the guys here on In the Loop on Memorial Day. Appreciate you hanging with us. You can always text the show 713-572-4610. Hopefully you're having a great holiday, and remember the reason for the holiday. I think all holidays have kind of lost their meaning. Like Halloween wasn't originally about candy. Christmas wasn't originally about the gifts. Memorial Day wasn't originally about just not working and being able to have a cookout.
Just laying around eating food all day.
Yeah, I think we always kind of forget what the holiday was originally intended for. But I also do love presents and candy, so I'm guilty too when it comes to Halloween and Christmas. And Thanksgiving's not necessarily just about the Cowboys, Lions, and turkey. But that's what it's become.
It's not.
So same idea today. Enjoy the day off. Have the cookout. Appreciate you hanging with us. But of course, we always we remember the reason for the holiday as well, and we're very thankful for those that made the ultimate sacrifice.
Got to.
713-572-4610 to text the show. You could also get in touch with us through the YouTube stream. And then I have to shout out the Twitch. Twitch is always, the Twitch chat over there is just always.
On fire.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah. It's just always so ridiculous. But shout out to you guys as well. Appreciate you hanging with us here on
We
Memorial
love you
Day.
too, Twitch.
Of course. Don't discriminate.
Of course not.
We'll get back to the Astros coming up a little bit later on, because this was a big weekend series against the Mariners. Yesterday was a big-time win. Hopefully it gets Christian Walker going, and if that happens, then you really get that. You could get that lineup going, especially once you get Jordan back in. As I've been saying.
Whenever that happens.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, what's today? May 26th?
Yeah.
Over-under, while we're on the subject.
Yeah, let's do it.
Over-under, let's say June 15th. Is he back in the lineup before or after June 15th for the first time? So about another, 3 weeks?
Yeah. God. I'm going to say he's back.
I hope so.
I think we're just hoping that, but I'll say I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt this time. I'm going to say he's back. Now, I'll probably be wrong, but I'm going to say he's back. 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks, yeah.
I thought it was going to be a short term when they put him on the IL. You know, I thought it'd be the normal 10 days. He comes back when he's eligible. That's kind of how they sold it, too, and now it's already been a month.
Yeah.
So who knows how long this is going to linger. But, yeah, they need him back. They need Christian Walker to get going. Altuve to get going again. He had a good weekend. So, hopefully what we saw over the weekend helps right the ship. The starting pitchers that were filling the holes void pretty well. So hopefully that continues.
I mean, they're getting by right now. I don't think you can put it as anything other than they're getting by. Right? That's what they're doing. That's what the Astros are doing right now. They're getting by. Now, the weekend series, great. We win 3 out of 4, but just overall, in totality, they're getting by right now.
Yeah, that's funny because on the YouTube chat, Gray Mantle said earlier, the Astros have nobody slugging over 500, nobody with an on-base percentage over 400, nobody with more than 10 stolen bases. How are they over 500? And it's a good question.
Yeah.
But I kind of mentioned this earlier in the crosstalk, but when you look around the AL specifically, most teams are kind of around 500. So even though it seems like the Astros are playing that middling baseball, they also have the 5th best run differential in the AL. This is just kind of the AL right now. It is what it is.
It's weird. It's one of those things that you can't really wrap your head around it. Because, like you said, no one's slugging over 500. Just all these different metrics that we can go to that would say this team is probably struggling. But you look at them, they're 28 and 25. They're right there in the mix for the division, and obviously right there in the mix in the AL in general, because, like you said, everyone else is kind of just hovering around 500.
Yeah.
For the most part.
By the way, because of the Twitch shout-out, now they're all saying this is their favorite 610 show now. So
we'll take it.
That's right.
Yes.
They said this is a great show. They know how to take jokes on Twitch. Yeah, it's been
we love y'all, Twitch. It's all good,
entertaining
man.
to see the live. Yeah.
You just can't.
Appreciate you hanging out. We'll get back to the Astros, like I said, but let's talk a little Texans. And I know this is probably a few weeks late, but I still feel like it could be a useful exercise. When the schedule came out, as you said, you and Sean Bijani, who we'll link up with here a little bit later on, you said you guys went through the schedule, game by game, kind of did the win-loss thing.
Yep.
So, again, this is probably better served for when that schedule first comes out. But, nonetheless, OTAs this week. We're getting excited for football. We still have months to get ready for week 1.
We're building up right now.
That's right. So, when you look at the Texans schedule, I want to play a little game, a little activity here on a holiday.
We love games around here.
Let's categorize some of these games for the Texans on their schedule. Which games should be the gimmies, where you got to win these games? You were talking about this earlier with the Astros.
Yeah.
Like you got it. There's certain games on the schedule that you just got to take care of. And then which games are the ones where you give the Texans pretty much no chance to win? And then which games are kind of those toss-ups that could actually decide the season, those coin flip games that, hey, if they win the majority of these, they're going to have a really good year. If they lose the majority of these, it could be a tough year. So let's do that. We'll go category by category. But when you look at the Texans' schedule for this upcoming year, what would you say are the gimme games? What would you say are those? Nothing's easy in the NFL, but the games that should kind of be those easier wins for the Texans this season.
Well, I guess you got to, even though a lot of people feel like the division has improved, and some have even said that the division may be catching up to the Texans, I still don't buy it. I got to see it first. I don't think sweep division, but you got to win at least 4 of those games. And I think they could go 5-1 in this division. I do. Mm-hmm. Even with questions along the offensive line. I feel like the defense is good enough, and I feel like offensively, if they can just keep CJ somewhat protected, you know what I mean? Got the running game, got receivers out there, especially Nico Collins, who's a beast. I mean, he's just, he's really, to me, really broke out last season. So I look at the division first, but then if I go outside the division, you got the Raiders late in the year. You got to win that game.
100%.
No way you can lose that game to the Raiders.
You got them at home.
And you got them at home. You got to beat the Raiders. I would even say Arizona, also at home. Again, not going to be easy, but I think that's a game that you have to win. Now, a lot of people think the Arizona is going to be a lot better than they were last year, previous year, but I think if you're the Texans, that's a game you should win. Now, it may be close, but you should be able to pull that game out, to me.
I'm pretty much on the same page with you. I would say all the division games at home, right, at minimum. You got to beat the Jags, Colts, Titans in your building.
You should.
If you slip up and you lose to 1, maybe even 2, I'll take a 4-2 division. I know a lot of people will probably be upset with that. You go 4-2 in the division, that's still satisfactory for me, but the losses have to be on the road. You lose in Jacksonville, you lose in okay, whatever. You got to win at home. The Raiders is the only one, to me, outside of the division that is a gimme. Like if you, and maybe the Raiders end up being a lot better by December than we believe. I don't think so.
I'm not buying it.
Me either.
Not buying it.
If you lose at home to the Raiders, that feels like a really bad loss late in the season.
Yes.
Cardinals, I was on the fence.
Okay.
I don't know if they're in that same terror. That you're probably right. That is a game at home. Texans should certainly win. I'm sure they'll be favored. I just don't put the Cardinals in the same camp as the Raiders, the Titans, the Colts in your building, the Jags in your building. So that's why I'll give the Cardinals a little more credit. But you could certainly convince me that that's a game that's a gotta have. That'd be a huge disappointment if you don't win at home against the Cardinals in December.
I mean, looking at the rest of the schedule, there aren't a lot of gimmies to me.
No, I think those are the only ones.
I think those might be the only gimmies. I mean, even looking, I'm looking here through the schedule. I mean, like Tampa Bay won their division last year. That's week 2. You got the Rams in week 1. You got the Rams week 1.
Yeah.
In Los Angeles, there's not a lot of gimme. And I mean, that's what happens when you have a first place schedule.
Yeah.
You don't have a lot of, you're probably not going to have a lot of gimmies on there.
It is a tough schedule. So as we go along on this exercise, what games would you cross off already that you look at and say, no, those are scheduled losses. Texans aren't going to win those games. Put those in the loss column already.
Well, we talked about it earlier. Chiefs, Ravens.
Mm-hmm.
I just still don't think they're quite there yet.
I'm with you.
So now, we've seen them compete with the Chiefs, but the Ravens have just been, it's been tough for a while now.
Oh, yeah.
It's been just a struggle against the Ravens for whatever reason, just matchup-wise. They don't match up well with the Ravens. Those are two of the games that, with Bijani, I picked them to lose. I think Bijani picked them to win those games, hoping a little bit there, a little bit of hope and a prayer there.
Yeah.
But, it's hard for me to say that they're going to win those games. It's just tough.
Yeah, well, we've never seen them even compete with the Ravens.
That's the thing. They get blown out by the Ravens. At least they are in some of these games with the Chiefs. You can say that they're close with the Chiefs. But
but in this particular instance, it's in Kansas City.
And that's going to be tough.
Night game in December. It's a tough spot.
So that's prime time.
Yeah.
Right?
If you had them in Houston, I'd give you a chip chair and a chance.
A little different, yeah.
Night game in Kansas City in December, it's a tough spot to go in there. Primetime game. Mahomes does not lose a lot of those primetime games at home. So those are the only two for me, which is good. It's only two, but that also speaks to something we mentioned earlier where I think that's almost the biggest complaint I would have for the Texans is that they might win double-digit games again this year. They should win the division, but we're still not at a point 3 years in where they're ready to beat the Ravens or they're ready to beat the Chiefs. And I think that's the biggest indictment for where they are right now, is that those are the teams that are standing in your way in the AFC. Those are the teams that if you ever want to reach the ultimate goal, you have to be able to not only compete with, but be able to get past. And I just don't think they're there yet, just like they weren't the last couple of years. I haven't seen that growth to get to that point to shorten the gap with those teams.
I just think it's progression. It's growing pains, right? Now, we didn't see the Chiefs go through as long of growing pains as some other teams, but if you remember, didn't they lose that first AFC title game to the Patriots? Was it 8 in 2018, I believe?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sounds
so,
right.
I mean, now, after that, it's just kind of been, I don't want to say easy street, but they've just been rolling since then. I'm not saying the Texans are going to do exactly that, but sometimes it takes some teams a little bit longer to kind of get over that hump than others. I still think they're on the right track, though. Right?
Oh, certainly they're on the right track.
They're on the right track. They're getting there. But if you have two games like this against two conference opponents, and it's just like most people think you have no chance. Now, obviously, they think they have a chance, and they should. They're out there competing. We're not out there. Now, if they get one of these wins, will that change your complete outlook on?
Yeah, absolutely. If they can beat the Chiefs in Kansas City, then it's like, okay, maybe they can go win the AFC this year. If they finally beat the Ravens, I think that shows a lot of growth and development because they were non-competitive last year. And on multiple occasions with C.J. Stroud and D'Amico and this group, they've been non-competitive with the Ravens. So, for sure.
Yeah.
Last category, and this is the most interesting one. Which games are those toss-ups? Those 50-50 games that you see on the schedule where those are actually the games that could really impact how this season goes?
Some people might not agree with this, but I think Denver will be one of those games. I think the Broncos will be one of those toss-up games because of their defense. I mean, their defense should be pretty good this year. So, and then another one for me, a team that had a down year, but over the past, 4 out of 5 have been pretty damn good is the 49ers.
Yep.
I think they will bounce back this season.
I
really do. There was so much going on with that team last year. Just a lot going on with that franchise in general. I think the Niners bounce back because they did the same thing after they played the Chiefs the first time in 2019-20, the 2019-20 season in the Super Bowl. They came back the next year and had a down year. And then they go to the Super Bowl 2 years ago, and then they come back last year and have a down year. So I think they're going to bounce back.
I agree. That's one on my list. I mean, I start right away. Week 1 at L.A.
Rams are another one.
Texans are like 3.5-point underdogs in that game. That's a tough spot to go on the road to take on the Rams like that right away to start the season. And then, yes, the 49ers, you get them on a short week. Even though it's in your building, you get the Niners on a short week, having to travel back from Seattle. And I do think the Niners will be better this year. Even that Seahawks game, you're coming off a bye, but you go to Seattle on Monday Night Football, which used to be a tough spot. They've been kind of 500 since losing Russell Wilson and with Geno Smith the last couple of years and now Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Not as tough to go in there, but that's still an interesting one. And then just two more. Obviously, I have a bunch of these. I think there's a lot of these games that could go either way that will dictate the season. I think the Bills, short week.
Now, I picked them to
Thursday.
beat the Bills. When we did our picking, I picked them to beat the Bills.
It's definitely a winnable game. I could see them
because they've beaten them before.
Yeah, one that probably lingers with Josh Allen. That was such an embarrassing performance for him last year. You know they're going to seek revenge, and you get him on a short week, which is also tough. I know it's in your building, and they have to travel, but Thursday night's a little bit of a tougher spot. And then the last one is the Chargers in the penultimate game, where I'm a Harbaugh guy, and I think the Chargers are going to be better this year. I think they're going to be a good team, and you get them, week 17 on the road. That could be a fascinating. That could be a big game for the AFC, just even playoff seeding with those two teams. So those are the ones for me that really are the most interesting games. And depending on how you do in those games, that will dictate how the season actually goes for the Texans. Hey, this is the time each and every day here on In the Loop where we have Figgy's mixtape. Now, Figgy's not in today. Colin is instead. Colin, you've been mixing something up back there. What do we got?
The thing is, though, we had this discussion, and we either want to do something like athletes that serve in wartime, and there's a cool story about a very well-known baseball player that no one knows about. Maybe we'll get to that, or maybe y'all will quiz me on my Division I college athlete mascots, because y'all been kind of quizzing me on and off over there. So, but hey, how about we do a little bit of both? Why not?
I like that.
Yeah, it's In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
This Memorial Day, we pause to remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice. Thank you from all of us. Texans All Access. The training camp is officially on, and Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
You know what time it is here on In the Loop. Sometime around this time, 1:20 or so, it is Figgy's Mixtape, Sports Radio 610. You can always listen in on YouTube, Twitch, and on the free Odyssey app, I may add, along with Chris Partee and Luke Morrow, filling in for John Lopez and Reggie Adatula. Let's get into it. We're going to do a little bit of a mixed one today. I was going to go one direction, but I kind of wanted to make this its own thing, and then later on the guys are going to quiz me, I guess, on my college athletes. How confident are y'all in that, in me?
You talking about on the mascots?
Yes.
I'm ready for that.
Oh, man.
I got some good ones for you, dog.
Good ones for me?
Gotcha.
I told you, they better be D1, and folks,
yeah.
I'm just going to be disclaimer. Sometimes I fold under the pressure.
Oh, boy.
Now, you know your stuff, man. Don't sell yourself short.
Okay, yeah.
I have faith in you.
Okay.
All
That's
right?
all I needed.
I got faith in you.
All right, so we were talking about Memorial Day, and folks, let's please, as Luke has preface over the show, the reason why we have Memorial Day to honor those that have made the greatest sacrifice for the United States of America. I've had family that served. Just a funny story. My great grandpa actually lied about his age to go into the United States Navy before World War II. The United States was involved in World War II, and he just so happened to be at Pearl Harbor when it was attacked. So thankfully he lived through it. But it's just it's
How old was he?
I believe I was told he was either 16 or 17.
That's what I was thinking. If he lied, yeah. Wow,
props.
That's wild.
Yeah,
that's wild. That's wild.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
See, Jordan Hudson, when you're going to lie about your age, do something good with it instead of
leave Jordan alone.
Dating on.
All right, no, let's. Okay, so we were thinking about this segment between me and Chris Partee, what we want to do, and I was going to go. Do a whole Memorial Day kind of deal, like athletes that served in World War II. I mean, we all know the ones like Bob Feller, Ted Williams, and all other guys. But this one I did not know, and I wanted to keep it as its own thing because this is just very interesting. Because Chris, you didn't know about this. Luke, I'm sure you didn't know about this. Even Sean Pendergast, whenever he came in to talk, he didn't know this.
Yeah.
So Yogi Berra, one of the all-time great catchers, one of the all-time great Yankees. He actually was at the D-Day landings. So on navalmemorial.org, it reads, and I quote, I'm going to start right, on this 76th anniversary of D-Day operation, blah, 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 blah. Before Yogi was called up to catch in the majors in 1946, because he had one season in the minors already under his book at this time. He'll catch more on that later. He had already led an admiral career as a Navy gunner's mate. In 1943, Yogi turned 18, and America's involvement in World War II was going on 2 years. By that time, Yogi was playing for the Yankees minor league team in Norfolk when he received notification that he would be drafted. When his team played against the Navy team stationed at the Navy base in Norfolk, a base commander encouraged him to join the Navy, where he might be able to continue to play baseball for the base. Yogi did join the Navy, but his call to play at Norfolk never came. Instead, after completing basic training, Yogi volunteered for what he was told was a secret mission.
Ooh.
Now, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but it was kept under wraps, D-Day was, and they didn't want anybody knowing. And he was told a secret mission. This mission was to serve on board a rocket boat in support of the first offensive waves of the Allied invasion of Normandy. So, yeah, he landed at Utah Beach, it says, and he actually got hurt in the instance. He got shot, it's implying.
Damn.
Yeah, he was injured by German gunfire, and I can pull this up. According to baseballsgreatestsacrifice.com, He was wounded in the left hand at this time, a wound that led him to Purple Heart. But he refused it at the time because he didn't want to worry his mother with the news back home. Berra put in for the Purple Heart, though, after he returned home.
Salute.
Badass.
Salute to Yogi there, man. Hey, that's.
Sure. Did y'all know? But for
No,
real,
I didn't know about none of that.
I wonder how many people knew this, because I think this is like.
I don't think a lot of people. I mean, like you said, Sean didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that you found a hidden gem there.
Yeah.
Of a stat, not a stat, but you know what? Of a story, I should say.
But I kind of like this story in a way because it's a good story for Veterans Day. It's a good story for Memorial Day because
it's a good story in general.
Yeah.
First off,
it's like these are. I mean, it's the sacrifice. We probably couldn't have a Yogi Berra this day.
Didn't you say he got shot
in the left hand? It says on baseballsgreatsacrifice.com. So
that bullet could have easily gone somewhere else.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So yeah, definitely a sacrifice.
Or even just you think of an athlete and a catcher, in his case.
Yeah.
But to deal with that, like Ricky Pearsall for the 49ers got shot, and then he returned to play in the NFL this year. But even just like coming back from that sort of injury, I mean, that could be a career alter. Forget career
life altering.
Yeah, for sure. And that was before he even debuted in Major League Baseball. So Yogi Berra had this experience, and then comes back from the war and from getting shot, and still has a Hall of Fame career and wins however many MVP awards.
Is an all-time.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to tell people about that because I didn't know that, and again, just don't forget what we celebrate this holiday for. There's some that make it. There's some that make it back, and there are others that unfortunately don't.
Sure.
So don't ever forget.
It is crazy to think back to that time from a sports perspective and think of the guys, the greatest athletes we had in our country who had to pause their careers and go fight in a war. And then also just like what that means for their career. Like, for example, Willie Mays missed almost 2 seasons because of his military service. And then he came back, and his first year, he led the league in hitting at 345. He went to spring training the day after he returned from being deployed. Yeah. And then he just goes out and he hits 345, right?
Like
Ted Williams.
It's nothing.
Right. Ted Williams comes back and, continues to hit 400. It's just crazy what these guys were able to do, both in terms of being those heroes in the military in the war, and then still coming back and having these legendary athletic careers. It's just, it's crazy.
They're heroes on multiple fronts.
For sure.
Not just on the field or on the diamond, court, whatever it may be, but also just heroes to the country.
Yeah.
I mean, that is wild. It's wild to hear those stories.
All right. It's to wrap up Figgy's mixtape. Call Neil here, filling in for Figgy on Sports Radio 6 and on the Steel Wheels.
That's right.
Chris Partee and Luke Morrow in for John Lopez, Reginald Adeltua. I definitely butchered that because my tongue got a little twisted there, trying to say everything really quick. But it's in there in the discussion, and I asked Luke, like, hey, where'd you graduate? And then you said Quinnipiac, and I said, go Bobcats. And y'all both looked at me like, whoa.
You got that.
And
that was impressive.
That was impressive.
Yeah, and just to end it real quick, how about y'all, I'm probably going to regret this, but why don't y'all go ahead and quiz me on some D1 teams?
Oh, calling his shot.
Calling the shot. You want to go first, Luke? You got one, or
I don't?
Okay, I have
trying to cook something up over there.
I have a couple here.
Okay,
I gotta find it again now because I was scrolling. All right, let's go. We'll go to the Sun Belt Conference.
Sun Belt, okay.
Sun Belt Conference. Arkansas State.
They're the Wolves, right?
Red Wolves.
Red Wolves.
But you got it. You're in the right path.
I call them the Wolves for short, but the Red Wolves, they're red and black. They have that's a badass logo they got there, though.
I like it. It is a nice logo.
Yeah, all the cool kids know them only as Wolves.
As the Wolves. Just like the T-Wolves or the Wolves. It's same thing. Same thing. All right, let's see what else. What else we got here for you? All right. Let me see.
I'm really concerned about Luke over there. He's like,
because Luke is over there searching. All right,
he is plotting in silence over there.
Let's go Conference USA here.
Okay.
All right.
That's
that's still D1.
That's in your wheelhouse.
Is that still in your wheelhouse? Okay.
Yeah, it's my wheelhouse. Yeah.
All right. Kennesaw State.
Go Owls, baby.
Oh, hey.
I graduated Sam Houston.
Yes, that's
Let's
true.
go.
That's true. That probably was a little too easy for you.
Yes, it was.
That was
I just didn't want to say anything like
UIC.
There we go.
UIC.
University of Illinois, Chicago.
Well, that's crazy because Sam Houston had a player that entered the portal that went to UIC, and I can't. UIC. It's an animal. I know that.
You got pretty good odds.
I don't know.
Maybe not.
Don't know about that.
I feel like it. I don't know that one.
Oh, just take a guess.
UIC Flames.
Flames. Okay.
That would have been tough.
That's a good. See, I'm always going to take opportunities though to learn to try to because it can be a cool party trick.
I got a good one here. Did you have another one, Luke?
No.
I got a good one here.
A couple more.
I got a good one here. Mid-American Conference.
Mid-American Conference. Okay.
Akron,
the Zippers.
Woo! So what's that? 3 out of 4 now? I think that's 3 out of 4.
Yeah.
You only
2.5 out of 4.
It's a passing rating.
No, we'll give him the Wolves. We're gonna give him the Wolves.
It's a passing rating college.
Hey, 3 out of 4. That's a C. 75%.
Yeah,
that's a C. You want another one?
Sure. Why not?
You want another one? All right. Let's see. I know Luke got something cooking up over there.
UC Irvine.
Anteaters.
Hey, you know what?
That's impressive. That's good.
They're a really good college baseball team. They're really good out there in the Big West.
That one I did. The other ones I would have all gotten. I had to Google it. I did not know the Anteaters.
Yeah, I would not have got that either if I didn't look up like a whole page of NCAA Division I teams here. Spartans.
What was yours?
Oh no.
He sounds embarrassed.
Yeah.
No, I'm not embarrassed. It's just I don't feel like explaining what it is, but it's
just what is it?
A rail cat.
A who?
A rail cat.
A rail cat.
All right, well that's at least unique. I've never heard that before.
RAILCATS, but if you look up what it is,
is it actually a cat?
Yes.
So this is like a real thing.
Yes.
Or animal, I should say.
It's a type of cat, but like not species or whatever. It's weird.
I'm confused already.
You have to look it up.
Rail. RELL?
No, just rail.
Oh, okay.
And then cats.
Gotcha.
Graduated from Robert Turner College and Career High School in Pearland ISD.
Shout out to him.
Shout out to him. Yeah, a rail cat. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to explain that.
Exactly.
But you know what? It's different. I don't know a lot of other mascot rail cats, teams that have rail cat.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the first time this is the first time I've heard of a rail cat.
And and it's kind of funny because we're speaking of colleges right now and how there's no sports going on. We have the lacrosse national championship between the Maryland Terrapins and the Cornell Big Red.
Didn't Bill Belichick play lacrosse in college?
I think so.
I believe he did.
I don't know.
I think he
did.
Good
question.
That sounds familiar to me.
He's always been a lacrosse guy. I think he might have.
I believe he did.
Do you know where he went to college?
Ooh. I've heard it before, but I forgot. Where?
Wesleyan. In Connecticut, Wesleyan University.
Yeah, okay.
Y'all know where y'all know where Nick Saban went?
So did Eric Mangini.
Wait, who was that?
Nick Saban.
When you say it,
When he
I'm
played.
sure I'll remember. Did he? I don't know.
They were the worst college football team in the FBS this past season. In the MAC. Give up?
Yeah.
Kent State Golden Flashes.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, but that concludes Figgy's mixtape here on Sports Radio 610.
There you go. Way to carry the torch.
That was good, Colin.
Okay.
That was good.
Figgy's
that was
out.
good.
Anteater's pretty impressive.
Yeah, Anteater. I would never have.
You seemed very impressed by that. I was like, oh,
that was good.
Yeah,
that was good.
A double ding right
Missed
there.
one. UIC Flames. Missed one though.
Yeah,
I gotta do better.
You got like 5 out of 6.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. I'll take it.
That was good. There you go. Good party trick. Ladies, he's single. I don't know. Actually, I don't know. When we come back, I think people are blaming the wrong person, or have been blaming. I know this is an interesting time to bring it up because the Astros just had a good weekend, but I think they're blaming the wrong person when it comes to the Astros. Plus, let's talk about that big win yesterday. We'll do it next. It's in the Loop.
Call him all defense, amen. After his stellar.
Facts.
This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. In for In the Loop. Here Morrow and Chris Partee.
Putting a bow on things here on In the Loop. Good to be here filling in for the fellas who will be back tomorrow, and appreciate all of you hanging with us as well here on this holiday Monday.
It's been fun as usual.
Always is. You can text the show 713-572-4610. We'll catch up with the guys in a few minutes here for Crosstalk with the drive coming up. But by the way, on the text line too, after that last segment, somebody from the 713 said we should have a contest between Colin with the mascots of schools and Reggie with the names of Arena's main sponsor. So there you go. Could do that one day.
We might have to make that happen. Yeah, we might have to make that happen.
How would you feel putting your skills to the test?
On stadium sponsors or...
Yeah, I guess that's Reggie's thing. He knows arenas,
that's
the sponsors of arenas very well.
That's pretty cool. But no, because whenever I went to New Orleans in past December, I kept calling it the Mercedes-Benz Superdome, but I forgot it was named to Caesars Superdome.
Yeah, it's just a
Superdome. By the way, pretty cool stadium. The press box is really interesting because it's open air. It's not closed off like the Texans press box, so it's actually open air. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, do the Texans play there
this year?
No, just in general. Is that the Texans stadium? No? We don't care.
We don't
Forget that stadium. Astros are coming off what many have deemed the biggest so far. And, Chris, we talked about this earlier. But Memorial Day is always that cliched day where you take stock of teams in Major League Baseball. And so maybe the timing was fitting where you win 3 out of 4 against the Mariners. You get within a game and a half here as their idol on Memorial Day. But currently, 28-25, game and a half out of first, on pace for 86 victories. We've reached that cliched Memorial Day date. How are you feeling about the Astros now compared to when the season started?
I mean, again, still, like I said earlier, still feeling pretty good. I mean, yeah, there have been some struggles. Definitely offensively. You had injuries on the pitching staff, but I think I mentioned it a couple segments ago. They're getting by right now. Almost in the same way that the rest of the AL seems to be getting by. No one's running away with this division anytime soon. You just beat the Mariners 3 out of 4. You got to feel great about that. You're hoping that walk-off home run by Christian Walker can be kind of the catalyst to him getting on track as far as hitting. So, yeah, I mean, I don't feel bad about the Astros right now. So I feel pretty good. At this point.
By the way, the Astros do have the best run differential in the division, better than the Mariners.
Yeah.
You know, they're leading the season series so far. With the Mariners, obviously just took 3 out of 4 this weekend, which was big, too, because of what you got with the Christian Walker walk-off, and then also with the pitching. You didn't have – it's not like Hunter Brown pitched 3 out of the 4 games, right? Yeah. You're trying to piece things together and to still be able to win 3 out of 4. You mentioned the division. Yeah, now we've gotten to this, again, tentpole, this Memorial Day. What's your outlook on the AL West? Because admittedly, I actually like the Texas Rangers a lot heading into this season, like on paper. They're under 500. The Mariners have been better than I thought. They made no changes offensively other than Edgar Martinez, and yet have had a little more success this year. For the time being, they're in first place. Even the Angels were a little more of a surprise early in the season. The A's, before these last 2 weeks, are playing pretty good baseball. I don't think we have to worry about the Angels and A's long term.
I don't think so either.
Yeah. But what's your outlook now after, a third of the season on the AL West?
Well, I kind of feel like you mentioned the Angels there. I kind of feel like everyone expected and expects the Angels to come back down to earth. It's like they were kind of like playing above their heads. And I think we're seeing that now. They're kind of coming back to the pack a little bit. If I had to pick right now, I would give the Astros the division. I know you said you had them at 88 wins, and they're kind of
before the season. Yeah,
before the season, and they're kind of pegged, I think, at 86.
They're on pace right now.
On pace for 86. Yeah, I think 88 can win the division. I think they're right there, and I think they will. Because here's the thing about the Mariners. By August, they're probably going to be in a case where, looking at September, they're probably out of it by then. because this is usually what happens with the Mariners.
Yeah.
They'll start strong. They just can't keep it going for the most part.
Which is interesting in that if you think back, you mentioned the Angels and waiting for them to fall back to earth. The way they started this season and then they came into Houston, I mean, it was so early in the year. Yeah. But still, they were off to a hot start. And in that first game, the Astros beat them 14-3, and then they won that series. And they put the Angels kind of in their place. And then that's what I said earlier in our very first segment today of the Mariners. The Mariners come into Houston in first place and with this nice lead and all that sort of stuff. And then you win 3 out of 4 without even your best pitchers going. And same idea, kind of. Figgy was here. He always talks about the Astros being that boogeyman. And Figgy's concern was they don't really have that boogeyman feel this year.
Okay.
But then you look at what they've done in the division. Again, just those 2 examples. They kind of set the Angels straight early on in the season. And now the Mariners. And it's like, okay, you know what? As good of a start as the Mariners got off to, this is still the Astros. The division still runs through Houston, it seems.
It's almost like he's saying they're the bully of the division. It's like, okay, these other teams are tough against everyone else. But when the Astros come around, you know what's up. That's kind of how I take that, what you said, Figgy said, with them being the boogeyman.
Yeah, with the boogeyman.
It's like they're going to be there in the end. No matter how much they may struggle at certain points of the season, the Astros are going to be there at the end.
Yeah, right. Just like, Michael Myers.
Just keeps coming back.
Yeah.
You can't get rid of him. Just can't get rid of him.
He got decapitated in one of them, and then he's back.
And he's back again. Yeah, exactly.
Because it turned out it wasn't actually him. They changed it.
There's always a loophole.
That's right. Yeah.
Something happens.
Yeah, I guess the Astros are that loophole. What would be your greatest concern? We're a third of the way through the season. You look at the Astros right now being led by, Pena and Myers offensively. You have injuries in the season, which could trickle into the bullpen, which has been such a strength. We'll see. And then defensively, I know there was a lot of concern about Altuve in left field. That's been okay. I think there's a concern that opponents have been running like watercolors in a rainstorm. But what's your biggest concern for the Astros moving forward?
Obviously, pitching. Just kind of like you said, the piece together, piecemeal pitching. But for me, I'm going offense and the heart of the lineup that hasn't hit consistently. Now, me and Bijani talked about this last week when I was on with him, and how the bottom of the lineup, 7 through 9, even 6 through 9, has played very well. But the heart of the lineup, it's just been a struggle. Guys just aren't doing it consistently enough to, like we talked about earlier, 2 3-game winning streaks this season. Can you string together 5, 6, maybe 7 games in a row at some point? You would think they were going to have to do that eventually to really get on track. We haven't seen it yet, and part of that is because they're not hitting consistently.
Well, we'll see if we see it this week. A's, Rays in Houston, then you go to Pittsburgh. Hopefully avoid Paul Skeens. I haven't done actually, it looks like he is projected to pitch the middle game. But that's, 10 days down the road. Yeah. And then even after Cleveland, you get Chicago here in Houston, the White Sox, that is. So you have an opportunity here to really stack some wins, stack some series. You get the A's and the Angels next month coming up after just finishing this 17-game stretch. So 17 games in 17 days. So we'll see what the next 2 weeks hold.
Yeah.
You reference Bijani. They've been sitting here patiently waiting.
In the building.
Hello.
What's up, guys?
Real day weekend, fellas.
Yeah. Good to see you guys. Crosstalk sponsored by D&M Auto Leasing. As we say hello to the fellas of Area 45 out in the daylight today, filling in on the drive this afternoon. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton.
Guys in this room, hardworking. We work for a living. Guys not in this room, lazy
asses.
I'll sign up on that.
Yeah, shout out to Payne and Pendergast, the only 2 full-timers that work today at all.
We were just talking about that, man. Yeah. Always grinding.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they stuck around with us for like an extra 5 minutes.
They did,
the question of the day. I figured you guys would want to be running out of here. Right. Appreciate you hanging around.
Literally all of the part-timers are in 2 collective rooms, so some show has to sacrifice. Some show has to sacrifice on these holidays.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, would you qualify? Would you call yesterday's win the biggest of the Astros season so far?
The biggest?
I'd say it's the biggest for Christian Walker.
Yeah.
Who's now 5 for his last 9 and coming off a couple of games where he was making 106-mile-per-hour outs.
Mm-hmm.
Now those balls are starting to fall. He had a couple of singles the other day that weren't real hard hit, but they dropped. And, when you're making really loud outs and get nothing for it, and you're already slumping, so it's like, okay, what do I got to do to get out of this?
Discouraging.
You get a couple of softies that just kind of help you reset the plate a little bit. And now he's looking a little more comfortable. Really, the last 2 days. He's been thumping the last 2 days. This hopefully is a turning point for him. And as maybe one of the few voices in this city telling people just be patient with Christian Walker, you have to remember he missed the last 3 weeks of spring training with an oblique injury that probably should have cost him 6 weeks. But the rush to get him on the field, because we have to show off our new pricey toy that we went and bought, and he didn't really get, what do you have, like 6 at-bats in the, like when they go off to the side, not really spring training games, but they're just doing like sim games off to the side. He had like 6 at-bats, and then boom, he's in the opening day lineup. The reality is he shouldn't have been in the opening day lineup, but at that time, the Astros did not trust Zach DeZenzo to be playing first base for a month.
He probably pushed the envelope, too, himself.
Well, sure he did. Guys want to play.
Yeah, he wants to play.
But yeah, if you read between the lines, and what he's literally said to Chandler Rome and other reporters over the last couple of weeks is this guy's clearly put a lot of pressure on himself because of the contract, because of, the position that he, signed on to play with the Astros. And I think it's a good question. I'll say it was the biggest for Christian Walker, and I think it has to be the biggest for the Astros, right? This was the biggest series of the season so far. You're playing the team that's directly in front of you in the standings. 4 games. You've only had 2 4-game series all year, and you won this one 3-1 after splitting one. I think it was with Toronto a few weeks back. But I would say, for whatever it means as we're, Memorial Day, and are we like 49, 50 games, whatever?
Right around there.
53 games.
53 games. Okay, still a lot of baseball to be played, but it's the biggest series of the season to this point, and you won it 3-1, and you ate up a little ground on them, so it's huge.
Another guy this series was really big for was Brian King, because the Astros had to get through the pen yesterday without Josh Hader, without Brian Abreu, because I don't quite understand why Joe did this, but 3 games ago,
it's Friday
Abreu
night,
came in. That's the game Abreu blew. We give the double and the home run. But then he leaves him in for another inning, and he throws like 27 pitches. Then he brings him right back out the next day, and he got the job done, but he threw another 23 pitches. You burned him, and then because you brought in, and I talked about this with you the other day, don't bring your closer in to a game that is not a save situation, because when you're going to have save situations, you are going to burn him.
Yeah.
Well, Joe brought him in 3 days ago in a non-save situation. The game they were down. No reason to bring him in. They had Forrest Whitley up in the pen, warmed up and ready to go. Used him 2 days ago when they needed him, and then yesterday they needed him not available. Manager screwed that one up. I like Joe. I think Joe does a good job 98% of the time. But sometimes his one bugaboo is how he uses the pen. And the pen almost cost him yesterday. It didn't, because Brian King has pitched like a badass this year.
Yeah.
He got an inning and a third to save that game. Well, actually wound up getting the win, but he locked that game down in the late innings yesterday. And, without Hader, without Abreu, you already DFA'd Taylor Scott, who was kind of your 7th inning guy coming into the season, that he stepped up in that spot and validated his manager's trust in him. I think that's a huge game for Brian King.
By the way, just getting back to Christian Walker, at home this year, 257 average, 760 OPS, really in line with his career numbers. Right? He just hasn't been very good on the road. He's been serviceable for sure.
It's where the rubber hits the road right there.
Oh, pun intended. Very good.
You take a look at what Walker's doing right now. Take a look at what Alex Bregman was doing about this time last year. And then look where Breggy finished. Walker's going to finish in that 265 range with 25, 30 homers and 85 RBI. He's just going to get it all, basically going from June forward.
Yeah.
And if that's when he's going to hit, okay.
But I think everyone will take that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you got to keep this in mind, too. Right now, 60% of the Astros starting rotation on the opening day, they're all in IL. All right? You've been down your best hitter who played hurt all year. You've been down your best hitter for 3.5 weeks. You're still a game out. You're a game and a half out of first in the division because nobody in this division is really all that good. The coffee sippers are always going to be the coffee sippers because their owner is a cheap ass. The GM's got behind his back. They're never going to go all in. They're a terrible offensive team. They're great pitching, but they're a lousy offensive team. And you want to talk about a team that finds a way to make errors in the worst frickin' times. The Mariners, for a team that pitches as well as they do, that their defense is so bad. Like, how this is why the Astros, no matter who it is in the division, one team in the division has beaten the Astros in the playoffs one time in a decade, and that's the Junk Grabbers in a year where every single player on their team had a career year. And since then, they've been ass.
Roids.
They've been straight ass.
It's fact.
The Astros.
Have you seen Adolis Garcia's head? Come on. Come on.
The pitching is top of the league. The defense is top of the league, even though they are now 60% of their rotation is rookies and a guy who hasn't pitched in 2.5 years. Their bullpen, look at how many young, untested guys. They went with Sean Dubin, Caleb Ort, and Brian King yesterday. Outside of Houston, nobody knows who those guys are.
They're badass.
And they went out there, you know what? And they punched out 6 guys in 4 innings. And they gave 1 walk. Like that's from the middle. Like the middle relief did that in leverage innings against the division leader. Mariners don't have that.
No.
The Junk Grabbers don't have that. Drug deals in L.A., they sure as hell don't have that. All right, and the homeless ass, they lost 9 straight games and almost did an entire flip of their roster. They got rid of 5 guys and called up 5 rookies in May.
Yeah.
They're the homeless ass.
But everything you just spoke to there is why I don't think it's time for fans to panic. And you should feel like the Astros are in a good spot right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Get the hitting on track, right?
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT, FM HD2, Houston, Sports Radio 610. Happy Memorial Day to all of you. And listen, one thing that we always do on this show here is Area 45 in for the drive because those guys are lazy. On Memorial Day, we honor all of those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our country to keep our country and really the whole world safe. We will honor those people in your family who paid the ultimate sacrifice. Just give us a call, 713-572-4610. Hit us on the text line. Hit us on X, Twitter, at PCreighton1, at Sean Bijani. Hit us on YouTube, Sports Radio 610, twitch.tv/610 Houston, and tell us the people in your family you would like us to honor who gave their lives for protection of this nation. We will be proud to do so on air.
A little story, too. Remember we did this last year, too. Provide us a little feedback, a little background to the individual. That's always good. From a historical perspective, that was fun last year.
Hit the legal, and you guys are like, get the hell out of here.
We totally get it.
Actually,
you did my job for me. You're good.
Y'all can stick around for the first hour and a half if you'd like, whatever. I don't know if you're going to get paid anything, but
just hang out.
Yeah, if you just want to hang out. That's
is
cool.
Is there food in your like is you guys going to a barbecue or a cookout or anything like that? Somebody having a big boil or whatnot?
I'm going to get me some tacos somewhere, but that's for me.
Tacos are always a win.
I'm going to get some tacos.
So is that the Bell of the Cabana?
I don't know yet. I'm going to figure it out on the way home. I'm going to figure it out.
Could be the Bell, the Cabana, the Bueno. Is there a Taco Bueno in town?
Oh, why would you eat that?
I don't. I wouldn't.
I would lean more towards Cabana.
Yeah.
Than the Bell.
There used to be a Hardee's at like I-10 in Greenhouse, and then it became a Taco Bueno. It's now a Dunkin' Donuts.
Yeah. Tortuga, where are you going? What do you got planned?
I don't know. Nothing. I don't know. Find some food somewhere.
All right, well, there's a beer fridge down the hall.
Yeah.
Go down, get one,
right,
come back, pop it open.
Now,
hang out.
here's a more. Are you guys watching whatever sports you can find tonight, or is it Video Game Central?
Whatever sports I can find.
Yeah.
I mean, what else is on tonight besides the Eastern or Western Conference Finals? Well, there's hockey, too. We talked about hockey.
You
earlier.
got baseball all day. I
there's
watch baseball just in general.
Hey,
even if it's not
Monday
the
Night
Astros.
Raw.
That's right.
Is it really?
It's at Monday.
It's Monday.
Well, I didn't
They
know
don't
it's
take days
Memorial
off.
Day. I didn't know.
They don't take
There's no days off on TV, just like there's no days off on radio.
The Astros Memorial off.
Not
Like,
by
what are we
choice.
doing?
Not by choice.
Are you guys upset about that? Because Luke was upset that all baseball teams aren't playing today.
Well, I'll put it this way.
Everybody should play on Memorial Day.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's where I'm
like
at.
this is a day where the overwhelming majority of fans are home.
Mm-hmm.
They're in front of their televisions. Yeah. At worst, they're outside on the grill where, look, let's face it, in today's modern world, you can take a television, put it outside, and boom, I can watch it.
Easily.
It connects to the Wi-Fi. Holy cow.
Easily.
Everybody's got a plug outside on their patio. So you can watch. Everybody can watch the games. You've got anybody who's not at the game. You've got a captive audience. They're all at home, and you're not playing. Why? Well, the same reason that baseball does such a poor job of marketing their biggest stars, because baseball sucks at marketing.
True.
Do they want to hire somebody to fix that? No, of course not. They want to continue to suck at marketing.
At Creighton, #1 on Twitter.
As
Hit 'em
much
up.
Here we go.
They want to suck at marketing as much as they suck at controlling their umpires.
That's a good comparison
Did
right
you
there.
see Ron Culpa?
That's great.
With the nonsense again over the weekend.
No.
Missed like 3 calls in a row. Struck a guy out on three balls.
For Astros?
No, this was over the weekend. Ron Culpa, in a game that he was officiating, called 3 pitches out of the zone, strikes, struck a guy out, then threw him and threw the manager.
Good Lord.
No nonsense right
and
there.
all I'm thinking is like was
no
it like
games.
April 9th, 2019, when he did the famous "I can do whatever I want."
That was that guy.
And fired on the spot.
And what, 6 years later, still has a job in MLB.
Still has a job.
That's crazy.
Well, if Angel
Strong
could do
union.
it, he could do it
Yeah,
too.
exactly.
Yeah, it's definitely
Well,
a
he
strong
doesn't have
union.
a lawsuit against MLB like Angel did.
Yeah, fair.
And Ron Culpa can't claim minority status. He's just a fat white guy. I know plenty about that. So,
Fellas, have a great rest of
Yeah,
the day.
Appreciate you guys.
Enjoy it.
Have a
Y'all
great
did
show.
y'all did a kick-ass job, man. Enjoyed listening to you guys earlier today.
thanks, fellas.
We are Area 45. We've got you till 6 o'clock. It's a little strange for us, but we're going to enjoy it. Byron Matthews producing. He's in for Chris Santiago, who's still cruising somewhere in Mexico.
What, Lil B?
What's up? What's happening?
In the Gulf of America, maybe.
By the way, I
somewhere is Chris
say Lil B
Santiago.
with affection and respect because, you don't have to be Lil to be a Lil in Houston, as I've learned.
Call him by his
Pretty
Twitter
much,
name, sir.
Pretty much everybody,
Scoots.
like everybody in Houston, like half the population is a Lil something.
Yeah,
There's
that's
Lil
true.
this, Lil that. He's Lil B.
Well, that's my
Wayne.
nickname because I'm named after my dad. So that's why I asked you why'd you
Kiki.
call me that because I was like, did I ever give you the backstory? So it kind of worked out perfectly.
Lil B.
Lil B.
Yeah, I like it. It works.
Check out his latest recordings on his YouTube channel. You have a YouTube channel? Just say yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Pimp the Twitter handle. What is it? What's your Twitter? It's something
Scoots World.
Scoots_WRLD.
That's not bad. At Scoots_world.
Yeah.
Boom. There you go.
But no vowels, just world.
Because the O was
Vowel.
All right, man.
All the O's are in the Scoots.
572-4610 if you want to hit us up. 572-4610. Yeah, I co-signed what PC said earlier today. Go ahead. If you've got a family member, somebody you know that you'd like us to remember today, you can text the name, 572-4610, put it in the Twitch, put it in the YouTube chats. You can call The Great Story. It's Memorial Day, man. It's a different show. We like to do that sort of thing on days that we can and days that we should. Remember those that served, gave the ultimate sacrifice. Been seeing a lot of great tributes on Twitter today, just in baseball alone. Awesome stuff. It was Yogi Berra's granddaughter posted a lot of old pictures of Yogi Berra in his baseball playing days and afterwards and stuff like that. And you don't realize, I heard Colin tell the story earlier, it's like Yogi Berra was on there D-Day. You forget like some of the greatest heroes in sports, especially in baseball we talk about the most. They were wartime heroes as well, many of them, and have some great stories to share. So if you'd like to do the same thing, hit us up, 713-572-4610. So you did the whole barbecue cook-off thing in a boil yesterday?
Oh, yes, I did both. I was on the grill and did a boil yesterday.
I did not do that, but I enjoyed that.
When I get home tonight, after we do the show.
Back on the grill?
Right on the grill. I got fajitas to make.
Man, let's go. From Heb?
Yes, actually, from the Heb.
There you go.
I love the Heb.
It was, I figured it wasn't going to be the Michoacana because you probably have not taken me up on it.
Well, I'll tell you that it was one of those, I didn't expect to go grocery shopping, but we wound up going grocery shopping.
Yeah.
Type of things. And we were originally, let's just go in and get a couple of things, which became $297.
It's the way it works, isn't it? I love that on Saturday.
It's like, hey, you know what? Let's get some shrimp and we'll do a boil. Get some crab legs. And, next thing you know, you got everything for a boil. Then it's like, hey, do you want fajitas? I think I want fajitas. Then you're in the aisles. Hey, let's get some chicken fajitas. Hey, you want to try the steak fajitas?
You went hungry. That's the problem.
You know how they say you never go grocery shopping hungry?
Yeah, I think it's BS.
Sean, look at me.
Should always
Do you
go hungry.
think there's ever a time that I'm not hungry?
No, you get hungry when you're at the store.
I literally came out of the womb hungry, and it has never changed.
Yeah.
So I go to the store. It's like, oh, that looks good. Oh, that hey, and then you get there, right? And you always got to check out whatever the meal deal is because you got to do that at HEB.
Mm-hmm.
And then every time you go down the aisle and you see those little yellow tags. Ooh, what's on sale?
Yeah.
What's on sale?
Try one of those.
Next thing I know, I'm coming home with probably 10, 12 things that I never even heard of. But hell, I got them for free because I bought something else. So.
Yeah. No, that's cool. I wish I could do that, but I am very lazy these days when it comes to having to prepare my own food and things like that. And that's all the deals. It's like you have to cook something.
Well,
you have to throw it on the grill, and it's like, nah, I'm out.
You didn't live in southern Oklahoma. You could come over more often.
I do. It's pretty damn close, isn't it?
You live in southern Oklahoma. I live in East San Antonio.
I was going to say.
Kind of screwed in that regard.
There's somewhere in the middle. This is where we meet.
Yes. It's called Sports Radio 610.
Yeah.
It's somewhere in the middle.
Not too bad. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Let's get out to Brad. Wants to hop on Area 45. What's up, Brad?
Hey, it's called to say thank y'all for missing the veterans. Definitely they did the ultimate sacrifice, but there's a lot of guys out there that still fight for us, and I've been in there, haven't paid the sacrifice, so remember them too. I know we got another day for that, but they were still there for us.
100%, Brad. I appreciate you calling in to share that. Do you have anybody in particular that you're thinking of on this day?
No, sir. Just all the veterans. I mean,
attaboy.
Again, they didn't pay the ultimate sacrifice, but they were there for us, and they were there if needed. I think it's pretty cool.
Yes, sir. It absolutely is, man. I appreciate you, Brad. One of my favorite things to do on this weekend, and it's bigger for me than just like a Kentucky Derby or something like that, but I look forward to the Indy 500. I don't watch race car driving normally, but man, I'll tell you what, I enjoyed yesterday morning because we woke up early, got my boy some breakfast, and he's a race car driving nut. He loves it. We sat down and we watched an hour and a half of the Indy 500 pre-race show and all that stuff. And then it got closer to the race, and they're doing flyovers. They're doing God Bless America, just all the tradition, and just the idea of visual seeing 350,000 people packed in a stadium to watch a race.
Booing Tom Brady.
Booing Tom Brady. Yeah, that's going to come. That goes with the territory. He is him. But that was awesome, man. It's just, I love those moments that I get to share with my little dude who's learning about, patriotism. And, he's like, Dad, he sees everybody, all the soldiers from, Navy, Army, Marines, Coast Guard, everybody's there saluting. And, he asked, like, what are they doing? Why are they doing that? And I was like, just stand up when they sing the national anthem. And we stand up like we always do. You put your hand over your heart and you just stand there and just watch and enjoy. And so that's what he did. And it was like so cool watching him and then have everybody do that. As he kind of gets older, I look forward to teaching him like why we do certain things, why we celebrate certain things. And in sports, that's what I think is the best is at any game, we're always kind of paying respects to what Brad said, those who kind of came before us and are the reason why we're here and able to do what we do.
So pet peeves.
Mm-hmm.
And my pet peeves have kind of been instilled into my kids. During the national anthem, hand over your heart.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not going to be hand over your heart, both hands behind your back.
Yeah.
People who have their hands in their pockets during the national anthem, I want to chop off their freaking arms.
Yeah. No, I'm with you there. It is definitely a pet peeve of mine. That, there are still, in 2025, people that do not take their hats off.
Scalp 'em.
That drives me crazy
Just
as well.
freaking scalp.
It's one of those things. You do this a lot. You do PA, it's softball, basketball, various sporting events in around town. Like I do, that's the first thing that I look for. I don't know why, but when I'm in the press box and, I introduce the national anthem, and if somebody's performing it or singing it, whatever, I do an immediate scan, around the ballpark. I'm like, all right, who's got their hat on? I don't know why I do that. It just, it bugs me. And
if somebody's got a hat on, they better be a woman.
Yeah.
They better be a woman.
Yeah. No,
like security should be allowed to walk around and just slap people right upside the back of the head if they have their hat on.
But I don't understand why, everybody should take their hat off. That's just me. I've never understood, women, men, if you're wearing a hat, just take it off. I've never understood why women can keep it on or, it's okay.
Because they're women, that's why.
Whatever. That's my pet peeve. You can talk about pet peeves, that's my pet peeve. 713-572-4610, 572-4610. Let's get out to the South Side. Al 110. What's up, South Side?
South Side Al!
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, Pat, you hit it on the head. Coming up my name, they used to call me Lil Al. That's my hood name, man. Lil Al, man. Yeah, I already say, shout out to my old Pops, Sean, man. He was an Army vet. Rest in peace. Pops, man. He served his country, man. He was in the Army, man. Family man. Took care of his kids to the big most. He had 2 boys, me and my brother. The man done a great job as a father, man. He served him, man.
Shout out Big A.
Yeah. Hey, let me speak on this real quick, and I'm going to get y'all take. How about them Astros? See, that's what I'm saying, Pat. To all these radio stations and shows hating on us, we love that kind of talk because we don't do, like I say, my motto is, if you know anything about Southside Air, his definition of Astros, they're going to always give you quality baseball. And let's get the elephant out the room, Sean, Pat. Shout out to Chris, man, wherever he at. He ain't in the building today. Shout out to Chris. Say, Pat, the elephant in the room, be honest, was Jose Altuve on the offense, Sean.
Mm-hmm.
The man, generational, all-time player, and they woke up the sleeping giant. So now you don't hear that no more, which Altuve does. This is what he do. When the rubber meets the road, this guy is a phenom. 2 home runs in 1 game. He had, I think, 2 hits last night. Say, Altuve gonna bring it. And just my take on this, and I get y'all take and hang up. I think when Altuve got going in this series, Pat, it rubbed off on those hitters because Altuve is an energy guy. When he gets going, he got a chip on his shoulder, and I think it's finally rubbing off to these guys because, boy, look here. If Altuve, once his energy hit the room, Pat, you already know from then on, everything will follow. That's what great players do. Y'all have a great Veterans Day.
Appreciate you, Southside.
I love Al hitting up on Altuve because you know what? For as much as Altuve was kind of going through a slump, and there were certain people at this station who were disrespecting and blaspheming the name of Jose Altuve. Jose Altuve against the Coffee Sippers, 8 for 17. 2 homers, 4 ribs, 5 runs scored, only struck out once.
Are those individuals, does their name rhyme with, Rob Lopez?
It does, actually.
Okay. Yeah, I was curious.
Schmopez, Schlabatula.
Oh, Lord Almighty. We need to talk about that. I have got plenty of things to say in regards to Altuve, but somebody mentioned, I guess it was you, maybe Christian Walker as well. When we come back, we've got to discuss, how the Astros are turning things around. A couple of really good tidbits reported on over the weekend. We'll get them to you next. It's Area 45 in for the drive today. It's Sports Radio 610.
Here with Sports Radio 610. This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. In for the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Here's Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Hit deep to left field. Ball game! Christian Walker walks it up, and the Astros win it and take 3 out of 4 from the Seattle Mariners.
That's the one Christian Walker wanted.
Kevin Eschenfelder, Jeff Blum on the call yesterday. Astros with the 5-3 win, Space City Home Network. Eschenfelder, I got to give it to him. Maybe I was a little too quick on Friday because the Astros lost one at that point in time, 5-3. And I said, I don't know if he's a good luck charm or not. But, hey, taking 3 out of 4 against the Seattle Mariners. Eschenfelder, no Todd Callis. Everybody needs a break from somebody every once in a while. Let's Kevin Eschenfelder play this thing out for the next 6 games. Finish out this homestand. I don't know if that's going to be the case, if Todd Callis is going to be back or not tomorrow when the Stros open up a 2-game series with the homeless ass. But we shall see. Enjoy it while it lasted anyway.
Can't be mad at Ash because it took 3 or 4.
You cannot.
But I'm not. This is not me trying to put down Ash, but more about how great a broadcaster TK is. In that I feel like TK's call would have been way better.
Maybe.
That just seemed like I don't know. It wasn't a great call to me. It was a okay call. And I think Ash does a terrific job. I mean, he does a lot of basketball. He does a great job at it. Baseball's a little bit different. Baseball, if you're not a big-time baseball fan, sometimes baseball will kind of lull you to sleep if you get a couple innings where, runs aren't getting scored or things aren't getting done.
No, that was the bottom of the ninth.
It's the bottom of the 9th inning, and I'm looking for a little more energy and a little more excitement on that call. And did you check out the Spanish call that I sent you?
Oh my God! No, I didn't see it. I don't think you did.
Okay.
Sometimes you mean to send me things and you forget to send me things.
Let me verify. I thought I sent you the Spanish call.
Maybe you did
for the walk-off. So if I did, what I'll do is I'll shoot it over to Lil B.
Yeah.
And you can hear that. I see. Even though I don't always understand all the words in the Spanish call, I understand like half of them.
It probably sounded something like Christian Walker on run, Astros 5-3. Something
all right,
like
hold
that.
on. I found it. I did send it to you, so you probably just got lost in all the other things that I sent you. I mean, let's be real. I do send you a bleep ton of stuff.
About 22 DMs yesterday. Just saying. And only 4 today. It was a very light morning for you. While you're researching.
That's because I was busy making breakfast and getting everybody settled. I mean, remember, we began packing this week.
Oh, you're moving?
Yeah, so we began packing.
Do you know where you're moving to?
Not yet. We have about 7 houses that we're going to look at over the next week.
Okay.
So we're trying to decide what house. So we're packing up the house and looking to see how this is going to work because we're downsizing, right? So I'm going from having 2 kids to having no kids.
Yes.
Yeah, one of us feels that way. One of us doesn't.
You are. Yes.
Hey, listen, that's less food I gotta buy, less cleaning I gotta do, less laundry I gotta do, less whining I have to listen to.
Less people eating your ice cream.
Well, it'll still be an
energy
equal amount
drinks.
of. Yes, nobody's drinking my energy drinks, but there will still be an equal amount of. Dad, I need money. Like that. That's never going away. But the idea of just moving to a smaller house and seeing how this works, kind of, there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Right? So my daughter just graduated high school. She just turned 18. She's going away to college in August. My son goes back to college in August. He's going to turn 21. And we're moving. There's just so much going on that it gets. Sometimes it overloads people.
Yeah.
So this morning, I was up early working, packing boxes. Right now we're packing the dining room and That's everything in the china cabinet. That's everything in the hutch. I have a giant curio filled with 40 years of precious moments. Plus, my daughter has a mid-sized curio with 18 years of precious.
I'm sorry, what is a curio?
You ever see like a cabinet? It's like all glass shelves inside, and
Okay.
you put all your little tchotchkes on the shelves.
Tchotchkes. Okay. I've heard of tchotchkes.
Okay, so
is that the same thing?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
So they have their precious moments collections. So they all got to get bubble wrapped and put in boxes and everything. It's gonna be very gentle because they're breakable. Last time we moved, I had to put together like 7 of them that had broken. So here's me with the damn epoxy trying to glue these little baby pieces with my fat fingers. But I got it done. What I figured out is I could use a pair of tweezers and hold things instead of in my fat fingers, and then glue it and hold it in. And that actually worked really well, and they look perfect. But I don't want to have to do that again.
What word of advice? Have a garage sale. Maybe have multiple garage sales. Like, figure out all of the crap that you don't want or need to take to your new house.
This.
Like, get that thing going. It's going to make you feel better.
We've got stuff on the farce book.
The farce book.
Yes, because
the farce
because
book.
90% of stuff on there is a farce. So it's the farce book. But we've sold a bunch of stuff on there before, and there's just a list of stuff that we're, hey, you can buy this, buy that. We're selling everything dirt cheap. Just come and take it. And if I haven't sold it by the end of June, it's going to go on the curb.
Yeah, no, that's a great call by you. It takes a load off, man. Sometimes, when my wife made me do that when we were moving out of our old house, it was really hard for me because a lot of the stuff that I was getting rid of wasn't mine. It was my grandparents', that I had inherited, and it was just like hard for me to part with that stuff. But when it became moving day and I had to get like that giant, like extra large U-Haul to stuff everything in there, we still made, I think, 3 trips, and it would have been easily double that if I would have kept everything that I wanted to keep. But my wife, being a very foresightful person at the time, made me have a garage sale and then unload everything for ridiculously cheap. Ridiculously cheaper than I thought it should have been let go for. It worked out. But now, at least my Hot Wheels collection, because my boy's a Hot Wheels nutcase right now.
Yeah, but he doesn't want those old ones. He wants the new ones because that's his era.
I want him to have the old ones because I don't have to buy the new ones. And then when I do buy the new ones, all he's going to do is roll them as fast as he possibly can down the hallway and crash them into each other. And then they're immediately 2 weeks later going to look like the old ones. So there is that.
All right, so here, Libby's got us ready.
I want to see how close my call was to this one.
The Spanish call of Christian Walker's walk-off home run yesterday.
Batazo por el izquierdo. La pelota va hacia atrás. La pelota va que vuela esta pelota. Esta pelota se fue de cuadrangular. Jonrón en walk-off para Walker. Gana Astros de Houston dejando tendidos el terreno a los Marineros de Seattle. Astros con la victoria 5-3. Christian Walker. Toma tu paletón. Palo para la calle. Victoria para los Astros de Houston.
¿Y en qué momento? Un momento que estamos esperando. Pues hace rato, Frank?
Was that the great Francisco Romero, I believe?
I believe that is.
Yeah, he's really good. He's really good.
I just love, yes, actually, that is from Francisco Romero. It's from his Twitter, actually.
Yeah.
As I follow him, he actually follows me back.
Yeah, there you go.
And getting the call, and
I was a little more excitable than he was. But
I don't know what everything that he said, but I got the ball.
And on run and 5-3. Walker on run.
Un Walker.
I like it. He's very good. Shout out Francisco Romero.
He has won an Emmy.
He has.
He has won an Emmy.
He has. Good stuff. All right, coming up next, we'll get some more Astros, why they're turning things around. Good stuff there. And we'll continue the tribute, 713-572-4610. If you'd like to text in a name via Twitch, YouTube, the text line, 572-4610. of the 713 variety. You could do that, and we will read them next on air. It's Area 45 in for the drive. Stay put.
Payne and Pendergast.
D'Amico Ryans.
This Memorial Day, we remember. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. In for the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Here's Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Yeah, so to continue to honor those that paid the ultimate sacrifice, we've asked you to do so via the text line, 713-572-4610. We'll read a few of those as we move along here. From the 406, not my family, but shout out to Pat Tillman. Absolutely. From the 346, this is a day to remember those that served and died for the country, not for sports fans to indulge in beer and games. Well, people are going to celebrate how they see fit. From the 711, I come from a military family, dad, brothers, and sister. I was in LE. What is LE?
Law enforcement.
Law enforcement. And no, ironically, on this date, 1978, Oklahoma High Patrol Trooper Billy Young, who I personally knew was ambushed and killed with two other officers by two escaped murderers. Long statewide gun battle in Oklahoma at that time. And these two guys obviously did not survive. Signed Bill M. Let's see. From the 713, Bill M. I was watching a game in the Dome and saw this message come across the big message board. No names, but I knew. Wow. That from Bill M. as well. 832, National Anthem is Stand and Remove Your Cover. Pledge of Allegiance is Stand and Hand Over Heart. Okay, we were talking about that earlier. 713-572-4610.
He's not wrong about that.
Text in.
Most people will put their hand over their heart during the national anthem just as a sign of respect.
I think most people do, yeah.
Most people grew up with how to address yourself during the national anthem from watching sports.
Mm-hmm.
When you were a little kid, you saw all the athletes stand up with their hands over their hearts and their hats off as the national anthem played. And we all learned that.
Yeah.
So, are you, technically, yes, you pledge allegiance to the flag with your hand over your heart. But that doesn't, people who do that during the national anthem, nothing wrong with that. That's just their reverence to the anthem and to the nation. We're nitpicking there.
Yeah, no, as a respect. That's kind of where I'm at. Just do so. 713-572-4610. You can continue to text those in. If you got a name, if you got a story that you'd like to share and remember on this day, absolutely, please do it. This show today is certainly for you and all of those that you'd like to remember. So Christian Walker, we played the walk-off dinger that he'd hit yesterday to end a huge series win by the Astros. 5-3 the final yesterday. Off today. They'll get back at it tomorrow. Host the A's for 2 and round out this 10-game homestand with another 4-game series. This one against the Rays coming up. That'll start on Wednesday before they head back out on the road. So a lot of baseball still to get to for the Astros. Maybe they can continue this little hot streak that they're on. Christian Walker on a hot streak. Jose Altuve on a hot streak. We'll get to the latter, but rather getting back to the former with Walker. His last 5 games, PC, yesterday's included a homer, 4 RBIs, batting now .333 during that stretch with a .794 OPS. 10 total bases, 7 hits. He's got it going on. Only 4 strikeouts. That's the number that's important to me, is that he's clearly seeing the ball and hitting the ball a little bit better. The question is, for me, well, why? Chandler Rome, in one of his recent pieces via The Athletic, had some interesting nuggets in terms of Christian Walker and what he's doing personally to kind of help curb this very slow start for him. How does he get back on track? He's tried cutting his, making it the trucker mustache. He's tried some different approaches at the plate. Hasn't really worked out. Joe Espada's moved him from, cleanup to batting 5th, and now he's back in the cleanup spot. But Walker, according to Chandler Rome, I guess, I don't know if he knew this right off the bat, or maybe he learned this in the course of conversation, but Walker was, up until recently, using the same locker that one Jason Hayward was using, and Hayward got that locker from former Astro Jose Abreu.
No!
Which is obviously all kinds of bad juju. So Christian Walker has now since decided to switch lockers, and that locker was, I think, the last one on the right before you get to the shower room at Dyken Park now. So that is no longer being held by hopefully anyone. Maybe they should just kind of like tape that one off and think about like walling it up, putting just some good sheetrock there, maybe a nice table, a little shelf, someplace to hang your hat. I don't know. They need to do something. But he's no longer using that locker. There's also one where he shaved his trucker mustache here in the last couple of days.
They need to sacrifice a chicken to Joe Boo in that locker.
Maybe.
With rum.
Might
Gotta
have been
have
next. Might have been next. I'm thinking maybe I need to sacrifice my trucker mustache too. But then I'm also thinking, well, Walker's turned it around since I've had this, so maybe I'll keep it. We'll see how it goes.
You're going to go full...
Me. I might. I would hate myself if I did that. I would want to punch my own face every day if I had one of those.
Bald head, full chin strap.
No! How about no? He was also talking about like, hey, I'm going to wear the higher socks, hitch up the pants, kind of like the Altuve thing. Whatever's worked, and he says he's very in flux. He doesn't call it superstition. He calls it like routine. He's changed his routine a number of times this season. He spoke a little bit to Lauren Callender of Space City Home Network after the game yesterday. Here's what he had to say.
A bomb to the Crawford boxes to walk it off. Man, how you feeling?
Feeling great. That's a huge series win for us. Get back on the homestand. Started off the right way. Just to be able to contribute and help the team like that is all I can ask.
This has been a really long stretch for these guys. 17 games in a row. To walk this one off, to end it, put a cap on that long stretch. Are you feeling relieved that you guys kept the energy up? Long stretch of games.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm so proud of the guys. We've been working hard. We've been preparing the right way. The Mariners have so many good arms, so to come out and just, squeeze out as many runs as we can off of them and relying on our staff to put up zeros, it's been great.
So that 17-game stretch that just ended yesterday with a walk-off, that's huge, PC. I don't think it could be understated because during this 17 games, with everything else that the Astros have had to deal with during it, never mind, it's just a lot of baseball and a lot of game paramount because of injuries to some pitchers. Wisniewski needed Tommy John during this stretch. You got multiple starts from two unsuspecting rookies in Brandon Walter and Colton Gordon, who pitched really well again a couple days ago. And look, no Yordan Alvarez still. Walker and Altuve had been terrible for much of the 17 games. Now maybe they're starting to come out of it a little bit. Maybe Yordan Alvarez rejoins the club here sooner than later. We'll see. But the contributions that you've gotten from the bullpen and from a couple of these rookies in Brandon Walter and Colton Gordon, never mind Ryan Gusto, who's stepped up in a big way, he's been in the bullpen here recently, but it's made that 10-7 record now during the stretch of 17 games in 17 days that much more impressive.
Yeah, you're down 3 starters, and you've been down Yordan the whole time. And like you said, the other big bats, Altuve, Walker, Yiner, all been struggling and scuffling along here for most of this 17-game stretch. 17 games in a row, they go 10-7. They're 3 games over. Well, they're 3 games over for the season. So despite all of the adversity and not having a day off for 2.5 weeks, they played better than they did the first 36 games of the year.
Yeah.
Where now they are 3 games over. They're a game and a half out of first. And guys that you did not expect to be giving you have been giving you that production, right? Offensively, it's been Jeremy Pena, who's hitting .295. It's been Isaac Paredes, who's got an .867 OPS and 11 homers, is tied for the most among third basemen in the American League. It's been Jake Myers, he's hitting .300.
Yeah, buddy.
Not for a lot of power, but he's hitting .300, and he's got 8 stolen bases, and he plays terrific defense. During this stretch, how about it's Cam Smith, whose average went from like 218 to 261, now has a 732 OPS at 22 years old. And, he had He's had a couple of big doubles here over the last couple of games.
Yeah, one yesterday. That was big down the right field line.
How about Victor Caratini, who has been the only left-handed bat? Because without Jordan, they are completely right-handed. So you've noticed Caratini getting more playing time. He has either been the DH or he's been behind the plate because he's a switch hitter.
Yeah.
And they can actually get a left-handed bat into the lineup. That is something that's been a problem for them because, well, they have the fewest at-bats against lefties. Well, they're all right-handed.
Yeah.
You know, other teams don't have to throw lefties. They just keep coming with right-handed pitching.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the Astros don't have anything to counter with.
Yeah.
And, last week or so, how about Mauricio Dubon? Now he's hitting 272. Now, Doobie doesn't hit for any power. He doesn't walk. But if Doobie's hitting 272 and Brendan Rodgers is hitting 198, I can tell you which guy I want in the lineup. The guy hitting 272, the guy with 5 defensive runs saved, 5 outs above average, and that's been Mauricio Dubon. Now, look, the Astros, I think, are going to have some discussions about where they go moving forward because the Brendan Rodgers experiment has been a terrible failure.
Mm-hmm.
And Dubon, although he's hit for the last week, we know Doobie is not an everyday player, not an everyday hitter.
Can you imagine how much worse that Brendan Rodgers signing would look if, in fact, Jose Altuve was struggling in left field and at the plate to the degree that people so feared before the season?
So,
that would be really bad, dude.
I know this is a little bit of craziness, right? Because obviously it's a limited, small sample size. But Doobie is 5 outs above average. Jose Altuve is 3 at second base. Now, he's -2 in left field, but he's +3 at second base.
It's about a 10, 11 game sample size.
Yeah, it's not a lot of games, but the biggest thing for Altuve has been his range is better. Part of that is how much running he's been doing in the outfield. His range has gotten a little better. His arm has gotten a little stronger. And he's made plays at second base that he wasn't expected to make. At some point, they're going to have to make a decision with second base. And I know they left field, but if you don't have an option at second base that's giving you anything, you're going to have to make a couple of decisions. And one of those decisions is going to be Jacob Melton. Now, Jacob Melton's their best outfield prospect. He can play center. He can play both corners. But he's a left-handed bat. He's a left-handed bat with some pop, with some speed. He's an excellent defensive player. And he's pretty much there as far as, being ready, right? He was injured early in the season and then had a little bit of a slow start before he started to find the bat. And right now, he's only got 46 at-bats. But he's got a couple of homers, and he's got 7 doubles in 46 at-bats. He's got an 874 OPS, and he hasn't even fully found it yet.
Yeah.
But you can see he's coming around the plate after a little bit of a slow start. They're going to have to make a decision with Jacob Melton because Jacob Melton's going to be ready.
Well, let's discuss that. I think I know exactly where you're going, so we'll talk about that. We've also got the latest on Yordan Alvarez and a couple other tidbits that we'll need to get to as well. We talk about the future of the Astros. Melton, certainly one of them. What about somebody else that maybe we got a glimpse of the other day? There's been an update there. We'll share that with you next. We roll into the 3 o'clock hour. It's Area 45.
This Memorial Day. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 6 with Stoerner and Hughley. Here's Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
3 o'clock hour, Sports Radio 610. It's Area 45. In for the drive today alongside Patrick Creighton. I'm Sean Bijani, Byron Matthews producing, Chris Santiago. We'll be back tomorrow, and we'll be back in our normal time slot, 7 to 11, Monday through Friday on Sports Radio 610 every single night. Make sure you catch us if you have not yet. Coming up a little bit later on in the show, we'll get you the day's top stories in the 3 o'clock hour in about 40 minutes with hot leads, and then we'll play some bandwagon at 5 o'clock, and a lot to get to between now and then. A little bit more on the Astros. We got to get to some NBA playoff conversation, some big things happening in college football, and even some Texans news to pass along and discuss on this day. 713-572-4610 if you'd like to weigh in on any and all of that stuff. Hit us up, be a part of the show. You can call. Phone lines are open. We do take phone calls. We also accept text messages where you can talk crap about us and have some fun. Do what you wish on Twitch and YouTube as well. All in good fun.
It's one of those rare times that between 2 and 6 p.m. you can actually call.
Yes.
We'll take your call, and we won't deliberately just do everything in our power to piss you off.
Yeah, well, it wouldn't be on purpose. We might make you mad, but it's not going to be on purpose, I don't think.
Well, if we make you mad, we're going to come at you with facts. We're not going to come with you with just hate.
Is in here.
Truth is in here.
All right, so what are you talking about, man? You're looking at Jacob Melton, his stats, limited sample size this year, less than 50 at bats, very productive. Is that going to be a realistic option for the Astros, and does it have everything to do with, one, Brendan Rodgers and what he's not doing and contributing to this Astros team, or are there other factors, do you think, that are at play here?
That's part of it.
Okay.
Part of it is Brendan Rodgers, who was a Gold Glove winner in the past, guy who, hit for power, didn't hit for a high average, but he hit for power, had a decent on base. He's been a bust. He's been a total bust. And, look, we know Mauricio Dubon's not an everyday player. We're living with Mauricio Dubon essentially as now an everyday player, but he's not an everyday player. We know what Altuve is at second base. And the reality is, outside of Shea Whitcomb, the only other guy that they'd be looking to bring up would be Bryce Matthews. And the reality is Bryce Matthews is not ready. They've kind of rushed Matthews through the system. So last year, Matthews went through 4 levels.
Mm-hmm.
Hit the snot out of the ball in 4 games in the rookie league, so they moved him up to the Sally League, which is high A. Hit the snot out of the ball there with a 10.03 OPS in 21 games. He had 6 homers. He had 10 steals. They moved him up to Double A. Now, at Double A, you got a mixed bag. Because he hit an 873 OPS, and he hit 252. He had a 376 on base, right? He had 9 homers.
No.
He had 16 stolen bases. Struck out 40% of the time. That is the number that stands out because he previously was striking out like under 25%. He got to Double A, and it bounced to 40.
Yeah, well, stuff's a lot better at Double A.
So after 42 games of Double A, they moved him to Triple A. This is just last year.
Yeah.
Where he hit 143 in a dozen games and struck out 46% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
This year, you look at his numbers, he's hitting 235, but he's got a 372 on base. He's got a really high walk rate.
Good.
He's got a 743 OPS, which is, okay. 4 homers, 2 doubles, 2 triples, 16 stolen bases.
What's the strikeout rate?
Oof. It's high.
Is it worse than 46?
No, but it's like...
I mean, it can't be if his walk rate's increased.
His walk rate has always been good. But he has struck out 47 times in 132 at-bats. That's 35.5%. Still really high.
An improvement.
But he needs to continue to improve in that department, or all this other stuff, he is going to be a 195 hitter because you strike out 50% of the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Bryce Matthews, there's a lot of potential there. And there's sight because of the athleticism, the speed. He's got extra base power. He draws a ton of walks. There's a lot of excitement for Bryce Matthews, who's now 23. But the hit tool isn't where it needs to be.
No, but can the Astros to me can afford to be patient and allow a guy like that to develop at that level in AAA, because Mauricio Dubon, you say he's not an everyday player, and I can't disagree with that, but when he's been forced into action to play every day, now he's being asked to do that more at second base because Altuve's playing left field. Well, he had his best year 2 years ago when he had to start the season and play every single day at second base when Altuve started the year with a broken thumb. He got it broken the WBC, right? The World Baseball Classic.
He got hit by a pitch, yeah.
Doobie was great that year. Career year for him.
Yeah, but we're defining great based on...
For him.
For him.
Yeah,
right?
for him. And you, right now, the way that he's going is you'll take that. Now...
So, for example, in what we called his career year, he had a 97 OPS plus, 100 is league average.
Mm-hmm.
So he was still below average despite having a career year. He also had a 309 on base.
Yeah, I know. It's not great, but...
I mean, his career year was... it's pretty good for a 9-hitter.
But mind you, he didn't start at second base like that whole season. Altuve came back. When he started and played every day, those numbers are better.
He primarily played second base. As he got more playing time, well, the holes in his swing started to get exposed.
Mm-hmm.
And then he made an adjustment late in the year. So he had a good September, but he went through a stretch of it in the summer where, he was not much of a producer. The thing about Doobie is Doobie plays everywhere, right? He does everything but pitch and catch.
Mm-hmm.
And that is his value. His value is he plays every position, and he's going to give you a strong at-bat. He's not going to strike out. Like, if you just need something, hey, go up there, hit and run, put the ball in play, go the other way, hit it through the hole, advance a base runner. Man, Doobie is great for that. But Doobie's not an everyday hitter. And right now, the only guy they have on the roster who's truly an everyday hitter who can play second base is Jose Altuve.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's a couple of possibilities in play here.
They've been working him in more at second base recently.
Number one is Jake Myers reverts back to being Jake Myers,
which is likely to happen once the month of May ends.
And if Myers' bat falls off a cliff, like it's done every other year, there's a possibility that if it gets really bad like it was last year where we were sitting under 200 for successive months,
mm-hmm.
that he's going to find his way to the bench because Jacob Melton can play defense just as well as Jake Myers. Plus,
Chaz, you got Chaz as an option too.
Chaz seems to be on the outs. That's just what it is.
I know, but you can't
Chaz
rush a
looks
guy.
like he's on the outs.
You can't rush a guy up, for the sake of, just Jake showing you what he's been.
There's other very important part of this.
Mm-hmm.
Melton is a left-handed bat.
Yeah.
Right now, Caratini is the only lefty in the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
When Yordan comes back, a lot of Caratini's at-bats are going to get eaten up because he can't DH anymore. That's Yordan's spot.
Yeah.
So Yordan DHs, that puts Caratini on the bench 3 out of every 4 days. They need to add another left-handed bat. They know they need to add another left-handed bat. They really need to do it sooner than later, but the reality is the trade market hasn't really developed yet. Too many teams are bunched together, and everybody's chasing that last wild card spot, so teams aren't ready to start selling guys off.
Right.
Yet.
Well, I think for like the Astros, they're still trying to figure out who's who, or certain things sustainable about particular players.
But none of those guys are left-handed,
mm-hmm.
and that's their issue. They need another lefty. They've been getting by with 2 lefties because they're 2 lefties, were Yordan and Tucker.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have Kyle Tucker anymore. You don't have anybody anymore.
Yeah, you don't have Yordan right now.
So if Jacob Melton can be another left-handed bat in the lineup on the regular, and then you can go to Caratini, say every third or fourth day as the catcher. He's probably going to play once every 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
Then you get 3 lefties into the lineup.
Yeah.
Or Caratini is your lefty bat off the bench, because Caratini last year really exciting role. A couple of home runs. I mean, and pinch hitting is difficult, and usually young guys struggle pinch hitting when they come off the bench. They haven't been involved in the game. It's harder for them to get in, whereas guys who are veterans, they're kind of more set in their ways.
Yeah.
They're more comfortable in that situation.
Victor's been very good in that role.
So they have the lefty bat off the bench with Caratini, and you'd get 2 lefties in the lineup if you had Melton in the lineup.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're just looking for Melton to see Melton get a little bit more at bats, say another 50, 60 at bats, before they start really looking at him as, okay, are we willing to make a change?
Well, that's going to come in a week and a half.
Part of that change is going to be, are we going to DFA Brendan Rodgers, who can only play second base? He's not playing very well.
Yeah.
Are we going to move Altuve back to second base because the next best player we have who gives us the left-handed bat we need is an outfielder? So whether Jacob Melton is playing center field or Jacob Melton is playing left field, they need to get Jacob Melton to the major leagues because they need a left-handed bat.
Yordan Alvarez, by the way, according to Joe Espada, per report from Brian McTaggart over the weekend, quote, continues to progress. He ran, he hit, he's doing all the baseball activities, waiting for once he feels like he's ready to go, we'll get him in there. Chandler Rome asked a follow-up question of Joe Espada. Is the A's series realistic? And Espada said, I'm not going to box him in like that until he feels like he's ready to go, but I'm not going to put a specific day or game or anything like that.
So short answer, no.
Yeah, no for the A's series. But mind you, it's been almost 2 weeks now since Joe Espada, hinted at or said literally a few days for Yordan's return. It was not last Tuesday, but the Tuesday before that. He'd said a few days. We hypothesized, you know what, maybe the last day or two of that Rangers series.
Well, you remember when they first put him on the IL? Oh, he's just going to miss the 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
This is typical for the Astros. We know they lie their asses off.
Yeah.
But going back to that left-handed bat thing, they made the decision coming into the year to let Ben Gamble go and keep Zach DeZenzo.
Hardly knew you, Ben. Yeah.
And Dow was a left-handed bat who, before he got hurt for them, gave them some quality at-bats last year.
Yeah.
And you could have had that lefty bat coming off the bench and spot starting, but you got rid of him, and you kept a young player who should be playing every day but isn't. Like, that's the part that didn't make sense to me. Why did you keep DeZenzo if he wasn't going to play every day when Joe specifically said, if a young guy's here, he's got to play every day? They don't have a place for him.
I know, but why does he says that, but we didn't see that with Pedro Leon last year. We didn't see that with Joey Loperfido last year. We didn't see it with Zach DeCenzo.
No, and we lost our freaking minds over it because it's like the antithesis of baseball common sense.
Yeah.
If you bring a kid up, you play him. By the way, Pedro getting back into the rehab was in the. I guess they had him down at the FCL Florida League.
Yeah.
And he was smoking baseballs.
Yeah, I believe it.
It's rookie ball, right? It's Florida League, but
he should be destroying.
It's the first action he's had.
Mm-hmm.
And he came out of the gate just blasting baseballs.
I believe it.
So
that guy could play. I don't know if he's going to end up being like a 4A player kind of a guy.
I just want to see him get a chance.
He was killing AAA.
I want to see him get a chance because he crushed it last year. Then when they brought him up, they sat him down. He was ice cold. And he was red hot when they called him up. And they sat him for a week, and it made no sense.
Yeah.
This I guess, regime doesn't look at him the same way because he's a Luno guy. And he got taken very young. And Luno had said, hey, if this guy was in the draft, he'd be a top 5 pick. And, we're getting him as a, international free agent.
Yeah.
He's a guy who was a natural center fielder who they tried to convert to being a second baseman and a shortstop because, they weren't planning on Georgie leaving. And then, they kind of kept him in that role. And then, Pena made his way through. And then as Pena came up, okay, well, let's let him go back to the outfield, where they play him in center, they play him in right, they play him in left. He's got a cannon for an arm.
Yeah.
And he covers the whole world. He's fast as hell. So the issue with Leon,
when he was up here, he played right field, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's got the arm. He can gun it. But the issue with Leon was the one issue that he has and was working on last year is not swings and misses at pitches outside the zone. It was swings and misses at pitches inside the zone. He has a high walk rate, but he would strike out on pitches that were in the zone that you're like, okay, you should be hitting that ball.
Mm-hmm.
And then he has other, where it is the consistency of it, right? So he got better at that last year. And he's a guy who probably would have had a legit shot to make the team had he not hurt his knee at the very beginning of spring training.
Mm.
And now here he is trying to get his way back. He's probably 3 weeks from a real decision to be made on him and how he's doing. He's obviously going to get some time in Sugar Land on this rehab assignment.
Yeah.
But they've got to then make a decision because that options.
Yeah. Talking about Sugarland, I wanted to point this out, too. I saw this from Astro Future yesterday evening. Brandon Walter, remember who just made the spot start for the Astros?
Yeah, he had a really good start for Sugarland the other day.
Went 6 scoreless with 7 strikeouts for Sugarland through obviously the 5 scoreless for the Astros about 6-7 days ago.
Yeah, that's got to be like 15, 16 consecutive scoreless innings for him.
Yeah, check it out. So 4 scoreless for Sugarland on May 15th, what he did for the Astros on the 20th, and in this weekend he had 6 scoreless. His last 3 outings, 15 innings pitched, 9 hits, no runs, 17 strikeouts.
That is not ass.
Not ass for Brandon Walter. Something tells me we will be seeing him back in an Astros uniform before Spencer Arrighetti back in an Astros uniform, which you believe Dana
Possibly.
Brown
Spencer
up the
was
dial.
just recently, gripping the baseball.
Yeah, but Dana Brown said on the flagship the other day that July might not get him back until sometime in July for Spencer Arrighetti. That's a ways. That's a ways. That's a whole month.
I thought he broke his non-pitching thumb.
Yeah. No, it was his pitching thumb. Yeah, it was his pitching thumb. Like, I don't know that there's, like, actual video, but I heard somebody talking about this the other day. Like, how the hell do you do this in the outfield? And the idea is that maybe he tried to catch the ball that was hit towards his way with his pitching hand, which would be, weird to try to do that with your pitching hand.
Yeah, no, you're right. It's his right thumb.
Yeah.
And because it's his right thumb, you know what, if he's saying July, that's because after you break your thumb, you got to kind of rebuild the strength in your thumb. And for a pitcher, you can't get the spin rates that these guys get.
Well, sure,
if you can't grip the baseball.
That's been the whole thing, a big point of contention.
He actually said he never saw the ball that was hit. He got hit by a liner. He said he never saw it. It just hit him right on the thumb.
Like, why couldn't it hit him in the thigh? Why couldn't it hit him in the gut? In the shoulder?
It's like, he'd be better off getting hit in the nuts than getting hit in the thumb, because you get hit in the nuts for 20 minutes, you're on the ground, you get up, you feel okay.
You'd like to think, unless, there's a hematoma or something that develops down there, and that would be a good situation.
Yeah, you don't want to have a Josias Manzanillo situation where it's like, all of a sudden they're calling you Uniball because you're down one.
357-246-10.
Craziest thing to me is Manzanillo, who's a pitcher, took a comebacker to the boys and lost one.
So he's got a boy.
When he came back, see, he lost because he didn't wear a cup. When he came back, did he wear a cup?
No.
No. Like, you didn't learn your lesson, you idiot.
Well, just one's out of the way, and he can hide the other one a little bit better. So it's like, I don't need the cup. I'm good.
I don't know. I grew up playing hockey, so I wore a cup for everything. Hockey, football, baseball. I always wore.
I couldn't. I YOLO'd that thing. It was just too uncomfortable for me. I just couldn't do it. Coming up next, the Texans liked their second-round pick so much, they almost decided to do this. We'll explain next. It's Area 45.
A quarter of the way through baseball season.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. In for the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Here's Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
We're not lazy. We're not lazy.
Pay us, Parker.
Pay me, Park. I'll put it on the shoes.
It goes together for a reason. Make hats, shirts, shoes. Get the job done, man. We'll see what we can make happen. 713-572-4610.
Gotta send some freebies to Dante Robinson and see if he'll pimp him out online.
Yeah, how'd that work out for him here? Not so much here, but he did get paid elsewhere, right? Didn't the Atlanta Falcons give him a lot of money?
I'm not going to lie. I really don't want to change markets.
Yeah, I don't either. It's not really my decision either. The wife would have something to say about that and something like, yeah, how about no?
It's something like, okay, are you making like obscene money? Are we going someplace that has snow?
Define obscene. Define obscene.
Like in order for me to convince the mother of children to move markets, there would have to be a pretty significant six-figure offer.
Yeah.
And that would be like something where you're pulling at least two bills.
If you got the offer, would you be like, now listen,
and
I'm not going anywhere unless my partner, Bijani, comes with. And they're like, who? You're like, yeah. Would you hold firm or would you say, sorry, Bijani, I'm out of here?
Depends on whether you bought pizza that week.
Bull bleep. It depends on the amount of money you're getting offered. That's right.
The other part of it is, are we going somewhere cold? Because like
been there, done that. You should be used to it.
It's not about me.
Oh.
For example, my buddy, my old friend Mark Ryan spent some time here. Mark and I have been boys for 15 years.
Yeah.
And he's now up in Detroit. If I got an offer to go to Detroit, it wouldn't matter what the money is. The mother of children is going to say no.
Because Detroit.
She doesn't like freaking cold.
Oh, that too.
Yeah. Or snow.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it either, man. I like to, it's kind of like a puppy, right? I don't want to puppy. I don't want to bring in a puppy to my house to chew my furniture and eat my home. But I like to, pet the puppies, play with the puppies, and then give them back to the owner. And then go on about my way.
See, if you train the puppy, it won't eat anything.
I don't want to go through all that.
My dog has never eaten anything that was not given to her.
Not going to do it. Been there, done that.
But the reality is, the
Easier
mother,
said than done.
like both my kids go to college here in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
One goes to Dallas, one goes to Nacogdoches.
Yeah.
The mother of children is here. They don't want to leave.
Yeah, I hear that.
And I don't want to leave them behind because in my 50s is not when I'm looking to, quote, start over.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Like, if it ever
My
came
40s.
to the point where the mother of children just like, I never want to see you again, I don't think I'd ever get another relationship. I just have a dog.
Look at this super dog right now, balancing on basketballs, whatever pre-game show we're watching, dunking basketballs with a little squishy basketball. Those are the kind of dogs that I want. Trained.
I would never get married again. I would never have like shared funds, anything like that, commingling of funds. No. Like, would I date somebody? Sure. Would I get married? No.
No, you would have a dog.
I have the dog, and if the dog doesn't like her, bye.
That's a sign.
You're out.
That's a good sign.
Dogs know. Like, your dog knows if another human being is a POS or not. If your dog doesn't like somebody, that person is a POS.
Say 99.9% of the time.
1,000,000% of the time, your dog is never wrong.
That's a lot of faith in a dog, but you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I'm with you on
Now,
that
if she loves the dog, then she could stay. She loves the dog like a child, she could stay. But there's no commingling of funds, and there's no I do's. Sorry, just ain't doing it again.
Did you see this Jonathan Alexander article at all this weekend?
Which Jonathan Alexander article would this be?
He wrote on Ariante Ursary, and the tease to the headline is what got my attention.
Oh, all right. I know what article this is. This is the one where they were talking about they might try to trade up early to get Tay, and then he wound up coming to them later.
Yeah.
This is a wild story, dude. Tell the story. This is a great story.
It's pretty good. Here's an excerpt from Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle, covers the Texans. He goes, the Texans, who brought Ursary in for a top 30 visit during the pre-draft process, liked him so much, they actually tried to trade up from number 58 to number 38 with the New England Patriots to get him. Two sources with knowledge of Texans draft process told the Chronicle. As projected, late first round, early second round pick, the Texans front office thought there was a chance someone could take him early in the second round. Well, that didn't happen, but the Texans did trade up. They sent their 58 and 99th overall picks to the Vegas Raiders. Well, the deal that was reported on by Jonathan Alexander would have involved 38 and their number 79. But the Patriots, did I say 38? I'm sorry. They're 58 and they're 79. The Patriots declined that. I think the Patriots wanted to take a running back. I think that's what they took with that pick. And so Texans didn't make the deal. Ursary slid a little bit further, and then Nick Caserio, per this report, was like, man, we got to get this guy. It's even a steal, at 58 to get Ariante Ursary. We got to go up and make the move. So, as I mentioned, the Texans end up moving the 58 and 99, and they take them with 48 overall. It was the other story in here that goes along with it that Alexander did a great job telling in the Chronicle that kind of makes me think a little bit. I don't know how many people understand the backstory of Ariante Ursary. I did not until I read this piece. Ursary was a late comer to playing football. He was a basketball guy. He was holding out hope that he had hoop dreams. He was going to play high school, college. He was going to be a pro hooper. Now, I don't think
he's a big dude to be a hooper.
All right. He wasn't that big back in the day. When he got up to Minnesota, who's their head football coach right now? James Fleck. I think it's James. PJ Fleck. PJ Fleck. When PJ Fleck got his hands on him, they put him through this developmental program and told him all the things they need him to do to be able to play, even sniff playing time. He gained 100 pounds. He gained 100 pounds in this program. Now, in this story, it says he ate right, did all the things. How do you eat right and lift all the weights and gain 100 pounds? Like,
you're huge.
There's
got to be
some burgers mixed in there, man. Got to be some nachos. Got to be a lot of steak.
Not for nothing, man. Nothing wrong with burgers. Burgers are, nothing wrong with eating that protein.
Yeah.
He might be eating those burgers with lettuce wraps instead of with a bunch of buns, but. And I'm not gonna lie, if you grill as often as I do, even burgers, like you get the potato buns, you get the Hawaiian buns, you get the seeded buns. You got to find like the good buns. You can't just get the generic 99-cent, like no name brand basic bun that like you'd get like in third grade in the cafeteria. No, you got to get like quality bread that goes on your burger. Do you get your burgers like hockey pucks, or do you buy the fresh chopped meat and hand make your own burgers?
When I make burgers, which is like rare, I hand make them.
Okay.
And I'm going to start doing the smash burgers because they look so good, and I love Trill burgers.
So more often than not, I hockey puck it, then I season them.
Mm-hmm.
But that's because usually when I make burgers, I'm feeding a lot of people.
Yeah.
And I just don't have the time or the patience to sit there and hand make patties that I'm going to throw on the grill. So I will just a bunch of pucks, put them on the grill, season them up, and then I'll put like 2 burgers on 1 bun.
Oh, you got to have the double meat. I'm with you there. Yep. I'm with you on that one. A little bit more
Do you have the buns on the top rack of the grill?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because to me, it's like I like them to be toasted.
Yeah.
And you can't individually toast in a toaster like
brioche
buns.
You do the brioche?
Yeah, dude, yeah. I will go to like pretty much any non-basic bread for different flavors.
Yeah.
The Hawaiian bread, the potato bread, the brioche bread.
The brioche is the best.
I've done a like a multigrain that had the little oats on top. It was actually really good.
Yeah.
But yeah, all the buns go on the top rack on the grill to toast up.
Yep, you got to, with a little butter, too. We'll get more on this Texans story because there's a good little backstory that I want to talk about in regards to Ariante Ursary. And maybe it should tell us something about like his actual trajectory and how soon to expect him to get, regular playing time and be inserted as that starter. I think that's interesting. We'll get to that. Coming up next, we'll get to hot leads, get you caught up on the day's top stories. We'll do it next. It's Area 45 in for the drive.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
These are the new leads.
Now, look, I need the leads.
These are the Glengarry leads.
2 lead cards for tonight, 2 lead cards for tomorrow.
Why give him the good leads?
He's got the leads. He's got the leads. He's got the good leads.
The whole thing is the leads.
They stole the Glengarry leads.
Let's talk about something important. Put that coffee down. Coffee's for closers only.
All right, hot leads. We'll get you caught up on some of the day's top stories. We'll begin first, though, with the Astros. They are off today. Just finished off a stretch of 17 games in as many days yesterday with a dramatic 5-3 victory at Daikin. With Christian Walker, the guy that needed it the most to walk something off, he did it. 2-run dinger to give the Astros a 5-3 win. They'll resume their 10-game homestand tomorrow with just 2 games against the A's the next couple of days before they host the Tampa Bay Rays for 4. Pretty darn good stretch. We talked about it already for the Astros, going 10-7 during those last 17 games, PC, with all the stuff them, pitching injuries, underperformance, guys being out like Jordan, Spencer Arrighetti, Wisniewski needing Tommy John, a couple of starts for some rookies like Brandon Walter, Colton Gordon. Now, you know what? The last couple of games, Jose Altuve's bounced back. Christian Walker seems to kind of have gotten things going. And maybe they're working along the lines of playing that complementary baseball for a sustainable period of time now that we've been looking for. At the bottom of the order producing with guys like Jake Myers and Cam Smith, Mauricio Dubon, Pena doing his thing, along with Isaac Paredes and at the top of the lineup. Could all be coming together for the Astros. We'll have plenty of time to talk about that. But tomorrow for the Astros, it will be Hunter Brown on the mound to open a brief 2-game series against the A's. Hunter Brown, Lance McCullers slated to pitch for the Stros. Hopefully keep going.
You're looking to see, hey, Hunter get to bounce back by pitching in a real ballpark.
Was this the last outing that he
was in Tampa?
Got destroyed?
He didn't get destroyed. He gave up unicorn home runs that would have been outs in every other stadium.
Fair.
Home run that literally snuck out to the very first row of like this like mini ballpark that the Yankees use for spring training.
But it was 3 dingers.
Where the Rays have to play this year because of the hurricane damage to the roof of the Trop that apparently is going to take the entire year.
Yeah.
Even going next year before they finish putting what to the untrained eye is a freaking tarp over the top of the building, right?
That's exactly
so.
That.
But this roof is going to take so much time, and if you remember, they were talking about building a new stadium there.
Yeah.
Well, that's on hold now because of the amount of money they got to pay to fix the dome.
Yeah.
And it just the whole thing has become a cluttered mess, and the Rays are stuck playing in a spring training facility this year, maybe next year. At the same time, the homeless ass are playing in a minor league stadium in Sacramento.
Yeah, for longer than one season for them.
3 seasons.
Yeah, for 3 seasons. So if they got to do it for 3, maybe the Rays are going to have to do it for at least 2 until they get their tent fixed.
That would literally be a disaster because of all the teams that act like they're freaking broke-ass paupers, the only one that consistently competes is the Tampa Bay Rays. Other teams in baseball try to mimic, hell, the Astros are one of them, try to mimic what Tampa has done in maximizing every single dollar they have. Tampa is always trading guys before they get to free agency and restocking the farm system. Tampa literally operates like a college program where they're just turning guys over every 4 or 5 years, turn guys over.
Yeah.
And they're the only one of all the, quote, poors that competes on a regular basis. We always see the other ones, they just suck every year.
They do. Not looking at you at all, Chicago. Talking about consistency, there has not been any consistency in the Western Conference Finals. How surprised were you to see Minnesota blow out the Thunder on Saturday? 143-101. Minnesota trails in the series 2-1. Edwards finally came alive. He and Randall combined for 54 points. They shot the hell out of the ball, almost 60% for the game. Do you believe that we actually have a series now, or are you still along the lines of this is Oklahoma City's series? They're going to get to the finals. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
The old adage is a series starts when somebody loses on their home court.
Mm-hmm.
So far, everybody's held serve. So if tonight the T-Wolves hold serve, we get to the last 3 games, you got a series. Right now, it's almost been like an old ECW spot fest where it's like you hit your biggest move. So first game, Thunder, blowout win. Second game, Thunder, blowout win. They'll land on the elbows off the top rope. Game 3, T-Wolves, blowout win. Now they've come back, with their own, moonsault off the top rope.
Yeah.
So everybody's hitting their giant spots. We don't have really a lean yet. How this game goes tonight very much impacts the rest of the series. I think if OKC comes out and wins tonight, it's over in 5. If the T-Wolves come out and win today, this baby's going 7.
I won't disagree with that. I think that Minnesota can take care of business tonight. It's too unbelievable to me that, you should anoint the Oklahoma City Thunder like this series already and give them the trip to the finals, have them punch their ticket. They just lost by 42 points. They trailed by as much as 45. Like a team that, you were ready to punch the ticket to, 4 days ago. They can't come out and lose by 42 points. That's not like an aberration. Like Minnesota can clearly compete with them in this series. But you're right. I mean, tonight is the key. If they win like a game like the Knicks did the other day, 106-100, if that's kind of like their fate tonight, a dub is a dub. Now you've got a brand new series.
But think about that game with the Knicks, right? So the Knicks lost the first game in this series despite having a 17-point lead with 6.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, right? They totally choked that thing off.
Yeah.
Then they come out flat, and they got no legs in the fourth quarter, and they lose again. Yesterday, Tom Thibodeau does something we previously thought unfathomable. He actually used more than 7 players. And what happens? The Knicks come back from 20 points down for the second straight series.
Yeah.
And win on the road.
The third time this postseason.
And now, this is a very different series all of a sudden because the Pacers win 2 in New York. If the Knicks take 2 in Indy and they go back home, and it's 2-7 series.
And it's wild, man. We're going to have more on that series coming up next segment. We got some audio we need to discuss as well. Did you know this was happening? Team USA and the world title that they just captured this weekend. First world title in 92 years. It was, I think you say his name, Tage Thompson. You would know this better than me. He's a Buffalo Sabres forward. He scored the game winner with 2 minutes left in overtime yesterday to beat Switzerland 1-0 in the final of the Ice Hockey World Championships. Why are there Ice Hockey World Championships going on at the same time as the Stanley Cup playoffs? That's what I was trying to figure out. Is this always a thing?
So yeah, they do the World Championships usually it's like 2 years. So it's like before the Olympics.
Is this like the World Baseball Classic kind of a thing every couple of years for them?
So it should be, certain teams that were in this needed it to get into the Olympics, the next Winter Olympics.
Yeah,
but the idea of is this like a big deal? No, this isn't a big deal.
I mean, it couldn't be that big of a deal. But look, it's Team USA. I thought it was like, hey, cool. Anytime you can do something for the first time in 92 years. It was 1933 since the last time, Team USA had won.
The World Champions. It's not the Olympics. The Olympics is a much bigger stage.
Sure. There's an effort to kind of get there, right?
Well, the U.S. doesn't have to worry about getting there. They're always there.
Well, I mean, for players, to be able to represent USA, isn't that what it's all about? Once you pick the Olympic squad, are you going to take all the players that kind of helped you get there?
Well, a lot of these guys are going to wind up on the Olympic team. But remember, this team, there's still 4 teams playing in the NHL right now,
right?
Whose players can't be in the World Championships. Some of those guys are going to be on Olympic teams. So
I wonder how many of those are
kind
going to
of
be on Team USA, though, outside of like Team Russia, Team Switzerland, Team Canada.
Yeah, all those guys are going to be there. They'll be all the teams that you're used to seeing there. Sweden will be there. They're another big team. I expect that there will be a Russian delegation team there, unless they're banned from the Olympics because they're starting wars and fighting wars and bombing children.
Right.
That's maybe that's frowned upon by the Olympics more than it's frowned upon by certain nations.
Possibly. I thought that was interesting, but at least worth a nod. You do something for the first time in 92 years.
But Tage
It's pretty
Thompson's
cool.
looking to get a spot on the 2026 Olympic team.
I'd say he helped his case yesterday.
Yeah, probably did not hurt.
Double trouble for Kyle Larson yesterday. He was trying to become just the second driver ever to finish both the Indy 500 and the Coca-Cola 600 in the same day. He crashed out before the 100-lap mark in the Indy 500. He actually wrecked on lap 91 and crashed lap 46 of the Coca-Cola 600. It was John Andretti, first driver ever to do the Indy 500 and Coca-Cola 600. He didn't finish, though. The only guy to finish all 100 laps is Tony Stewart, finished 6th in the 01 Indy 500, and then hopped a helicopter to Charlotte back in the day where he'd finished the Cup Series race at 3rd. Pretty impressive for Tony Stewart, who was doing the pre- and post-race show yesterday.
Stewart's a freaking legend.
I was rooting for Kyle Larson to do it, man. Look, 2 wrecks in the same day, that's not good, but at least he wasn't, who was it? Not Newgarden. He was going for 3 in a row. There was a damn guy at the Indy 500 who wrecked his car on, like, the warm-up lap. He was, like, 1 lap away from even just starting. He got loose and lost control and hit the wall. Didn't even get to start the race and just destroyed his car yesterday. Whoever that guy was, I can't remember his name. He was driving the Pennzoil car.
Well,
tough luck for him.
Marcus Ericsson, who finished as the runner-up, got kicked all the way down to 31st. His teammate, Kyle Kirkwood, got kicked down to 32nd because after the race, their cars were found to have unapproved modifications during post-race inspection. So they got penalized. They got pushed to the back of the pile.
Did not know that. Joseph Newgarden, who was going for the 3-peat at the Indy 500, he got penalized. He had to move all the way a teammate of Penske Racing because they'd modified some sort of safety thing on their car, and they'd found out before inspection this past week. So they got kicked all the way back to like 30th and 31st.
So Ericsson and Kirkwood, they raced for Andretti Global.
Yeah.
Back of the line, cheaters.
Womp womp. And then I think it was Marco Andretti had a wreck on the first 10 laps or something yesterday.
Woof.
He was done for. All right, that's it for Hot Leads. Coming up next, we'll get back to the NBA playoffs. Fair or foul, you decide, from Charles Barkley last night. We'll have the audio for you next.
This Memorial Day, we pause to remember those who made the ultimate. to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. This Memorial Day, we remembered those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. In for the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Here's Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, along with Byron Matthews, in for Chris Santiago today. We're Area 45. Glad to be here. Appreciate you joining us. If you'd like to be a part of the show, hit us up, 713-572-4610. 572-4610. You can call or text. Before we get back to the NBA playoffs, we'll get out to the phone lines. Mike in the West Side's been waiting the longest.
What's up? West Side, Best Side, man. How y'all doing?
Doing awesome, man. How are you?
Oh, man, hanging in there, man.
That's all you can do, man.
Yeah. Hopefully the humidity don't rise to 100% after this little rain that we done got. But I just wanted to shout out my grandfather on my dad's side. He served and got a Purple Heart in World War II, and he's passed on and everything. And also shout out my uncle who flew F-16s in the Air Force and did a tour in the Gulf War. And then the other thing I want to ask y'all, man, is this here. How y'all feeling about Isaac Paredes after learning that Alex Bregman went on the 10-day IR with a quad injury?
Man, I was feeling pretty good about Isak before that injury, unfortunately, for Alex Bregman. I saw that, but Paredes has been balling.
Yeah, really. I'm just saying. I think the Astros won on that one.
It definitely makes you feel better about a guy in Isaac Paredes who's, on the right side of 30 by a long shot. 26 years old, producing the way that he has for the Astros. Look, if I had my druthers, I would have re-signed Alex Bregman this offseason. If they would have listened to Sean Bijani, Alex Bregman would still be a Houston Astro for not $40 million, probably something close to it. But I like the deal so far that the Astros had made. Totally kind of unrelated. Because remember you traded Tucker to the Cubs, and Bregman just left for $40 million per year to the Red Sox. You got Paredes, you got Cam Smith, you got Hayden Wisniewski. I like that deal.
You know who feels vindicated
Astros.
About this?
Who?
Jim Crane.
Oh, probably
Jim
so,
Crane
yeah.
has, Isaac Paredes, who's got, tied for the league lead in home runs among third basemen.
Yeah.
For $6.5 million,
Mm-hmm.
with 2 more years of arbitration, so 2 more years of team control, versus $40 million. And Bregman has hit the snot out of the ball. He's been you can make arguments for MVP candidate, not ahead of Aaron Judge, obviously, but MVP candidate. And well, now he's on the and look, the truth of the matter is, older players are more likely to get hurt than younger players.
Mm-hmm.
And guys who have had a history of leg injuries in their 20s are probably going to have a history of leg injuries in their 30s. I certainly wish the best for Alex Bregman. I have no ill will towards Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman got a friggin' bag. And there is not a person in this universe that was going to pass up that kind of a bag, no matter what business you're in.
For that team, too, in that ballpark.
If you are going to be paid the absolute most money for what you do in the entire world, you're taking the job.
Yeah.
I don't care if what you do is sit on your butt and play tiddlywinks. If somebody's going to pay you an obscene, you're going to take it.
Do you think there's no telling how long this injury is going to take for Bregman to kind of recover from? It's a quad injury.
Listening to Alex Cora, it's like a 2 to 3 month injury.
Is it a strain? I think is that
strained quad
word that I saw?
Is what they're saying.
So strained quad,
or what the Astros would call discomfort.
Now, for the Red Sox and Alex Bregman, he's got an opt-out after this season and an opt-out after the following season as part of this 3-year, $40 million per year deal that he'd signed with him this offseason. Does this make it more likely that Alex Bregman opts in to the second year of this contract?
Oh, I never thought Bregman was not opting in. he is.
But given the start that he had,
he is paid so far over market
Mhm.
that even if he carried this type of play the entire year, he's still not worth more than $40 million a year. Like, he is paid so far over market. Nobody else, for what Alex Bregman is, nobody else is getting that.
The reason why I ask,
He's making Aaron Judge money.
It's less about the AAV for me. Just, I was looking at the start, and I'm thinking, okay, if Alex Bregman has this career-type year, the one that he'd had with the Astros, I think it was 2019, where
he finished second in the MVP.
Second in MVP
Should have
voting.
won because Mike Trout, of course, missed like 50 games.
But if he has that kind of a year for the Red Sox, could he maybe opt out? Because again, he's probably not going to get $40 million AAV, but what if he gets like a 4 or 5 year contract somewhere else for more money during that time span? Maybe it's closer to like 33 to 35 AAV, but we're talking about like a normal contract with no opt-outs, and it's all the guaranteed dollars, and you know you're going to end your career possibly with this team for the next 4 or 5 years.
If I were Bregman, I would stay in Boston.
I think it's probably...
The ballpark is literally tailor-made for
Sure.
his swing. He is smashing the snot of the ball. He's very quickly become a fan favorite in Boston, just as he was a fan favorite here. There's a lot of things like about Bregman. I do not see him opting out. I certainly do not see him I feel like he's going to finish his career as a Red Sox.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, it's going to be that one-off season where at the very, very last year of his career, he goes like some oddball team, and that's the only year he plays there. I would think there is probably depending on where the Astros are at that point, there might be a chance he comes back home as either a third baseman or a DH type of thing. Because by the time he's ready to wrap his career up in 7 years, well, Altuve's going to be gone.
Yeah.
And Jordan's going to be gone. Because let's face it, they are not going to give Jordan another. They gave Jordan a long-term contract because they bought out a bunch of arbitration years. They're not then going to follow that up for a guy who doesn't play the field and gets hurt as often as Jordan gets hurt.
Yeah, I just wonder what Jordan's asking price is going to be, like history and lack of versatility or flexibility positionally.
Going to be very high.
Yeah,
you know what? I'm going to realistically, if there is a way to trade Jordan, the half, because you got to get something for him. Otherwise, you're looking at losing him and getting a draft pick.
Look, man, we got to have these conversations about Bregman and Tucker like we did this past offseason. I don't want to hear that right now. That makes my ears hurt. That makes my brain, my heart hurt.
You got plenty of time before you hit that.
Yeah,
you got plenty of time.
I don't want to think about it, man. Come on. What are we doing?
But in reality, like if you think about what the Astros lineup might look like, say, in 7 years.
Too hard.
And maybe Alex Bregman finishes career, gets his last year back in Houston. But if I'm Alex, dude, I'm not leaving Boston. No way.
713-572-4610, 572-4610. Yesterday, Knicks got back in the series against the Pacers, 106-100, the final. The Knicks having to come from behind yet again, trailed by 20 in the first half, trailed by 16 midway through the third, trailed by 10 into the fourth quarter against the Pacers. Another hell of a finish for the Knicks, and Jalen Brunson, along with Julius Randle, leading the way for those guys in that game. I think I said they combined for 54 points on some great shooting. I think they shot nearly 59% for the game. But I need to double check. That might be the Minnesota game that I'm thinking of in terms of the Knicks. Shot 44%. Yeah, 44% for the game. Hit 11 of 32 from three, but they got to the free throw line yesterday, PC, and they hit them 27 of 30, something they had not done with regularity in the first couple of games.
No, they've been missing free throws like crazy.
Yeah, it's cost them.
For those of you wondering, holy cow, 30 is a lot of free throws. Well, the Pacers got 33.
Yeah.
So, all that talk about Scott Foster being the equalizer, and the Pacers went to the line more than the Knicks did. The difference really was the Pacers couldn't buy a three. The whole reason the Knicks got back in this game and outscored the Pacers by 16
5 of
in the
25,
fourth quarter
man.
was the Pacers couldn't buy a three.
No, they were miserable. Jalen Brunson, 23 points. He couldn't hit the threes either, but he got to the free throw line yesterday. He, along with Karl Anthony Towns, combined for 47 points as my wires were crossed
And how
earlier,
many
but-
games do we have to see Brunson and Cat with 5 fouls each?
Yeah, well.
Like, what other team, their 2 star players, are constantly getting rung up for, like, ticky-tack touch fouls?
And they were yesterday. Here is the Q&A after the game yesterday when Brunson joined inside the NBA. Charles Barkley, Shaq, Kenny Smith, Ernie Johnson. They were interviewing him after the game. Listen to this question from Charles Barkley, and you tell me what you think exactly he was trying to get accomplished here.
Jalen, what the hell is up? And y'all bench technically won this game for y'all tonight. Does he ever explain to y'all, like, I'm going to play guys, I'm not going to play guys? Because you got to admit it's kind of damn wacky.
I had a great comeback. Well, let me stop.
Don't hold back.
Nah, I mean, I got the utmost faith and confidence, man. Regardless of what people say on the outside, respectfully, whatever you guys do say, I mean, we're a close-knit group in that locker room.
What was going through Charles's mind as he's asking that question? Do you think he really meant for it to come across as, hey, let's see if I can get Jalen Brunson to throw his coach under the bus after a big win in Game 3, or was he trying to ask something else and it just came out that way?
No, I think he was looking for the giant zing moment. Like, he was looking to get a super buzz clip, right? Your coach don't play nobody, doesn't want to make adjustments or whatnot. And Jalen just shot it down. He wanted to see if he was going to get a quip or some kind of funny comeback, or if Jalen would say something like, really hard. There's a lot of different options of, hey, if Jalen says X, Y, or Z, we have something viral.
Yeah.
But instead, Jalen just shot it down.
Yeah. I mean, I thought Jalen handled it as about as good as you possibly could. I really would have liked to have known what his one-liner comeback was that he decided to hold off on, or if that's just something he kind of said in what was an awkward moment because the question was weird. It was awkward. It was he pelted him with that, and I think Jalen maybe said that to kind of quickly come up with something else on the fly, which he did about the only thing I think you could have done. But I don't get a chance to watch a lot of the Inside NBA. I know Chuck's kind of a knucklehead and he'll say things like that in the course of conversation. But when interviewing a player on a winning team, like he did last night with Brunson and the Knicks, to ask that kind of a question, hey, let's see if I can get you to throw your coach under the bus and criticize him for the way that he's playing guys. I know Kenny Smith said, I think it was in the same show, like Thibodeau wouldn't play 9 guys in a baseball game.
And see, that's it.
You know?
These guys for the studio show have been talking for days about how Thibodeau won't make adjustments, Thibodeau won't play his bench, Thibodeau's gassing his guys. And look, if you follow Tom Thibodeau's career, this is what he does, right? I mean, he's always playing the starters big time minutes. They're going to play, 35, 38, 40 minutes. He runs his starters to the ground, and that's been a criticism of his entire career. And this game yesterday is the first time he went 9 deep. And Landry Shamet got 11 minutes, and Delon Wright got 13. Josh Hart played 34 minutes. He actually didn't start. He had been starting. They started Mitchell Robinson because they wanted more help on the boards and more shot blocking and defense. Miles McBride got 15 minutes. His stars, instead of playing 40 minutes. I mean, Michael Bridges and OG Anunoby each played 37 minutes. But Cat played 33 and Brunson played 31. Mitch played 29. So those guys got more rest time than they usually get. And as a result, they had legs in the fourth quarter. If you go back to that game, the game 2.
Game 2, yeah.
Right, where, like, the Knicks, like, fourth quarter, like, they should be in this game. This is a tie game going to the fourth quarter. and their shots are all falling short, right? It's front of the rim. They didn't have the legs. They didn't have the air. And it's like, well, why aren't they able to hit any shots? And it's just like, well, you look at what these guys said. Michael Bridges played 45 freaking minutes.
Yeah. Well, it was coming off of a very emotional, game one. And yeah, you had a day of rest between those, but that was a hard fought game one, and to lose like that.
And the Pacers play a really fast pace. You are up and down. So when Michael Bridges is playing 45 minutes,
you can't.
And Brunson's playing 39, and OG's playing 36. So he's a big dude playing 36 minutes. Like, these guys are just out of gas.
Yeah, and you can't. Look, you can criticize the guy. I just thought it was kind of a weird, spot to put Jalen Brunson in after a game like that. That's maybe something. You ask them in a bit of a different after a series is over, win or lose. Like, hey, is this something, you kind of regret? You thought was kind of, wonky. Maybe Tibbs should have reconsidered playing you guys so much and, gone more to the bench in some spots in the first half and the third quarter to give you guys a breather and get your legs about you in the fourth quarter where it feels like all of these games are going to be decided going forward. Like, I could see that, but it's just, I know Charles is brash. I know Charles don't hold back, but that was just kind of weird and uncharacteristic for me. And Brunson, if you were going to do it to anybody, I guess, he's probably the guy you're going to ask that type of a question to. Brunson's a very personable guy. He's going to handle it about as good as anybody could under those circumstances.
And look, if Brunson had said anything that could be construed as not being on board with his coach.
Inflammatory, yeah.
It's the biggest story in the NBA right now.
Uh-huh.
And that clip would be 50 million views right now.
Yeah. I just...
And look, this is what they're looking for. Every one of these talk shows, it doesn't matter what channel, what sport, who it is. They all have people tell them, if you get the viral moment, you get a bonus.
Yeah, does Chuck need that? Does Chuck subscribe to that usually? Or is it all unto his own? It's usually through the course of conversation.
And the conversation had been a lot about how Tom Thibodeau had, not used his bench for 2 games and overran his starters. And now here in this game, they finally start using guys. So it was part of their broader conversation. Kind of question you should be asking the guy who just won. No, but the reason that they're asking it is they're looking for that viral moment.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Chuck's got him right there. And if he doesn't ask it and somebody else does, and then, Jalen gives an answer that goes crazy viral.
Yeah.
All of those guys are getting kicked.
You would have gotten a better response if you would have asked it in the glass half full, right? Like a more positive, like, hey, tonight Tibbs relied on the bench a little bit more and it seemed to help you guys out in the fourth quarter, helped you get the dub, have the energy to get this win tonight. What'd you think about that?
Right, but now you're talking about acting like an actual reporter. They're not reporters.
I get it, but
they're entertainers.
You're also looking for the reaction, and you're going to get a better reaction, I think, if you play a little bit of the game with a guy like Jalen Brunson, who helped them win said game last night. Coming up next, making sense of what some are calling the most pivotal week in college football in years. We'll break it down for you next. It's Area 45.
Call him all defense.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. In for the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Here's Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Just to kind of piggyback on the motion that you just heard there, coming up this next week, this week, starting Wednesday, the Texans will officially begin their OTAs and minicamp schedule. We'll have actually some stuff to talk about because media's going to have the opportunity to go out there and watch practice. And first opportunity for that is Wednesday. We can do that again on Friday, then next Tuesday, and Thursday as well. So about 5 days coming up here in the next week or so that we'll have an opportunity to go watch practice, hear from D'Amico Ryans. Nick Caley's scheduled to talk on Friday along with Matt Burke and Frank Ross. And some players are going to be made available, I think, starting next week to the media. So a lot of stuff to talk about and listen in for on Sports Radio 610. We'll do all that in the coming days. 713-572-4610 if you want to hit us up. Reminder, too, if you want to text in or YouTube, Twitch, join the chats there with some people, family members, people you'd like to give a shout-out to. Remember, on this Memorial Day, share their stories and names. We'll read it for you. We'd like to do that as well throughout the course of the show all the way up until 6 o'clock.
All right, number one, Libby, thank you for turning off the fake You Shook Me All Night Long.
What do you mean fake?
Did that sound like the studio version to you?
I wasn't really paying attention to it.
I don't know if it was a live version or if it's a cover version, but never play that again. It's terrible.
Got you. Yeah, it was on the rotator, so I just let it play.
I mean, I'm hearing it and I'm like, this is the wrong key.
I didn't even hear it.
It's the wrong speed. This is not what it's supposed to sound like. And it irks me because I know what that song is supposed to sound like.
Yeah.
And when you hear a song...
Former FM DJ right there.
When you hear a song that you know you know everything about that song and it's wrong, it pisses you off. So, yeah, never play that crap again.
Never! I got you.
Also, turn this off. It sounds like we're in like a space porn.
I thought I was going to say softcore porn music. Yeah, next on the playlist.
It's definitely got a like a porn vibe to it.
You could pull up some college football songs or something like that.
No, just play something that doesn't suck. It's not that hard.
That would be good. Well, we're going to talk college football here.
That's better.
Got you.
That works. All right.
This is actually my favorite AC/DC song.
So I said, help us make some sense of what's a really important week in college football. How important is this week really in the grand scheme of things? PC can help us parse through that. Ross Dellinger, who covers college football, in his recent piece tried to do as much as well. Interesting part of the column for me was Dellinger saying the SEC leaders begin meetings here this week in the midst of a proverbial battle over the future of college athletics. It's football postseason championships, the NCAA's governance role, and the incentive ever of direct revenue sharing with its athletes. SEC old-timers believe it to be the most consequential gathering in the history of the conference. So the SEC heads are meeting to discuss proposal in the exploration of a 9-game conference schedule. That is on the front burner, and I think the idea is the only way the SEC would ever agree to add a 9th conference game would be additional inclusion of future playoff brackets, along with the expectation of a bigger payday from its TV partners. We're about to enter into, what is this, the second year of a 12-team playoff?
Yes.
And
only the second year.
Only the second year.
And they're already changing it.
This year, it's going to be different seeding. So the seeding is going to be however the 1 through 12 finish in the rankings. Boom, there's your seeding. There's no changing of the seeds. It's 1 through 12. There's your seeding. The first 4 seeds get a bye, and then 5 plays 12, 6, 11, so on and so forth. They're already talking about maybe going to a 14-team playoff at the conclusion of this contract. Last time maybe we'll ever see 12 teams. It could go to 14, it could go to 16, and then there could be a whole nother seeding apparatus in the playoff beyond that. Could last 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. They're constantly going to tell me why this is the most important week in maybe the history of not just the SEC, but maybe all of college football, if they're just going to change the damn thing potentially in the next year to two.
So what the SEC and the Big Ten have basically joined forces to kind of take over the CFP. And what they're trying to do, originally they wanted to go to 14 teams. Now they want to go to 16 teams. And you would think, all right, well, you go to 16 teams, it's 1 through 16. What's the big deal? Well, it's not necessarily going to be 1 to 16 straight seeding and all that. No, this is going to get a lot more complicated. So the Big Ten and the SEC, they want to be guaranteed 4 teams for each conference in the 16-team CFP, whether they are ranked or not. They want 4 teams in. They want the ACC and the Big 12. Well, you could get 2. And all the G5 conferences together will give you 1. So you're talking about, of the 16 teams, 13 of them being preordained.
Yeah.
And then 3, quote, at-large, not necessarily conference affiliated. But you see where this can wind up with a higher seeded team in a being left out for a lower ranked team because that conference has mandated slots. On top of that, it's not just 1 to 16, 2 to 15. They want the top 2 teams to have a double bye.
So those top 2 seeds would effectively, they would chill the first round.
They chill
would
the
second round.
Go right to the quarters.
Yeah.
And the way they want to set this up is that the bottom 4 teams, so 13, 14, 15, 16, would basically be like the first 4 in the NCAA tournament. They have to play each other, 13, 16, 14, 15. They have to play each other in order to get into, quote, the first round.
So it's like the play-in, too, in the NBA then. So there's your 9-10s. And they're going for the 7-8 seeds.
The winner of those teams would then get into, quote, the first round. So it would be like the 3 against the winner of 14-15, the 4 against the winner of 13-16, and then 5-12, 6-11, 7-10, 8-9. And then those are your 6 games for that weekend. And then you've got your 6 winners, and add in the 2 double bye teams, and then you've got 8 teams, so 4 games for your quarters, 2 games for your semi, 1 for your final.
To me, this is such a horrible idea. With not the seeding necessarily, but the teams that you are saying, as you mentioned, mandated. We got to have 4 teams from the Big Ten. We got to have 4. We got to have 2 teams from the ACC. We got to have 2 teams from this conference and only 1 from a non-Power 5. All you're doing is ultimately getting back to the issues that we have right now in college football. The reason why college football had gone from 4 to 12, there's always going to be teams that feel like they've gotten the shaft, they've gotten the short end of the stick, that they're deserving. What if a team like a Big Ten, they have 4 schools that wound up in the top 16 of the rankings? Well, fine. And odds are says that that's probably going to be true if you're talking about Oregon or Penn State or Ohio State. Last year it was Indiana, right? It had a hell of a year. Maybe it's not Indiana this year. Well, maybe it's Michigan. Who knows? Wherever it comes from. That's not always guaranteed to be the case, though, in the SEC or the Big Ten.
Well, let's see how this would have worked last year. Libby, I need your assistance here. I need you to track the teams here, all right? So you got like a notepad on your phone, or you got a pad you could scribble on or whatnot. I need you to track these teams.
You have to count.
If you put it in the rundown, that's fine. Just I want you to track the teams, because if you look at the final standings for last year, number 1, Ohio State, Big Ten, they would get a double bye. Number 2 is Notre Dame. Now, Notre Dame, of course, is an Indy.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have a conference. They have a double bye. So they are one of the 3 teams that would not be a mandated selection. 3 was Oregon, so Big Ten. 4 was Texas, SEC. 5 is Penn State, Big Ten. 6 was Georgia, SEC.
Mm-hmm.
7 was Arizona State, Big 12.
Mm-hmm.
Boise State, Mountain West. Now, that's are they your G5?
No. Oh, yeah, your G5.
So
yeah.
they're your G5.
Yeah, they're your G5. I was saying Power 5.
Tennessee, SEC. Indiana, Big Ten. Page refreshed on its own. Ole Miss, SEC. SMU, ACC.
You're already 4-4 right there.
So I got ACC 1. BYU's Big 12.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my 2 Big 12 teams. At Arizona State, I got BYU. Clemson, ACC. Iowa State, Big 12. That's 3rd Big 12 team.
Mm-hmm.
And Illinois, Big 10.
You already got 4 Big 10.
Well, they get an extra one because they're ranked in the top 16. So in this case, you have your extras would be Iowa State, Notre Dame, Boise State. So you G5. Well, actually, no, Notre Dame would be an extra because they're not. Iowa State would be an extra because they're a 3rd Big 12. And Illinois would be an extra because they're a 5th Big 10.
Mm-hmm.
So in this particular case, nobody who was in the top 16 got bumped for a mandated slot.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean it can't happen.
And it will happen.
It absolutely will happen. And it'll probably happen the first year because what do we see every year? Let's start with the BCS. Remember the BCS had their whole convoluted computer. How can we manipulate that? And every year they would change the rules of the BCS to overcome whatever the problem was last year that led to a new problem for that year. Okay, now we got to change this. And then this happened. Okay, well, now we got to change that. And if they were to stick with the 1 through 12, I think college football fans in general are cool with that. However, it comes out 1 through 12, 1 plays 12, 2 plays, they just run it through the line. And I think every college football fan is good with that.
Yeah, it's a one-stop shop. The rankings are the rankings.
Now, if they move it to 16 teams,
mm-hmm.
I don't think college football fans have a problem with it because the idea is we'll get some better bowl games, right? If they just go 1 through 16, we're all good, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we're not going to go 1 through 16. We're going to do the first 4 play-in. Then we're going to do like a New Year 6. Then we're going to have quarterfinals.
Mm.
So it's going to extend the season. I don't have a problem with extending the season because the more high-quality college football I can get, I'm in.
Yeah.
But it just, the way they want to slant everything, SEC Big 12, Big 10, SEC Big 10, SEC Big 10, SEC Big 10, it's going to come to a head if you're mandating they get 50% of the slots no matter what.
And that's got to be in direct relation to the amount of money that
is 100%
going to be generated because it comes from those particular conferences.
Because they are the 2 highest grossing conferences. Look, this is about TV money. This is not about competition. It's not about college football. It's about schools wanting more money because they know, number one, you always got to make more money. Number 2, they got to start paying out players a whole lot more than what they're paying out now. That is coming. So they are looking for additional revenue. And the Big Ten commissioner is a former TV exec, so he knows how to build money, what the networks want, where they're going to make the most money. And he's figured it out. Well, Big Ten, SEC, this is my money makers. We want them in at least half the playoff games.
713-572-4610 if you'd like to be involved. Continue to text in. You can call in, too, with your memories of an individual that you'd like to have remembered on this Memorial Day. We'll have more college football for you next. It's Area 45.
Here with Sports Radio 610. This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. In for the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Here's Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Area 45 back with you. Sean Bijani along with Patrick Creighton. Byron Matthews in for Chris Santiago today. I was just reading a quote from Nick Saban, who had this to say in regards to the expansion of the CFP. He was at some charity event last week. Here's what he said. He goes, back in the years, I was never for expanding the playoff because I thought bowl games were really important to the history and tradition of college football. But now that we have expanded the playoff, now the bowl games have taken a less significant role. So I think expanding the playoff and having as many teams involved as we can without playing too many games for the players, I think that's a little bit of concern, is probably a good thing. End quote from Nick Saban.
And look, the bowl games have all become part of the CFP.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like, oh, hey, we've broken the bowl system. No, they're still getting those bowl games. They just mean something as part of the CFP.
Well, and to me, you're propping up, maybe the lesser, named bowl games because, well, you've got a lot of games to play now. Even if you have the double, you're playing more bowl games in the sense that it's not just, hey, here's the Sugar Bowl, here's the Peach Bowl, here's the Rose Bowl, here's the Cotton Bowl. Like, maybe you're bringing more bowl games to a higher stage now because of what it actually means. So there's that in terms of, like, what bowl season actually means. And as Nick Saban says, hey, because of the expanded playoff, now bowl games have a less significant role. Well, I guess, yes, but maybe some have a more significant role because of what they mean within the CFP. I don't know if I like having to kind of decide something right now before actually having seen something through for the first time ever, like with this new seeding. Now you're doing 1 through 12. There's the regular season rankings. That's also the playoff seedings. Can we just see how that works out first before you make a decision on if it needs to be 14, if it needs to be 16? Like, shouldn't you wait until the conclusion of the 25 season before you put your heads together and come up with something?
They should, but, hey, Gasparilla Bowl, Holiday Bowl, Hawaii Bowl, Tax Slayer Bowl, you gotta have your D-list celebrity type games.
They'll be there. It's just about what's going to be, who's going to be the 13th team this year? Who's going to be the 14th team this year that has a complaint that bitches? And how do you figure that out? Like, figure out what happens at the end of the 25 season before you're already trying to determine what 2030 is going to look like with 16 teams.
So our buddy Rob Torres on the YouTube channel says Pop-Tart Bowl or bust.
Yeah.
He also wants to give a shout out for his best friend Blake Harris, who was killed in action March 5th, 2007 in Baqaba, Iraq. So we certainly pay our respects and honor Blake Harris for his service.
Yep. Keep them coming, too, if you'd like anybody recognized that once served that is near and dear and close to you.
He also said last week Russia got banned from the Olympics.
I saw that a while ago, yeah. But is that, like, can that be, like, lobbied against? Can they...
The Russian Federation can lobby against it, but this is an illegal war where they've actually broken an agreement and attacked Ukraine when they're supposed to be protecting Ukraine. And they've been banned. The Olympic Committee has banned Russia. And, this is getting to be almost like Russia versus the entire EU.
Entire what?
European Union.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. When are the Olympics?
Next year.
Yeah, so you're up against it. I mean, if they'd been banned, what did he say, a couple of weeks ago?
He said about a week ago.
That's probably like the final straw because you're getting up against it. There's a lot of planning that has to be done. And I don't know if, okay, you put if they withdrew troops yesterday and they made up and it's all good now, one, that's It's not going to happen. Even if it did, there's probably a lot more that's going into it than just that.
The 2026 Winter Olympics are in Italy.
Winter Olympics.
They're in Milan.
There you go. Cool. I'm not a big Winter Olympics guy.
Oh, so I love Winter Olympics.
There's certain events that I can get into, but
so you obviously you're into the hockey, the national hockey.
Hockey,
but
I'll get into.
You're not into the skiing, the skating.
I don't really care about ice skating, but like But
what about Mrs. Bijani and the ice skating?
She'll get into all of that stuff.
See, because I'll tell you, I will watch the figure skating with the mother of children. My daughter even would watch it if she was.
Yeah.
My son would watch it because it's the Olympics. If it was figure skating for anything other than the Olympics, ZFG.
I like speed skating,
but because it's the Olympic, speed skating. There's all kinds of different skating events. There's all kinds of different skiing events. There's downhill. There's the jump. There's a slalom. Like there's so many different events. There's snowboarding now.
Snowboarding's been around.
I'm saying it wasn't there when we were kids. It's something that's been done the last 15 years.
Shaun White was the guy that put that on the map.
So, I find the Winter Olympics, now you have the half pipe snowboarding as well as the downhill snowboarding.
Yeah.
So I find the Winter Olympics to be really exciting.
It's fun. I do like, I don't know what you call it, but, where they start off at the very top of the mountain and they go down the course, with the skis. Whatever, is it the downhill?
Well, it depends. If they're going, if they hit the gates and go back and forth,
the gates.
That's the slalom.
Yeah, the slalom. That's what I like. And then the one where they start at the very top of the mountain and it's just like they go down and they got to do like the flips.
Yeah,
and those are cool.
Ski jump is wild because I'm like, how do you practice that? Like, how do you practice? I'm gonna fly through the air, do all kinds of freaking crazy gymnastics, and not break my neck and die when I
used to think about that all the time, and I have to imagine it's probably something similar, but I always wondered with like the motocross, how the hell do you practice that? Until I saw a video of them practicing one time, and it's out in the open air, and they've got like this giant pit of like these foam cubes that they can land in after they do the flips and whatever. That's the only way. But do you know how much money that would probably cost to set up a practice facility?
Yeah, those foam cubes can't help you if the bike freaking lands on you.
That too. There is a little bit of risk involved, right? Always. All right, coming up next, let's see, what do we got? 5 o'clock hour. Oh my gosh, for people new to this time slot, they have no idea what's coming. It's the bandwagon.
Payne and Pendergast.
D'Amico Ryans.
Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I'm on a board. Yeah, he's been off the wagon 2 years. Off the wagon? I think it's off the wagon. I think it's on the wagon. You're back on the wagon.
Right off the wagon.
What the hell do you know about wagons? I know enough not to get on them. Told you. There's lots of...
It's time to get on or get off. Play some bandwagon.
Bandwagon.
All right, Sean. The nature boy, Ric Flair, has something new coming out called Flair Spirits. Flair Gin, Flair Bourbon, Flair Tequila, and Flair Woo-ski.
Oh, my goodness. How has this not existed already? Like, after all these years, you think that would have been, like, the first thing he got into?
Well, you know, Hulk Hogan has beer.
Yeah.
So Ric Flair's got booze.
Yeah. I don't hate him for it.
Woo-ski.
I don't know about the woo-ski. We'll see. We'll see.
Now, you're going to buy one of each of these just to try it because of Ric Flair. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
One of each?
One of each.
I'm off the bandwagon.
Well, one of the stuff that you drink. Like, if you don't drink gin, okay, I can see you not buying the gin. But
I
the
will
stuff you drink.
I will buy the woo-ski for sure.
The woo-ski.
I'll have the woo-ski and a Coke. No doubt, all day.
And a cola.
And a cola. A liter of cola. A liter of cola. I'll have it. No, I'm on the bandwagon for sure. I will try. I like the I like the now the 3.5% Hulk Hogan beer. Like, I'm not all about that. I might as well go buy Milwaukee's Best or Keystone or something
Beast.
like that. Yeah. But the wooski, I'm all about.
Little Schaefer.
Little Schaefer.
Little Schlitz.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Little Schlitz. That takes me back.
Little Genesee.
I will definitely try that. Lil B, I don't know if you are partaking the spirit drink realm, but
I'll try the tequila.
You try the tequila?
Yeah, I don't drink all the time, but I do like tequila shots, so I'll be down for the tequila.
All right. That's something. Man, you and the tequila. My wife would be down for the tequila, too.
So, here's the thing. I drink everything but the gin.
Yeah.
But I have relatives who drink the gin that when they came down, I would go buy the gin.
Yeah. Or just get it from up here.
The
free booze.
Vodka, yes. Tequila, yes. Bourbon, yes. And, of course, got to try the limited edition collector bottle. Woo-ski.
So the wooski's different than you just said he has a bourbon?
It's different than the bourbon, yes.
Okay. I'd try the bourbon, too.
I'm totally in on this.
Yeah.
It's got to be better than the Hulk Hogan beer.
Is that out, like officially out, or
not
it's
out yet? Coming soon.
All right.
I have heard that I have not had the Hulk Hogan beer, but I have heard it is ass.
Could have told you that one. All day drinker. Yeah.
All right. Number 2 is Tom Brady considering coming out of retirement.
No.
Well, it'd be interesting because, right, he's now a part owner of the Raiders. He would have to give up his ownership if he's going to play.
Well,
but
he would have to give up the broadcasting thing if he's going to play.
Why couldn't
you own and play?
I don't think you can own and play.
Why?
CBA. How does that doesn't fit in the CBA?
You can only choose one side and vote on that side.
So, Tom Brady, who has won 5 Super Bowl MVPs, 7 Super Bowls, 3 MVPs, 15 Pro Bowls, 6 All-Pros, 2 Offensive Player of the Year.
GOAT.
Well, supposedly he might want an Olympic gold medal.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
According to reports, with flag football set to make its Olympic debut in 2028, Tom Brady reportedly wants to play for Team USA. According to the report, he wants the gold medal. And what better way to be the GOAT in return of the sport he loves by helping his country win gold? He knows he'd be able to help and excel in that environment since his life is very scheduled, and he still maintains a tight regimen. Many things could fall into place for him around that time. With the Olympics being in L.A., he wouldn't have to travel far, and it would culminate, obviously, in one of the best birthdays ever. He's still in tremendous shape, but does he want to play? Now, here's the thing. He's 47.
How could he play, though?
It's flag football.
Yeah, but under the stipulations that have still yet to be decided, like, those players have to come from one of the NFL teams.
Not necessarily.
What do you mean?
The NFL players play in it.
Uh-huh.
But they don't all, like, it's not mandated they have to be NFL players.
Oh, they could be like UFL, college.
Yeah, they could just, the idea of just NFL players are permitted because the NFL would have to allow them to play. Otherwise, they would all be disqualified. Brady would be 50 by the time the 28 Olympics come around. But could you imagine with everything he has accomplished to then also add on, oh, and I got this shiny, fat gold medal.
Yeah.
So, you would 100% watch Olympic flag football if Tom Brady was the quarterback. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
On the bandwagon. And he's got to find a way to actually do it, right? Do you think he's going to let, like, Eli Manning, win an Olympic gold medal before he does? Or, like, Phillip Rivers or somebody else that, like, Michael Vick. Michael Vick's coming out of retirement. He's going to help win the gold for Team USA.
Phil is the only one who didn't win a Super Bowl. They should really try to help him win the gold since he didn't win a Super Bowl.
I mean,
he's got like 11 kids to feed, right?
That's low-hanging fruit. I don't think there's any way Tom Brady does, but I would like to see it. I would definitely watch it. I think I might watch anyway. Like, Justin Jefferson's all about it. If one of the best receivers in the game's all about it, I have to believe, like, other top players are as well.
Could you imagine Justin Jefferson catching dimes from Tom? That'd be a touchdown literally every single play.
Yes, almost.
I mean, who outside of the NFL can cover Justin Jefferson? Hell, what 3 people outside of the NFL could cover Justin Jefferson?
Now you're going to have me looking at, like, the origin of, like, some of the best cornerbacks and safeties in the NFL.
But they didn't play it. They're not from, whatever other country. They're all from here.
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. It's like, who's going to rival Team USA in the Olympics in a few years? Was it 2028?
28.
Yeah. I'm all about it, though. I'm definitely watching Tom Brady.
I'm 100% on, but it's like what y'all just said. I just want to see how other countries match up against us. Like, let's say our 3 wideouts is like Tyreek Hill, Jefferson, and Jamar Chase. Like, who's stopping that?
I want to see if the U.S. can score 100 points every game.
I don't know if it's going to be Tyreek Hill in 3 years, though.
Right? Just like how the original Dream Team, when the NBA players came out and they just blasted everybody by like 50 points.
Yeah.
I want to see if the U.S. goes out there and just scores 100 points in every game because nobody can possibly keep up with them.
Now, do these guys have to play both ways?
No. It's flag football.
Flag football.
Yeah, you don't have to play both ways.
Like, I don't know that I've ever not played both ways in flag football.
Well, look, just because you go both ways doesn't mean everybody else does.
Yeah, you should go both ways.
Yeah, I try to only go one way.
So what's a roster size going to be? Like, these are all things they have to decide upon.
Yeah, that's to be decided upon. But man, if Brady's the quarterback, there will be that would be the biggest draw. Brady quarterback, that is literally you're getting massive draw. The whole country, every football fan in this country, of which is like 90% of this country, they are going to watch Tom Brady be the quarterback.
Better chance Tom Brady's the quarterback or Pat Mahomes?
I don't think Mahomes will be the quarterback. I don't think Mahomes is going to put himself out there. He's more worried about getting a ring.
Lamar.
Same thing.
No current NFL quarterback. Would you put a current NFL quarterback ahead of the Tom Brady?
If I were an NFL GM, there's no way in hell I'd let my starting quarterback go to the Olympics.
What if it's Deshaun Watson?
Well, he's not my starting quarterback.
Could you imagine? What if it's Deshaun Watson? It's like, I got to pay the sucker anyway, but we really don't want him to play for us. So, sure, go ahead.
Go. assuming that your teammates don't give you a code red.
His contract, they'd be out of that contract by 28, though.
Yes, I think they got 2 more years of hell.
Yeah.
And then they're going to catch another year of hell after they let him out of it and have to accelerate all that money to the cap.
See, the Team USA quarterback's going to be like the 6th alternate, like of the Pro Bowl, you know? There's a good chance it could be Deshaun Watson because of that.
You know, but I think it'd be hilarious if it's Phil Rivers. Didn't win the Super Bowl, but he's going to get a Goldie. Let's go.
That'd be awesome.
Obviously, I'm on the bandwagon. All right.
Bandwagon.
Number 3. Don't be a what? Oh, no, it's worse. A woman almost landed in jail because she had a bumper sticker with a very bad word on it. The bumper sticker said, live, laugh, love, and it was crossed out with a red line. And then it said, don't be a...
bleeper?
See you next Tuesday.
See you next Tuesday. Ah, yeah. That's a naughty one.
That's a doozy. That's a word that, like, you just don't say. That's one of, like...
one of the 7 dirty words.
The ultimate bad words.
Mm-hmm.
So, Georgia Venables, well, she's found herself getting hauled off to court because her Peugeot was found to be in possession of what were called weaponized bumper stickers.
What is a Peugeot?
A Peugeot is a French automobile.
Oh.
I'm looking to see if it says where this happened.
Probably in
France. She found herself getting pulled over by the same constable because one of her stickers used that C word.
But it was crossed out, right?
No, that wasn't crossed out.
Oh.
Live, laugh, love was crossed out.
Oh.
She's describes herself as a part-time rebel and full-time car decorator. Said she wanted to give her car a little personality and humor, but instead she was accused of causing harassment, alarm, and distress to the point where she was almost put on trial before the case was dropped. Among the 40 messages are, if my driving offends you, F off. Caution, watch out for the idiot behind me. And then an illustration of Donald Duck flipping the bird.
They're all good. Solid.
However, don't be see you next Tuesday, apparently, was the one that got her in trouble. For 2 years, she's had the car. She spent 80 euros or 80 pounds. I don't know if that's a pound or a euro because the resolution is not great. On her stickers, it's about, let's say 2 pounds for every sticker.
Oh, she's going to get fined for all of them?
According to a survey carried out by her, no one is offended by her display. She said, I once had an old man outside the supermarket standing, reading them and laughing. He said I had a good sense of humor. I put them on because I like how they looked. I never put them on to offend anybody. Now, I will tell you, her stickers are not as offensive as her face.
Oh. That's mean.
She got a bulldog face. So she said she's been stopped in the past, and the officer asked her to remove it, so she did. But then she said, I was stopped for no reason. I was told this is getting summoned to court, and it was the same officer. She said, I just want the police to leave me alone so I can go about my life, because I do like to go for a night drive. Cops were being... See you next Tuesdays. Are you on or off the bandwagon?
On the bandwagon. Rob Torres co-signs that on the YouTube. It says, sounds like that constable should have taken the advice of the bumper sticker. I agree. The only way I could see around this, that was like why they would find it like inappropriate to have on a car is like if like they didn't want like kids to see those kinds of words, but you know, it's her personal property. Like, put whatever the heck you want on your car. It doesn't matter to me. Like, I don't understand the term offended, to be honest with you. I don't get offended by anybody that just has crap on their car or whatever. Do what you do, man. I'm all good with it. So, on the bandwagon.
Yeah, I'm on the bandwagon, too. This cop was a definition of bored. He had nothing better else to do. Because like you said, the definition of being offended, I feel like just, people get offended by anything these days. So.
Oh, yeah, and what is it really? Come on.
So the definition of
feelings hurt.
Yeah.
And look, in other countries, they don't have the same right to free speech that we do.
True.
And in this country, you can fly a flag that says F the 46th president of the United States.
If the see you next Tuesday word was spelled with a K instead of the C, would it have made a difference in this case? Gets the point across, but it's
probably not. I don't think it makes a difference. I think it's still the same word.
Oh.
Although in this country, it better be 1K.
True.
But
yeah, good point.
Yeah, I think the cop was to see you next Tuesday. Although I also think that our driver is also a see you next Tuesday.
Agreed.
So
I love that acronym though.
Bandwagon? Yes.
Bandwagon.
That's all the time we got.
No! All right. Hope you enjoyed us playing the bandwagon with you. 713-572-4610. We got a couple segments left. It is Memorial Day. If you'd like to hit us up with a name close to you, somebody you're familiar with that paid the ultimate sacrifice, and you'd like to honor them on this day on this station, you can do those. 713-572-4610. Text them in. Call in even, and we'll do it. We'll get back to a little Astro conversation, talk about what's upcoming for them. Next, it's Area 45.
All right, y'all. Academy Sports and Outdoors. If you've lived around
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. In for the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Here's Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Byron Matthews in for Chris Santiago. We're Area 45. Hit us up if you'd like to be in. 713-572-4610. Stros off today, back at it tomorrow. First of a 2-game against the A's. It'll be Hunter Brown on the mound tomorrow. Lance McCullers Jr. to follow on Wednesday. So that's what the next couple of games look like for the Astros, who entered today. Let's see, a game and a half behind the Mariners. So the Mariners are off today, PC. Good for the Stros. They can't gain any ground on Houston, but the Texas Rangers can lose more. And in fact, I do believe it's official. They have lost more ground on the Astros and the M's.
That game is final.
Just went final. Blue Jays beat the Rangers 2-1, or as you like to say, the
White Walkers defeated the Junk Grabbers.
Yes, 2-1. That is the only other game of consequence in the AL West today. With, again, as I said, the
Aroldis
Mariners
Garcia
off.
is down to 8th.
Is he batting worse than one former Astro named Martin Maldonado these days?
I don't know if Maldy's still in the league.
Well, when Maldy was up until about 3 weeks ago then, who I think was sporting about a 199 batting average at the time.
I think Baldy got released. Or actually, he's with the Padres now.
Yeah.
He's hitting 176.
They gave him the video tribute when the Padres came in a few weeks ago.
So Adolis Garcia is hitting, but you know who is hitting worse than Martin Maldonado?
Hayward.
Marcus Semien.
Oh, Marcus Semien.
He's hitting 174. He has been a wreck this year. That's a guy. I mean, Marcus Semien's a really good player.
He's a very expensive player as well.
And he's 34 now. But, I mean, the year they won the World Series, he had 276. He had 29 homers, 100 ribs. He had 40 doubles. He stole 14 bags. He had an 826 OPS. Last season, his average went from 276 to 237. His OPS went from 826 to 699.
Yeah. You know what number's not going to change for him? Is the amount of money owed to him through the 2028 season.
Hey, guess whose problem that's not?
Not the Astros. It's the Rangers. They're paying this guy $26 million a year until, through the 28 season, which will be his age 37 season.
In 187 at-bats this year, he's hitting 176 with a 496 OPS. That is Maldy territory.
All right, so if he was a Houston Astro, would you be saying, now hold on, be patient with this guy. He's going to come around. He's got to be patient. He's figuring some things out, and it's early.
I catch a massive fall off the year before, and now we're having another massive fall off. I'd be very worried about him.
Yeah.
He's 34. This would be back-to-back seasons of huge cratering drops in production.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is scary as hell. I don't know if he's dealing with an injury and it's quiet, or what, if there's some kind of extenuating circumstance that's causing him to struggle as much as he is. But this guy's been their leadoff hitter for the last few years, and now he's batting ninth.
It's wild looking at his career numbers, just going back to 2021. Slightly before that, too. And I guess I can do that because 2020 was that, lousy COVID year. But in 19, led all of baseball in games played, did so again in 21, 22, 23. Led all of baseball in plate appearances in 19, 21, 22, and 23. Same thing with he had bats in 22 and 23. And in 23, he also led all of Major League Baseball in runs scored and in hits with 185 hits in 2023. To have that kind of a drop-off from that season to now, what is it? I mean, are the Rangers literally experiencing the same thing that the Houston Astros did with Jose Abreu whenever they'd got him from the White Sox a couple of years ago? Like, okay, hey, here's a guy who's going to perennially be a 25, 30 home run guy, driving 100 runs, and then, boom, you just game over.
I mean, it is really, if you follow WAR, right? He went from a 7.4 to a 4.1, and now he's a minus 0.4.
Led all of baseball in WAR, too, a couple of years ago.
I mean, that is a catastrophic drop.
Yeah.
And you're like, all right, is something going on that's causing this, or is he getting old overnight? And that really is when you consider how much money they still owe him.
Yeah.
This is another example of why Jim Crane doesn't want to give out long-term contracts. Right? Marcus Semien signed this deal at 30 years old. He was coming off a season where he had 45 homers and 102 ribs, and 873 OPS, a 7.1 WAR. I mean, he just checked every box. 45 homers, 39 doubles. Even added in 15 stolen bases. I mean, you're talking about a guy who played shortstop. The junk grabbers sign him and move him to second base because they also signed Cody Bellinger.
Mm-hmm.
And first year, okay production, not what they wanted. 5.7 WAR, still really tremendous. I mean, I think he was elite defensively. 26 homers, 25 stolen bases. 2023, he puts up like serious all-star numbers.
Finished third in MVP.
2024 looks a lot like 2022, and only the power. And this year, it's just non-existent.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty wild, man. Since we're talking about like hitting walls and stuff, do you think Boston Red Sox fans are freaking out about this Alex Bregman injury, the severe quad strain that he experienced a couple of days ago? Now, having looked back at this, you and I were just talking about this during the break. Who'd you say? Alex Cora said that it's probably similar to the one that he experienced in 2021.
So Alex Cora's quote was that, pretty much similar to what he experienced, same injury in 2021, and that cost him like 2 months and change.
He missed 60 games that season.
It
happened in June. It happened in June. He missed 60 games. I was just looking at the numbers when Alex Bregman in 2021 went through that injury here as an Astro. What he did when he came back versus what he had been doing. And the numbers might be somewhat, I would say, enlightening in a good way for Boston Red Sox fans, for fear of a guy like at his age who's 31 years old. And this is now, multiple times in his career that he's had a significant leg injury. Well, when he missed those games in June of 2021, the first 18 games back for Alex Bregman, he hit lights hitting for power. He was driving in runs. And in fact, I'll expand it to 21 games. I expanded it to 21 games because he went hitless like in game 19, then had a couple more games with a hit. He was hitting 351, 927 OPS, 3 dingers, 17 ribs, only 8 strikeouts, and 77 at-bats. That's the Alex Bregman that we all came to know and love and now miss mightily, though far less than we would if Isaac Paredes did not exist at third base now for the Houston Astros. But maybe that's, a little glass half full way to approach things if you're a Boston Red Sox fan and wondering what kind of player can we expect from Alex Bregman coming off of a significant, leg injury. Maybe, I guess it's a grade 2 quad strain is what you would qualify it as. And I started looking at this because, breaking news earlier today, for a far younger individual in a different sport and gender for that matter, but Caitlin Clark suffered a quad strain, which has been classified as a grade 1. She's going to miss 2 weeks. Bregman's probably going to miss closer to what he did in 2021 now, mind you, at the age of 31 versus the age of 26, 27 when he first had this injury. Rafael Devers is not going to play third base for the Boston Red Sox.
No, because he's a biatch.
Well, there's that, which is undeniable at this point in time. But when Alex Cora was asked the other day, in fact, it was Friday, I happened to be sitting down most of the game after that. Cora was asked after the game, hey, so if Bregman's out for a significant period of time, who's going to be your third baseman? He said, quote, Sedan Rafaela can play third. Nick Sogard can play third. Abraham Toro can play third. We know Connor Wong can do it. In case of an emergency, we can move Christian Campbell to the outfield and Sedan to the infield and go from there. Like 4 options before you even get to, and he didn't even get to, Rafael Devers, who that game, right after Alex Bregman went down, got 4 for 6, 2 homers, including a grand slam, drove in 8 guys, and has been absolutely tearing the cover off the ball prior to that and certainly since then. He's awesome. Maybe they're happy with where Rafael Devers is at right now, which is DH and batting second in the lineup. But with all those other options, dude, he threw Connor Wong and go Cougs. Wow, wow, wow. Connor Wong, who's hitting all of like 117 this season, in playing sparingly with 7 hits for the Red Sox. He mentioned Connor Wong before Rafael Devers, the option of moving him to third base. That's pretty
Devers
wild.
is just not going to play third base.
Wild. Well,
he's just, I am not playing the field, full stop.
I guess they've agreed to disagree then, because not even including him as an option, like, never mind us even asking him or negotiating here through from a media standpoint, like, because Devers has done that, I guess, all to himself. So maybe is Alex Cora. Maybe
remember, he couldn't play first base
not
because,
a bad idea.
Well, they told me I'm not going to use my glove this year, so you want to play first base? No.
No.
So now it's
the
like,
team needs you most.
The team
No.
needs you to go back to third base. No.
That's pretty wild. So they called up some prospect.
He's a great hitter. But
Great.
He's not a winning player. He's not a team player. He's all about himself. I'm sorry. I would trade his ass. I would trade his. Now, I'm not going to give him away like the Mavs gave away Luka, but I'm going to get myself the biggest possible freaking bidding war I can get for him, and I'm going to trade him because F that guy.
Yeah. They called up their number 2 prospect in the farm system, Marcelo Meyer from AAA.
See, that's the
so they're
kid-
going to roll with that dude.
That's the kid is the reason why they didn't want to give Bregman a long-term deal.
Yeah.
Because they knew that kid was going to be ready no later than next year. They love him.
Yeah, but I wonder, since now that Devers has decided to be a horse's ass, that maybe Bregman could still be in their long-term plans. This kid as well, you trade Devers, stock up your farm system after calling up this guy. Casas is injured. Is Casas done for the year? Casas is done for the year,
He's
right?
done for a while. Yeah, he's hurt.
Yeah, I can't remember. What did he was it the Achilles? I think he had an Achilles. I can't remember, but I know he's done for a significant amount of time. Maybe the Red Sox start thinking about this with Devers. And Devers is only helping the case by continuing to mash baseballs.
Got a ruptured patella.
Oh, yeah.
He's done for the year.
That's right. That's right.
And, he's going to have to work his ass off to get back for the start of next year.
Yeah.
That's a rough injury.
All right, final segment coming up next. We're Area 45. Stay there.
A quarter of the way through baseball season.
Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
This Memorial Day, we remember those who made the ultimate sacrifice for our freedom. Thank you from all of us at Sports Radio 610. In for the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Here's Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
As we show each other the classic cars we want.
Yeah, dreaming. Dreaming during the break. I was telling PC during the break that the winner, I don't know that it's every year, but it's definitely every year the last 4 years, because I saw the post on Twitter website this morning. At the winner of the Charles Schwab tournament every year, they give them what they call a brand new car. I don't know. I guess it's a fully restored version, but the winner yesterday got like a 1972. Is it a Range Rover or a Land Rover Defender?
Land Rover Defender.
A Land Rover Defender, and it's like the Houston Oiler blue, like the H-Town blue. And the year before that, it was a Stingray of some sort. Like
a 71 Stingray.
71 Stingray. They did like a Camaro from a few years ago. And I guess they have to be fully restored. They're just some sweet-looking cars, man. So PC's a classic car nut. We were just kind of going through the wormhole of looking at badass cars that are surprisingly very affordable on whatever website you're looking at.
Yeah, some of them are pretty well. The price is pretty attractive. Others, the price is like, whoa!
Every day, PC shows me like, dude, look at this badass car. Like it's fully restored Vets or whatever, like some classic car for like 10 grand, 15 grand. I'm like, dude, hop on that. Let's go. And then come scoop me up and you take me to work every day. Be awesome.
Yeah.
You get to my house a lot faster in something like that than you would in, just some regular old SUV. You know what I'm saying? To hell with the gas mileage. It's about efficiency.
Listen, in one of those old cars, I definitely need a really good lawyer.
Yeah, well, we got them. We got lawyers. This Sports Radio 610's lawyered the hell up. We got lawyers if you need them. Hunter Brown on the mound. Little closer to the old Hunter Brown that we're used to seeing than the one that we saw last time, getting hammered in a minor league baseball park.
Yeah, I'm not going to say he got hammered when you give a 314-foot home run into the first row.
He pitches against the ass. I think you can hopefully rest the bullpen tomorrow, and maybe we get another step in the right direction from Lance McCullers on Wednesday. That's who you got coming up the next 2 days for the Stros as they continue the 10-game homestand that they're on right now. They're kind of working out of it, PC. I think we're starting to see that. Christian Walker, the last 5 games, he's hitting for power. Jose Altuve, the last handful of games, doing the same thing. What are we going to be watching, even without Yordan Alvarez? If Altuve gets going, if Walker gets going hot with Pena and Paredes doing their thing, and never mind the bottom of the order, they've been really consistent. I have to believe they've been one of the more consistent, like 6 through 9 guys in the American League. Whatever iteration you want to talk about of Jake Myers, Mauricio Dubon, Victor Caratini, and Cam Smith, that's been really impressive too.
Cam Smith, man, Cam Smith has come on, right? There was a point there where we were like, okay, Cam's got to either get on the horse here or they might have to look at moving him down because he was down at like 208 and he was striking out a ton and he just didn't look like the guy that point in spring training. He just didn't seem to be comfortable in the box. Well, it's turned around for Cam Smith, who now has the average up to 261. And has his OPS up to 732. But more importantly, that 261 average comes with a 344 on base because he started to draw walks. And he's got 15 walks this season. He's got 3 homers, 6 doubles, and a triple. He's got 14 ribs. He's got 17 runs scored. As Cam has kind of found it at the plate for the last, week or so.
Let me tell you, I got those numbers. 13 games. The last 13 games since May the 11th.
Yes, that 6-0 win against Cincy.
So he's got 5 multi-hit games in the last 13 games. 17 hits, 7 runs scored, 4 RBI, But his batting average is 370. His on base is 420. His OPS has been 877 the last 13 games.
Now, keep in mind, going into that game, May 11th, he was hitting 205 with a 307 on base and a 659 OPS.
Mm-hmm.
205 became 261. 307 became 344. 659 became 732.
Beautiful.
So that is a really good improvement in 14 days.
Yeah, and look, he didn't have any homers, but he's got 4 doubles during that stretch too. And we're talking about a team that doesn't have a lot of extra base hits. And that doesn't have a lot of extra base hits, that is, been very slappy, for much of the season. And now the last handful of games, they're starting to see a little bit of a power surge, whether it be Christian Walker, Jose Altuve, never mind what Isaac Paredes has been doing in the last week and a half or so. I mean, he's been knocking the crap out of the ball. Dude, the middle of that order, as bad as the numbers are with the extra base hits, maybe they're coming. And with those guys hitting now, maybe we can start to see more production in the clutch, kind of like, i.e., yesterday, Christian Walker walk-off 2-run dinger. But guys on base, what's the number? I know the bases loaded numbers are terrible, but I think runners in scoring position, the averages, the power numbers they're probably equally as bad on the season for the Astros.
They are, but with 2 outs, like they've scored like nearly half their runs with 2 outs. Yeah. They are one of the best 2-out hitting teams in the league. It's, like, think about yesterday's game. It was the 8th inning. They have first and second, nobody out. They don't score. Strike out, fly out. Like, I think the fact that they were not able to score with first and second, nobody out, drives you crazy.
Mm-hmm.
But then they got the home run in the 9th. So the home run kind of masks the fact that they should have scored the inning before and didn't.
Well, I saw you on Twitter. Was it yesterday where they had 13 hits, or the day before where they put together 11 hits? It's like, come on, guys, like 11 hits.
Like 2 runs on 11 hits is insane.
That was it. Yeah, it was a couple of days ago. I mean, I look at it like this way. At least they're starting to hit the baseball. At least they're, putting together some better at-bats and being productive.